Welcome everybody once again for the final day of the Valorant First Strike UMG close qualifiers, and a good day it's going to be because, you know, a lot of the pressure has been alleviated. Obviously yesterday we had our elimination rounds in quarterfinals, but today we get to have a little bit of fun, but still in a serious tone, given the fact that for semifinals as well as grand finals, it will dictate the seeding going into December, which of course will be regional finals, at least for where we're focused on North America. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble. I'm going to be your host for today. I've been your host for this week, and I've been joined by some beautiful talent overall. And joining me, at least for right now, is going to be Bach and Vansili. It's good to have you boys. Bach, we'll start with you. How you feeling?
I mean, how could I not be feeling good, right? We're coming into the final day here for the UMG Close Qualifier, and we're going to see who's going to be walking away with the high seed, but we already know who's qualified, which is also pretty impressive. We've got some great games lined up, so ultimately it's going to be a good day.
Mm-hmm. And,
Definitely
you know,
is.
I thought you were going to say beautiful people plus Vansili. I would have accepted that as well, Reflections. But I'm feeling good. It's going to be a great day today. And, you know, when you mentioned that it's for seeding, it's not as important, I actually think the opposite. Because if I'm not mistaken, you're looking at the pages on Wikipedia, on VLR, and on the Spike. If that's accurate, you currently have Sentinels at the 3rd seed. I'm not sure how the 3rd seed and 4th seed is decided when you're qualifying into the top 4 into these qualifiers, but there's a potential that if you lose your quarterfinals match, you're going to face off against Sentinels. So that means you want to win that matchup to get into the grand finals, and if you lose the grand finals, there's a possibility that, if you get 4th place, there's a possibility you face Envy, and if you get 2nd place in the grand finals today, there's a chance that there's going to be a fight with Sentinels too. So I think what's most important for these teams is that you actually want to make it to 1st place, win everything, and have the better matchup with Renegades. Not to take so far, but if you're thinking about it from a strategic-wise in a Tier 1 scene, you want to get that 1st place seed in today.
Now
Look,
listen,
fair
hold
enough,
on. I
right?
just want to
Yeah,
say
yeah.
this real quick. I want to cut you off. I
Here
never
we
said
go.
it didn't matter.
Of course, of course.
I just said ultimately, like, if you were a team, you came out and you got what you came for.
Exactly,
You got that qualification spot. That was the most important thing. Now it's a seeding game, and yeah, sure, the seeding is going to matter because the seeding from the last closed qualifier was a little bit off from what people would maybe expect. So
Yeah,
just want to get that
exactly.
out there.
Yeah.
Well, either way, man, I think getting first feels good, right? Especially giving you that newfound confidence going in. Envy's already there. Let's see who's going to be here today. After all, this could be, in fact, a little snapshot, if you will, of the matches to come, right? So you can take it with a grain of salt, or you can take it and look at this and say, wow, you know, the severity of losing this versus this team, right? It could, in fact, be a big deal. Check it out. Let's go ahead and take a look at all the teams that ended up coming into close qualifiers and who had an early exit. Of course, we look at Cloud9 Blue yesterday. A big loss 2-0, mind you, to T1, who will be playing. And a decisive one on Ascent. It was just a beatdown, if you will. Complexity, early exit, obviously, in the pool play. Same thing goes for Andbox, unfortunately, with their circumstances with Poach, Dignitas, Moon Raccoon Space Station, Knight, Serenity, NRG, Luminosity, Genji. Again, you know, Equinox. Again, man, you know, it feels so weird to see so many talented rosters that we take for granted in you know, invitationals and things like that, and obviously not playing in an open format like this, not being involved in regional finals, not being here today for semifinals and finals. But hey, that's the beautiful thing about the scene currently, right? There are going to be some shakeups, and we're going to consistently keep developing. Overall, it has been, I think, a good eye-opening experience for several teams out there, as well as for, you know, maybe even supporters of these organizations and whatnot. But let's get into it. Let's start looking at our bracket and how that is unfolding, because check it out. We're going into semifinals. Quickly, let's just go ahead and have Vansili touch on Immortals and TSM. That'll be coming up after this one. But again, what are your thoughts on that one?
The matchup for Immortals TSM overall, I think it's going to be a great matchup, a great storyline for the Immortals. I mean, when they first started as the organization coming in, yes, they never really won any big events, but they were always also consistently placing in the top four, kind of like a Gen G team. And then you wanted to give them time so that they could develop as a team and then be that top performer. But unfortunately, they lost Dicey and Asuna to 100 Thieves. Then they lost Kohler. And they always had like this rebuilding phase where they were trying out players, going through a revolving door and trying to find success as an organization and as a team. And now they bring in JMO from Noble, and they also bring in Neptune from Morning Light. And they're starting to see a bit of success, but I think what was the biggest change, and unfortunate there for a shot up, is that Shanks came in, and he came into play too. He's been consistently putting big numbers as Reyna. He had a bit of trouble as a Raze, but overall, Immortals, to be able to play in with a sub and qualify to first strike, you got to give him props to that. TSM on my end, great job for them. They're playing a no Sentinel, going for triple duelist, and it's paying off, and it's paying well. They had the question mark. The community had the question mark of what the 2-0 or what was going to happen versus Moon Raccoons, but it became a great 2-0.
Absolutely. And of course, at the bottom, right, Bach for FaZe and T1, one that we're going into, an interesting one. What are your thoughts on that? Just briefly, we will get more into it, of course, in just a second.
Well, I mean, it's a surprise that FaZe has made it this far. I think that a lot of people didn't expect this from FaZe, especially after their disappointing run through the open qualifiers the first time around. So the fact that they make it to this point and they actually qualify is definitely surprising to many. But I think T1 looks better and better every single event. So I think FaZe has now matched up against a team that has a lot to prove and has also a lot of prestige and firepower. This is going to be very difficult for FaZe.
Absolutely going to be difficult. I couldn't agree more, right? Just real quick before we get into our maps, I want to show you guys the schedule just so we can just run through what you guys can expect overall. And of course, we are going to be starting off with T1 versus FaZe, right? A tough one for FaZe fans out there, I think, but make sure you're showing your support in the chat, you beautiful people. TSM versus Immortals is going to be next, and of course, Grand Finals will be just after that. And then, hey, let's go ahead and get right into it. Let's show our maps, right? Let's transfer in, as we do have, of course, all our pick and bans done. Ascent, Bind, and Haven. Bach, I'm going to start off with you today because Vansili apparently thinks he's not a beautiful person, which, hey, I disagree with that wholeheartedly. You can bench press more than I can, so that makes you beautiful in my opinion. Bach, what do you think about these three maps?
Well, it's actually right on the money with Vansili's predictions, just maybe not necessarily in the proper order he expected to see that split ban come through. Not entirely shocked by the split ban. You know, it does feel like the two maps no one wants to play are bind and split. We see a lot of bind bans anymore, though. And again, you know, I don't want to go too heavy into it because I feel like this is really Van Silly's territory. It doesn't matter to me what the map pool is. What matters to me is that agent composition. Yeah, I'm big on
Why
that
did I
one.
start with you?
So Alex, you know,
All
I know
right,
you're Mr. Map Ban, Mr. Strategy there.
All right, Ben.
So we'll toss it to you.
What do you think of these two
Sure.
maps?
At least for me, yes, and I do agree with Bach. Like the maps don't really matter, but you still want to try to make sure what map you're comfortable on. So to look at FaZe and to look at T1, I think they're both really comfortable of getting rid of split. I haven't seen anything good from T1 yet, and as you're seeing how T1 continues to evolve, they want to continue to evolve slowly, but it's going up with good success. So that means you ban split, but I thought that it was going to be a bind pick from FaZe, because FaZe used to have bind as their bread and butter map, but they decided to take Ascent instead. Which is the reason why I find surprising is because T1 also loves to play Ascent, and that's usually their go-to map. But then T1 is also going to choose Bind. So then it goes back to the conversation of what Bach was saying. Like, at that point, with the 3 maps remaining, it doesn't matter who chose what. It definitely matters on what side that they choose first to play. And that's where it's going to get interesting. I think both of these teams now are going to be comfortable in this map rotation. They're going to play their own game, but who's going to get the better on top, because their strategy is still quite different on maps like Ascent.
You know, I guess I can say something too, that maybe they picked Ascent because they want a challenge. They want to get, you know, this advanced kind of matchup in, right? See what they're made of, see what they're throwing out. Because who knows if they're going to be throwing out everything they have, or if they might be saving some things, right, for December. It's a very real possibility. Let's get our predictions in, boys, because I think we're all going to be on the same page with this. At least I'm hoping, but we might not be, because there have been some curveballs for me, though. You know, I have to go with T1. I think it's an easy pick. You know, overall, I've been very, very impressed with Skadoodle, right? He's been incredibly consistent. AZK Brax, right? They've just been looking so good. For me, I don't think they can do any wrong. I think it's going to be a 2-0. Bach, what about you?
Yeah, I'm going to go with the 2-0 for T1 as well. I just don't think that FaZe is going to have enough to upset T1. I don't think the map pool would have made a difference. I think that T1 still would have beat them 2-0. I just think that T1 in general feels like the stronger team currently.
Yeah.
And while FaZe made it to this point, they fought really, really hard. And I just feel like T1's just got so much to prove. Like, T1 doesn't want to just settle for the qualification spot. They want to prove that all the work they've been putting in the background is worth it. And plus, you've got guys on that team. They have no desire to lose. It doesn't matter how much is on the line. They just want to win.
Yeah, I'll have to echo what Bach is saying, because at the same time, that makes all the most sense. I don't want to repeat what he's saying. So I want to take that time to say, look, I'm 4-8. As my parents who are Asian, as my dad who's Asian will not be satisfied with a 50%. So I'm going to go with T1 on a 2-0. I'm hoping that I'm right on my last 3 predictions, so I could at least get a passing grade. But it's not going to be an A+. I'm sorry, parents.
Oh, you just broke my heart with that. Look, Ben Silly, hey, you've been doing good. You know what's funny, though, is like, you know, you're on point with the pick and bans. You know exactly where they're going with it, and then it's just like you just shy of the predictions. Yesterday was rough, though, I think, at least for me. But right, I was 2-4 yesterday. But, I mean, yesterday was I mean, it was an important day, right? Anything could have happened.
Exactly, and it's exactly that, because you could have the best game plan going into a matchup, but when it comes down to a match is at stake, you know what's on the line, you know how to play for the game. All the strats that you put sometimes could be thrown outside of the window, and you're just going to be like, for example, if you're going to do a set piece towards A side, but you're finding a lot of success towards mid, you're just going to keep taking advantage of that, where the team that you're now predicting that should have been more prepared is just getting overrun. That's just the nature of competition, and that's what we love when we're starting to see these high-level competitions, especially playing for $100,000 going into First Strike.
All right, so let's get into it. Bach, okay, T1. Yesterday, their performance versus Cloud9 Blue was very telling. They played so very well. Ooh. One of those maps that they dominated on was Ascent. Obviously, KD-wise, they just absolutely dwarfed the side of Cloud9 Blue. Do you think it's going to be the same story versus FaZe? Obviously, FaZe a different team from Cloud9 Blue, but what are you thinking in terms of that? Is it going to be a lot closer?
Well, I mean, when you look at the two teams on paper, pound for pound, I feel like Cloud9 has a little bit more extra firepower at the top, but maybe a little bit less at the bottom. Like, the separation from their best player to their weakest player is a lot more, is a lot larger than you would have with maybe a team like FaZe. I would say, again, and I mentioned this yesterday when we were watching this team play, the player to watch for FaZe is going to be Corey. If Corey can pop off and get that ball rolling early, there's
Yep.
potential that they could get a closer game. But I still think that T1 is probably going to dominate Ascent. The map is just one that plays really well to their strengths. It's very similar to a Counter-Strike map. That's why they play it so well. That's why they play it so often. And they play it very slowly and methodically, sometimes to a flaw, but usually it works out pretty well for them. So that's one of the reasons why I picked T1 to take the series so easily.
Yeah, I think T1's, you actually, you said it yesterday, Bob, right? T1, when it comes well, and with FaZe, I still see a lot of individuality and a lot of star players and star moves in general, but I think they just need to come together if they're going to beat T1, because T1's teamwork and more importantly, the consistency that they have shown with Skadoodle, with Spider, AZK, Brax is just insane. But hey, map number 1's going to be starting, boys. Take it away. I'm excited to see how this series unfolds.
Thank you very much, Reflections. You mentioned one of the names there towards the tail end of that was Skadoodle. Skadoodle yesterday on this map was absolutely ridiculous. He had that one 4K with I think it was a no-scope as they jumped out off sidewalk and tried to get into that B site. He is going to be a serious problem for the side of FaZe to deal with, because if we're being honest, Baby Bay's op work wasn't as impressive as we would hope it would be. But we'll see if that's going to end up being a factor or not. T1 starting on the defense. FaZe Clan currently on the attack. They're going to be making their way into that B site. There's the Mad dash in. Landing inside his Cloud Burst allows him to escape the threats that were looming and waiting. Baby Bay gets vertical and goes up into heaven right off the bat and burst fires away at Dazed. And that's a spike plant almost instantaneously in the round. A very fast pistol round coming out from FaZe.
Yeah, you went for a gamble 50-50. This time the battle on a retake at the catwalk. It's a trade-off, but Marv chimes in with 2. Brax coming inside with AZK. They're making it a 2 versus 0 after Zachary picks up the last 2 kills from the catwalk area of the A site. But T1 at that point, they went for a gamble. You saw how passive that was on that A site. You had Daze playing on the heaven side of A. He was looking for the retake play for the Silver Dart. So it's great that Baby Bay was able to just go very aggressively to take him down, so that the retake opportunities for the information was going to be very hard for T1 to take. That said, though, a team like FaZe on this map, the reason why I say the strategy is a little bit more different is that FaZe really likes to work both extremities of the map, the A and B side, while T1 on the attack likes to take the mid. So they gambled that there was going to be a B push. It didn't happen. This time they're trying to take the mid control side. Skadoodle, unfortunately, is sandwiched from the back mid and also from B link. So the surprise attack doesn't come into fruition for T1, as FaZe Clan are now taking advantage of mid side.
We've seen a couple of teams do that as well. That fast play down mid, trying to just get up into the face of your opponent. Usually it's with a Jet ult when we've seen it happen. But in this instance, FaZe wins the pistol and the round that follows. You know, you're not wrong. That's, I think, one of the key things about playing Counter-Strike. Everyone knows it's all about mid control. So it's not a surprise to see T1 put so much emphasis on mid while playing on the attacking side. And because of that stereotypical CS style of play, it seems to work out for them because it allows them to get that control. That's why I said this map works out so well for them, because they know, like, if they focus heavily on mid, they have that ability to branch off in either direction. We'll see what's going to happen here as Baby Bay, again, is fast up. And he's taking a shock dart down to 60 HP, goes to shut the door and wants to come down the back stairwell. Waiting for him is Skadoodle, but despite the fact that the flash was late, it doesn't matter. Baby Bay is chewing apart the team currently playing defense on the B site. I'm not sure if that was a light armor buy that resulted in such fast deaths for the 2 members of T1 that were playing B-side defense, but I do feel like if you don't find a kill soon, you need to back off. P4, but you don't really have much to fight with. The buy coming through on that first full buy round is often somewhat awkward. They need to find that opener now.
Yeah, the retake is starting. Brax is here at the spawn side, and they're all there, actually. So this is a big position that's going to have to come from Market. And as he peeks out, Marv gets picked, and Spider, a man of the hour yesterday on these retake plays on a set, will try to move forward. He gets a triple kill into this round, leaving Corey the last man standing. They overtake the site. They are able to get the defuse, and that is well done there for T1, but you got to give 2 positive things out of that round. The first one, Baby Bay, man, he's locked in right now. He's just continuing to push W, catching T1 off position, catching him off guard, and allows these big openings for FaZe Clan to take over the sites. And then you're looking at T1 side. the combo abilities that they actually have to prevent these pushes from FaZe Clan on these extremities seems to pay off. I like that fault line combined with Daze's shock dart at the entrance to do a lot of damage to Baby Bay, who moved into the site with 60 health. Which is why, like, I'm still surprised that with a Stinger 60 health, he still is able to open up B side.
Yeah, that was a very destructive round from FaZe, despite the fact that the money that came into the round was not really high. They brought in some hardware from previous rounds, and that's why they have enough left over to go ahead and bring in the op. So Baby Bay's got that extra cash, and this passive playstyle on A main allows Baby Bay to get across Arch and hold now for a pick. There's a target to his left and one up top in heaven behind the box. It's Spider, who's holding an angle currently, so that if Skadoodle has to back off, he can cover the switch.
Yeah.
It's a solid setup. FaZe right now just taking their time, looking for that early intel. There's the Owl drone to go in first, and that's going to cause Skadoodle to be in a weird position. There's the dash away. This is now their opportunity to get site control, and there's that crossplay that we were just talking about. Spider holding down the switch, trying to get the cross now. Unfortunately for Spider, Raucus is there for an immediate trade. The op is in position as well. Oh, no! Baby Bay cycling that scope back and forth, debating on shooting through the wall, gets the quick scope onto the unintended target, who goes for a quick peek, and it doesn't work out so well. It's a 4-on-3 now. FaZe with, again, the player advantage, but we saw what happened last time that was the case. Zachary gets caught off guard as the timing does not work out well for him. Marv is now trapped on catwalk. There's one coming through from tree and one coming up from short. He's got the angle on the first target. Skadoodle's got him locked into position now. But they still haven't made a move onto the site. They need to get closer and closer. They need to try and take away that door. As that pretty much solidifies the round, you can see them already backing off. They realize there's no way they're going to get into it. They got to save the guns. So it will be FaZe's round one, as T1 failed to get back into the site and struggle to hold it in the first place.
I found that a very tough position for where Spider was at holding the A site. Up on the catwalk behind the boxes on the right side corner. Exactly. The only thing that they have in order to push, to stop a push or to slow down a push is his smokes and a paranoia if you actually have Baby Bay trying to dash into the site, for example, but he's walking in with an op. So having that Owl drone go in, Skadoodle had no choice but to be out in the open and hope to be spotted and tagged on top of that by the Owl drone. You would expect or hope that he shoots it out before, but as he gets tagged and that forces him to dash away, well, Spider's just on his own in that do or die situation. So you hope that he brings or he takes down more than one, but one was not enough, definitely, for T1.
You need to have someone generator or hell or heaven to try and support to peek from the other side. So after he gets that opening kill, he needs someone else there to take some of that fire away from him. Now that's a great pick right off the bat. We were saying that Baby Bay's op wasn't necessarily as clean as it needed to be yesterday, but he's hit a couple of really quick shots, and that was one of them.
He's had his morning
tried to go
burritos
down mid. It's crazy.
Definitely had his morning burritos there, and he's out to play. His OJ, his orange juice, like he's awake, and it shows. And it's beautiful to watch, actually, how aggressively he's playing with the op too on the attacker side to be as successful in the last 2 rounds, because he only started picking that up in the last 2 rounds, and he was the one that got the first bloods, I think, in the last 4 rounds.
I wish I had a morning burrito. Dad, if you're out there and you want to send me, I'm just kidding. The only thing I'll ever ask of you, chat, is to spam 4 in the chat. That's my thing. If you spam 4, I'll love you forever. Missed shot from Baby Bay as they spot one backside sight. It was Brax hopping around. There's the Hunter's Fury coming out, and a ping as well given away here. Raucus is looking to line some shots up as that lightning course out. Baby Bay with the quick flick yet again. Has to go for a fresh magazine, but it doesn't matter. T1's been reduced to 2. One's on the other side of the door, and one's coming through from heaven. It's AZK. Baby Bay finds 3 on the round. AZK had an opportunity there as both targets did start to line up. But the rounds are stacking up heavily in FaZe Clan's favor. T1 a little bit slow to start their morning off. And it's going to be another save.
Definitely what has to start changing now for T1, as we talked in the pregame, hey, how do we actually stop somebody like Corey? You don't really need to stop Corey when you have something like Baby Bay, someone like Baby Bay now, always getting those openings. And when you have an agent as AZK playing as Breach right now for the team, where he's able to initiate for the team with these flashes and explode to get these kills. I don't see that happening right now, so they have to try to leverage those type of abilities to really try to stop Baby B right now, who continues to hold his W. Look at him, he's already inside the site, dashing towards the air. Corey's right behind him, so both duelists are inside the site. T1's in a tight knit to try to go for this retake, but of course they're on an eco on their end. They're able to get the first kill, but it's still a man advantage for FaZe in the end.
It does seem somewhat interesting to use that ult and the utility to get into the site, given that it was just pistols here for T1. But at the same point in time, if you get it this early, you might as well use it because you're going to get it again.
Yeah.
Zachary
like
goes around the corner, and I mean, you can see what it did for them on the round as well. Brax picks off one more, despite the to it with, you know, the jet ult being utilized and a few other skills as well to get them into the site. It's still 2 kills for T1 on a save, which isn't that bad. Spike was planted. As again, they gain site control. It seems like that's been a consistent thread, as FaZe has not really had any issues getting onto the site. Site control has definitely been in favor of them. Now, Skadoodle does have the op, and we'll see if he's finally going to be able to end Baby Bay's rampage. As we talked about that coming into this, we thought that Skadoodle would probably be key to shutting down Baby Bay, who for the most part hasn't been hitting his stride, and that is not how you want to see it start if you're a T1 fan. Skadoodle gets picked off right off the bat, and it's FaZe again with the player advantage.
Yeah. And either it's new economy or old economy, I think it's very normal to see a 5-1 scoreline onto a half, because now it's usually that round where the team at a deficit finally has that economy in to be able to get the operator, but they had to make something out of it. But Baby Bay just continues to be unstoppable. Daze is going to be one that's going to try to stop them with the shock darts, trying to get some information. But meanwhile, players are still falling inside the A side, and that's from who? That's from Baby Bay. A knock kill onto Spider. They're lurking around towards that mid side too, where Corey could have a backstab on the rotation. It's Brax is pinned right now with Daze in the garden. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it out.
One enemy remaining.
Brax picked off Daze, now just trying to save the gun yet again. FaZe looks absolutely fantastic. T1 just can't seem to get things going early on here. And again, it's back down to pistols. Now, T1 has all 5 ults. They've got Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm, Rolling Thunder, Into the Shadows, and Neural Theft. All available to them. It's all at their disposal. And if you pull those 5 phalanges together, you get yourself a fist, and you could potentially punch FaZe in the mouth and steal a round away. The question is whether or not they're going to be able to do so. With the way that the shots are coming through from Baby Bay, if we see that attempted dash down mid from Skadoodle again with an eyes out, I don't have the greatest hope, because Baby Bay has been hitting some absolutely ridiculous shots.
Yeah.
And then we mentioned it. As much as T1 does have something to prove, so does FaZe. You know, FaZe...
Probably even more.
Yeah, well, it's tough, obviously, to quantify. But you might be right. I mean, both teams have been seen as a potential top 10 team at one point.
Yes.
But then things just didn't work out, or something didn't click. And I'd say, given the history of this FaZe Clan roster, they probably have a little bit more to prove, and I don't think we touched upon that enough, because they've been playing with this 5-man roster for a while now, and they haven't found the level of success that they were likely hoping for. Whereas on the other side, T1 made recent changes, and they've been improving on a steady incline, constantly going up each and every event. So it is tough to say, but we'll see what ends up happening here if T1 can try and wake up a bit. As FaZe continues to stomp through. They're running into this B site with a slower take than we've seen from them before. That's the big kill you hope to see from Skadoodle as the knives come out, and he connects onto the face of Baby Bay in the backside of sight. It's AZK with the pistol. And despite the fact that this is not exactly the greatest of rounds coming in for T1, they've still got it down to this. It's a 2-on-3. Leaping across, you've got Skadoodle. He's picked up an op now. Shock darts going out from Dazed. But I don't think Skadoodle has any intention of going for this one. He's saving that up.
At 34 HP, no need. I mean, we always commend how good T1 is on an eco with the shares, but they got to get the better angles and the first kills going through. But when you surrender a site throughout the process, being able to pick up an operator is a big win for them right now. So Days, in the end, you want to do a little bit more damage as much as you can versus FaZe. I mean, that economy has been built to the wazoo right now for the attacker side because they're just dominating in a lot of situations where they have 3 or 4 players alive. So to have them still make it out with 2, pretty decent for T1. Saving an op on top of that is a great plus. But they're not out of this, not out of the woods yet for T1. They still have to try to get something done here. Look at that. You have Baby Bay at 9K, and he's 2 kills away from the Blade Storm, and he's the first one that was actually running into the site, into this mid to B split. They had like a 4-1 split from the market, and he's still running in with an operator. So I'm loving what I'm seeing from Baby Bay. But as we continue to watch Baby Bay with these first bloods, you're starting to see Marv being starting to creep up in the fragging department too. And that was something that we saw from FaZe versus Gen G yesterday. You saw consistency from Marv and from Corey. So if Marv continues to play the same way that he does yesterday, and then you see Baby Bay the way that he's playing now, and then Corey doesn't need to do anything when he does, man, FaZe Clan is looking to be a very tough team to beat today.
That's that level of roster potential that we were talking about too. It's what players saw in them initially, and the hopes were, okay, over time this team will only get better, but they just plateaued. They didn't change. They didn't really grow from that point. This is one of the bigger games we've seen from them in a while, and it's a nice start for them as well. A good crossfire from Spider and Brax results in the death of Marv. We just talked about it, one of their key players. They're going to continue to try to push towards this A site where you've got Baby Bay now going in first, op in hand. Look at the amount of bodies built up currently in Garden. There's a nice flick from Baby Bay yet again. There is no one else on site. Everyone's playing towards Garden, and that's why Raucus is able to peek out and take care of Brax. Now Spider's there at the backup. AZK getting one through the smoke. It's come down to a 2-on-3. T1 in the control position. Nice dig shot coming out from AZK. I'm told he is the North American, but Titan is the French Stars, something like that.
AZK?
Yeah. Come on, you know the old spam. Chat, help us out with the copy pasta.
I just remember AZK just being good at any game that he touches. Either that it's going to be Reflex when he was playing Arena FPS. He was a great player in Source, great player in Counter-Strike Go. And also whenever that incident happened, he was I think he was in Team Liquid too, in like the early seasons when Overwatch first came out.
Yeah, he was.
Before the league got established, right?
Yep.
So he's always had like a pedigree of top teams and being a top of what in the games that he plays. And now that you're starting to see T1 qualifying for First Strike too, AZK continues to make his name. Or build his name, rather.
Chat is spamming eggs. And as someone who's bald, often referred to as an egg, I am insulted. Right off the bat, FaZe Clan gets a pick. Again, player advantage. This feels like this is something we see every single round, is FaZe finding that opening.
Yeah.
With rare exception. And those rare exceptions are the 2 T1 wins, if we're being honest.
What I did like, though, at least, is that they wanted to fight back versus FaZe Clan, sorry. So the amount of times that we say that it's Baby Bay, how do we stop him? They're really trying to put that responsibility for Skadoodle to start things off, and it's not paying off. He's going in. They have a player instead playing towards the A main, so they could try to stop towards an A main push. That doesn't pay off, so that's Spider that falls. So the top fraggers that we saw yesterday from T1 with Skadoodle, with Omen as Spider as Omen, sorry, they're definitely being stopped in terms of allowing themselves to get the performance that they had yesterday. So FaZe Clan continuing their reign into this round, though. This has to be big from Brax. He does have the operator in the back of the site, just a little bit off timing, but he's going to be in a tight knit now with 10 seconds left on the clock, with FaZe Clan about to push in.
Brax with the op. Can't get much going in a really brutal position, but the Rolling Thunder, that's it. They lost. They won the round. T1's got it. The Rolling Thunder interrupts the bomb plant, the spike plant on site, and as a result, they can't do anything.
Yeah.
After the Rolling Thunder comes through, they drop the spike planter. There was like 5 seconds left at that point. The round ended. So T1 wasn't exactly the prettiest early round or even the best mid round, but the late round was where it counted. And again, they went around where the ult has incredible value. That one was AZK's. So they're keeping themselves alive in this half. You know what's funny? This is the opposite of what we saw in that Cloud9 game, where the scoreline was like, okay, if we end up with a 7-5 scoreline right now, which is certainly possible, but you look at the scoreboard, you're going to see the separation between these two teams and go, how the hell is this possible?
Definitely one thanks to time, but Skadoodle, there you go, pushes forward. Corey's the first to fall, but Baby Bay is still alive, moving up with Marv, onto the catwalk. And thankfully it's smoked out from Spider, so that's going to slow them in their tracks for a bit. So I was going to say, maybe T1 found something on that previous round to play more passively, seemed to be that solution where FaZe Clan really took the full round to really get into a site. So when you have T1 trying to fight back against you, and also when you're just pushing into the sites in an open site, FaZe Clan just has the most success. So T1 has to play those tight angles, hidden in the corners, just like Brax did. Surprise attack from the dark cover, goes for the hats, and now they spot them towards this mid side. This is looking good for T1 to make it that close to that 7-5 that you want.
AZK on the back steps, waiting for Baby Bay, who is currently in the market. Perhaps he's buying some eggs. Who knows?
30 seconds left.
Chat's still going, so I just got to bring it up. It's a fruit market, but you never know. There could be just a random egg laying around. Baby Bay still has the op in hand, but this round is over. It's a 5-on-2, 14 seconds left. Baby Bay's just looking to get a kill and try and hunker
10
down.
seconds left.
Save the weapon as long as possible. Goes up on top of the fruit baskets in the corner. Nice pick off onto Spider. It's a shoulder shot. Tries to hide inside his own smoke, but that's going to evaporate in a second. AZK sprays on through, and now Raucus is spotted as well, but at least it's a shot coming out to make it cost more money for
Last
T1.
round in the hash.
Well, thankfully, they only lost 2 players, so they're going to be fine to buy and drop for this last round. So I do understand now why they wanted to go for the hunt a little bit for T1 and try to spot them. But those jiggle peaks seems to be very punishing because Baby Bay just seems to connect all of his shots. This round, though, as they're able to get everybody down for FaZe Clan, the economy is finally sort of broken into the last round. Baby Bay cannot bring in the operator, but he's got the Blade Storm to work with. They actually also have a Hunter's Fury that could do a lot. And now as Skadoodle gets tagged first, he's forced to fall back into position, back to a passive play towards the A side, where now FaZe Clan can take advantage of this catwalk. So like I said, maybe our Hunter's Fury, they're going to try to open up this garden from the positioning you see where he's heading back for Raucus. And there you go. They're going to push in towards this A side. Let's see how T1's going to hold it.
Baby Bay trying to fly in with the knives out. Not prepared for Dazed, who's just waiting around the corner. Now Dazed gets caught off guard, but it's a back and forth volley that brings things to this. A 3-on-2, spikes down on site. Raucus, that's unfortunate timing, tries to peek out wide, ends up taking a fall, Humpty Dumpty style. You're not going to be able to put him back together again. It's Corey now, left alone. I like the move. Shut the door and go on the other side. But there's a target right to his right, and AZK is not fooled. 7-5, the scoreline we talked about as being possible actually
Switching
ends up
sides.
coming together in the end at the half. And again, look at the kill tally. It's kind of crazy. You look at the top of the scoreboard there, 26 kills for Baby Bay and Marv.
Yeah, definitely some light at the end of the tunnel for T1, because despite Baby Bay continuing the kills department, when I said he was at 11, he has been fragless for all the rounds after I've mentioned that. So they're starting to find their ground a little bit for T1. They needed to warm up a little bit. And now that they're able to take this attacker side, I want to know how FaZe will adapt to this mid-play that T1 likes to take, unless T1 has changed something on their end. But although this pistol round, it seems that they're focused towards this A side, where they might work with Spider's Paranoia, but you do have some heavy opposition from FaZe Clan themselves right around the corner.
Baby Bay trying to move in fast, no surprise there. There's the shadow step away and some damage dealt to Baby Bay. That rhymed. How about that? Should we have like a rap round where we try to rhyme the entire thing?
Hell no.
I'll let you do that.
I used to be okay at it, but it's been a while. So give me a couple more casts, maybe someday.
We'll see what happens here as FaZe changes their mind and tries to change gears and back off a little bit. T1 who was heading towards the A site, took that initial battle. It looked like we were going to see Baby Bay move up a little bit further, and now he is. You can see that pushing across the map, but over in the B site, they get greeted by Zachary, who catches a few classic bursts to the dome. Meanwhile, Brax clears out B main, and the B site's been cleared. Spike will be planted, and we'll see FaZe on the retake here in just a minute. The 3-on-4. Look at the health of a couple of these players on T1. You've got Brax, who's low. You've also got their Jet sitting low. That's Skadoodle. Baby Bay to go in first. And there's the peek from Brax, but a quick turnaround from Corey, who goes for the self-heal. Now there's still a target right underneath Skadoodle, who's playing just around the corner by the big box in sight. Marv picks him off, and now it's down to the 1v1. It's Dazed versus Marv. He's got the recon dart. That's brilliant, because it's going to spot out his position, and there's not much that Marv can do about that one. Really well played from Dazed.
That's definitely how you counter that for sure. Getting that dart right into the ground, and you don't even have to force yourself into the bubble to go for a fight as if you were playing a different game. And Dazed is able to take that one down and save that round actually for T1, a much needed pistol. And it started well there for the attacker side, because they really tried to, or they really kept FaZe Clan onto the A side, and then being able to go back towards that mid and split towards B seemed to have caught FaZe off guard. So yes, Zachary, he was able to get a kill, but with the burst shots that he had, he was out in the open. So easily traded, much easier to get into the site. A nice attempt for the retake for FaZe Clan, but that 1v1 play from Daze, Big Iron, he's got it done.
Lead. Now just one round as T1 picks up a massive pistol round win. But given how things were looking, it shouldn't have come down to that point. It was actually a solid retake attempt. Now Brax is able to pick off Raucus. They're going to try and move their way into A, which is a little bit sketch. You can see them fighting over there currently. That's Spider, who's right on the other side of the door, but it's AZK who actually picks someone off as Spider goes for the switch to shut things down. Quite literally shutting that door down. It'll be FaZe, who's now trying to come in on a retake and a 2-on-5. And you can see you got Marved all the way on the back end of this play, currently chasing down Skadoodle, who's running for dear life. And their Cypher has a Sheriff, so Zachary could do some damage here if they can find the right shot. It was close. Daze was dropped very low on HP, but still no kills coming in for FaZe in the save round. And now they're all coming around the corner. Marv just wants to hold an angle, try and classic burst someone's skull. Not going to happen. A flawless round victory for T1. Exactly what they needed to kickstart this second half, especially after the rough pistol.
Yeah, getting the pistol on that second half for T1 was definitely big. You're seeing them now that they're not really going for that full upgrade. Skadoodle used his knives before, so he's going to just go for an upgrade for a Vandal instead of trying to go for something with Blade Storm, so that if they lose and they have to go for a buy after, he could have enough money for the operator. So it's definitely going to be a rifle round for both of these two teams. And FaZe is looking to take that mid control. You see it right now. It's a lot of the teams sometimes leave that trap wire and they play on both extremities, but you really see from FaZe Clan, they're trying to push down that mid and really try to fight back towards T1. Although T1 for this round, they're pushing up mid A side first, battling for the orb. Now they're going back for this mid control, but that crossfire there is still set up as Raucus and Corey are going out with the Owl Drone to try to spot things first. And they do see AZK, so that's going to have T1 rethinking. Oof. Definitely after those two have killed.
Yeah. I mean, this is a little scary. FaZe, they come in with the buy and they just obliterate T1. So what little ground was gained is starting to disappear, but AZK with some quick shots has to swap over to a better rifle. Accidentally picks up the SMG first. Gonna get spotted out by the recon dart, has to be careful. Does have a flash, and you know he desperately wants to try and secure that plant, but not exactly safe currently. Does have Rolling Thunder. There is. I like this fault line as well that comes through. Oh, that's so well played. AZK had a chance. Almost brought it together with an impressive 3K. That was a 1v5. But it's the round for FaZe. At the very least, he can hold his head high knowing he made it expensive, especially when you look at the money that's piled up for T1 off the back of that flawless round. And you look at the money on the other side. FaZe is hurting. They're scraping those pennies together. I would not be surprised to see Baby Bay safe here, go for like a long orb control on A. So go just with the pistol and try and push into A or B and try and get those knives out. We'll see if
Yeah,
that's
that's
going
why
to in fact be the case.
Yeah, you're right. You have a three-man support on that B side. There's probably going to be a recon dart that goes out, and there you go. They're all both pushing forward. He's picking up that orb. He's going to pop denies. But meanwhile, though, all that happens, Brax should have called it so that T1 could try to put more pressure here towards the A side, but they're still playing this very slowly. And this gives enough time for Baby Bay to even rotate back and support as a rotator for the team. But big plays will have to come in from Marv now, stuck on that catwalk. A big rolling thunder. He's trying to shadow step away, but gets caught in the process while T1 walks into an open site. But Baby Bay is just out in the open, and that orb that he picked up was fully wasted as Spider picks him through the smoke with a headshot.
FaZe, 3-on-5 currently. Corey looks to spray through the floor. A little bit of damage dealt. Has to back off as the fault line comes through yet again from AZK. And FaZe, it looked like for a second they were definitely going to back off, but now they've made that decision. It's an excellent call.
This is what's going to happen, right? Also, because I'm a guy that hasn't had breakfast this morning, it's just going to be one of those that's just.
Neither have I. All I've had is coffee, and I'm regretting not having a nice, delicious egg.
Nonetheless, though, yes, FaZe Clan in a position where they definitely have to save. As you were talking about it before, where AZK tried to go for a heroic attempt on a 5 versus 1, was able to get 3 kills. That was still a bonus round for T1. So for them to be able to have a gun round, a great execution into the catwalk side, although they had to use a rolling thunder to gain advantage of that ground. That was probably the biggest way for them to get into the site in their eyes, right? Of course, we saw that it was a weaker site hold from Marv at A. That was the only player there. But now that they don't have that rolling thunder, if they're trying for that again, how is that going to change? Is it the fault line, and is it going to be the flashpoints that's going to allow T1 to take control of this A side split? But Brax, it seems as though he's going to be the one that's going to keep lurking every single round towards this B. So it's going to be a battle between him and Raucus that's going to keep one player honest there. So you're looking for lots of trades happening on this mid side.
Smoke goes down from Baby Bay to try to escape. There's Corey with the pickoffs in mid. We profiled Corey coming into this one. It's been lights out for FaZe all tournament long. Gets 2 before being taken out. Baby Bay is going to sneak around the edge of this and is likely going to get the kill onto Dazed. The timing almost worked against him. As you can see, Dazed was starting to turn back, but with the low HP, it was still pretty much a guaranteed kill. Rax moving in. I think he thinks he saw the hand, and he did. You can see it for a second, and yeah, there's the drop-off after the shots come through. The 2-on-3. The recon dart comes out. They're grouping up currently inside B main. Tripwire coming out from Brax. There is one playing up on mid currently. Raucus is going to use the Owl drone to go in first. Might be able to spot this first player. Do they anticipate Brax, though, who's already pushed all the way up?
Perfect.
No, this is really well played. It's all going to come down to the timing, though. Can he get the kill onto this player, mark it, or spawn without being spotted by the other? So there's the first one he needed. Backsteps another, but he's got the best shot onto Raucus. It's going to come down to this 1-on-2 now. It's Marv. Ult available, full HP, no armor. Spike goes down in the B site.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke to come out here as Marv is creeping on this sidewalk. You have T1 watching both angles, so it's going to be 2 individual 1 versus 1s. He gets the dink and the headshot onto Skadoodle. Back to a 1 versus 1 where Cypher peeks out. And he almost got caught, but Marv was reloading in the process to make it 9-1 for T1. But that was a beautiful 3 versus 2 there, Bach. Just due to the fact that the Owl drone, that's a second time where you have one person that doesn't want to be discovered. It's going to be Skadoodle that has to put his life out of the line to be discovered. He shoots it down. That allows Brax to actually creep his way over towards the shed. The only thing that could have been a detriment on that was the fact that if Marv decided to go for some sort of a wide peek back into the staircase, thinking if Brax was lurking around, because Brax, you saw that he wasn't aiming towards the market. He had a trapwire there. That was his only way of confidence to try to work that area. And now, as you have FaZe trying to work back towards the A side pressure, it's still going to be T1 adding the pressure back. So it's nice to see that the attacker side seems to be the comfortable side for both of these teams.
That was a quick flick from Corey.
100%.
A 1-tap dirt nap. Coming out of the Vandal. FaZe
Cage triggered.
Have things at a 4-on-4. Got that one-way cyber cage on B main. And that one lands a little bit deeper than you'd hope. Skadoodle, in the meantime, has picked off Corey as well. That's a serious threat for the likes of FaZe, now watching from the sidelines. Skadoodle pulls the knives out and wants to go into this site potentially. There's the flash coming out. You can hear the updraft getting vertical so he can check the boathouse in the back of sight. Not sure if he saw that player there. It's up to Baby Bay, who's trying to lock this position down, getting spammed now through the cloudburst. Picked off one as they made their way through, but there's a player on the site that needs some help, and he's not going to get it in time. It's down to just one now. It's their Sova, Raucus, coming through from spawn slope. Up to the barrels now. The Aldrone going to spot out the position. There's the ult as well coming out from Dazed. He's trying to dodge the pulses.
Seal the deal.
He can really do. He was getting shot from the back, shot from the front. Well played from T1 to now hit double digits. We were ready to count them out at one point. When you look at that scoreboard, you can't blame us. 7-1. FaZe looked so good on the attack, but T1 have woken up, and at the tail end of that last half, if you look at it since then, it's incredible. 9-1 since that 7-1 scoreline, or 6-1 scoreline. 7-1, excuse me.
And just the way that they're using the agents to take control of that B site. You saw that flashpoint that came through from AZK on that sidewalk area. And in the dash, the updraft, though it wasn't necessarily for a kill. If it was a kill, perfect from Skadoodle, but he could fly in the air and see who and where the players are falling back. So knowing where the first person was inside the boathouse, they could pressure that. Then back on a 2 versus 1, you still have 30 seconds. You don't have to plant. Go for the Aldrone. If the spawn site was clear, you go for the plant. But as soon as you spot him, you go for the Hunter's Fury. And on top of that, you allow Brax to go for a flank on the market side. So beautifully done. This round, though, FaZe still continues to add that pressure towards mid side, which I like because Corey, although he hasn't been like the lights out superstar player that we saw yesterday, when he sees some action, he actually wins the fights. So he had 2 nice taps towards that mid side 2 rounds ago. The nice one that we saw from Wine on that previous round. So they are still counting on him on this defender side to get things done as Arena with this Vandal. And Baby Bay continues with the operator. He's been quiet, silent for a bit, but now he's trying to see and feel how T1's playing, and he's able to read that first kill.
He got off to an incredible start. Sure, it's been slow since then. Marv with a nice pickoff, not prepared for the player that's been waiting for him in the wine cellar. That's Spider. Now, Spider has the ult. Where does he decide to go? He goes to spawn, and they're going to hear that. So they're currently looking for him. Still able to get the best of Corey in the one-on-one, which is surprising to say the least. Dazed wants to move in, but he really needs his teammate to come through from the door first.
12 seconds.
12 seconds left. They need to move. This is that slow, methodical play. Currently crippling for T1. On the site is Baby Bay, who finds another one. Spin it back to Brax. FaZe Clan, off the back of Baby Bay's performance on the op, find a 9th round. And T1 certainly not happy with the way that just broke down.
Yeah. And I like it from Baby Bay too. A 2 versus 1 with 12 seconds left on the clock. There was probably a recon dart. I probably missed it in a few rounds before because I was so focused on Baby Bay. But you see with the round remaining, he has an idea. One's at A main, and the other one's probably trying to lurk somewhere else. So he tries to slowly inch towards an angle where he gets the first shot because he has an operator and has 2 separate 1 versus 1. Of course, the second one had to be a very flashy play, but it's nice that he's able to initially just continue to have these 1 versus 1 instead of being pressured by multiple angles at once. So very well done, putting it at 10-9. T1 should still be okay right now on this buy, but Skadoodle in a position where he doesn't have the operator. On attack, still okay. But as Brax continues to lurk towards B, they're reading that. They double push forward. They got the kill, but it's immediately traded out. And now you're working towards this mid-side control. They don't know somebody's on the left side, though. It's going to be Baby Bay with that operator, but he gets sprayed through the smoke, immediately traded back again. So it's a 3 versus 2, but in favor of T1 into an open site after the Aldrone. And as he looks back towards that spawn, will not spot Zachary that's moving up towards that back ramp. So that plant's going to come forward, and Spider's going to be in a hidden spot where, yes, it's an obvious spot, but still very tough to take down as a retake on the defender side.
Nice paranoia coming through. Corey is there with at least the trade. And now they know that the breach charge came through from underneath, so Corey's looking for that last target. Now he's found it. There's the Lear coming out to get across. Recon Dart's going to give away the position. Getting shot from both sides now, potentially, as he goes for the Leer, able to isolate that 1v1. This is getting sketchy. Now he is down to 54 HP, has to tap the spike, has to take the fight. There's the jump peek from Dazed, well played. As Dazed gets around the corner and Corey decides to run away. Dazed will even get the kill in the end. As it works out well for T1, Dazed makes an executive decision to go for a fast execute onto that A site, and they excel at those slow plays normally, but this time around, they make it in quickly and it works. Egg.
Almost to the detriment of an ace, though, that came from Corey, right? He had a 4K on that one under the tempo of a retake, almost winning a 3 versus 1. That was a very hard round for T1 to win, actually, and you could see it from the scoreline. You could see it from the money, that is. They win the round, but they have a Spectre, a Bulldog. I think I saw a Judge for Skadoodle, exactly in his point of view right now. So they have to try to go for something explosive. It's going to be inside B, but the range comes in favor from Rockets at the spawn side. So a first headshot to come through. They have their Hunter's Fury to try to cancel out, to try to prevent this push from moving forward. It should tag a few, but it tags none. They were able to dodge all of that here for T1, and that's going to slow down the pace, but great advantage for FaZe to start off the round.
They need to peel and recommit, or peel and go A. You know, the second all of that gets spent in that direction, when you hear Into the Shadows use the Hunter's Fury, you need to just back off and either recommit or start running towards A. Without that mid control, though, the rotate is so incredibly long. So having to run all the way through spawn takes a whole lot longer than trying to run across mid and make it up catwalk. But you know T1. Slow, steady, easy pace. Not typically the team to try to run in quick. And here, that's going to be the case again. They tried to go faster towards B. It doesn't work. So now they slow things down, pump the brakes, and try and work their way towards A, where you've got Baby Bay, who's currently right around the corner,
30
holding the
seconds
knives out.
Oh, this is huge.
Dazed.
The owl drone. One owl drone from Dazed forced the whole defense out, so there's only one player inside the A site, so Zachary has to hold his ground towards the back help.
Yeah, that's really well played from Dazed. Just a little bit of a bait. I like this updraft from Baby Bay, getting up vertical over the short walls to try and spot them out. The fights are favoring FaZe currently as Baby Bay tries to fly in. AZK with just an SMG. It's all down to Brax, who's found himself 2. 3 on the round, and there's one more target in his way. It's going to be Corey, who's sitting on full HP. Uses the Leer to get out. Sticks it for a moment. There's the camera coming in. There's the bait, but it doesn't matter. Corey is just too quick. And again, that's the HP differential. Corey was on full health coming into that 1v1. Double digits for FaZe Clan. They keep the lead within 1 for T1.
We have a game now. We have a definite game in the second half, but what I found it a little bit more questionable, I know you're trying to go for the surprise play, but the camera that came out, he shot it. So technically, you don't really have to peek out. I know the tap first came in from Corey, so Brax probably thinks, hey, it's going to be a pros don't fake situation, so I'm going to try to surprise him. But unfortunately, Corey, he was a little bit faster after tapping that camera away and aiming it right, and Brax, well, he fell into the trap. So a nice clutch in the end, and it's going to be a 1 point that separates this first map. Looking for the victories, T1, as they only need that 1 round to go for map point. While FaZe Clan is looking at least for the tie, and looking at the economy once again, it's broken for both sides slightly, but still an advantage for FaZe Clan to try to tie this up. They fought for the orb, so now they have the Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury to work with too. And this could be really big to try to execute into the A site. But the thing is, for FaZe Clan, they have a 4-man stack there.
Slow, steady, again. Not really much action early on. Aldrone will spot Corey on catwalk. That'll push him back a bit, uses the Leer to escape safely, but didn't even need to waste it, as you see T1 didn't really push up on that. There's a Rolling Thunder coming through and a Paranoia that basically eliminates that threat. Look at Baby Bay currently hiding inside the smoke with the Judge, waiting for the push to come through, takes some damage from his teammate, ends up getting dropped. Oh no! Dazed killing his teammate with the ult. That's unfortunate. Dazed is now in the hot seat after microwaving Skadoodle with the Hunter's Fury, and with the time left, there's no sense. A little bit of confusion on the site there, as things didn't really pan out the way they anticipated, I'm pretty sure he hit him
10
twice.
seconds
I'm
left.
fairly
Yeah,
certain that happened twice. Now, to be fair, he was going after the target that was recon darted.
Yep.
So he was stepping right in front of the path both times.
Yeah.
But just unfortunate.
Well, it was just how annoying Baby Bay was playing in the front of that smoke because nobody was expecting for him to play in there with that judge. So, you know, speaking about judgment, you have to try to go for a pick wherever you can. So you try to eliminate the immediate threat. It was Baby Bay at the A main, but unfortunately Skadoodle was in there. What I found quite odd, though, was that T1, to try to take control of the A side, the ultimates that I said that they had, they used a Rolling Thunder and a Paranoia, and the first beam, I think, of the Hunter's Fury even went into the tree side. So they depleted a lot of resources just to take that area where you still have a 3-man stack inside the A site. It was still hard for them to take no matter what for the attacker side. I would have liked to see maybe the Hunter's, sorry, not the Hunter's Fury, but the Rolling Thunder maybe head more towards the A side, while the Hunter's Fury is the one that's going to open up tree. That said, though, T1 with a pistol, we know how strong they could be, and we know that quite a few rounds ago, and for quite a few rounds, FaZe has always went with a double push towards his B main. So they're going to try to fight that for it with the pistols. They're going to try to push him back once again, fighting for an orb. And maybe even try to surprise if they can, and they will, because Skadoodle dashed into the market, got the first kill. The entries are coming through. It's a force buy, actually. Oh, sorry. It's still the Phantom from the previous round. The rest are on pistols, and they still are able to open up the site for B for T1.
Spike planted.
This is huge right now as they get the spike down, trying to secure round number 12. Back behind the boxes, he's getting spammed. Baby Bay goes into the site, and now brings us down to a 2-on-1. It's Dazed, and he can't win the fight against Marv. FaZe may have gone down for a while on T1's scoreline, as you saw T1 just piling up round after round after round, making things scary for FaZe. But now FaZe finds themselves in the pole position, back in the lead again, and they're ready to secure things with a victory here, taking the first map, potentially 13-11, but T1's got a full buy coming through. So there's still the potential for overtime. And you've also got ults available for both sides. You've got Into the Shadows for Spider. You've got Bladestorm for Skadoodle as well for Baby Bay. And then you've got the Neural Theft for Zachary. You're not that far away from Empress for Corey. A lot could happen in this round, and you hear both Jets instantly pull for the knives, and you can see just in the distance through the X-ray, a very high in the sky Baby Bay looking for an early potential lead in the round.
Yeah, and you saw that debate that was happening for the economy of Baby Bay. He had exactly 5,000 credits. Was he going to go for a glass cannon operator or not? It's going to be a drive-by with the fan of knives right in the face as Skadoodle will fall. So a 5-on-4.
Right there.
As AZK is trying to avenge his teammate, trying to get this ground on mid side, but it's still going to be Baby Bay continuing to press W. He goes for a couple of clicks. But finally, as he goes back towards the market, it's Brax that pops two of his own right in the dome himself. And the advantage rolls back for T1 as they weaken at the B side a bit. The rotation already came through, but they have so much map control for T1 now. They have so many avenues. They could go mid to A right now. They could push all the way through spawn. They have to break the trap wires. But the thing here right now is that Marv is in wine. He's in a great spot to surprise T1, who are currently walking towards that area. So if he doesn't show himself here,
30 seconds left.
especially with the fake that starts on this B side, this could be the round turning moment. But he walks back into A main. He's now spotted. The jig is up. They could split into A.
Blinding.
He almost got away, but he almost got spotted. It was kind of like both could have been terrible. If he held the angle, he might have been able to get one and escape. But this time, though, Dazed takes care of the threat of Marv. Wasn't able to beat him in the last round of the 1v1 fight, but he is this time. And it looks like we could be going to overtime. It's a 2-on-4 retake, but don't count FaZe out. They've had some impressive retakes in the past. Spider decides to get vertical, goes up on top, and has to watch out. The spam's coming through, and he's been dropped down low. The HP here is far from perfect for the remaining members of T1. The initial peek will come through from Zachary, who's spotted from a player A main. That's Brax, who's just jiggle peeking currently. Zachary spotted out, still gets the flick down onto Dazed, trying to look for one more target, but they're getting flanked. Zachary has to go for a fresh mag, swaps out to a new gun, pulls for the Neural Theft, pistol out, can't get it. We are going into overtime as we are tied up at 12 apiece.
Switching sides.
Wow, this is a way to
Overtime.
start the morning. I don't need breakfast anymore. Just watching this game is good enough, and FaZe continues these tight battles. And another one that they're going to have to fight through overtime. The last time that they had to go through overtime was literally yesterday to qualify into the First Strike Regional Finals of North America by going toe-to-toe with Gen G and winning 14-12 on a 1 versus 1 to be able to make it here. And you had a moment there when it was close to that 2 versus 1 where Zachary almost got that surprise kill at the generator that ended on a 1 versus 1, but T1, they are able to stay alive and bring this into overtime where now you're going to see Skadoodle with a glass cannon operator starting off on the defender side. So they really want to bring the pressure back up here on the extremity as they know that FaZe Clan likes to work those areas to start.
Raucous with the Owl drone going in short. Looking for that information. Dazed is going to send his out over top of the mid-arch. And that's Raucous who's just hiding back behind the wall over towards the stairs. T1's book, at least to a certain extent, much slower than we saw from them on the attack during regulation. Regulation, they flew into sites, multiple rounds, just dashing into that A or the B site. Didn't really matter which side of the map they went to. They were moving in fast. Now they've got to deal with Skadoodle, who's in position. There's the smoke that comes through. The paranoia is not where it needs to be. The dash comes out. That allows the jet across. That's Skadoodle to find the first one. Tries to get in the backside of sight. Misses the doorway. That ends up being huge as it loses them that site defender. And now Baby Bay gets an upgrade as well to an op. And we know how well Baby Bay has been playing with that op. But T1 did not want to surrender around away here. But it's not looking good as Corey picks off one more, reducing it now down to just 2. It's Dazed and Spider. Spider does go for the TP across, gets in towards the switch house, trying to move up sidewalk. Dazed is so low on HP. He can be just pistoled to death.
One enemy remaining.
That was a huge dart from Raucous. That probably seals the deal right now for FaZe Clan in this round. I don't want to move forward, but again, Baby Bay, who thanks Skadoodle for the operator, is going to take that last kill and put FaZe Clan back at map point.
Match point.
That single dart, and especially the way that they pushed in, you like the flash of kill that Skadoodle got, but just unfortunate how he couldn't dash back into the back boathouse when it was pressured so much by the rest of FaZe Clan. And I like how that the cloud burst from Baby Bay at the market really allowed for them to just continue to press forward, even spam through that put Daze down to a very low HP where he can't really re-peek or try to help out Skadoodle. So that site was forfeited from a stomp from FaZe in there. But on that pulse plant position, that was all thanks to Raucous with that recon dart. Spotting both of them just sealed the deal for them.
T1 now finds themselves on the attacking side and at a player disadvantage, no less. Gonna be working at least towards A for the time being. The Owl drone will go in first. Look how far away the spike is, though. That's in Skadoodle's hands. It's across the map. Spider goes for the shadow step into the site. This is not working out so well for them. It's down now to 2 as Baby Bay wants to play with this smoke in A main and get around towards Wine Cellar. Skadoodle and AZK tasked with trying to revive the round. But at this point, it's all over. Skadoodle in a 1v5. He'd have to be able to pull off some serious heroics. It's not going to be the case. FaZe Clan keep themselves alive. They lost the lead to T1, but then ended up clawing back into the game, ultimately going into overtime before winning the first 2 rounds, which is somewhat rare, but they do manage to make it work. We are going to go ahead and throw things to a break, and when we come back, it'll be map 2 to see who's going to be moving on into the grand finals. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG closed qualifiers. About to have map number 2 between T1 and FaZe. We just witnessed Ascent 14-12. Went to overtime. FaZe able to close it out in the end. A lot to break down here, so let's get it started. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Bach and Vansili. Bach, we'll start with you. We knew Baby Bay had been inconsistent, but at least this game, he managed to find it. 10 toes down, the man popped off, went insane, ended up finishing off 31-16.
Yeah, solid performance from Baby Bay, a player that we were kind of worried about. When we watched him, especially on this map, on the attacking side with an AWP, he was a little bit disappointing. Just couldn't really seem to hit his stride. That was not the case here. If you actually watch like the first 5 rounds, I think he was like 9-1. He was crushing them so badly.
Yeah.
And it wasn't even just with an AWP. I remember looking back at, what was it, the second or third round, a stinger, when he just flew into that B site and completely overwhelmed T1. And kept themselves alive. And it was mostly with big brain plays like the 1v1 you just saw where Daze was inside Wine Cellar. But they had themselves in position to close out the game and they couldn't quite capitalize. This round was peculiar as well, where you had Baby Bay inside that smoke with a shotgun. Skadoodle gets TK'd by Dazed. It definitely didn't feel like it was a flawless or perfect game from either team. I felt like FaZe really relied on individual skill, whereas T1 did lean on the team a bit harder. But the team play from T1 at times was just a little awkward.
Yeah, I think not only should we praise the individual play of players like Baby Bay and even Corey on that first map. I think what I really liked from FaZe, looking at their defender side, was that they were okay fighting back versus T1, and the long range battles on mid side, knowing that T1 likes to take mid control. The amount of times that Corey came out and doubled up with or Baby Bay or Zachary to open up those sides, and also double pushes from Corey and from Zachary at B main to actually shut down Brax. So they read T1 like a book on the attack. They knew it was going to be slow. They knew it was going to be methodical. Sometimes they're going to go towards mid. Sometimes they're going to go towards B. And you saw that pressure coming in from that side that came positive for FaZe every time.
Yeah, you know, I was looking at the very beginning. Obviously, it was huge that FaZe was able to come out as hard as they did. You mentioned a stinger, right? Going big for Baby Bay. He picks up the op. After that, right, it was just a huge advantage. Then we see the first op battle between Baby Bay, you know, kind of come through along with the side of the T1 boys, you know, Skadoodle, and it obviously went to the way of Baby Bay. He was just doing everything right. But as you said, Bach, it started to shift, right? Because we see this massive lead, 7-1 for FaZe, and all of a sudden, respectively, 9 rounds go, and then FaZe is only able to, 10 rounds go. Obviously, FaZe only wins 1 of those. T1 able to win 9 of those, a huge shift in momentum. It was a big one. Why were they able to clean it up so well then, but still fall so short in the overtime?
Again, it was just some sloppy play at times from T1, just a few mistakes that cost them that lead and ended up seeing us go into overtime in the first place. And that's what ended up costing them the win in overtime. We saw them surrendering so many opening picks to FaZe constantly throughout this series. FaZe got an opening pick, and sometimes it was like 20 or 30 seconds into the round. And that's against a team like T1, who's notorious for these slow executes. They should not be losing those players. And not only that, when you're a team who wants to go as a team late into a site, you want all your utility available, or as much as you've got left. So losing even one player can drastically impact the way you plan to go for your site takes. And I feel like it just kind of flattened things out for T1 to a certain extent. And if we're going to see T1 bounce back in the series, they need to be a little bit more careful in the early game if they're going to try and play for that late game strategy. It's fine to lose a player in the early round if you're playing a fast play. Like, it's fine to lose a player on a rush into an A site. It's different when you have a player dying on a lurk and the rest of your team's just waiting for the call from the IGL to go for the execute.
There's been multiple times as well for T1, we were watching them yesterday play on Ascent, was that Spider popped off too. There were a lot of rounds where he had 3 kills, 2 kills, and it was also on the back of retakes. So whenever T1 had that game plan of playing sites maybe a bit more passively on the A, and they're comfortable of retaking that site, how many times did we see FaZe actually just have Baby Bay dash into the site as well, and just play post-plant positions where Spider is not allowed to go for those retakes because he's actually the first one to die inside the site too. There was probably some bad positionings from Spider at that end at the A side from time to time, but overall they didn't allow T1 to have that many retake plays on their end. So I got to give props to FaZe on how they played those post plants.
Yeah, I mean, Bach said it perfectly. T1 is a much slower team. And you also mentioned, those early picks. Just to point that out, first and foremost, first bloods are incredibly important across any esport, right? Especially here whenever you bring it down to a 5v4 early on. 17 first bloods for FaZe throughout that entire series. I know 8 of those specifically came from Baby Bay, obviously, him rocking the op and him having those quick, aggressive pushes in along with his, Blade Storm. He was putting in great work, right? Those early picks are definitely going to devastate T1 because, look, you lose a member, all of a sudden now it's like, do we want to continue to commit on site? Do we need to rotate through? If we rotate, are we going to be able to get spiked down? We're going against, an opponent who might already be set up for that rotation, right? So many uncertainties that T1 is going to have to get through. We came into this thinking that maybe, FaZe made a mistake in a way, going with a sense, but clearly they didn't. They were able to clean it up and do it very well. Albeit, like, I agree with you, Bach. There was a lot of sloppy plays, even for Baby Bay, right? Dashing out onto B with the judge and then challenging across the CT. I was like, it didn't make sense to me.
I mean, to be fair, at that point, you're feeling it. So you're just going to take every risk you can. I mean, he's flying into sight not necessarily knowing where that player is going to be, and he's hoping he can get a closer battle potentially. And how many times did Baby Bay fly onto that A site and it worked out well for him? If you actually look, we're talking about the first kills. If you look at the first deaths, I believe Skadoodle was on the receiving end of almost
I was going to say,
first bloods from Baby Bay. So Baby Bay had 8 first bloods, and Skadoodle had 6 first deaths.
Correct.
That's a telling sign as to why things went the way that they did. One of the reasons that T1 looked so good yesterday, and Silly mentioned, like, Spider looked really good when they played yesterday and has looked good at times today, but Skadoodle was a huge piece of the way that T1 played over the last couple of days. So for him to fall flat and finish at 13 and 18, that's a disappointing performance from someone you would expect to see at the top of the scoreboard.
And looking at a duelist from a duelist perspective, having the amount of first deaths, if you have the highest for your team, I think it's okay, because that means you're trying to do your job. You're trying to move in. You're trying to be the one that is able to turn around over for your team because you have the kit necessary to be able to get the first kills. And then if you die in the process, at least you took one down with you, sorry. So Skadoodle had 6 first deaths. He had 4 first bloods. And I think most of those happened on the defender side. But when you looked at Baby Bay, he had 0 first deaths with 8 first kills. So not only was he good at actually entering to the sites, he was actually able to allow his teammates to get in on behind. So you saw how explosive FaZe was going onto the attacker side as a group, and as a unit, you still had Baby Bay stay alive for quite a while to be able to get those kills and bring those rounds over for the team. So I really like that from FaZe. It was beautiful to see.
And just real quick before we send it to Matt, Vincent, I got to ask you, we're going into bind. This is an opportunity now for T1 to kind of flex their muscles, if you will, with Spider. Traditionally an Omen, now he has been switching up as of recently to a duelist. How much of an impact do you think that could have versus FaZe here?
I think that's going to be a big impact. A lot of the people in the community want to see Spider play as a duelist, and on this map he usually goes as that Raze. So it's going to be nice to see if Corey's going to play a Raze as well. It's going to be a nice Raze versus Raze. And what I do like about T1 overall, though, is that they started adding a little bit more pressure on extremities and using more of their abilities in their kits. And you saw that on Ascent too, like the duels that they have from like I said, the fault line to the shock darts or the flashpoint to the knives to get information. They're actually using that kit very well and using it with a great synergy for the whole roster. So to be able to take that on the attacker side so that they can pressure like they did before on sections like the showers of Vine, I think that's going to be great. But they also have to be careful of how FaZe also likes to play hookah. If they don't get any pressure, they're going to start pushing that, and they know the attack will be coming towards the A side.
Well, all right, boys. Hey, look, check this out. I'm still going T1, but FaZe up because apparently they're playing well. Let's send it into bind. T1 versus FaZe. Take it away.
I'm not going to pretend I can do that. My boomer knuckles I end up just going like this, and I'm like, is this right? One of the things that's going to be difficult for FaZe here is the fact that T1 is very, very proficient on bind. If you actually look at their history throughout both the UMG close qualifier and the Nerd Street Gamers close qualifier, they only lost bind 1 time, and it was to complexity of all teams in overtime. Actually, it was, I think, triple overtime. So it's not exactly crazy to think that they could pick up a win here, especially when you look at their pedigree, beating Cloud9, Immortals, Dignitas, Sentinels, and Equinox in recent history. We'll see if that's going to, in fact, be the case. They're desperately going to need Skadoodle to wake up and shake off that first game. It wasn't the worst performance we've ever seen, but it wasn't ideal. And here's FaZe doing what FaZe does, that aggressive style of play. This time they do get caught, though, as it looks like T1 has done their homework and was prepared with the camera in place just in case that was the fact.
You already had them at spawn too, right? You saw Skadoodle and Brax at the spawn, not leaving that area, trying to surprise them by giving them market for FaZe, and then they could maybe battle it back. But FaZe had 3 players push down Hookah with frenzies ready to go. So like I said, if they're not being battled, if they don't have any pressure onto Hookah, they're okay with pushing all the way down and trying to go for the flank. And with that, though, that camera forced them back, forced them out of position, and look at how passively they're playing now, which allows T1 to take control of Hookah, and they're going to try to explode into the site now.
Here they go out onto the site. Corey's nade does enough damage to take out Spider. Skadoodle with the quick shots coming out from the Classic has to be careful as Baby Bay was still on site with a frenzy. Now the Boombot's going back and forth, patrolling the area, looking for targets, not gonna find
30
any.
seconds left.
Dazed inside Hookah, working with Brax as well. And it's come down to the 2-on-2. You can see Marv just slowly sneaking in. The classic burst, not exactly what Brax needed in that moment. The shadow step allows Marv to get away, and Raucus pistol and can try to continue where they left off at map number 1. And it was a team ace.
Yeah, definitely give it to Corey, the way that he was able to dance behind the cloud burst that was set by Skadoodle. The idea there, cloud burst, dash in from Hookah, and try to fight it back, but as you couldn't connect onto the kills, Corey was just dancing around and able to get the kill onto Spider too, and just waste the time to allow his teammates to rotate over. Not only that, the person that was stuck inside Elbow just stuck his ground there. He just wanted to keep Brax busy into Hookah so that it was easier for Marv to make it out of spawn, and then to get the kill. And actually, sorry, it was Daze that was in Hookah, so they kept them close and tight in there too. So FaZe Clan just played that nice.
T1 working with some pistols. And there's the Owl drone looking to spot Brax. Brax is gonna hide in this corner and hope. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. The dart doesn't come through, but the position's spotted out regardless. And Brax is down to 8 HP as he tries to happening. Baby Bay getting close to that portal. He's playing off the portal, so if he has to, he can dive through. And there you go. Dash across. Great movement from Baby Bay, but the spike is still moving towards A. You can see there was a player out on site. It was Spider who tried to escape the showers. Dazed is on the other side of a dark cover, watching burst after burst go into the wall, but dodging the damage for the time being.
Just unfortunate for Brax in his position. He was really counting on AZK to try to break that Owl drone. You saw the amount of times that was shot but not broken. And speaking about shot, there's someone that got shocked.
30 seconds
And that was
left.
courtesy of Daze. They are able to make it into the site. You have to try to shadow step through, but you kind of wish it was Daze that had that spike to try to at least put some credits into the bank for T1, but it does not happen as FaZe Clan puts 2 rounds in a row.
Here comes the buy from T1, though. Look at the purchase on the other end. SMGs. Pretty much across the board. Corey's the only one who's rocking a Vandal. I will say, even though I like a Raze here versus a Reyna, I feel like that's a better play. I do miss Corey on the Reyna. I feel like it's something that Corey plays really well, and it's kind of funny to watch Reyna now sneaking into competitive play, because I'd say, like, what, the week after Reyna's release, everyone was like, okay, that's enough. Like, there really wasn't anyone that cared to see it played, but we've seen Reyna slip its way into competitive meta, as has often been the case with some of the agents in the game. Even like Jett in the early stages when we were all kind of mocking Jett's usefulness. A large part of that was some changes that came through from Riot, but still. The 5-on-4 FaZe do have a player advantage. No Cypher currently alive, and now they lose their Jett. Skadoodle currently sitting in purgatory, waiting for the round to end. Dazed does at least pick off one, but Baby Bay is there with a double up on the response. That's 3 now on the round for Baby Bay. Spider all alone. Spike is down in possession of Baby Bay, who wanted to go for an even more impressive 4K. Couldn't quite finish off Spider, who's now sitting on low HP. But it's a 1-on-3 with 30 seconds left.
30
Not really many
seconds left.
options here for Spider.
That's it. Ruckus picks up the last kill quite easily. Even on top of that, you had the flank coming in from Marv eventually. So the pressure to fight back for FaZe. Baby Bay continued to press charge, press forward. Like, how ballsy is that to just continue to run forward and pick up a gun in a cloud burst when there's enemies just around the corner and still manage to fall back and add another kill to the tally later on that fountain side. So I think right now FaZe is one of those strats where it's, hey, let's just activate Baby Bay, kind of like saying, Sean, go kill for Gen G, Tens, go kill for Gen G, Baby Bay, go kill for FaZe, and he's getting the job done. Yep.
Pickoff coming in from Baby Bay. Like you mentioned, Baby Bay now hunting down the ace, and you know he wants it. Gets caught off guard. Doesn't matter. That's 4 now on the round for Baby Bay, who's looking for the eco round ace. Can't quite get it. Spider says, no, I'm not letting this happen. Now, this is exactly the start we saw from FaZe in map 1. We saw this quick start, and it was a lot of aggression coming in from FaZe. Now, obviously, the sides were flipped. FaZe was on the attack, playing fast and catching T1 off guard, but the point remains the same.
It does remain the same, but now he has the operator, so that's going to change the playstyle for Baby Bay, but it's still not going to make things easier for T1. You've seen how good has been on that operator today. And for T1, the amount of times that are trying to add pressure towards the fountain or towards B, it's not paying off because they're just getting picked. They're going to try their hand back towards A. And Marv goes for a smoke and hides on top of it with a dark cover. The Owl Drone Elise is going to spawn him, so they're going to try to spray it out. But there's going to be a counter to come through, and a Hunter's Fury to come out, and it's still going to be Brax that gets the kill. No more tags, but it's still map advantage, or should I say map control for T1 as they make it into the site and go for the plant. While the retake is attempted, they still have the hat to come out too. And they are now spotted towards U-Haul. Brax is going to try to press forward, but Ruckus slowly is going to even things up, and we'll see if they could work it back. What do they have right now? They have the Allen Drone from Ruckus inside U. They could still use that. They have the powerful operator to go for the trade, and it works out. The advantage swings back in favor of FaZe. Baby Bay gets another one and goes for another kill. What is going on with this man?
He's feeling it. I mean, this is what we saw in map 1. It's almost verbatim. Baby Bay popping off early on. And even though Baby Bay still continued with a very strong stat line, it wasn't anything like this. This is actually a little bit of a step above. 1, they're now up 5-0, so they're winning by even more of a margin than they were before. And 2, Baby Bay has 12 kills. 12 and 3 in 5 rounds. That's an absurd stat line currently. And it's making things quite difficult for T1. Yet again, Baby Bay 2 is going to be that entry killing machine. He's finding all of those opening kills round after round here.
Cover going up.
T1, we talked about how well they play when they played this map. They're going to have to unlock some inner potential, and that might be exactly what they need. Dazed and Braxed both combine and give themselves a 5-on-3, and the spike will go down on the A site.
So the other members of FaZe Clan trying to do a little bit of Baby Bay, but it doesn't pay off for them. So that opens up the site. They are able to get the plant. Baby Bay's still alive though. And with this rotation, you still have the paint shells. A big flame from Corey. But that's only for a 1 kill as he's traded off by Spider. Baby Bay still, as he's feeling himself, he doesn't care. He's going to try to go for this. Spider is so far his kryptonite. He's been the one that's able to stop the reign of Baby Bay. That's 3 kills in this matchup, on this map actually, Spider is able to win versus Baby Bay. So I think now you're going to have try to have that matchup for T1. Let's figure out where Baby Bay is playing. Now still probably with the operator and nullify his positioning. And I think that would probably be one of the keys to try to bring T1 back into this one.
Just looking back at the stats here for T1, the attacking side has always been their bread and butter. In fact, it looks like they haven't lost an attacking side half in the last couple of matches they've played through in the closed qualifiers for both UMG and Nerd Street Gamers. Marv waiting around the corner. Here's that showstopper pop. But it's Brax who's on the site, who's proving to be a nuisance. 3-on-2, and again, the A site's been lost.
Spike planted.
FaZe Clan's sprint at the start of this half may have ended already as T1 looks to grab another round. There's the showstopper being pulled from Corey. Quick flick back with the rocket, dodges the shot from Dazed. And now Corey ends up on top of the APC. Dart not going to connect onto Corey, who's now going to change positions, looking for the remaining targets. And sticks the spike to at least get it halfway. Goes for the pull-off, and it's a double peek. Wouldn't have made a difference which direction he looks. T1 win 2 in a row, and they still have a chance to take that lead at half. They're going to have to win them all.
Yep.
I mean, that is
That
crazy.
was, again...
Like, Cloud9, Immortals, Dignitas, Sentinels, Equinox, even the game against Complexity. On the attacking side, they always won the half. Never tied, never came below that line.
So it's an indication of how things are kind of changing a little bit here in this matchup. They really have to step up for T1. And Skadoodle, again, he's the first one that gets nullified by Baby Bay, but it's still going to be Spider that is that silver lining for the team. To be able to get that opening, and you saw how explosive that was, and there you go. Spider, another opening, 2 kills, including Baby Bay on top of that. Yes, of course, FaZe is on an eco, but who cares? As T1, you don't care if they're on guns, no guns, knives. You just want to bring this game back in your favor. So to be able to have somebody like Spider continue to get these openings and be crisp on his shots,
Spike planted.
and speaking of crisp, that's one way to answer. But at least to get a spike plant for T1. And you'll still have FaZe Clan looking to upgrade for some weapons. And with that last kill that just happened from Brax, I think these last 2 players will attempt to save. Okay, maybe not. Marv gets a kill. He gets another one as he drops inside the window. They're looking for the ult. Did he spot the last one? It's going to be Brax. He does get the wall bang, but the defuse is coming through, and they actually get it. Zachary gets the full defuse. Cannot get the kill. Finally, he does for Brax, but man, on an eco that came through for FaZe Clan, it was still a victory in the end. I spoke too soon. I jinxed it. Caster's curse.
Well, what ends up happening is T1 now have at best a tie score at half if they can somehow find a way to close things out. But with the way this team has been playing, I'm not sure how that's possible. Baby Bay cooled off a little bit the last few rounds, but still sitting at an impressive 13-6 as we move into round number 9. And it looks like we have a pause coming in. Skadoodle's not moving. So they got it in just in the nick of time. I'm going to assume this is technical in nature. He's back in the game. He's swinging his knife, but not really sure what exactly is going on. So we'll get that fixed in a moment. The pause came through literally as the blue barriers go down, but they can't walk through them. So in case you're thinking they can like roam the map right now, it's not possible.
So I'll take that time as I was trying to figure out. It seems as though maybe it's Daze that has the issue because he hasn't bought yet. But on that previous round before the action happened and the eco came in for FaZe Clan, I was going to say like the way that T1, the previous round, was able to execute into the A side, it was off Spider's revenge kill onto Baby Bay, but also as soon as he died, you saw how immediate the trade came in from short A. So T1 did a very good job to set up a push where they could go for these immediate trades and eventually take over that site. He leaving it on a 2 versus 1, losing players in the process on a pulse plan situation. If you still have that one-man advantage in the end, you've had made a successful attempt, a successful push, into your spike plant. So T1, they needed to get that 2 in a row, but FaZe Corey inside that hookah, his playground, to be able to answer back onto Spider. And for me, when I thought that it was over after those 2 guns that were picked up with the spike plant and a dark cover that came out towards hookah, Marv was able to open it up on his own and turn around over for FaZe. I don't think it should have been a round that T1 should have lost after the post plant.
Still waiting on a resolution for the technical issue, so we'll be jumping into things in just a second. As soon as Dazed fixes his computer, you know how boomers are. They just which wires which? Where does this go?
Hey man, I know which wires
trying to plug
which.
in his floppy drive right now.
I've been playing a lot of Among Us. I know how to cross the wires.
So we'll be jumping into that action shortly. I do want to say this. If this follows the pattern of the last map, what we'll notice in general is T1 adjust to the pace that FaZe is setting early on and try and equalize. So if this continues in similar fashion, we should have a very close game, even though right now it doesn't look like that's likely.
Well, yeah. The thing is for me is how do you really stop the pacing of Baby Bay when you still kind of have to guess which areas he's rushing as when he doesn't have that operator, right? If they get into a situation here where FaZe is going to lose a round, they're going to be on a mixed buy or some sort of an eco. Baby Bay, which way is he going to go? And from the way that he's shooting, I wouldn't be surprised if he's got a Blade Storm into the next round if they lose and have to go on an eco. So the amount of times that he ran down towards long B, he got a 4K out of that one. Then down towards the hookah side, he was able to get to some big rounds as well. I don't know how the hell you stop this guy. Spider is the only solution, but you can only guess where Baby Bay is going, like, onto 4 different areas. So you have 25% of chances to be right and to put Spider at the right spot to try to kill him. So I think now try to utilize those cameras in the beginning too, right? The trap wires at the front to try to prevent those early pushes, put the cameras on different extremities, and then have somebody like Spider try to work that control. When I said that they were successful and how it was different on T1 on their attacker side was, for example, the combination that they had of clearing out the showers so that any type of aggressive opping side that came in from their opponents on that end was fully nullified, and that allowed them to go for that explosive push into the A side. But this round, it seems to be B.
It's always awkward when you have a 1-second pause and then play resumes because you don't see the walls fall. It's just like the round just starts. But here we go. The Owl drones will pass each other. A little bit of drone racing over on the site. Skadoodle, who's currently off to a rough start in the series and this map more specifically, leading off the push for T1. A target right to the left. Oh, Raucus has him right where he wants him. Oh, it got a little scary there for a second. There was an opportunity, but Raucus plays that one patiently, has to double back on the initial damage dealt. And that is a flawless round win from FaZe, where they just stomped out T1.
The kills came fast, as fast as the barriers went down pretty much when they tried to enter the site. Not clearing your corners, unfortunately, allowing Zachary to get a 3K on top of that, surprising your opponents. That's not a good look there for that push. And I thought that it was going to be, with them splitting towards B, they had the Hunter's Fury ready for Daze, and someone like Daze or someone like Gangsta really likes to go up towards that B side and just launch the Hunter's Fury inside elbow to surprise your opponent. But instead, they went for the L drones. They gave a chance for FaZe Clan to really just set up on any type of push that they had. And again, not clearing your angles is probably the detriment of that round.
Well, yet again, you see the aggression from FaZe. You've already got 2 players pushed through from B, but T1's on the A side, or at least trying to take control of it. Now, Baby Bay getting aggressive with that up in showers, picks off Spider. We talked about how important Spider can be for this T1 roster. Baby Bay likely wanted to play with that smoke, but realizes after the neural theft comes through, it's an illogical decision. Al Drone will put a dart into the planter, giving away his position. And, oh, okay. That's the planter going down. The nade came out.
No.
It was a fade away from Corey. I think he threw the nade and they started to rotate, expecting that they might try to take Portal. You can see them actually backing off the play. But the nade gets the kill on the spike planter. They now have to recommit to that site. Brax is right around the corner, takes a shot through the wall from Baby Bay. He's down to 57 HP. This man just does not miss currently. Now that's going to be difficult because he's low on health. Brax is sneaking away inside the showers, tries to peek back, and it all falls down to the 1v1. It's going to be Corey versus Dazed. Another nade coming up from Corey as the paint shells pop. Tapping the spike, knows exactly where Dazed is going to be. FaZe continue here. And that's going to be an 8th round for them on the defense.
I think just from watching how Corey is currently playing, how Baby Bay is currently playing, like you now see that potential that FaZe Clan saw when they picked up this roster, and it's like, man, you guys are starting to make me believe on the potential as well, and how dominant they could be once you give them that time. And that 1 versus Daze wasn't easy there for Corey either. I mean, Daze, we didn't talk about him a lot, but on that previous map on Ascent, he was able to drop 200 ADR for the team. So he's been a very big aspect for T1 to try to get these entries, and you wouldn't want anybody else right now is to try to clutch that 1 versus 1. So Corey did a tremendous effort to win that. The wall bangs, of course, is continuous. That seems so confident. It's such a confident playstyle from FaZe Clan is what I'm trying to get to, because he had 2 wall bangs from Baby Bay, And then you had wall bangs that came through from Corey to get a couple of kills as well on that pulse plant for FaZe's retake. So I just love what I'm seeing right now.
Raucus. He's in the back hall as T1's gained site control. It's a 5-on-5.
Spike planted.
Despite the spike going down, it's full forces for both sides. Showstopper available for both. Corey uses his first, and Daze gets taken out in the corner. Corey very low on HP. Raucus in the backside of sight from Spider, but Raucus is there. It's a back and forth, ping-ponging around, but now it's Raucus all alone. And as he goes for the recon dart peek, Brax is there with the punish. A third round for T1.
Last round in the
An
hatch.
awkward one, but it counts.
Mm-hmm. And that's where you just wanted to change it right away, right? We've talked about it multiple times that it's the slow and steady race for T1. Just go for the explosion now towards that B site. Paid off in their favor. And now they really had the better angles, actually, to hold it back. Yes, of course, they lost one player from Corey's Showstopper towards Hookah, but you still had good split out positionings towards the back of the site, where T1 just caught rotations that's very hard to take back, actually, on B site.
Get out of my way.
On a map like Bind. So a stack towards B is something common that we see. 3 players on the defense. And being able to open that up and not allow the rest of FaZe Clan to rotate from A was definitely well played for T1. So with this last round that they have, though, I think it's an op that I saw that was picked up by Skadoodle in that previous round. I don't know if it was left behind by Baby Bay, but with the style that FaZe has, maybe that could be the answer too. If you have Baby Bay try to push aggressively, try to find him with the operator, use that long range against him. But if Baby Bay himself has an op, that's where it gets difficult. That said, though, they are trying to work back towards the A side. They do have the paranoia if they want to throw that into the lamps so they could try to push up towards the A site. They don't really have any other ultimates to try to get it in because they depleted on that previous round. Well, on the other end, though, for FaZe, they have their Hunter's Fury that they could play with Raucus on a rotation from spawn side. There it comes.
Well, there's that ult coming out from Raucus. Oh, he splits the middle of the 2 targets he tagged initially. Had a chance to find a couple of kills there. Zachary, though, will be the first one to strike. Skadoodle with a nice spin back from the op, but it's all coming up FaZe as Marv gets the final one on the round. 9-3 is your halftime score.
Switching sides.
That's one of the worst halves we've seen from T1 in some time on this map. As we look at the closed qualifiers, again, we mentioned it, they never once lost the attacking half. So, disappointing to say the least. Now, I think I do know why. There is a deviation on the scoreboard, and in general, the results from what we expected. Typically, Twitch chat would be funneling their energy with copy pastas towards the teams and players of their choice. I'm not seeing any spam this blaze for FaZe. I definitely haven't seen one damn noodle for Skadoodle. I'm disappointed, Twitch chat. At least you had eggs earlier. Eggs were neutral. It's an egg. Got nothing now. I need to see something, Twitch chat. You're letting me down. 9-3. T1 desperately need to pick up this pistol round, or it's curtains for them. That said, they still qualify for the event, so it's not the end of the world, but they would love to have that higher seed.
And at this point, it just continues. Pushing forward is Baby Bay. He opens up B side, but you saw that double push teleporter.
Spike planted.
And now they just take control of Hookah back for the defender side. Camera is up, Spike is planted inside Tunican, but it's still T1 that has the upper hand in terms of manpower on this retake. Spider the first to jump in to try to bait out the shots because he's low on HP. Well, the HP doesn't matter when you're shooting like that. Back on the defuse, T1 stays alive, and, you know, the eggs you were talking about here, Bach, it was at a point where it's about to get boiled. Things were getting hot here for T1, and they're trying to lower down that pressure so that it could come back into this game, and the pistol round that they had is a great way to start.
T1 trying to wake up. It's an early game. Trying to just, like, you know, get the sleepies out of their eyes.
Oh,
shake
how much more
off
a week
the
could
early
be for
morning.
FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe, it seems like they never went to sleep. They've been awake the whole time. They've been pounding G Fuel all morning long to get themselves prepared for this, especially Baby Bay. I'm going to need that man's sensitivity, his resolution, his mouse pad, keyboard, diet, Exercise
And the
routine,
code.
monitor. I need all of it. Desk. I need to know the square footage of his office. What direction does his PC face? Is that important? Maybe it is. Who knows?
That's Feng Shui.
Phase.
That's super
Yeah.
important.
FaZe trying to get into Hookah. They're going to have to fight with Brax, who's waiting around the corner, ready to be judge, jury, and executioner as they try to make their way through. Zachary will actually be the first one to strike. There's the shotgun coming through. Brax is only going to get 2, as T1 is now at a player disadvantage. And the pistols are working out well for FaZe. This is disastrous for T1.
Yeah, it didn't look too well for FaZe to start, though. Brax was at. They still get the advantage of moving into the site, planning, and having 3-on-2, but they have 2 players that are very low on HP. Thankfully, though, for T1, they don't have much utilities or weaponry to work with, and the one that had the weapon just died from the hands of Marv. Skadoodle only with the ghost, trying to tap away. Baby Bay was so low, just one little tap. But Baby Bay was able to get the kill with the Spectre, so we turn it around. We get an eco for FaZe onto T1. T1 back themselves, back against the wall, back where they have to go with pistols themselves. I wouldn't be surprised if you go for a force buy here.
They're a little bit slow if they're going to do it. I mean, you can see AZK's bought armor, but yeah, there's some expenditures coming out. Sheriffs, but no armor. And with Skadoodle having a little bit of money, they're actually going to fall back a little bit and try and stack that up for an op buy later. We'll see if they can hit their shots here. They go for a triple push on short. The boombot comes out, and Corey's just able to capitalize. That's 3 kills for Corey. A little bit of jiggle at the end there.
That's all I'm hearing and seeing there. Just and he just drive-bys 3 people.
The bot was the entry fragger. He was the follow-up. As the entry bot went down, he just cleans up. FaZe Clan make a quick round out of T1. Skadoodle does have the op. This is what we were talking about. But again, it's an attacking side op. Baby Bay also has the ult available, so I wouldn't be surprised to see Baby Bay try and charge somewhere with that Spectre and just fly in with the knives out.
I could see it. Blade Storm, try to go long range with the knives at the showers, and once he gets close enough, right clicks, or Spectre on mid range.
I also
So
think
it's
I
going to be him
misspoke.
versus Spider.
I think I said misspoke because of the colors on the scoreboard. That's my mistake.
Yeah.
For Skadoodle, he is on the defense. Don't want to confuse people any more than I'm already confused. But it's actually Baby Bay to pop that ult and fly into the site, trying to get into that B site, trying to push up aggressively. Catching one off guard, and it's Brax who gets diced apart through his cyber cage, so that digital wall can't slow down the knives. And it's a push that comes through successfully for FaZe. T1 again, short-handed on the defense, and good lord. Zachary is surgical with the Vandal. Baby Bay now wants the last kill on the round. Skadoodle says, well, at least I can try and prove who's the better Jet in the 1v1, kinda. Ends up tying Demarv. 12-4 FaZe Clan.
Match point.
Likely going to end things here as the buy coming through from T1 is going to be abysmal.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was as confused as you with the scoreboard there, Buck. I had the idea that it was actually going to be the showers and long play from Baby Bay and from Brax, but it turned out to be Skadoodle and Zachary. Pretty much the same thing, but it was still the same result. You still had Baby Bay just being very aggressive towards the B side, and he gets the first kill onto Brax towards B instead. And, you know, just continuing to hold W on their end is going to be the strong point for FaZe Clan. Showstopper to look down. T1's trying to fight back with whatever they can. It's Guardians, it's Judges, it's a good luck. Definitely a good luck at this point. And Baby Bay, they open up towards the site. You already have from the shadows at spawn. What is Brax looking at? His death. Headshot it now by Marv. Marv continuing to push spawn. A second kill onto Spider, so a 5 versus 2. We're looking to seal the deal at a 13-4.
It's down to just one more player. It's Dazed, and he's trying to do what he can, but it's not going to be enough. FaZe Clan surprises all with a big 2-0 win over top of T1. An impressive series from the side of FaZe. T1 disappointed, but again, both teams have already qualified for the NA regional event with Riot, so at least there's that. This was not a match that would necessarily see T1's hopes eliminated. It was just a seeding game. Chat, the game's over. Now we can kill all our spams, our copy pastas, and go back to talking about eggs, which is what truly matters.
So I wanted to say, you know, there was 2 victories there and there were 2 losses. All right. First and foremost, the obvious, obviously, is FaZe getting that victory and T1 taking the L. FaZe showed up. I'm not going to lie. So the GP and the parents, unfortunately, will still remain disappointed. Hopefully we can be right, though, when it comes to the next prediction. And then, of course, the other win was for you, Bach, with Twitch chat, because you just defeated our poor mods who just can't keep up with Spam This Noodle for Skadoodle. So 2 little battles taking place there, and of course 2 losers, 2 winners. There you go. Take your bow because you deserved it. Hey, check it out. You know, real talk, FaZe just played insane. You know, you guys were talking about just that big performance from Baby Bay. I was like, this isn't going to end well for T1. As soon as I, you know, obviously witnessed Baby Bay come out, is it right here? I think getting the gets to 3, eventually gets to 4, just shy of getting the 5 because Spider said absolutely not. So with that being said, man, FaZe, they did everything right. You know, what are some of those things, Silly? What are some of the things they did right other than just simply slaying out?
That's it. That's all you need. Sometimes, like I said, you could be as prepared into a matchup as you want, but if you're just feeling it, some strats could just go out the window and you're just going to be fragging out. I mean, in French, I would like to say it's n'importe quoi. It's just bizarre in terms of a matchup that I've seen between these 2 teams. And I guess it's just because of the level of comfort that I saw that FaZe was able to execute today. And to see Baby Bay and Corey do what they're able to do, it was just so hard for T1 to win that in the end.
Yeah, Bach, I'm looking at the stats right now. Baby Bay, 21-11, just about double positive as he was on that earlier Ascent map. Obviously, that went the distance, 14-12. This time, it did not. In terms of first blood, something we talked about, they weren't able to capitalize. 5 first bloods for Baby Bay, most in the lobby once again. In fact, if you look at T1 stats, the only one who went positive was Brax. He was the only one that went positive on Ascent too. So, you know, a big difference, right, in terms of overall stats when it comes to the overall slaying power to slaying ability. I don't know, man. There's really not a lot to say other than FaZe. I mean, they just pulled up today and they pulled off a big upset, I would say, because, I mean, T1 was heavily favored.
Yeah, I mean, Baby Bay had, what, like 52 total kills across the series, and you said he had, what, 5 more, so that's 13 entry kills out of those 52. That's a pretty impressive ratio from, you know, opening kills to just total kills in general, but just the sheer number of what both of those numbers are. Skadoodle never stood a chance. If you actually looked at that second map, I think Skadoodle was bottom of the scoreboard at one point, like 2 and 8 in that first half. He was not having a good time. He could never really get his money right because the few times that we saw Ska get the op in his hands, he was losing a battle 1v1 against Baby Bay. We saw that on Ascent as well. I remember the earliest op we got out of Skadoodle on the attacking side, Baby Bay played off Cat, and it just instantly killed him. And that was like, okay, well, there goes that. That's not going to work. But then we saw Ska try and dash down mid with an ult, picked off by a dash away and a quick scope from Baby Bay. The quick scope was actually the most impressive part of Baby Bay's performance. I was actually disappointed by his stationary op skills. I feel like when he held an angle and waited, that was when he was more likely to miss. It was when he just quick scoped and just put 2 and 2 together and he managed to make it work. That was what was really impressive, and that was what was brutal for T1. They could not seem to catch him off guard because he was just so fast on the reaction.
Yeah, that too, and how FaZe was able to control the economy for T1. As you said here, Bach, you know, Skadoodle didn't have many chances to get the operator, and it's normal when you have a scoreline of like a 5-0 or 6-1, where it's usually around that moment where your operator comes out for the first time. And if you're actually still going to lose that gun round, then you're going to have to save 1 or 2 more rounds until you bring that op again. And then once it starts getting like 9-1, 10-1 or whatever, you've brought out the op only twice, max 3 times into the half, and you're not able to carry it or make any impact with it. It definitely shows that the result is just going to be that one-sided affair that we saw.
I mean, Bach, you mentioned the quickscoping. Come on, would it be FaZe without the quickscope? I don't think it would be, right? So he's definitely living up to the FaZe name, okay? So Baby Bay, especially on Ascent too, getting that quickscope all the way on heaven, like it's just disgusting. Bottom line period, though, you know, I know we're going to be doing an interview in just a second, but I have to ask because it's one of the questions I'm going to be asking during the interview. Do you think the inconsistencies from before during the open qualifiers have now been kind of nullified or equaled out, if you will, based on the performances, not only yesterday versus Genji, but also today?
Whew. No. And I'll explain why. I don't think that FaZe looked as good yesterday as they do today, which shows me that there still is a higher potential for them. So FaZe looked fantastic today against T1. Yesterday against Gen G, it was a little sloppy. I mean, it goes into overtime on that third and final map, and they end up winning that series. There's a very likely reality where this is Gen G playing against T1. We're talking about a matter of 1 or 2 rounds going a different way, and Gen G is in this position, not FaZe. So I'm not necessarily going to say that FaZe played poorly, but I still think that FaZe has to work out some of the kinks. So I think consistency is still going to be a problem for this team, especially because of their playstyle. I mean, if you watch those last 2 maps, their playstyle is literally just like holding W. It's a lot of aggressive plays. It's Baby Bay feeling that confidence. When you're not hitting your shots, that's not going to work. So ultimately, if that's what they want to lean on, they're going to put too much pressure and too much emphasis on individual performance, and it's going to fall like a house of cards.
I think from T1's perspective too, like, or any other team in general at that level, at this level right now, is that when you have a player that continues to hold W like that, technically, he's not able to put 2 kills, 3 kills like he did. Even Corey, we saw a couple of rounds where he was able to drive by, or 1 round where he was able to drive by in that short A with that Spectre and get a 3K himself. Technically, at that level, when you only have 3 players there, even though it's pistols, you should be good enough to go for the trade. So I think on top of that, as much as we praise and we see how good it was for FaZe, for T1, it was just a lack of oomph that wasn't there. They weren't there to play, definitely, for T1. I was a little bit more disappointed to see their result and their play style versus what I saw for T1 when they qualified into First Strike yesterday.
Well, so something I want to tag on here. With the way that FaZe just playing that fast and aggressive style, even on the defense, they never let T1 play the style they like to play, which is slow and methodical. When you're constantly forcing fights early on, they're kind of like, well, wait, why are you here already? Like, typically, T1 was a 20-second execute team. Again, we've called them like the Na'Vi of North American Valorant, because Na'Vi back in the day in Counter-Strike was notorious for these 10 and 15-second executes onto his site. Literally taking it to the last possible second, to the extent that if you encounter someone on the site and they like kill your spike planner, that's it. The round might end right there. So they were never allowed to actually play that style because they were consistently losing a player early on in the round, maybe even 2. The way that Baby Bay was playing aggressive, he would get that first kill and he'd be like, that's not enough. I want 1 more. I want 1 more, and another, and another, and another. He would keep trying to force the issue further forward. And even though that ended up being his demise occasionally, it worked out way too often for him. More often than not, he was just feeling it today, and he was able to come out on top. If he's missing those shots, T1 very likely could have won this series because of the fact that they were putting so much on his shoulders. Now, yeah, sure, there's follow-up players. You've got Corey, who's also hitting his shots. So you can always say, well, Corey can go in and do his thing with the rifle. But the way that he was playing was what was making the rounds that much more difficult for T1. And I think if he's not necessarily connecting on that level, things fall apart a lot differently for them.
All right. Well, hey, look, I want a chance to speak with FaZe. We have that opportunity with Raucus. Let's go ahead and bring him in and just pick his brain a little bit. A lot of questions I have for you, Raucus. First and foremost, congrats on that victory over T1, because I'm not going to lie, we were all, kind of not rooting against FaZe, but we all thought T1 had the leg up. So let's break it down, Raucus. How are you feeling first and foremost, and what do you attribute that victory to?
I'm feeling good, but I'm feeling really tired. Like, we're not used to waking up this early.
Raucus, do I need you unmuted on Discord?
Gotcha.
Or at least I don't hear him. Is that normal for me?
Hear me?
There you go.
There we go.
What's up? What's up?
Okay.
It's way too early for us, like, in general. It's like 9 or 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And we're used to waking up at like 12 or 1, so like we're feeling a bit off. Honestly, like, it was actually good. Like, we treated this like map or match, because like it's important because you have seeding. Like, seeding is important, but we treated this match like a scrim, and we felt like really comfortable with the last map, and we were just like kind of like fighting. We didn't really like we played toward like our natural state, kind of, which is like less of thinking about what they're doing and more what we want to do. So it like worked in our favor, I think.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. You said less of thinking about, what they're going to do and more what you want to do. And that kind of leads up to another question. T1 obviously, you know, Bach and Vansili's been talking about it. They have a very passive play style, but they're very aggressive right in those last couple of seconds. But it seems as if you guys were overly aggressive at times. Was that the kind of, you know, kind of counter the passiveness of T1, or did honestly that have no effect? Like you said, you just mentioned, you know, you weren't even trying to think about what they were doing.
Honestly, only some teams make us like really change our style. We played against T1 a bunch, and honestly, like what we've shown in tournaments doesn't reflect on us as a team. And I think that's like it's kind of good because people think that we're like underdogs or worse than we are right now. But like we know that we've really underperformed in like matches right now. But like we're slowly getting into a rhythm. Like for us, we were used to playing like on stage in another game, but this game's like a different beast. It's like way different to compete. So like we had to get used to this kind of competition round by round. It's like way different, but like we're getting more and more comfortable as we go on. It's going to keep snowballing, I think. But we weren't really making any changes directly for T1. We were just trying to play our game, and that's it. So.
I got a question for you.
Yep.
How important has Marv been when you talk about your adaptation from one game to another? Marv obviously coming in from a 5v5 slow-paced competitive shooter. Has that been, you know, a vital piece to you guys kind of getting adjusted and acclimated into Valorant?
Yeah. So Jimmy or Marv, he comes from CS, and we've all played CS, but not like to the level he has obviously. He showed us like a lot, like how to default, how to play slow, how to think about like the game, like timing, rotations, and stuff like that. He brought like a lot of good stuff to us, and like he's definitely like a really important part, especially like in game. He like calls like rotations. He'll be like he understands like where people are on the map, especially like on attack. He'll like know when a site's free just to walk in and stuff like that. He's definitely like a really underrated player. So.
And then for me, just looking at the matchup versus T1 as well, usually I see you guys and we all praise you guys for having such a great bind play. So what was the tactic choosing Ascent over bind just to make sure that you had that going through, or banning split? What was the map process there for you guys?
Honestly, this is the honest to God answer. When it's really early in the morning, we don't get warm-up scrims, so we want to play a map that's more defaulty and like less aim dually. Ascent is like by far the most default map. There's like usually no aim duels at the very start. It's like shoot dart here, smoke here, find out info. Like you will always ban, if we don't have a warm up, we're like banning Haven first, so you don't have to like fight instantly. Like it's like a real, it's just a way for us to warm up slowly. So
it's your coffee. It's your
kind
egg.
of. Yeah,
No,
it's kind of.
It's funny that you say that, but at the same point in time, Baby Bay was literally like taking fights almost initially every round. You know, he mentioned it, but like on Ascent, he had like 8 first bloods. He was constantly peeking. What did he eat for breakfast? Because like I want to make sure I eat that every morning.
This was like the first time he said it like mid-match on Bind. Like we were just like we randomly went around and he was like, maybe I'm just gonna wake up like an hour before the match and just not warm up and just play because like he doesn't like you don't sacrifice sleep schedule and stuff like that. And that's like actually like a big thing when you have to wake up this early. Like it's really hard just like push your schedule back like an extra hour or two. So yeah, it's maybe that's a trick. I don't know. I have to ask him. But he's feeling it today. He was feeling it today. He took over.
He looks good, man.
Yeah.
Maybe the trick is literally just to wake up an hour before every match. It doesn't matter what time it is, because clearly it's working out whatever he was doing. So I want to bring it back all the way to the open qualifiers, right? Because I think a lot of people were very surprised, especially in the UMG open qualifier, you know, #1, that you guys had a couple of chances to make it, and you guys didn't. But then all of a sudden now you're here and you've qualified for regional finals. Was there any play style differences? Obviously, you mentioned, you know, there's very few teams that, you know, you change your overall play style around. But what was, you know, kind of going on then versus now? Why you weren't successful then, but you're successful now? Like, have anything changed in the overall mindset?
So like us as a team, we're trying to only scrim. There's really no tier 1 or tier 2 teams right now. I feel like that, but we were only trying to like focus on like signed teams, so we considered them tier 1, and we really underrated like all the other teams. And like we got surprised by like the underrated teams in the first qualifier, and that was like really bad on us because like we should have been practicing against all those teams because they all have completely different styles, and you can tell like all these teams are playing so well against each other. So for the second round, we practiced against every team. We got like a lot more experience against other teams. Plus like the first qualifier, we honestly like weren't. We haven't like really played to our like full level yet because like let's call it nerves or call it like that we're playing a little bit scared or something like that, but. It's slowly getting better and better each tournament, and we could tell easily. Like the FaZe Invitational, from FaZe Invitational to now, we're like a completely different team. But it's just understanding what other teams want to do, practicing is like the range, like the mass majority of teams, and just like finding out what style like each team has, and understanding how to play against every style. Because we didn't have the understanding how to play against every style until recently. So.
I got another question for you. You know, you come from a game that has, you know, a similar structure in that you have abilities, plus obviously aim and weapons and all that. How different is it for you though to adapt to playing a game where you can't change your agent mid-game? So depending on like the scenario, like if you're back against the wall, you still have to stick with what you've got. And how difficult was that for you to kind of get used to? Because you know we obviously see in other games. I'm not going to say which game it is. You guys can figure it out on your own. Other games, you know, you can kind of adjust and make changes mid-game if things aren't working for you. Like how has that dynamic been? How has it been adjusting as a player coming in from one of those titles?
So I think the harder thing to adjust to, not necessarily about changing like the agents and stuff like that, being able to adapt, but was like, not like if you die, you're out of the round completely, and it's like a new round. Because like in the game I played, if you died, you respawn in 6 seconds, so you could just keep dying and respawning, and it's just like, basically, having to focus for a 2 full minutes straight is way different. Because like in the game I played, like you could focus and then unfocus and focus and unfocus. Like it wasn't like a full. You have to pay attention to every second, exactly what everyone's doing, because like every round matters and stuff like that. So it's definitely a different style of like playing and like competing. But it's the game itself. Like there's a lot of things that we can apply from like I guess like us Overwatch players can apply a lot to Valorant, like for ability usage and stuff like that. And it's more of like getting used to the timings and the gun duels and stuff like that. But we all played games similar to this, so we're I think we're slowly getting into it. So.
One more thing about that. Do you feel like you have something extra that you have to prove? Because obviously the community has been hypercritical of players coming from that title versus players coming in from games like Counter-Strike. Do you feel like you have a lot to prove?
Everyone wants to be able to show what they have, but
yeah.
Personally, I don't feel pressure because I know why I'm here. And like if I look at like outside perspectives and like I feel the pressure on that, it's just gonna make me play worse. But like I understand why they have I understand why they want to like say that this genre needs to play well, because if not, then it's just like, I'm going to do my thing, and we're going to do our thing, and we're going to play how we want to play, and that's it. If we do well, we do well. If we, you know, that's what it's going to be. I'm not going to listen to other people say.
Love that.
All right. Well, I guess just 2 quick more questions for you. Obviously, regional finals, you qualified. Good job on you. Who are you most worried about, and who are you least worried about in terms of playing on in December?
I'm not going to include who I'm least worried about, because that's kind of like toxic, and I'm not.
Okay, fair enough.
Actually, honestly, like I'm not really worried. We're not really worried about like any team. But we just want to play the best. So we want to play like TSM. We want to play Sentinels. We want to play Envy. We want to play like all the top teams right now, like no matter what. Like we want to play them first, to be honest. We'd rather play the best teams instantly and then get rid of it. Maybe we should have lost so we could have played the best team, but you know, we'll play everyone and we'll get through it. So.
That's
All
awesome.
right, fair enough. Well, you guys are already sitting in grand finals, awaiting your opponent between TSM and Immortals. I guess I'll hold that other question off for a little bit later, maybe after you guys are. Or check it out, guys. We are, in fact, going to be moving on to our next series. It's going to be a good one. TSM and Immortals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the VALORANT First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. We're now heading into the top side of the bracket, where it's going to be a fantastic matchup, much like the one before was. TSM versus Immortals. I can't wait to get it started. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Bach as well as Vansili. And Bach, we'll start with you because obviously Vansili's going to be our map guy. Check it out, TSM Immortals. I think this is going to be a close one. What are you thinking?
You know, it's tough to say. I feel like Immortals has so much fight in them, and I want to see them continue to succeed. But again, they're matching up against a juggernaut from the North American scene. However, you kind of heard it in that call that we just had, that interview with Raucus. They came into this series kind of like, it's kind of like a scrim. We're going to see what we can do. It's early in the morning. You know, it's for seeding, and that's important. But like, we got what we came for. So what will we get from TSM in that regard? Will TSM back off the gas pedal to a certain extent? You know, who knows? It's obviously tough to predict, and that's kind of why I'm going with a bit of a different and more interesting pick, and we'll see if that ends up being the case.
Oh, already trying to get those predictions out of the way. I like it. First, let's do our maps, and then we'll get right into that. Check it out. We've got Haven, Split, and Ascent. I do know TSM ended up coming through and banning Bind. Haven obviously picked by Immortals, who had a fantastic a fantastic Haven showing yesterday versus LG. Vansili, break it down for me.
That's it, and that's I think was going to be the biggest cause that where Immortals might be able to take a map out of this series for TSM is that if JMO is able to pop off like he did yesterday versus LG on Ascent, where I think he dropped like 200 ADR, or at least over, I see 248 ADR actually. He only died 3 times in that matchup, and he was literally plugging it out. So as Bach is saying, if they're going to treat it like a scrim, he's going to be able to play in his level of comfort. JMO on top of, I wonder if it's still Shanks right now playing for Immortals. That could definitely be some heavy hitters versus TSM. But when you look at Bind being banned and you look at the rest of the maps that are available, even all 4 maps I think are very comfortable for TSM too. So they're just playing into a very difficult matchup for the Immortals. But I can't discount them. Like I said, they're an impressive team, and they're able to put some good results on a short amount of time, and especially with players that, you know, some people might not know as much as they did for other teams like TSM.
So, Bach, I got to ask you, TSM, you know, the narrative for them is they're not looking like the TSM we're accustomed to seeing. Now, granted, they're here, right? They're in semifinals going against Immortals. Obviously, out of all the teams that they had to play against, they went against Moon Raccoons. They ended up beating them 2-0. Immortals is going to be, I believe, a different story, even though they're playing with Shanks instead of Spot Up. Like, Shanks has, without question, not slowed this roster down. After all, they did qualify. They're here, right? So TSM, do you think they are looking like the TSM once again, or do you think they're looking like the TSM of old?
So here's a funny thing, right? And I want to call out to this because I thought it was actually interesting. I'm looking on Twitter this morning, and I was just reading up on a response about the teams that had qualified. And somebody said, TSM is just a one-man army. They've only got one player, and they built their whole team around like that player. And that's why teams like TSM and Cloud9 will ultimately fail, because they build around that one player. And in my head, I'm going, which player are you talking about? Because I can literally point to multiple players on that roster and be like, okay, does he mean Wardell? Does he mean potentially Sabrosa? Does he mean Drone? Hell, based on the way he's been recently playing, does he mean Hayes? Because Hayes has been playing out of his mind too. Cutler, everyone's going to give him heat for it, but he plays the support role, so I can't necessarily point at his stats and be like, well, he's not as good as the other guys. He's doing a different job. But I thought it was an interesting point. I'm like, how is that the way that this team is seen? People look at this team from the outside, and what they see is Wardell as the jet, the pop-off player. That's the one to watch. But in reality, there's so many more pieces to that puzzle that I think often get neglected. And that's why I think TSM can still win, even if it gets into a scrimmy mode, because they still have that individual firepower. Whereas Immortals, yeah, they've got it too, and Shanks has been playing great as a sub-in, but is it as good as what TSM has? Is that roster as deep as what TSM has got?
Definitely.
Well, look,
I think when you're looking at that, sorry, Reflection. It's just
hey, check it out. We always talk over each other because we like to talk. It is what it is, man. Silly. But go ahead and clear up your point, because predictions are coming up next.
Okay, really quickly, just to say about that Cutler too. Yes, definitely. I mean, Cutler for me, and even TSM as a whole, like I said in the other days, it doesn't necessarily have to be a TSM win like a 13-4 or 13-3 just dominating, right? They've been the ones that have been putting new compositions into the scene and into the community for the competition, and being able to run no sentinels right now and still be able to put some victories is definitely changing. It's game changing for the meta. So I think they're testing things out. They're testing it at high level play, at high level tournaments, and still putting results. So I think I'm happy where I am if I were in TSM's shoes.
I always find it weird that people are so critical on your support roles. It's like you can't granted they're not pulling out high numbers, but it's like, nor are they supposed to. They get value in their overall usability on the map and synergy, if you will, with whether it be the players or the agents themselves. So for Cutler getting the heat, it's not as fair. And for someone to say like TSM was just a one pony show, like that is just totally not the case, or else they wouldn't be here, plain and simple, okay? Or else they're just breaking the mold. Maybe they are, but they're breaking the mold. I don't think it's the case. Check it out. It's prediction time. I'm excited for this one. I got to go and stay consistent. I've got to stay with TSM. It's funny. Coming into this, I was like, all right, am I going with the Mortals? Am I going with TSM? I got to pick one or the other. I don't think anybody would have called me crazy for going with the Immortals, right? Because Immortals have been playing very, very well. Lights out, in fact. That victory yesterday again versus LG on Haven was wonderful. It was a beatdown. So I couldn't go with them, though. I got to go with consistency, and I think that's TSM. Now, Bach, you said you were going with something a little bit against the grain, potentially. Who are you feeling?
So here's the thing. The graphic's going to say TSM, because that's what I initially predicted.
Okay.
Part of me thinks that I'm wrong, and that my initial prediction is incorrect. And the reason I think that is, it's going to come down to who wins the first map. So even though the graphic's going to say TSM 2-1, my brain is saying that, but my heart is saying Immortals 2-0. I know that sounds crazy, but I think that Immortals can come out swinging on the first map and potentially take the series by upsetting the flow. Either way, if I'm wrong, I'll be a 6 out of 10, which is basically what I am in real life. So that's not bad.
I disagree, but go on.
Well, on my end, I'm going to stick it to TSM as well, but I'm going to be very confident on my 2-0 on top of that too. I think seeing TSM yesterday as well, when they were fighting for the qualifier versus Moon Raccoons, right? That was the question. Like, hey, Moon Raccoons, they're looking amazing. They're looking amazing. They could be this underdog, this dark horse. TSM is not looking into shape. Man, you saw it. That was a quick 2-0 from TSM before then. You had Sabrosa and Drone that were playing together, and they were on point. They weren't really playing passively. They were playing straight in the face in front of their opponents and still able to win those fights.
Yeah.
So I think TSM is still going to come out to play today as well, and they're going to take this 2-0.
Look, nothing against Immortals. First and foremost, Bach, I agree with you, man. My heart wanted to go with Immortals. Like that's where I was, okay? And I almost did. I'm not gonna lie. But then again, it's like sometimes you just gotta go with your brain, but it's even though it's still not working. T1, for example, just lost to FaZe. We were all wrong on that in all regards. It's tough. It is what it is. Today's a little bit different. Again, it's more of an advanced scrim, right? That's what they're playing for. But again, they're playing for seeding. It is still very important. I don't know. I'm super curious to see how this is going to work out. Immortals, again, has been on fire. I think for them to make grand finals, despite, the kind of run that they've had and the issues that they've gone through would be very, very impressive indeed. And Immortal versus FaZe, come on. I mean, it could go either which way. Same thing here for TSM versus Immortals. Obviously, we're TSM across the board. We know there's some specific co-streamers out there who are going with TSM too, so they're going to be supporting them. I know there's a battle between, Myth doesn't know, but there's a battle between Tanner Metro and Myth, okay, whenever it comes to who is going to be the coach for this roster, okay? It's very passionate on their end. But hey, check it out. It is going to be a lot of fun. So let's talk about it. Once again, let's break it down even more. TSM Immortals, Bot, player versus player, who are we looking out for?
Oh, man. I feel like you do have to watch Shanks. Even though this is not a player from this roster, I feel like how can you not? He's an explosive player, and he's one to watch out for. On the other side, who do you not watch? That's actually the question: is who are you not keeping your eyes on? Drone has pop-off potential. Sabrosa has pop-off potential. Wardell, he's going to be the loudest player, which is probably why he's the most visible from an outsider's perspective. But the impact of those other two can't be negated. Hazed has been so incredibly good in those clutch scenarios, especially like looking at a map like Haven on the seaside. He's been so massive with some big 3K and 4K rounds. And then Cutler, even he gets tagged as Clutchler from time to time. He's like a player you want in that 1v1, 1v2 situation. You know why? He's bald. You know why he's bald? Because his brain is so big that it pushes all the hair out of his head. That's like me. We're just so smart that our brains have pushed the hair out of our skull to make extra room for more brain power. That's why he's good in those scenarios. So realistically speaking, that's what TSM has. And that's why Immortals has a tough order in front of them. It's difficult to match up pound for pound with a team that has as much firepower as they do. And also, TSM could even just goof around and like kind of change up their agent composition to try some new things out. Would not be surprised to see Hazed go onto a Viper at some point just to see if it's viable for him. You know how much he loves that agent. I wouldn't be surprised to see any of these players play any agent, and that's what makes TSM so scary. I think you could really see anyone play any agent on TSM.
Big brain, smooth heads. I think eggs are going to start trending in chat once again. Bach, you've done it again to the mods, and now they're going to have to battle their own battle, if you will. Check it out. Map is getting started. I can't wait for this to be underway. Immortals, right? Are they going to be able to do what they did to LG yesterday? I don't think so, but hey, the possibility is there. Let's see if they can replicate success. For TSM, though, they want this equally as more. So, boys, take it away. TSM Immortals moving into Haven.
Thank you very much, Reflections. I think that it does kind of point us to an interesting question. If you're not spamming about eggs, is it worth spamming at all? I mean, come on now. Obviously, the eggs are the most important thing. But seriously, getting into this series, I still am on both sides of the fence, man. I can see Immortals winning this. I really can. But at the same point in time, my brain says there's no way that TSM loses this. Because TSM is just too conditioned to lose.
This was a map where Immortals, when they played LG yesterday, this was probably LG's map pick, and LG were able to come back from 12 round on defender side, 10 round in a row versus SSG on defender side on this map. And when I saw that it was 10-1 or whatnot for Immortals on the attacker side, I was like, they don't have to worry about anything. I think LG could step it up onto the second half. But the thing is, Immortals just did a great job to nullify any type of opposition that they had from LG. Mata at some point, I think, only had 2 kills into the game on that map. So they did a great job to hold that. And this round, it seems as though they're expecting this push coming in from the sewers for Immortals, and 2 to drop early for TSM, as only 1 more inside the site. It's going to be Wardell, and that push is coming in for Immortals too.
Oh, Wardell getting gunned down as Shanks is the point man for Immortals, leading in as Reyna.
Spike planted.
Immortals looking solid in the pistol as TSM is now down to just 2 players. It's going to be Cutler and the Omen by his side. Let's see if they can make it in. Hazed trying to spot some targets, but it's actually Cutler through the smoke and the edge of the wall to take care of JMO. So they're going to be moving in closer and closer. Gangsta's around the corner with 1 HP. And still taking their time getting into position. They're waiting for this dark cover to fade. Now it starts to, but that makes it all that much more difficult as the recon dart lands and his teammate goes to the wayside. Immortals pick up a massive pistol round win.
So again, Immortals expecting that push coming in from the sewers on Pistol versus TSM, something that they often do to try to take the A control quite aggressively on their side on Haven. And then especially going with an agent composition that doesn't have any sentinels, eventually they want to add pressure in the back. So adding that trap wire and also a camera on grass, courtesy of Neptune, definitely allowed Immortals to push into the side very comfortably on that pulse plan. Very difficult to win for TSM, where on this eco here, looking to put pressure back on that long A sign, but really you're counting on Reyna, actually, on the garage. So with that triple duelist, you see Sabrosa switching over. 24 HP, but it's not too bad. He still has 1 Devour remaining if he's able to get a kill. But you can see how Immortals still playing it passively. They want to let TSM come to them, knowing that they have to press charge on this eco.
Wardell jump peeking currently, trying to get that intel as to where Immortals is moving. The young guns of Immortals slowly working their way up long A. 55 seconds left as they get 3 players right at the tail end of this. And this is a misread coming in from TSM. They start to rotate their forces out of the site at the worst possible time as they now go for the execute. The site is completely empty. It's been vacated. And they'll be able to get a free spike plant out of this one. Drone, 30 HP as he tries to come into the site. Shanks says, no way. Site's closed. In the words of the little girl from Forrest Gump, site's taken. No?
Nope.
You don't know the reference? I'm disappointed. You're a boomer too. She says seat's taken, but site's taken. It's a bad joke. I'm old.
We're done. Nonetheless, though, we do have a big paranoia to come through. The attempt as well for TSM. Coming outside the window, that's 3 kills with Classic, so that works out. A 2 versus 1 to go. Neptune to pick up 3 kills of his own. But not until 3 of them fall, so a really good eco in the end for TSM. Hurting that economy, forcing some guns out. Again, we talked about, hey, if you're going to lose against eco, you want to keep at least 2 players or 3 players alive so that the ones with the economy moving into the next could drop for your teammates. And you can see it. The result now is that Neptune is stuck with the Bulldog. The other ones are going for rifles, but they have small shields, where you're now bringing the op out for Wardell on the attacker side and a lot of rifles on their end too for TSM that could make things look a little bit more dangerous now, especially that TSM, they're playing on the defender side to start. Immortals looking to push very aggressively with what they have towards this long C sign, and Hayes just goes for that spray through the smoke, connects onto JMO. The top fragger, as I mentioned before, for Immortals on that previous matchup versus LG, but Shanks is not done. He continues to push in. He now for IMM, but the retake attempt as Wardell is already in position.
Wardell, not even sure where that Al drone was. It was so high it actually escaped the scope on his op, and he gets tagged again as a result, as no one took it out. So 2 darts for Wardell as they're trying to come through from spawn. You can see drone is set up ready to go for a flash through, playing on the Phoenix. I'll take a dart in his side, and the team's going to start backing off. They realize this one's lost. There's not much that can be done, so TSM will surrender another round away. As Immortals go for a fast take towards C, initially it looked good for TSM as you watched Hayes take that long-range duel through the dark cover, pick somebody off, but just wasn't prepared for the push that continued coming in that direction. 3-0 start for Immortals. Again, I kind of said it, and I don't want to pretend I'm riding both sides of this, but I could see a reality where Immortals could 2-0 this. Had to start off strong on this first map, and thus far, 3 rounds in a row, it's looking pretty good. But again, still the early game and still plenty of time for TSM to turn it around.
And when we're talking about pound for pound, player for player based on their rules, I think when you're trying to compare Wardell with, you know, I would assume usually with Shanks, if he had the opportunity, he would go for a Jet Op 2. But now you're going to compare Wardell face-to-face versus JMO. I'm going to have to give that to Wardell. But when it comes down to the duelist, though, especially talking about Shanks, that could still be a toss-up. Shanks could still be that player that's going to pop off and make things very difficult for somebody like Sabrosa, who's currently playing the mirrored Reyna, to pop off on his end. So far, they've done good to hurt his economy, where he cannot help and support, as he's only working with the Sheriff right now. While the rest of TSM, they do have weapons to work with, but they are playing more turtled into the site after you've given him a little bit of map control on the long A side. But with that, Immortals falls back. They're going to pick up the spike. They're going to try to lurk back towards C, where the anchor player, Hayes, has to try to come up big again.
Cover going out.
Cutting their vision.
There's the flash coming out. Hayes doesn't stand a chance. Tried to either throw down a flash of his own or a smoke, but instead just gets overwhelmed, bombarded by that fast play onto the site. And you've got Empress popped now by Shanks, increasing the fire rate and decreasing the likelihood of a TSM round win. Nice shock dart into the backside of site that allows Wardell to get into a better position with the operator. Smoke starts to fade. It's another pick off for Wardell. He's going to have to hit a quick scope, doesn't get it. It's now down to Cutler. We called him Clutchler in the pregame. Does he have what it takes here? Nice recon dart and takes down JMO. He's got time still. 51 HP, though, is going to be his biggest barrier. As the clock starts to tick down lower and lower, and now it's lost. Not much can be done. Well played by Gangsta in the end, but it was a great effort from Cutler to try to get back in for the retake.
Yeah, Shark Dart was huge there to get that kill and try to make things even, but you saw it. As soon as on that 2 versus 1, you saw Gangster, he jumped back towards that default box, and it's just ring around the rosy between those boxes and really allow the time to come in favor of the Immortals after that pulse plant to be able to get the round, secure the round in the end. So 4 unanswered rounds for Immortals. He's a little bit caught off guard, as I guess the smoke that he tried to set up before was for a different area across the map, so that kind of left long C open, so that when Shanks ran in with that Lear, although it's close range, you were still juggling your abilities for Hayes, which, you know, caught him with his pants down, and Immortals got an open sight again.
There.
Now Shanks, look how far these cages are going. They really want to look for the audible cues. I love this. Spamming through the boxes, blaze wall, forcing back drone, and you hear him running through the cages, so you know that the pressure points on sewers and on long A has been given up, and they have to fall back for TSM, which allows now Immortals to push forward. But Drone has different ideas. He wants to try to push back, but JMO answers.
I know exactly where you are.
JMO, another kill for JMO, and the hat comes off, giving away the position of Wardell, who's got those knives out, and they know that the C site is basically empty, so they'll be turning things around and running across the map. Hayes is going to have to
hat is
shuffle
going to be good
to get
enough
back into
here
position.
to give the cue for Immortals to get into C. As you saw Hayes rotate back towards that spawn side, and with those smokes, it's going to be an easy plant. TSM will have to come up huge with these pistols that they purchased, and it starts off with doubling up, tripling up towards the garage, and moving in together. I think I like this. You have the Lear. I don't know if you saw the Paranoia, probably left for Hayes, where they could maybe explode if they want to. But you see from the way that they're looking at their angles, they want to go for one of those weird entries, exits, or really count on Wardell to try to get Blade Storm kills. But the camera is going to give enough position. They're going to spot it. They're going to smoke it right away.
Stealing sight.
And you just hope to get an upper hand in the end. Big Paranoia, but it's protected by teammates. The crossfires are there. The trade in the end too. But it's going to be JMO with a 4K. And we have 5-0 for Immortals over TSM.
Now, this is a big round, though. You know, this is a heavily important round. The Ares buy early on from Wardell. Bit of a meme. Switches back to the operator. And we aren't going to see an operator on the attacking side. And to be honest, not surprised. Wardell did have a couple of nice quick shots come out from his in a scenario that was just too difficult for him, trying to retake that C site. So what do they decide to do here? It looks like they want to get aggressive. So they're actually getting aggressive towards A main. Sabrosa pops the ult, and that's what allows him to execute JMO. He goes for the dismiss and sneaks into the corner, goes inside the cyber cage as well. That pulse is going to hit as they spam away. They heard the ping on the cyber cage. So it's a good connection and a good read coming in from Immortals. The aggressive play from TSM stomped out. And Immortals now has to shift their weight elsewhere. JC Stani just trying to lead the team back to C, but they still had one lingering piece over towards A. It was Neptune, who's been taken out since. He was low on HP and dropped. Now they have to fight with Wardell, who's backside sight. Shanks gonna go down, and just like that, TSM finds their round. I think Immortals got caught off guard by the early aggression.
Well, when you have a run it back and an Empress that came through and you're trying to push, sorry, it's the Hunter's Fury, but countered back by an Empress, pushing up towards that sewers to try to go for those trades, you kind of want that. You like to see it from TSM to get that early aggression and control that area. But as they sort of lost it, they didn't expect Cutler to push up at the same time. So as you control now the 8 pushes, you're pushing it back towards C, where the operator instead, where you see Wardell usually try to opt towards A long for a couple of rounds before, he's now playing towards the C side, which allows for them to walk right into his sight and get these kills. But these are huge right now. The control that you have from Immortals early into long A is beautiful with the recon dart and the cyber cages. So you're forcing always TSM in like obvious spots if they're trying to stay inside the site. Recon owl, now you know they're playing behind default. This is the call for them to explode in. I like this.
JMO gets vertical as well. Tailwind into an updraft and just gets vertical over his opponent. It's an easy kill picked up with the Blade Storm. Now Haste has managed to drop Shanks in the meantime. And Haste is still in position, finding kills from Heaven. 28 HP, but Haste has gotten 2 to bring things back to a 3-on-3. They still have to contend with JMO, who's got that Blade Storm active. There's 2 players sitting in Hell currently. This Paranoia that's getting prepped. We'll see where it goes. It actually goes to the close corner, so they're going to clear that out first. You still got JMO in position, but it's down to JMO, and JMO only. The right click is right on the money. No smokes left, so JMO just has to fly out. It's knives against Op, and he gets high enough in the sky that Wardell can't connect. No time to go to the sidearm either. JMO walks away with an operator out of the scenario, and TSM lose another round to Immortals here in this first half. Solid hold from JMO.
And that kill, that kill that he got on Cutler, he had 2 options right after that. I was going to say the only thing that could have saved him was the updraft on a 1 versus 1. Maybe he knew that as well, but miscounted that a dash was available too as soon as he got the frag onto Cutler. But that was definitely the key ability that put Wardell out of his position, because you saw that the way that he was creeping in, he was about to take that down. So an attempt for TSM that got foiled from just a triple. It was 3 players right inside Hell. I don't think they expected that from TSM either. But TSM, for this round, you have Hayes playing inside the smoke. They're about to walk up, and they expect that. Shanks is already pre-firing before he runs in. They also ping out Wardell. That's going to be an easy kill. Another site easy for the taking, as Cutler off the rotation is trying to play towards a different angle, but he gets picked off. So a 5-on-2, spike planted. Drone does have a run it back, but I don't think he's going to pop it for the retake.
Going out.
You already have the other one watching the flank on Sabrosa. They're looking to save their weapons now.
This is not looking so good for TSM. Currently being bested by another 3-letter acronym, the IMT boys. Or not an acronym, it's an abbreviation, I guess. Although, let's think of a good abbreviation or a good acronym for IMT. It's Incredible Man Turrets. Doesn't work.
With
We'll
no
come up with
killjoys.
something better, I promise. TSM, they're going to have to come up with something better if they want to come back in this half, as Immortals has bested them on almost all occasions. Consistent side control has been really difficult for TSM. They can't seem to lock down the fringe sites. A and C are the issues. There is no presence towards mid whatsoever. And I feel like if you're Immortals, that's what you have to be careful of now, because now TSM is potentially going to start pushing down mid. I think that's what they need to do. They need their players to start getting aggressive through garage and through mid, because for the most part, we're seeing presence on A and C long every round, but we're not seeing as much towards mid and towards garage.
The thing is right now for Immortals is that they are going to explode based on the abilities of all the agents, with the exception of Omen. What I mean by that is you're always going to throw that smoke towards long C. Let's talk about it a little bit, actually, a little bit later, because Sabrosa actually is creeping down. He gets the first kill, but not able to dismiss on time, so he gets immediately traded off by JMO. Now that they're rotating back towards A, I would not be surprised if you see a dart coming through, and then you also have an owl drone, but it's going to be the Empress and Lears to lead the charge for Immortals to move inside A. Waiting to play a retake as everybody's falling back towards the spawn site. A stinger in the hands of Cutler. tough time to
Yeah.
work with.
I'm a little disappointed that we didn't see Drone go up into the window with Sabrosa peeking towards mid-garage.
Yeah.
Would have been interesting to see how things changed the dynamic on that. JMO is going to shred apart Wardell. Drone at least finds one on his ult entry into the site with Run It Back. Now that gets taken care of. But the clock is becoming a problem. Hayes has to move in closer. Nice Lear coming through. It allows the peek from JMO as he's focused more on long than short. And JMO is going to cap off the 4K. Of course, why not? JMO's been on a tear the last few rounds as well. Immortals, 8 rounds. JMO, 14 kills, 5 deaths. And that's with a 9-5 and 9-6 performance coming in from Shanks and Neptune as well.
I was gonna say, like, one of these maps where you would see Immortal shine is if you have someone like JMO able to pop off like he did versus LG. I was gonna say no, but JMO's definitely proving me wrong in this first half so far. But just to get back to what I was trying to say before is they're really running for the executions on A side off recon abilities from the Sova, and if they're trying to go towards C, from Gangsta, and if they're trying to go C, then it's always Shanks opening up with the Leers coming through. So they kind of have to get ready for that kind of stuff. If they hear the abilities trying to be being utilized by Gangsta towards A side, you might have an idea that the hit will eventually come towards A for TSM.
Gangsta has 10 assists, and that's all off that recon dart work. So, I mean, you mentioned it. It's definitely a big part of what they've been able to do thus far. Also, TSM currently at 24 kills. The top 2 performers from Immortals combined have 23. So, kind of illustrates the issue currently as TSM has to get back into yet another site, losing control of this A site, trying to play for the retakes. The drone will go in first, flying around the corner with another drone just behind him. This one's actually alive, though. Nice big paranoia coming through, and he can't dodge that one. Well placed from Immortals, and this is looking disastrous. There's only one player left standing. It's Sabrosa. He's on the other side of the play. Might be able to get 1 kill, and I hope he does. Otherwise, it's a flawless round victory for Immortals. Yeah, he gets an easy shot to the back of JC Stanny's skull. But they know where he's at this point, and there's not much that can be done. Goes for the dart pull. They're going to go for the swing. Dismiss to get away. A dash out from JMO. I like the move. It's 9 rounds to 1. Immortals look fantastic.
What is going on with the Jets today? First Baby Bay, now JMO. These guys are on a different level for these earlier matches. I can't even say it's early anymore, because now we're finally in the afternoon matches where these guys should not have the ability to say, oh, well, it's an early game, we have to wake up early.
It is a Sunday, and if it's the day of the Jets, maybe the New York Jets will finally get their first win. They're facing off against the LA Chargers at 4 o'clock. We'll see if that's going to be the case. Rip to all the Jets fans in chat. Sorry to all 11 of you that exist in the world. 9-1 for TSM. For Immortals, excuse me, over TSM.
Camera taken out.
TSM definitely not looking like the team we expect them to. Nice movement from Neptune to get into that position and just toss out another cyber cage. But again, we're just seeing pressure on either A or C. It's one or the other. There is no mid presence. And I like the fact that they're finally having those reads from TSM. You can see them starting to make their way in. That's why Hayes was able to pick off Neptune. Gangsta's got the ult popped as well. There they go into the site. JC standing back box with the into the shadows. Not enough charges there from Cutler to cancel the spike plant. The spike will go down. It's a 5-on-4. It's one of the first times in a while we've seen a numbers advantage here for TSM as Wardell tries to fly in with the shotgun out. Nice shots onto Shanks. Follow up onto JMO. Swaps aside to the rifle. And it puts all the pressure on JC Stanny and Gangsta, but hold on. They somehow make this work. The HP is low, so this is still quite difficult with Sabrosa and Drone both coming through. The Blaze Wall is going to go up.
Wow.
That's a quick flick from Sabrosa. And a vertical one, to say the least. JC Stanny can't even go through this Blaze Wall because his health is so low, he died to the flames. He'll pick off the diffuser, but it doesn't matter. There should be time here for Drone to get it. It's going to be close, but it'll be down to about 1 second on the clock as TSM pick up a second round.
Last round in the hash.
And as you said, it was rare to see a 5 versus 4 on a retake for TSM, but it's also a nice retake from the judge play from Wardell to make it even easier for the last 2 guys to get those kills for that combo of Sabrosa and Drone, just due to the fact that they were actually really far on a rotation. They were playing towards the sewers on a double because Neptune made a lot of noise. He kind of kept them both there for quite a while until he was able to rotate back and move in with his team. So with that, it was a lot of time wasted for rotation for TSM, but it turned out quite well in the end because of Wardell. And this round, it's going to be explosive for Immortals. Expect that Lear to come out, the cloud burst outside of the dark cover. And Hayes does not shoot it out, so they just dash into the site. And unfortunately, two of them, both defenders inside the C site fall.
Spike planted.
Yet again, Immortals escalate the pace and get a spike plant out of it. And leave TSM with reduced numbers. TSM are trying to make their way in, but it is not going well. Good God. A flawless round to cap off an impressive first half, 10-2.
Switching sides.
Immortals stomping on TSM currently. 17 kills for JMO. 12 and 6 is Shanks just behind him. The top performer on the other side is Sabrosa, excuse me, sitting at 8 and 11. That's a pedestrian pace for a player like Sabrosa.
Even worse, unfortunately, Drone at 2 and 9, right? And we always talk about Drone of being one of the best Phoenixes in North America. And he's not able to put those numbers up. And it's also due to a lot of these situations where on retakes, they can't really get it done for TSM. The amount of times they push in as a group, every single time, or most of the times, you see a lot of red on the left side of the kill feed, which means there's no trades that are happening. So is it a lack of information moving into the site, not really setting up for the trades? But on this half, it's going to be Shanks and his company doing the same thing as TSM did on Pistols, but they're the ones that come out on top. Pushing down the sewers, getting the first kill, now this time falling back into the site. Even a dark cover to slow down the pace of TSM as they have to recuperate the spike towards spawn. But it's still a 4-on-3. Silver lining is that you have two players, and Gangsta and Shanks, who are very low on HP. So this could still be very doable as they're booking it towards the C side. Thing is though, Neptune anchored inside C side, playing off the camera first. And that is gonna be the tell to just hold in.
Wardell is there with the Frenzy. And it's a quick 1-2 punch from the Frenzy. Sabrosa now, all the way in defender spawn, trying to work his way through with that Cypher Ghost. 30 seconds left. The spike is down on long C, so it's a good distance away from him currently. He's trying to spot somebody out. He hears the footsteps. That's the jump peaks coming in. Now, did they get that jump peak in time? I don't think they got it in time, so they didn't get that intel necessarily, but they were still holding the angle regardless. The recon dart's going to give away the position. Sabrosa's really just looking to do something, make something happen here. But they are making it so incredibly difficult as Shanks swings to find a 3K on the round. The advantage for Immortals grows to 9.
I wonder if that moment...
Hold on. They have a bigger round differential than any of the players on TSM have in kills. That's crazy.
and I wonder, you saw from that recon dart that was shot towards the ground, as soon as Wardell got pinged out, the Cyber Cage came up too. So I know for the players that are playing in Immortals, they didn't want to peek out to fight versus Wardell while Shank still got the kill, but I wonder with the time remaining, did you want to try to run out the clock so that no money comes in favor of Sabrosa, on that 3 versus 1, so no money gets accumulated by Sabrosa into the next round? That could have been something very interesting to look into the next time. But this round, it's going to be a quick push towards this B sign, trying to get a plant through, and that's just JMO doing JMO things. 3 kills, 1 more to go. Cutler's inside that window on a forced buy from TSM. They get 1 and that's it.
Match point.
Well, Immortals ready to close out map number 1 in an impressive fashion, as the buy that comes in from TSM will not look good. 12-2 currently for Immortals. That is not mistyped. The teams are not reversed. TSM struggling here on map number 1 to match the blistering pace that was set for Immortals. I'd love to go back and see when we started this game, because this feels like it's been incredibly fast. Like 10 to 15 minutes, maybe.
I was going to say, you want to start back at the beginning? It's like 5 minutes ago.
it feels like this game literally just started. It's kind of wild.
Yep. Map point now for Immortals. The camera up And right now they could try to burst out through the dark cover, but GC Steiny has different plans. After that recon dart comes out, they're just spamming through the smoke because they know the execution's coming, and it's just paying off. Ford already dead. Subrosa, not many chances to go on another lurk. That's twice that he's trying to do something for the team with the lurk, but it doesn't pay off. And Immortals, they take their first map 13-2 over TSM.
That was absolutely incredible. The performance from Immortals was top-notch. We're going to go ahead and throw things to a break and see if they can keep that blistering pace moving into map number 2. Stay tuned.
First Strike UMG close qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined of course by Bakip and Silly. Another map goes to the way of Immortals, and I say another map because look, it's pretty much the same results, guys, as that LG matchup, man. They just dominated. Actually, domination is just that's a soft way of putting it, Bak.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if there's a Twitch chat emote that like symbolizes a spanking, but that was what we just saw. TSM just got whooped on by Immortals. They played so well, and honestly, kind of felt like TSM played poorly. I don't want to just say that Immortals played well because I do feel like TSM underplayed. I would have liked to see a better individual performance, but you gotta give credit to Immortals for how well they just played that map. I mean, both as a team and on an individual level, they just floated between the A and C site back and forth. They never put any pressure on mid. That's why I get disappointed. I feel like TSM should have read that and used that. And they started to towards the tail end a little bit of that defensive half, but it doesn't feel like they did it enough. Like they didn't really put enough emphasis there. So that's a bit disappointing.
Yeah, I think it shows to prove how actually good Immortals is on a map like Haven, and looking at you know, going into First Strike, maybe that's one of the maps that you want to try to eliminate out of the equation. If you're looking at how they've played versus LG yesterday, you're thinking about JMO that was 26-3. You had Shanks that was at the second playing as Arena. So when you're looking at those stats, or you're listening to those stats versus LG, and you're applying it to TSM, that's pretty much the same two players that were stepping it up there for Immortals versus TSM. So I don't think it's necessarily like one team that wants it more than the other, or it's a scrim or whatnot. It just shows how good Immortals are in this map.
I mean, look, I've got a lot to throw out there. First and foremost, we already know the kills are going to be very lopsided to one team or the other, especially after that. So whenever it does come to the top three on Immortals, that should be JMO, Shanks, and Neptune combined 50 and 22 in overall kills. TSM combined kills for all 66. Definitely not a result that you want there. Everybody on Immortals went positive, or even everyone on TSM went negative. In fact, Gangsta had more assists than kills and deaths. Which, you know, again, if you're putting in that work as a team player, you're putting in, you know, getting that additional chip damage. That's even more valuable sometimes than getting the kill itself, because it's helping your teammates come through and break on the sites and so on and so forth. Bach, you mentioned no pressure on mid. That was something that obviously, you know, LG couldn't do either, right? Because LG, what were they having to do versus Immortals? They were always, you know, they could try B, they can try C. They just weren't getting anywhere with it, because then they would have to default over towards A. Was, you know, what was much the same story here? What is it in general just about Immortals' defensive prowess that is just so impressive?
Well, I mean, their defense, we didn't really see that much of.
Exactly.
We got to see their attack so much. I will say this, to a certain extent, we did get to see their defense because of how frequently they got the spike planted on attack and had to go and shift into defense on the retakes. TSM really struggled on the retakes. It didn't help that they were frequently at a two-player disadvantage, or at least one. I think like only 1 or 2 rounds, we actually saw an opening kill go in favor of TSM. For the most part, it was always Immortals finding that opening kill. So again, it was very reminiscent of that first series in T1 versus FaZe with Baby Bay, finding those openers every single time, kind of carving apart their opponent, making it much more difficult, peeling away a layer of utility that they might have utilized on an attempted take or a retake, whatever the case may be, regardless of what side they were on. I just feel like that was pivotal, was just that individual play coming through. I did love the way that Immortals played super fast early on. You know, they kind of just ran straight at TSM, and then there was just back and forth ping-ponging. I was like, you know, that pirate ship ride. They just going back and forth between A and C over and over and over again.
And that's it too, right? You want for Immortals to enable your duelists, just like FaZe did for Corey and for Baby Bay. So you had JMO and Shanks just running back and forth and even pressing forward first to get the kills. And that really changed the rounds over for Immortals. At the same time, though, when you're looking at it from, you know, how we talk about Wardell being a very loud player for TSM, Shanks himself is a very loud player too, if you ever watch any of his streams. So for him to be able to hype out a team with the type of entries that he gets, on top of that, imagine if that hypes up JMO, and they're just going to be an unstoppable force right now for this team going into First Strike. That said, though, what is going to happen for Shanks coming up in 2 weeks? Is it just going to be shot up coming back as well? That's another big question mark.
But either way, I think Shanks got a lot from, you know, playing with Immortals throughout this tournament. I mean, his stocks just went through the roof, right? I mean, everybody's kind of been making those memes on Twitter as well as Reddit. You know, you mentioned JMO a lot, wisely so. Shanks too. Combined, they had 9 first bloods. I know that was pivotal, obviously, in their overall playability. 11 plants for Immortals, only 1 defuse. Only 1 defuse. That was from Wardell, right? Just the last second, literally. Not even a couple of seconds, but second. So 11 plants for Immortals, 1 defuse for TSM. Just a dominant map in general. I mean, it's very apparent, right? Everybody was able to see that. Now we head into Split. This is where I'm going to default to you, Vansili. Split. TSM obviously chooses this only 4 to go through. What are the chances for TSM to turn this around, force game 3?
Very, very high. I think this is going to be TSM's playground. As Bach mentioned before, is it going to be a map where you're going to have Hayes go back as a Viper just to like try things out again to see if it's still viable at this level? With the changes, of course, that happened to Killjoy or whatnot, but with a composition where TSM is not playing any Sentinels, I don't think they're going to use a Viper. And when you have something like Hayes that still plays an anchored site as an Omen, he was still able to play that very well. So I think they're going to stick to what they know and what they practice for. But on a map like Split, I still think that they're quite good on it, and we have a chance to see a third map.
All right, well, boys, check it out. Map is going to be loading. Third map, I don't know, but one thing is for certain, TSM is going to have to play a lot better than they just did on Haven. Hopefully, they're able to bring it here on Split. All right, TSM Immortals going into Split, boys. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Reflections. Yeah, we're getting ready to jump into this second map. You think a third map is likely, but I think I'm going to... Look, I double predicted,
I want to see good
okay?
matches, that's all.
We shifted our predictions, we put our predictions in at the beginning of the day. But after watching the FaZe Clan game and speaking with Raucus, I shifted my prediction because I thought, okay, I think that Immortals is probably going to take this series. I think they're going to come in and crush it. If they win the first map strong, I think they win the series 2-0. I stick with that. Even though the graphics said otherwise, if you listen to my words, you have to go back and unmute the VOD. I know we maybe can be annoying because we don't start the game. I promise, look, I'm pushing the start game button. It doesn't always work, so I'll have to talk to Riot about that to make sure that we can get it repaired. But ultimately, I do think that Immortals is going to take this 2-0. I think this is their win here. I think it's going to be just as lopsided as the last game. I think they're going to carry that momentum into it.
Well, as we're loading up the map, I think for me, I want to know what composition we're going to see from Immortals, actually, more than TSM. Due to the fact that on the map in NA, for Split, you don't see a lot of Sova, so I want to know what Gangster's going to pull out. I'm sure we're going to see some jet action from JMO at the same time, too. And there you go. They are going with Gangsta with a raise. So they are going Shanks. So they're going triple duelist on their end. They have a Cypher for Neptune. And you have that triple duelist, no Sentinel, but with a Breach for TSM on the attack first. I expect some very explosive rounds for their end for TSM2, and it starts off with mid control.
Drone. He's pushed up far. The boom bot will come around the corner. A couple of burst shots coming up from the Classic. Nade to follow as well. That's going to push Drone in closer. There's the nice flash coming out from Breach. That allows Drone into that position. Meanwhile, inside the Cyber Cage, you've got Neptune with the Frenzy. Timing is everything, and it works out well. They have JMO peek from Ropes and Neptune peek from Mailroom. And that 1-2 punch produces success. The drive-by dink shot for Shanks is right on the money. But it's not a fatal blow. The team is trying to get back in, but Sabros is doing everything possible. JMO falls short as well, despite the fact that Sabros is low in HP. There's enough time to throw out a nade, and look at the damage that was dealt. It's a chunky boy. Shanks getting tagged up as he goes for the self-heal. He's down to 42 HP. There's a target right around the corner, but one in B main. TSM pick up a big pistol round win, as they can kickstart things here on their attacking side a little bit better than they did in that first map on Haven.
And one of the reasons why you have a raise into your composition on Split, not only it flushes out 50s with the paint shells that you have, but I think it's also an agent that's able to get some information with her boombot. I would have liked to see the composition or the stack they had started off well for Shanks Gangsta and for Neptune on that on the mail, inside the middle staircase. If you actually had a boombot that was thrown down, you would have had an expectation that the explosive hit was going to happen where you could readapt right away instead of just falling back and putting your cage after your teammate has fallen. So I think there was a way to turn that over there for Immortals to really try to win that pistol on their side, but TSM took advantage of it and they opened up really fast into B. This round, it is going to be a gun round for TSM, but Shanks has different plans. They're still pushing back. He gets a kill. He upgrades to a Spectre. He devours to get some HP and some armor, While the rest of TSM, they're going to have to book it back towards the A side. It's an open site for now because the rotation has been pushed forward at mid side, at B side to start, but they have a 5-man roster to retake, and that's even huge when you get a kill on a spike carrier.
TSM down 2 players as they go to secure that spike plant.
Spike planted.
Gangsta had the paint shells nade prepped and ready. There's a target right around the corner. They desperately need to find the pickup. It all happens so fast. Now JC Stanley is looking for the Bulldog, and he's found it. A little extra firepower here. Has one shadow step as well and a dark cover in just a moment. But Drone is holding the line, watching for the peak to come through. It's a 2-0 start for TSM, but it's not a bad round from Immortals either. They'll go into the next buy round knowing they impacted TSM's economy pretty heavily. Not enough so, though, to prevent Wardell from getting the op. Part of that is the way that Wardell plays the first 3 rounds. So Wardell doesn't really spend any money in the first 2 rounds, so he can get that op in the 3rd round, regardless of what happens.
And with that, 2 kills away from a Blade Storm for Wardell, JMO at 1. And when I was talking about head-to-head JMO and Wardell, I was going to give the edge to Wardell. Holy crap, man, am I wrong on that one. JMO has been playing a tremendous first half, or a first map on Haven. But that was also due to a lot of firing power that he had with the Phantom instead of mostly having op kills on his end. So he continues on into this round with the Phantom 2, and one more frag puts him on that Blade Storm. That could be definitely a thorn on the side of TSM on how they want to execute right now. But they're counting on Wardell to get an entry with the operator. At least the camera has been broken. That is the only piece of information that Immortals has. And with that, you see that Wardell still wants to plan his ground, so they have to lurk up towards mid side instead to take that control. And Drone starts off with Mail, but is on his own.
I love this angle from Shanks. And one of my favorite angles when holding Heaven. Sure, you can't necessarily see that close line, so if they come around the corner tight and jump over the boxes, there's a potential that they could get through the stairs, but it's pretty rare that anyone would actually try to do that, and you also have backup from the Cypher in that position,
left.
so kind of a non-factor. Now, there is a lurk in that area right now. That's Drone who's over there lurking as Phoenix, but they're going to be heading towards the A site. There's a lot of firepower here.
Cool.
Gangsta doesn't get cleared. He's up on top, and he's got Neptune backing him up as well. It's now just one player over on the site. Drone is
10
too far away from the play to really offer up any level of support, so Wardell has to back off and try and save this up. Quick shot out onto Neptune. Once upon a time, those two were teammates, playing with the old Bees Money Crew roster, one of the first lands that I think either one of them ever played in. But here, on opposite sides, and Wardell's got a lot of heat coming into this one. After losing that first map the way that TSM did, he wants to kick things off with a bang here. So he went for that early alt buy. He's currently sitting at 3-1, but the round doesn't work out well for them as Immortals makes the first buy round count.
At least enough in economy to go for another gun round here. And Shanks in another angle where he's playing pushed up. From that smoke, he peeks out and he does get the kill onto Sabrosa, who was throwing away some paint shells, and that dismiss allows him to escape, but with only 2 HP. Still a man advantage at this level. 2 HP could definitely be good enough right now for a player like Shanks. Gangster on that angle, on that balcony. We have taken control of the Heaven side for TSM. Big name, but that's going to go behind him, and that's going to catch him off guard, and that's what I'm talking about. When I saw how well TSM is playing is those pulls around the wall, but speaking about close around the wall, so does Immortals. They're doing the same thing, retaliate by playing tight corners towards Hell. And as they got the first pick, they thought the site was going to be weakened, and as they jump in, they're jumping in like lemmings. 1988 to just crater on the ground. They all die. And it's going to be Immortals, the ground that they land on, and they're looking to actually tie things up on a 2-2.
You ever play Lemmings when you were a kid, by the way? The game?
That's all I play. That's why I said 1988 when they just fall down and crater and die.
Yeah.
I love
Great
that game. That was
Great
a good
game. I remember playing that as a kid in my father's office. It was like I think it was DOS based. So it was pre-operating system.
Yep.
And I just remember having a lot of fun while my dad was playing Lemmings. Good times.
Stressful,
It's a throwback. Half the audience is like, what the hell are these guys talking about?
I know.
The other half
Actually,
is
you know what? I
pretending
think
they
like
know.
80%.
Yeah, there's like 4 people watching who are like, oh, I remember that year. The rest of the chat is like, yeah, no, my parents were kids, so not cool. Shanks goes for the peek in mid, gets spotted by the Sheriff, does not take damage, escapes. Immortals has tied up the score after TSM picked up a couple of early rounds. And Neptune has a good angle here. Has to be careful, doing significant damage to Wardell, who's low on knives after trying to come through. He's got 2 HP, but oh, that's a quick toss of the knife out from Wardell. Neptune is still in a sticky situation. Goes the wrong direction, and now he's gifted a rifle over to Sabrosa.
Mistake from Immortals for looking at the wrong angles with those two players alive after those first knives that were missed by Wardell. But they do have a showstopper that gets denied. JC Stanley still runs through the Blaze Wall to get 2 kills of his own. So it's a 2 versus 1. The odds are in favor of TSM though, because if things get sour, they still have a Rolling Thunder to work with. JMO moving through with the Ghost and the Operator. There goes the start of the fuse, and that's what I said. There goes the Rolling Thunder, and Hayes is going to be the one that's going to push in. Sorry, a flash for him to peek, and as they see that it's clear, that's it. Oh no!
No, he just won it.
Oh, they tried.
Yep.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. How does that happen? Oh,
Yeah.
It's a misplay. I mean, he won that easily. Like 5 seconds left, he wins that. JMO just catches him off guard. He got hit by that Rolling Thunder, but then he chilled here. I think they anticipated him to be in a different position, but he times it well. And then the fault line comes out, despite the fact that the spike hadn't even been tapped. There's the early preemptive fault line, so that Cutler can go for the peak. But the nature of Breach is that the reset time, the recovery time on his skills, it's so long, it feels like.
The issue is not the 1 versus 1 in the end, though. The issue is at 2 versus 1, because after the Rolling Thunder, from the angle that you saw from Hayes, he already knew that JMO wasn't on the spike. So I think he could have fallen back. Just fall back, play the time in your favor, and then bring it back on a 2 versus 1 with the spike counting down. The paranoia threw towards the backside, guessing that, or even threw towards the backside, thinking that JMO ran towards the spawn after that. So I think it was definitely it was definitely a misplay from both of these players, unfortunately for TSM. But at least there was starting to have some sort of redemption with this mid control, but it got stopped by an Operator. And that was JMO to get that kill. TSM back on side again.
TSM, yet again, player disadvantage. There's the ult to the backside of site. I actually like this move from Neptune, just kind of surrendering control, realizing it wasn't worth it to stick around, because if he peeks to the backside of site, he's got no cover for main. So he could ultimately get spotted from 2 different angles. Wardell with the pickoff, a nice shot onto JC Stani as well.
Spike planted.
So TSM, now Gangsta from up top is able to connect onto at least one. Neptune is trying to move into position, and he's flying through the sky currently, slowly drifting downward, going inside the smoke, looking for a line of sight on anyone. Can't quite find it, and as he slowly glided down into the site, the rest of his team was taken care of. Now, I saw this in chat, and I think it's important. Someone said, stop being cringe. No one is going to copy pasta your pasta. So I think you guys should prove them wrong. I want you all to spam the number 4. That's it. Someone's planted the spike in chat. You have to defuse. Just spam the number 4 to prove them wrong. Thank you. The end.
So back in a good round for TSM, actually, on a pulse plant. A lot better than the one before. They're able to bring the economy back, and also losing a player early into the round to be able to win the round with 3 players still alive. You got to take that with a positive note. And hopefully that momentum that starts to kick in for them to try to come back into this game, because we did say that they have to start stepping it up. It was very one-sided to start, and they're starting with a run it back to try to open into A site, but a big paranoia. I don't think that's wasted. It was a great job to stop it, because you don't get more information for TSM. Flash for them to execute in, to trade. As JC Stani gets the first kill, but Wardell stays alive to trade it off.
No.
Hayes. JMO should have had that kill as a drive-by with the Phantom, but TSM are going to be able to put the plant down.
Planted.
JMO had such a good position for that, but it doesn't work out well. How quickly they get onto the site and execute. We talked about how fast that first game was. If you look at the scoreline, it doesn't even really indicate how fast the game actually was. We talked about it going into the break. I think I said that the first half was like 22 minutes or something like that. That's pretty quick. And I think the total game time for that first game was 25 minutes. A large part of that was how fast Immortals was playing on the attack. That round was similarly quick coming in from TSM. They used run it back from drone to just charge into the site. Sure, it gets neutralized by a paranoia from JC Stani, but at that point, He doesn't have it anymore, and they can overwhelm the site, and that's exactly what ends up happening. So it was a good move from him to put himself in that position, but didn't really help him in the end anyway. Sabrosa using the boot bot to go in first. Saw the deep cam come out from Neptune. Neptune's now since been spotted, and he's only got a classic anyway. The one-way cyber cage is really not going to do much. He's not going to peek off that one.
Yeah, it seems the pressure is looking to be towards mid, especially as they're creeping through the smoke. They see nothing there. They know now it's on the extremities, and with the early boom bot, they're guessing that it's towards B. So they're guessing right for the defenders as they're stepping up on a high-low. First shot, that's going to ring and hit Wardell in the chest. He's going to be forced to fall back from the shadows to try to get some information. But TSM off that will decide to fall back and rush back towards the A site. Shank's trying to push forward to try to surprise them, but Sabrosa was ready for it this time.
Immortals.
They're running back to B.
Yeah, Immortals is shifting off to this A site, but TSM is running B.
We heard them run
30
towards
seconds
spawn
left.
side, so he's like, they're going spawn to A, everybody's rotating, but he never heard them run back towards B. So he kept walking.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that happened. How he didn't hear that one, how that came to be. So, Wardell
Player standing.
picking off one, but it's Sabrosa who's in spawn, currently finding shot after shot. It's a 4K for Sabrosa as TSM control the scoreboard here, 5-3 over Immortals.
Sorry, Baka, I was just scratching my head a bit, trying to figure out what happened there on that previous round. I think there could have been a better moment where Immortals after that could have readapted to get a couple of kills, hurt the economy of TSM. But that small mistake from that audible, not hearing them run back through spawn to B, is a huge detriment to how the economy is actually rolling and banking up now for TSM. So they're looking good. TSM back in the lead by 2, and also the economy to try to push where they're starting off as the attacker side, and they're slowing them down. And to slow things down on the end of Immortals, you got to think Neptune on that one. Canceling the showstopper as Sabrosa was trying to get an entry. Also damaging Wardell down to 31, trying to spray through the one-way of that cyber cage. So redemption at least for the defenders. A 1-minute advantage. Very healthy Immortals. Barely didn't take any damage at all for Neptune, if I'm not mistaken. So they could reassess and continue to their regular positioning, actually. That default on 3 on Heaven, 2 towards the A side, open towards the ropes because they have a trap wire. They have all of the angles covered.
Immortals in a good position here. Got great damage dealt to Wardell. They've got a player advantage currently. Shanks is trying to change positions, but it does look like they're going to go down ropes and head back to A, where they're going to be facing off
30
JMO
seconds
first,
left.
and that's hazed with a big kill. That was pivotal. It puts everything on JC Stani, who's on the site currently. There's some support coming. As you can see, Neptune and company leaping over. Gangsta's the first one to get there. That's the peek through. JC Stani does get 2 kills from inside the site. Wardell has to pop off with just 10 seconds left, and uh-oh, that's not what you want to see happen. 31 HP, 5 seconds on the clock, and I love the move from JC Stani, winning the round by just getting out of dodge. Immortals wins, and he'll even get the kill at the end and grab an op. Or, yeah, there you go. Seemed like he was like, do we want it? Do we really, really want it? Are you sure? Like he's messing with JMO, but they do end up picking it up, and they pick up the round win as well. This is still a really strong half from TSM, too. Even if they lose out at this point and it ends up 7-5, that's solid on the attacking side of this map.
Yeah. Thankfully, though, the economy's still there for Wardell to be able to buy another operator. But I would have definitely, with the time running out, probably just stayed into the site. I know you're trying to chase the... I mean, he was running after the spike, maybe to try to get the spike down for some extra credits, but there was definitely not enough time for that. So I would have probably stayed into the site to keep the op, not give it in the hands of JMO into this round here, where now Immortals has a chance to turn it back in their favor. Great round for them. TSM looking to get back, take back the control towards the garage. The camera's going to bait things out first because Shank's the one that's going to play around the corner. But Sabrosa, he checks that 50. He knows about that. He knows how aggressive Shanks has been quite a few rounds before. Has also been punished by it at pistol, so he's able to alleviate their pressure and give the advantage for TSM on the press towards the B side. A spray through the smoke opens up with a second kill. And that pushes the defenders over towards the B side where TSM decides to book it all the way back towards A. And there's only going to be one opposition, but the opposition is the operator of JMO, who's been popping off in the first map. Looking to see if he can pop up here.
This is going to be really difficult. He's likely to get smoked out too. Yeah, there's dark cover coming in right on top of his position. And if he were to try to push past this, it would be ill-advised. Goes for it anyway and actually gets the timing right and even gets away with a nice tailwind. Has to be careful. There's one in spawn. Push forward through screens, but Sabrosa doesn't stand a chance. Now Wardell is coming up from ramp, and JMO wants to take that battle. It's going to be a 1v1 between the oppers. Did he spot the barrel go around the corner or not? Wardell is currently watching the flank. JMO is trying to move in through ramp. First player coming in from spawn will go down, and now it's down to this, the 1v1, and Wardell from point-blank range delivers with another shot out of his operator. 6-4 TSM, 2 rounds up over Immortals. They've guaranteed at least a tie at half, and the buy from IMT is just awful. The money is terrible. It's going to be pistols coming out from them again. It's likely TSM will guarantee lead here.
And Shambles is on the attack at least. When we said that, unfortunately, Drone got a little bit quiet on the attacker side of Haven. Definitely able to put a little bit of pressure to help out with Sabrosa and Wardell too. So you have your duelist on the top tier of the scoreboard, putting the numbers in for the team. Losing Cutler for the few times that they get into the site, that's okay because they do have the firepower with the 3 players still alive, and when they're putting up numbers, you're starting to see those results. So a 2-round lead for TSM. A little bit of pressure at the beginning of the round towards the A side, where TSM is going to try to recollect back towards B. And I thought that with this composition that we're going to have, it was going to be very explosive for TSM on the mid-side control. I'm talking about the flash points and the rolling thunders, but they're really focusing on the extremities. So to run it back against an eco, okay, you get the first trade. Showstopper, you're wasting out the abilities too. I like it actually after all. So you trade or run it back for a showstopper, and you're also getting a kill on top of it. And you're forcing more knives out, so another ultimate to come out, but it's going to be JMO that evens up the tally on a 4 versus 4.
JC Stani jumps down off the balcony with a shadow step.
30 seconds left.
Meanwhile, though, TSM has repositioned and is going to be going towards mid. Smoke's coming down towards A, and oh man. Immortals, they were falling for it at first, but you can see they're starting to shift back, especially with that tripwire going down. They have one player in sight. It's Neptune, who's only got a classic, and he's hoping he can maybe get a line of sight onto somebody and stop the spike plant. He knows there's one behind him. Is the burst where it needs to be? Yes. But there's the repeat coming in from Wardell. Gangsta with the stinger. What can Gangsta do? Peeking out. Cloud burst lands right on top of him. Makes it a little bit harder to try to make something happen. His teammate coming in from heaven only has a sheriff. So he's just going to try and throw that smoke down on top of the spike and hope for the best. They're sticking it currently. They've got it to halfway. Oh man, that was a little sketchy there. But Wardell hit that line perfectly. TSM guarantees the lead at half with a 7-4 scoreline coming into this final round of the first half. And with the buy that comes in from Immortals, it's very likely to see TSM go up 8-4 before switching to the defensive side of Split.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, at least for Shanks, one of the players that is low on the money, low on the credit, that has to go for a small shield, Shanks is playing on the Empress. So getting a kill, going for the Devour will definitely be as if he had a full gun round, or on top of that, an Empress that he has available for the team. So it's still pretty evened up into this last round. TSM looking to get the slow pace back towards mid-control to allow Drone to be maybe the type of person that's going to lurk around and watch the flank, while the rest are moving in towards this B garage one more time. Neptune struggling a little bit towards the end tail of the half on holding up this B side. So Sabrosa and Wardell are taking advantage of it. Rolling Thunder up towards B Heaven. Will this force a rotate out? You have also from the shadows the ultimate from Omen in the back of the site. So they are quickly executing through. And Drone gets the 2 openers. Looks back towards the Heaven. Goes for the hat trick. Headshot onto Gangsta. As Wardell leaves it into the hands of JMO. As the last man standing on a 3 versus 1. Walking through the dark cover as Drone adds up the quad to end the half.
Switching sides.
Solid performance from TSM on the attack. Wardell with 14 kills, 12 for Sabrosa, 12 for Drone. We talked about the kill tally total in that first game and how the performance from individual players was almost on par of that with the entire team. 32 kills currently for Immortals. Just some quick napkin math for you. So when you look at what we've got on the other side, you've got 38 for the top 3. It's tough right now for Immortals, but they switch over to the attacking side. We'll see what they can try to do. It's obviously less than ideal, given that this map is so incredibly defensive-sided.
I like how different it is now, Buck, with how, again, with the right-click classics, before you see a lot of ghosts being purchased. This time you have 4 classics and armor for the defenders.
Well, there's Drone with a pick-off. The nade goes down, paint shells into the ramp area. Boombot to lead up as well. There's a lot of bodies currently building up here. The Boombot spots a target. They have managed to get that spike across onto the site, so all of this fighting has pushed TSM back far enough that they've been able to get out onto the site and guarantee a plant out of this. The Boombot coming in from TSM is not exactly going where it was supposed to. Drone will find another one, though, with his classic. Gangsta drops Cutler, but Drone comes through and finds a third on the round. It's all up to Shanks, who's inside. He's playing as the Reyna, so he's got that self-heal. He's got multiple self-heals. Somehow Shanks has made it almost possible. It's down to a one-on-one. Shanks, the stand-in, the substitute, eventually taken care of by Drone, but it got a little bit scary there, as Drone has to find a 4K on the round, capping off with a 1v1. TSM puts number 9 up on the scoreboard, but an impressive attempt from Shanks. Near heroic.
Look at that. At 3K, looking for the 4K. Drone had to go for a 4K himself. Drone getting a 4K on a pistol on defenders was literally what happened versus Moon Raccoons on Split yesterday as well. And the man's feeling himself too on something more comfortable for TSM on the defender side of Split. But yes, that indeed was such a beautiful attempt there for Shanks.
Look at Strike. Not only, you know, what game is this, but what year? I haven't seen Strike played in a minute.
Oh yeah, missed that map. But yeah, so that's gonna put Immortals on an eco. They do get a spike plant, but they're still gonna invest for some sheriffs, so they are upgrading a little bit. And they're gonna dash up towards this Heaven side, and it's gonna be a full waterfall up outside towards the Heaven into the site. Hayes is only able to capitalize onto 1 kill, and it's tied up on a 3-3. Drop it inside an open site is going to be Immortals going for a plant. Actually, they can't. The spike is already down, sorry. The 3-on-3, I thought the trades were all happening towards the B site, but there was one that happened towards Ramen, and that was Sabrosa to get the kill, and the spike down in the end there. So as they make it to an open site, they still have to go for the spike.
That's not good. No bueno. They've dropped the spike in mid. And Sabrosa's got it on LD. You can see there's support as well from Mailroom, or for Mailroom from Ropes. Cutler lines it up with the SMG. Sabrosa trying to come around the corner. Like, they got to deal with the blast packs. Nice flash coming out as well. Sabrosa, go for the knife. Go for the knife. He's going to play it safe, tosses an 8 out there. Gangsta is waiting around the corner. There's the curveball. Do they go for it now? Nope, it's just a firing squad. Double-digit rounds for TSM. Winning the first 2 here on their defensive side as well, making it that much harder for Immortals to come back from this. It's a big buy round for IMT. A loss here pretty much means map 3.
We're seeing the TSM that we're used to now on this map of split. And the thing is, they have this bonus round, but Wardell says, screw it. You guys have your fun with your rifles and such. I had to save for a couple of rounds to get this operator. So he is bringing it out here on this third round of the second half. He tried to go for something aggressive towards his mid side first, but as there was no early pressure, couldn't take advantage of it, and he decides to take the safe route to just play it off the callouts from his teammates of where they could spot this opposition. And it seems to be towards his B main. Sabrosa, his spot has been discovered. He knows it's a 2 versus 1. Big paranoia. And as he sprays to fall back, he's able to get the kill. And that was thanks to a cloudburst that was thrown by JMO. So you gotta count your stars for that for Sabrosa. Give a little bit of thank you for Immortals. Spike will now be picked up, as they will, with the Empress, try to split back inside this B site, but it's going to be a hard one. It's going to be a 3-on-3 on that area.
Shanks moving in. Quick shots out onto Hazed, and oh man, they execute quite literally onto the site. Now Wardell is present and waiting.
Spike planted.
So that laser beam of an op will fire right on through, taking Shanks, who is a serious threat, out of this situation. Immortals now has 2 players remaining. Hot Hands going down into B main. Drone clearing out positions, a great flash to clear out Hells, but it's a quick 1-2. And now it's down to Gangsta versus Wardell, and that's awkward, but he hits it! No. Gangsta goes full Quake 3, fires the rocket at the wall. Probably one of the most impressive showstopper ults I've ever seen. And he takes out Wardell in the 1v1.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I was laughing too, because when the rocket went towards the air, it's like, it's impossible that it's gonna hit him. But look at him. Last second, Gangsta turns into the wall and shoots it at the wall for the spray, the blast radius to get the kill onto Wardell. That was, oh man, this is a game, man. It's a fun one to watch, but it's still gonna be TSM.
Like, I hate to cut you off, but like that's just mind blowing. Like,
of course,
I don't think I've ever seen that.
I was definitely speechless, which is why I was like trying to find my words. And it was a very nice kill to get for Gangsta, a very beautiful clutch, and a good way to make it a 10-5. And that's gonna put here the eco for TSM. So just off that 1 versus 1, we reset the economy for TSM. Cutler trying to go for the flank, but unfortunately Shanks has a different answer, and they're inching back to try to tie it up for Immortals.
I mean, like, one of the first competitive shooters I ever played was Quake. I'm still thinking about that last round. So the instant I see someone rocket at a wall, I think of a game like Quake, or, you know, more recently, there's a game like Diabolical that has a similar arena-style 1v1 shooter. So when I saw that, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe that someone actually tried that in this game, because typically that's not the way it's used. You just fire it at the ground. You're not aiming directly towards a person. And also, in what scenario does that even happen? That might be one of the few times we ever see a 1v1 where that's even possible.
Lex is happy to see that. DDK as well.
Oh yeah, DDK's freaking out too, of course. Both big on the arena shooters themselves. Immortals might get a bit of a kickstart off that as well. They needed something to kind of bring them back to life. A bit of resuscitation that acted as a defibrillator. And that shock might be felt through the team, but not when play. It's run it back as well to advance the play further forward. JC Stani has used the ult to get into the back corner of A site, so a spike plant will be coming through. It's a good adaptation from Immortals. Neptune getting into this advanced position will be pivotal. That flash is huge. Goes inside the dark cover. You need to see more from Neptune in that scenario. Losing the 1v1 against Wardell inside the smoke. Big fat paranoia coming out, flushing JC Stani back even further. Wardell says, hey, Drone, I see that 4K you had earlier in this second half. I'm going to do the same thing. It's 11 rounds now. TSM up over Immortals.
And I do understand the play that Neptune tried to do at that point in screens, because as they get into the site from the shadows and you get the plant with JC Stani, you're trying to get into screens with no abilities, right? You don't have any cages, you don't have anything else to slow down any type of rotates, so you just want to try to surprise your opponents. But TSM, they expected that. You saw the flashpoint that came through, and then a push to help Wardell to get across to win that fight 1 versus 1 again. And if Wardell died, there was a player just behind him to go for the trade. So despite them giving the site, TSM was very strong on the retake. And they're 2 rounds away to bring this into a 3rd and final map to see who moves on to the grand finals versus FaZe. JMO does have the knives, but they're still hesitating on where they want to work. It seems as though in the end they really want to try to explode towards this A side, but look at the positioning from TSM. You have one just on the left side corner from Drone. If they don't check this corner, you're going to see this man put up multiple kills again for TSM.
They do try to clear it. It's a bit of a soft clear, though, so it's not a full clear. There's the showstopper ult. Oh, no! No way! We have a second opportunity to see something similar happen again. Again, it's a Jet and a Raze with the showstopper ult. This time the roles reversed. To be fair, in this instance, it's not as crazy. It's not a 1v1, and there's no horizontal movement. It's much closer quarters, but still, the fact that we were joking about likely never seeing that happen again, and it happens just a few rounds later, I mean, that's absurd. Paranoia coming out from Hayes,
Boom.
and it's a big fat boy. It's like a school bus of Flash driving into B main, and they just can't get away from it. TSM has secured round number 12,
Match
and
point.
very likely the buy that's coming in from Immortals is not going to be good.
And like I said, that B site for Hayes is an omen. That's his playground. So as much as I wanted to try to leer into the site, easy for him to break that leer and aim back to where he needed to. And knowing how many opponents are coming forward or they're pressing the charge, a big paranoia. So very well done mechanically for Hayes to hold that site. Meanwhile, though, from the positioning from TSM, they're playing it semi-aggressively, right? They're pushing out from unorthodox positions. They're getting off angles against their opponents, but they're not necessarily really pushing down and cutting rotations, as we kind of see TSM try to do usually when you don't run any sentinels. But it pays off from the gameplay that they have, the playstyle they have, and they're looking to hold one more time to try to these last 3 kills. JC Stunning has other words to say, so does JMO. They turn it over to a 1-minute advantage for Immortals instead. They're going to let the spike time go down. As soon as it comes out, Drone's going to get the first kill. He knows one ran back towards the pillar. So he has to come up to where they decide to roll this thunder from, if you could even call it that.
Nice shot coming out from Gangsta again in a clutch position on the site. You know, the weapon he's got is maybe not the best given the scenario. Once that fire rate slows down, he's got one chance. Mom's spaghetti. It's 13-6. TSM takes the second map over Immortals, forcing us to that 3rd map after all, as Immortals was very flat on the defensive side.
Yep, and with that, we do have that one final map. So stay tuned. We will see who's going to move on to the grand finals of the UMG Close Qualifier between TSM and Immortals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the VALORANT First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. A big turn of events as TSM is able to secure the victory on Split 13-6, which means we are, in fact, going to a Game 3, something I think we all wanted, but some of us didn't expect that, right? I'm speaking for myself as well as Bach, especially after watching Haven 13-2 with Immortals victory. So that only tells me, man, rest in peace anybody that plays Immortals on Haven, especially whenever we come to the regional finals. But check it out, guys. It was a great map. First, we'll start off with you, Bach. Clearly, some impressive stat lines whenever it comes out from the boys of TSM. I look at Wardell, 21-10. Drone finish off 19-10. Hayes, 15-10. Overall, top 4. No one was able to touch them. And I look at the boys from Immortals. Literally, nobody was able to go positive. Break it down for me.
I mean, this is what you need if you're TSM coming into the map. You need to negate the performance of that first map, not only to tie the series up, but just to get that confidence back and just put yourselves back up there and be like, okay, like, yeah, they had us in that first map, I'm not gonna lie. But now we move into this third map and it's like, okay, things are back on even playing ground. Not only did we have a big map win as a team, everyone stepped up on an individual level. We had some massive individual plays, specifically from Drone and Wardell. Shanks nearly winning this pistol. I mean, this was crazy that it almost came down to it, but it's Drone with the 4K. It was a battle of who was going to find it first. You got to love what we're going to be seeing, too, coming up in just a few seconds, because I know that everyone's thinking about that rocket play, the 1v1 from Gangsta. I mean, here it is right here, right off the wall. It's just...
Nasty.
That does not happen, and yet somehow it happens right here.
Right here.
Again. Literally the same play on the other side of the map, different roles. It's TSM who actually gets that rocket kill, but still.
30 seconds left.
Sir.
I love your reference to Quake, by the way. I was like, that is the perfect way to it was the perfect reference to throw out there. Vansili, it was a dominant win, you would have to say, 13-6. It was the playground for them, right? So obviously they ended up representing well going into a Sin. It's going to be an interesting one, but just going back to Split one more time, TSM had 11 first bloods to Immortals who had 8, but it just seemed like TSM did a much better job, right, at breaking on the sites, holding sites in general. You mentioned, no use of Sentinels, right? Kind of breaking the mold, if you will, no Cypher. What do you think about that?
Especially on a map like Ascent, I think it's going to be a very interesting one too for TSM. I expect a team to be way more aggressive on the extremities, to take map control, especially if they're going to start off on defender side. I'm not sure who's starting off on defender side first between these two teams, but I think it's still going to be a very tough matchup now for Immortals looking into this third map, because Immortals, yes, they're showing that they're very, very strong and very good on a map like Haven, but you're looking back into this event where, again, we're going back to those factors that they brought in a sub to the game to replace Shot Up, and at the same time, they haven't had as much time to prepare for this event as much as somebody like TSM, who's been playing with the same core since the beginning.
You mentioned Shanks, man, 13-16. There was a couple of moments, bit shaky shots, but it's funny, right? The new addition, at least temporarily for this roster. We don't know where he's going to end up whenever we do go into regional finals, but he did lead the team in overall KD. In fact, the closest one was Gangsta, despite that beautiful play with the showstopper, right? It's just a flash in the pan, because ultimately the consistency just wasn't there. So now it's got me kind of like back and forth. It's like Haven, you're able to win 13-2 and then 13-6. You weren't even up there in overall KD when you had such a dominant performance just before. And now you're heading into Ascent. I really don't know how this series is going to go. But hey, it is coming, and it's coming fast. I'm super curious to see who ends up ahead, because now TSM, with that victory, they put themselves in a very real chance to be able to take this series 2-1. So TSM fans out there are obviously happy. For Myth, I don't know what he said to the boys on TSM, but clearly it worked. He put his foot down and said, enough is enough. That 13-2 is not going to happen again. But Ascent's going to be an exciting one, boys. I'm going to go ahead and hand it over to you. TSM Immortals heading into Ascent. Let's get it started.
Thank you very much, Reflections. I do think it's important that we recognize we don't know which Myth is there. It could be Coach Myth. It could be Ref Myth. It's always difficult to know which one, and we're not watching, so we can't unfortunately see. I'd like to think that it's Coach Myth. I think that's my favorite variety of Myth. But either way, always fun to watch what he brings to the broadcast that we've been a part of. TSM, a massive response after losing that first map. And not only losing that first map, getting dominated on.
Yeah.
And even though the scoreline of the map that we just watched was closer, that was still a domination by TSM in
Exactly.
response.
I was gonna say it's a great way to answer back, right? And it seems as though it's tit for tat. You're looking at results on the first map versus results of the second map. It's been one-sided on both ends, and just literally when you had a mid-air rocket on a 1 versus 1 to another mid-air rocket on a 1 versus 1 on opposite sides with the same agents, it's back to that tale of anything you could do, I could do better. And it comes down to this last final map to see who's going to be the better team on Ascent to move down to the grand finals versus FaZe. So that's going to be a very nice one that I look forward to cast. And again, I think that question mark for me, I haven't had a chance to see enough of this TSM no Sentinels to see how it's going to be, how consistent this could be on a map like Ascent.
So, you know, you mentioned this, like, anything you can do, I can do better sort of theme to this entire best of 3. You look at that first map and then the response from TSM in the second. You look at even just the pistol round in the second half of that second map,
Yes.
where you've got Drone in a 1v1 against Shanks, who just popped off and found 3 kills. He's looking for a 4K. Drone's looking for his own 4K. I mean, you see the trading mid-air rocket kills literally mirrored all the way across the map, and different roles for different players. So it's still a Jet and it's still a Raze, but everything's flipped. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely the storyline of this matchup. Is it's anything you can do, I can do better. Now the question is, what's that going to look like on the third and final map?
Yeah.
Because ultimately someone has to be better. So ultimately someone's going to come out of this and say, well, it's great and all that you responded or that you started things off with a strong push, but we're here to stay. Have a nice day. So TSM or Immortals, they're waiting for this third map to start so they can prove who's the more dominant of the pair. And I'm not sure where this will land them in regards to who they'll face off against first when First Strike rolls around. But there was rumors that Sentinels is currently the team you would face off against if you get second. Correct. So,
correct.
TSM Sentinels, maybe we'll see that happen.
And here's the thing too, though, if you're the 4th seed going into First Strike by being the 4th seed in this qualifier here, you're facing off against Envy. So again, it's the scenarios where whatever team is playing right now, I know that it's people might say it's a short tournament. There's only 8 teams. You don't have to prepare that much because you really need to focus on maybe 2-3 teams at the max. But at the same time, you still want to put the odds into your sides where you want to play the better seeds, the team that you want to face yourself. Depending on these teams, actually. I mean, we spoke to Raucus before, and he's like, I don't care who we really face. I'd like to play the top teams right away, and there's probably that mentality for all of these teams right now in North America that they don't care if they have to play as Sentinels and Envy in round number 1. They just want to play whoever it takes to be able to win that first place in First Strike Regionals. So last map now on the way. Immortals on the defender side, TSM on the attacker side. And Sabrosa sticking over to that Raze. You have Drone on the Phoenix, Wardell on the Jet. Everything else hasn't changed here for TSM. And for Immortals, you have that Sova that comes back. You have Reyna still in the hands of Shanks. And you have JMO playing forward here at the mid side and the Ghost as a Jet.
Immortals desperately trying to recover after that last map. TSM has all the steam moving forward in their direction. JC Stani about to peek out, spots a couple of targets. Can't win in the battle. It's down to Neptune now. It's a 1-on-3. How quickly things have turned in the favor of TSM. And it continues to go that way as they pick up the pistol after winning that second map. One thing you have to talk about. Immortals came out of that first map with a hot hand. TSM responded. Can Immortals do the same thing? Can Immortals lose a map like they just lost and bounce back? It's tough because you've got younger players and less experienced players as a whole over on the side of Immortals. So the question is, are they capable of having that staying power? Can they kind of rebound, forget the last map, not let it affect their mental state or not? Time will tell.
TSM is definitely in a position from the highs and lows that they've had so far as this team to not be fazed by any type of that mental pressure that they might get from the community. And they're just here to play the game. Immortals, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing right now. Despite losing 13-6, they still won a 13-2. So if you want to be optimistic about it, they know that they have what it takes to bring it up and fight face-to-face, toe-to-toe with TSM. And we do have the L drone that's going to try to clear out the B site, but that's going to be a tell here for the back of the defender spawn. But we are looking to break that door right open. It's going to be a bloodbath as soon as it breaks and it comes through. And it's still going to be TSM taking the upper hand, not needing to focus towards the back of the site. Finally, they will because Shanks just got a kill onto Drone. A 3 versus 1, and it's only a 1 versus 1 that's needed as Sabrosa wins that versus the Frenzy and adds the scoreline up to 2.
Full buy is going to be coming in for Immortals here. On the other side, you still got a lot of Bulldogs. Now, we talked about this with Wardell. Typically, Wardell doesn't spend too much because he wants to save up and buy the AWP in the 3rd round. This time, that's not the case. Spending a little bit of extra cash results in him having to use a Phantom here. It's not like a big deal. It's just an interesting note. Wardell, speaking of him, catches a shock dart straight to the belly. So he's going to be down on 60 HP to start the round. Good utility use coming in from Immortals to heavily weaken a player who was putting up serious numbers on Split against them just a few moments ago. Shanks and Neptune both playing defense towards B, but they're going to be moving up towards Cat, and that's why Drones found that early execution onto Gangsta. JMO's around the corner as well. The nade is in and a shock dart as well. JMO's down on 34 HP. The A site has not actually been lost. They didn't push in. So the back end of this play, and he's found a free kill onto JMO, and he's looking for more. Meanwhile, Neptune's over towards spawn stairs, trying to stop this push. They've got players coming in from B main and also stuck in the cubby after dropping out of market. There's no one on the site, so the spike will be planted. But significant damage dealt to some of the players from TSM.
The Shadow Step might think that there was only one player playing towards logs. So Drone is still in a very big spot here, just around the corner. Neptune's trying to watch it from the market, but the retake attempt still has to be pressured on by Immortals to try to get into the site. So as the footsteps are being heard, Drone is trying to watch his versus his double peek from Shanks, and Shanks is going to win it, but it's traded off by Hayes on that sidewalk. Neptune coming in forward, his teammate right behind him. He does get the first kill onto Hayes, just in the back of the side, only 11 HP, and down to 0. JC Stani picks up the last one. They get the defuse and the first point on the scoreboard.
Yeah, you got to look back at that early shock dart that came through that weakened Wardell. Had huge impact on the round. Wardell ends up being in a 1v1 where he's even lower on HP. It goes the way of Immortals. So they pick up the first buy round. What's the response from TSM? They immediately go back and spend on the round. So there will be an investment coming in from TSM.
Yeah.
But 2 players are going to be on a bit of a weaker buy. You've got Hayes, who's forced to go down to an SMG. And Wardell might just opt for a pistol here to save money for the op for future rounds. He's buying a little bit more. He actually goes all the way down to a Guardian. Okay.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually try to battle for the orb on A, then run all the way back to B and fight for the orb on B.
Yeah, I don't think they would do that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, unfortunately, it's not going to be the case. He's going for a Guardian. And they still have orb control here. It's going to be Drone that's going to pick it up instead. So he's 1 away from getting to run it back. And this could still be doable, actually. They could still walk back all the way to B, fight for that orb on B side. But it's going to be Sabrosa that's going to pop out the showstopper instead. So that procced and ready. But it doesn't hear the Guardian's ring, right? It's trying to get a couple of picks, but through the wall, but it's not. It's just going to really force Immortals to fall back for a bit. And they're going to look to work towards the A side with the showstopper that they just picked up.
Hayes makes contact with JC Stani, but it's too late. His teammate Sabrosa was gunned down behind him. You've got JMO, who's currently behind the big box top site. Nice blaze wall curved around the corner to allow them to get to the switch. And Drones picked off JMO. That's the A site now empty, and they are able to get out and at least try to get the spike down. But look how fast the push is already coming through for the retake. Neptune's found one as well. Coming it from into heaven. They've stopped the spike plant, and it's down to 18 seconds left. They need to hold to prevent these players from coming through from A main. Shanks does so well, and it's down to Cutler, and he's running low on ammo and HP as well. The round nearly expires before Cutler does first. And we're tied at 2 apiece. So a nice little response from Immortals, and they kept their composure across those last 2 rounds to force TSM down into save territory.
Just really nicely played by Immortals to have those 2 players at the doorway. They took advantage of areas that were weak on TSM's attempt of a plant, and even worse when they would go on a pulse plant. Because imagine if they did get the spike down, they'd still have to fall back into different positions where they will be exposed from the doorway already when 2 players are there. It could have been a situation where you have, I think it was Cutler, right? Silva at the front, A main will have to try to clutch it again, or clutch it for the first time into this map.
Get out of my way.
But just being able to take them down, getting Wardell out of position, wasn't expecting that. He even dashed back in the open. Just allowed Immortals to get that save on that round. So 2-2. Knives are now popped out. Silver lining is that the ultimate that was built from the kill from Joel in that previous round and the showstopper that was ready on that previous round are now procced up for this round here. But on pistols, we don't know if they're actually going to use that. Not needed. Definitely not needed after that kill.
Wardell flies out over top of the roof, not prepared for targets on the other side. So Shanks with Empress able to take care of Wardell. Sabrosa flies in and actually gets taken out before being able to fire off a rocket. So the showstopper ult also not having an effect. For the most part, the ults here from TSM didn't really do too much. The pistol comes out on the end from Shanks, but it's Neptune from behind to actually get the follow-up. 3-2, Immortals taking the lead away, and Shanks and Neptune starting to feel it. They're starting to heat up a bit.
Yeah. So the retaliation they have just from the pick was bringing that cyber cage up, and after that, I'm pretty sure it was more than just a dart. There was definitely a recon arrow that came out, because I saw 2 players that were pinged through the point of view of Shanks, which definitely allowed all of Immortals to just stay back towards the spawn and just spray towards the area and make things a lot more difficult for TSM. And as they lose a player towards the back of the B, they're trying to get something done with the showstopper to try to regain control of the B side map. But it's just well for them to waste that. Shanks with the Leer and a double peek to get the kill onto Sabrosa. The hat being thrown by Neptune, and a run it back to try to open the A side. Drone is going to try to even up the tally. And as he gets stopped there from the tree side, JC Stoney gets 2 kills of his own, and that seems to be coming from the... As well comes down, another to fall. Heroic attempts to not come into fruition for TSM, where Hayes is on a 5 versus 1. Looking for an ace if he wants to win. And with the time remaining, there's still a minute left on the clock. So if he's able to capitalize on maybe some mistakes for Immortals where he could separate multiple occasions of 1 versus 1, it could still be doable. Here's the first, and that's going to be the only one. JC Sunny adds 3 to the board, and we have a 4-on-2 for Immortals.
Numbers climbing for some of the top performers for IMT. Hayes putting in a good performance thus far, though, 7-4 for the Omen. The money again for TSM, suboptimal. So sub-machine guns will come into play. Stingers for Sabrosa and Cutler. Frenzies for Drone and Wardell. Hazed, he's a vintage man. He prefers the classic.
Revealing area.
Here they go, though. Fast play towards the B site. We'll see if those Stingers can be deadly or not. Wardell gets into the switch house, and they've actually done a decent job of overwhelming this site. It comes down to JC Stani back site, but we've seen that before. The Stinger, even from that distance, can be very difficult to deal with. Now, they haven't planted the spike just yet. JMO does have the ult out, so they'll use the owl drone to clear things out as it flies over top of the roof, looking to spot out these players. Knows exactly where they're at. Missed knife from JMO, wants to get vertical, though. Ends up hitting a wire. So that's a little bit disappointing. The wire bounces him back down. It's possible, of course, he could have gone for that dash out. They're going to start spamming the wall, looking to connect with Wardell, the only remaining member here of TSM. Still stuck in the boathouse in the 1-on-2 as the bomb getting closer and closer to that detonation point. But it's Wardell from the backside of sight as JMO makes the mistake of extending the challenge just a bit too far with the dash. Big clutch from Wardell to win the round for TSM.
Gangsta did whatever he could there to help on that 2 versus 2 retake. The recon owl was perfect to spot the first player in the back of the boathouse, even seeing the top of the head of Sabrosa after that plant. So they knew exactly the positioning of Wardell and a Sabrosa, gets a shark dart for the kill, and a recon in the boathouse where you wanted to get that spray come through and get that hit onto Wardell, but it didn't come into fruition for JMO. And that on a 2 versus 1 for Wardell, you gotta love it. I think that was a mistake to dash into the boathouse, but Wardell definitely capitalized on that one.
Well, TSM, they've got themselves in a decent position. JMO, oh, that's awkward. What happened there? He dashed away, but the dash looks like it almost like got canceled. It just didn't really do anything.
Probably
That
the
was
aim
bizarre.
punch. He was getting hit through the
Yeah.
wall there.
Yeah, it was really strange to say the least. Now, Drone has picked off JC Stani, and that's opened up the site. So that op pick early on short doesn't have all that much impact. JMO looking to line up a shot there with the dart going through. But it's just incredibly difficult for them to try to get out onto this site. Now there's the pulses coming out from Gangsta's Hunter's Fury. Nearly connects with that target back behind the generator who was on site, very low on HP as well, so it would have been a... JMO has to connect with an op here. Right around the corner they go. There's one right around the corner towards the switch. The pistol comes out. The sidearm's not strong enough. Gangsta, 1-on-3 and surrounded. Well played by TSM. And Immortals money probably not in a good place. So, no, they've still got plenty of cash. Never mind. Another buy will come through.
Definitely took advantage for TSM to get into that A main side, into the site, while everybody's really focused on trying to keep JMO alive with the experience. With the expensive purchase that he had with the operator at the beginning, especially with the pick that he got, with him falling back towards the tree side, and everybody focusing back on the spray that happened towards Catwalk, TSM was able to really push into the A side main. And despite Gangsta going with the Hunter's Fury, with the recon darts, it still wasn't enough here for the positioning of TSM on the pulse plant. And now you still have the ops, but this time in the hands of Shanks, who's looking back towards, it seems, his B main. While Owl Drone is trying to regain control for TSM at A. But as they know where it's actually breaking out from, they know that it's coming back from very far back for Immortals. So you see them slowly pressing forward, sorry. And they're going to try to look back towards the orb. So a very, very slow round for TSM, who looks to be switching for a split towards B. They have a trap wire up where Neptune can really slow things down as soon as something comes up. And now that it's broken, the camera's there too. Shank still lands the first shot towards B main, and there you go. That's good enough for the first 2 kills.
A little scary there for a second with the way that Shanks was escaping down sidewalk and the threat was coming through from Market.
30 seconds
But
left.
Immortals still has themselves in a favorable position. Now, Hazed does have mid control. He's pushed all the way up to Pizza. But as I say that, he gets dinked through the wall. He's going to try to escape and head back towards A. Let's see if this ult gets canceled. It does. You can see with the Omen positioning that they were going to make it difficult. 11 seconds now, and the spike, it got dropped on the other side of the wall. That's the round over. The door goes down as they enter the site, but the spike lands in Garden. Heck W. Wardell's the only survivor. He's stuck in hell currently, and it's Immortals who's trying to send them to the afterlife, but he manages to survive with 79 HP. A big win for Immortals and a massive flub there. Just kind of the nature of circumstances. It wasn't a mistake. It just happened. It's unfortunate.
You saw it. He was trying to run through that door, and it was like slowly closing on him. He had that door stuck moment happening, but thankfully, with him saving the operator into the next round, he still had 5,000 credits, so he's still going to be able to drop for his teammates. So they'll still have a full gun round for TSM. And the thing is, they're like, oh, well, it seems to be a close game at this point, but TSM still has the defender side to play. So it's really not over yet here for Immortals. They have to fight to have a better lead to finish the half 8-4 in their favor if they want to, in my opinion, stand a chance on TSM's defense. And it starts off with Omen really holding it towards the wine. So a position that hasn't been held yet by Immortals since the beginning of this half. This could be a big position for them. The flank's going to come through. It's going to be a fake and it works out.
Careful now.
Drone. Using the run it back, runs inside dark cover, throws hot hands down, but it's a ruse. They're actually heading across the map now. Wardell hits a nice shot with the op, but he had the spike, so he can't actually get out across. He relies on his teammates a little bit harder. It's okay in the end. As again, they're peeking from heaven, and they just keep going right back into Wardell's crosshair. 3 kills on the round for him. We're back at a tie score here. And the money for Immortals, it's shaky, but a buy will come out. It just won't be perfect.
It seems as though somehow the run it back really surprised whoever was playing on that sidewalk, because as he turned away to try to jump into the site, he jumped into the wall. And because of that, you pulled out so much of the rotations from the A site over towards B, where, like I said, JC Stani had a great position towards that wine. He didn't know that the attack was going to happen towards the A side eventually, where if they actually were able to fall back safely and they're creeping up slowly in that area, it would have been a different story for Immortals. But you got to give it for Drone. Keeping the first kill, putting the hot hands down, spraying through the smoke towards the spawn side. Things got a little bit hectic for Immortals on the defense. And now as they want to bring the pressure back on their side, Shanks is in a great position to get an opening onto B-Link. While Sabrosa's just waiting around the corner, also has a showstopper ready. But Sabrosa, you could see, he's just looking to play to cut rotations, and there's that timing. He gets the kill, and they're probably going to split inside this A site once again. But from the shadows is canceled immediately, and JC Sana gets 2 kills inside the site.
JC Stani inside the site. Has a couple of targets waiting on the other side in aim, but they've actually backed off. They've abandoned Sabrosa, who was on Cat, who's also now changing directions and moving over towards mid a little bit more, but realizes he's got to stick around a bit and ends up taking care of Gangsta in the process. Now they've gained access to this site, which is the big part. They'll be able to get across and get that spike plant as well. Oh, that's awkward. Luckily, the dash is present for Wardell, who ends up getting trapped inside a cyber cage as well, but he does have an op. And there's the peek coming up from Wardell. He plays it masterfully. JMO was not prepared. The spike's been planted. It's a 2-on-3. How quickly things have turned in favor of TSM.
One player remaining.
And this round is really Sabrosa going to work.
Yeah, they forgot that Sabrosa was still on the flank. You know, Sabrosa's name in Latin, it comes from a Latin phrase, sub rosa, literally meaning in secret. So no surprise there that he secretly sneaks his way up catwalk and comes in with a huge flank. And ends up being pivotal to the round win for TSM. What he did on Cat, he finds 3 kills in the round. The last kills, I mean, maybe he doesn't get those kills, but the site's already lost and the round's already lost for Immortals.
Exactly.
It's his kills on Catwalk that really solidified things. It kept them guessing, constantly having to look back. The rotate comes through slower as a result. It's just really well played. You saw him try to rotate out. Even I called it. He was going to rotate back to mid, but he stayed around instead, and it produced success for TSM.
Definitely some unfortunate timing from Shanks, too. He was looking at that angle for the longest time from the other side of the Sabrosa stairs, ironically enough, is what we call it. But literally at that spot, he was looking back towards the link for the longest time, didn't see anybody lurk around, and as soon as he walks back up towards that staircase, well, Sabrosa lurks out. So you see Immortals on a force coming through on this last round, not healthy at all in terms of their weapons, and they're pushing out towards the A main and not seeing the opposition from JC Stani at the beginning. Rotating back their resources towards mid and catwalk. Just around the corner of the B entrance are 2 players, and you could definitely go for the Lear burst again if they want to. But it seems as though it might be the, hey, let's put up the cyber cage as soon as we hear something. There you go. And if they execute, they could actually go for this double peek instead.
There's the rocket coming in as Sabrosa gets vertical, but
wow, okay.
While he's mid-air, he gets sliced up by JMO.
30 seconds left.
So it's a 3-2 favoring Immortals.
Somehow.
Yeah, we might find ourselves at a tie scoreline as we move into the second half. We talked about how one-sided the last 2 maps were. how appropriate that we'd have a close game here on the third and final map of the series. Gangsta does get smoked off. Dark cover lands right on top of him. Haste is going to move in first. The knives not where they need to be, but Gangsta's able to spot out his target. That's the spike planter. The recon dart does everything. All the dirty work done by the recon dart. A thrifty round win to cap off this first half. Impressive from Immortals, but a hotly contested game thus far. Hayes, the top performer for TSM, 13-8, 14-9 for JC Stani on the other side. You know, we've talked about JMO, we've talked about Shanks, we even talked about Gangsta because of that ridiculous rocket. But we really haven't talked about JC Stani that much until now.
Yeah, no, he's definitely blossoming in this third map. And now with this gun run that we have, it's going to be 4 players playing with Ghosts for Immortals on the attack. And they are setting up for something very quick towards this B main. As they do have, let's see, a paranoia that could be thrown to give a chance here for Shanks and Jamo to move forward. But it's going to be a smoke instead at the spawn. And it's going to be a full-out rush. So a big hold that's coming up here for Sub-Rosa. And that starts with a boom bot in the face, but no kills. Shanks and Gangsta still opening up in the staircase, though. Hayes inside B site, unfortunately dropped. A 3-on-2 with a spike plant for Immortals. Color gonna try to come back through spawn. Drone at B main. So they do have at least that map control. So they know the 3 players are pretty much pinned inside the site. And they have a Sova to actually try to get that information. They still have a recon dart too.
Recon darts from both sides giving out some information. Drone currently sitting inside a smoke. He wants to go ahead and go through. So there's the flashbang through. Love the look as the curveball connects. But now it's all up to Drone. The hot hands goes in, forces one into the corner, and it's the molly kill onto Gangsta. The pistols come out, but time is running low. This is well played from Drone, but the clock works against him. He might not even be able to escape the spike just on the edge. Immortals pick up the pistol round win, but everyone dies in the process.
And that was a revenge. A 1 versus 1 between Drone and Shanks, where that last time that they met off was not too long ago. The second half pistol round of Split, where Drone was the one that was able to capitalize on that and get the defuse in. But unfortunately, it is going to be, or fortunately, if you are in the shoes of Shanks, the round comes into your favor as a sub, saving that pistol for Immortals and adding the economy into this round.
To our observers, I want to see that worm again. I want to ask Riot, is that an homage to... I'm trying to remember what movie it is. I think it's Spaceballs, where it makes fun of aliens when the alien comes out of the stomach, but instead he comes out of the stomach and does like a dance or like the Warner Brothers frog with a cane and a top hat. And I'm wondering, like, I feel like that might be an homage in some way. Who knows? Maybe I'm just imagining things.
The worm?
The worm, yeah. It's a scene in Spaceballs. Like the alien baby comes flying out of his stomach, and then as he dances away, he like has a cane and top hat, and he starts singing like the Warner Brothers song. I don't know the actual song.
Unless you're talking about
like
Kench Bench.
No, I'm talking about the worm.
I didn't even notice.
It's in mid. It's on top of a book. It's on a placard. I think it's actually over towards A as well. Regardless, the round is live, so we should actually talk about that instead.
That's true. That's true. Let's do that instead.
And Baseballs. But it's 4 players remaining for TSM. There's a dark cover down on the door, and Immortals is going to explode on the site off that one.
30 seconds left.
Now, TSM doesn't exactly have great firepower coming into this, so this is exactly what one would expect. The SMG's a little bit too powerful for them. Even the rifle brought in by JC Stani. Wardell tries to dash away, caught out by the SMG. A flawless round win for Immortals. They'll take the lead, 8-6 over TSM. TSM was looking good early on. There's the worm, see? Look.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it's a worm with a top hat and a cane. It reminds me of a scene from Spaceballs. Maybe it's totally wrong.
I think you are.
Maybe I'm the only... Here's the thing, that's a nerdy movie, and I'd like to think people who make video games are pretty nerdy too. So I'm hopeful. If you work at Riot and you know the answer, DMs are open. I need to know.
TSM now looking for a pick early on Catwalk with Wardell having that operator, while the rest of Immortals are looking to take this A control off the back of the Owl drone. And we're going back to pretty much what we saw from Haven at Immortals. for Immortals. Run behind the Owl Drone, be very explosive, get into the sights, and it's JMO, of all names, again, coming in for the entry.
Spike planted.
And the whole W, get into the site, continues to work for this attacker side. Oh, wow. That's a great way to go for the spray, the spam, the headshot onto Shanks. And a 4-on-4, the spike just freshly planted. So still very doable here for TSM to retake.
Wardell doing him dirty through the floor with the op. The rest of Immortals looks to survive a little while longer. Double curveball coming out from Drone as they try to get back out.
Big dart.
Spam coming through the floor. It's doing significant damage to some of them, but JMO's more so on the receiving end than the rest. JC Stunny now falling as well as Gangsta. It's all up to the last remaining player. It was JMO. He's low on HP. Wardell should have the time for the defuse.
I don't think
as
so.
TSM gets back into the site. It's going to be close.
Oh my God.
0.3. Never trust Vansili. It's all here. The ball guy knows box.
Is that the lowest diffuse that I've seen now?
What didn't we have 0.03?
That's true. We had a
0.03 was the lowest and that happened this event, if I'm not mistaken. There was a 0.03.
Yeah. That is crazy. That is crazy. Well, they do get the defuse. It was close, and I gotta say that's off the back of you know, some heroic effort after these darts that keep coming out from Gangsta. The amount of recon arrows on these holds, on these retakes from Gangsta, the Owl Drone. I mean, you called the amount of assists that Gangsta was able to get to when they were playing on Haven. He's doing a lot of work here with the Sova, and that definitely deserves that praise into that round. But unfortunately, still, it's TSM with the firepower, with the spray that they had from the operator from Wardell that's somehow still connected onto Shanks. The luck came on their side, and it got the defuse. Now they're exploding into the A side for Immortals, and it's still being held trade for trade. As the spike's about to go down on a 3-3, but Wardell is about to inch out. And as he peek, he does connect up to Shanks one more time. They also have a run it back if they want to go for this aggressively, just to try to get the information. Especially with Shanks, Gangsta still being alive. And there you go. Run it back as Neptune gets the first kill. They know where the opponents are coming from. The last one is going to be on Catwalk, but he's made it towards the generator. Don't know if he got spotted here. Indeed, it does. Looks like he has. And as it gets pinged out, he gets the clutch. Well done by Neptune.
Always play high stakes.
To make it 9-7.
Huge play from Neptune. Drone's coming through with the run it back. So he repositions as he gets zapped back to his original position. Throws the hat out to make sure he's still coming closer and closer to the edge. And he just keeps sneaking back further and further, getting into a better angle. Neptune has a massive advantage there, being on the lower side of sight. Immortals keeps control of the scoreboard. There will not be a tie here as they continue with the lead 9-7. Again, JC Stani with an incredible performance. Now, Wardell does have Bladestorm available, so the knives are going to come out early on from the jet main for TSM. Nothing spotted initially, though. You can see right now it's a very pensive approach from Immortals. They're playing back pretty far. There's one sitting in mid, just kind of hiding in the corner and B connector. The rest slowly working towards B main, where Sabrosa is holding currently. He had the Sheriff out, but it's a nice little toss on the Cyber Cage on a jump peek from Neptune that forces him back just a bit further. And they'll use that to get further up, and that's brutal. Well played from Shanks on the edge of the Cyber Cage that was thrown down by Neptune. A dismiss to peek towards Sidewalk, just to spot if anyone's there, but there's not. Wardell is currently hiding inside the smoke on spawn. His teammate Drone just fell right in front of him. Wardell wants to pounce, but he's waiting for his team to get into position. There's the smoke that comes through. First knives on the money, looking for a follow-up. He's gonna get it! Wardell's found 3. He's made it manageable. It's down to now a 1-on-2, but we gotta see what Hayes is working with. It's just a frenzy, no armor. Throws down dark cover, does have paranoia to work with, that's important. He's also got the shrouded step to try and sneak away. Now that dart, that's gonna make things a little awkward. They're trying to spam him through the wall. There's finally a weapon pickup for Hayes, but time is becoming a problem. So at this point, he's just gonna set up and wait for exits, wait for them to try and jump out. They're not giving him anything to work with. A dig shot comes through, but Immortals survives the round. Almost lost there in the mid round as Wardell went off with the knives, but it just wasn't enough effort. And unfortunately, TSM do fall.
Still got to give it to Wardell, though, with the Blade Storm. The surprise attack from dashing in, you can't really ask for anything more from this man after he gets the 3 kills. But unfortunately for Hayes, he was still a little bit too far back to go and assist his teammate. So to leave him on a 2 versus 1, but on an eagle that they have, you still got to get that. You still got to give that for TSM. But this is the round coming in for Immortals. And it's going to be very similar to previous rounds where they're looking to play off the back of the Owl Drone. And Sabrosa this time playing towards the A site. Good way to throw the paint shells right inside the dark cover to slow them down. Oh, we actually already poured it into the site with JC Stani. He's poured it on the top, so he's trying to shoot his feet down and manages to do so with help from Gangsta. He's the one that's going to be credited for the kill. But we still have a retaliation from the Hunter's Fury as Cutler connects. But the spike is just now about to be planted. 3 players already rotated from TSM. Curveball early to try to go for a peek. Wardell to drop down. Spawning Neptune on a one-way smoke, trading out at the generator. They don't know where the last player is at, though, for Immortals. So they could still play this very slowly. But after that recon dart, you know, generator and A main now for TSM as they attempt to go for this retake. Dropping down is going to be Cutler with the headshot onto JC Stani, and Gangsta will have to try to clutch. It's a Hunter's Fury, and it's planted to where he could go for that hit. Cutler just wants to die with it because he wants to bring it halfway. That's so well done. Sacrifice yourself to bring it halfway so that drone can go for the full defuse. The way back from the orb side. And that's the kill right after, so that's beautiful.
I mean, that's Clutchler. Look, he doesn't have to win the round with the kill. It's him just sticking the spike, sacrificing himself for the greater good. 10 assists currently for him as well, despite the fact that he's on the bottom of the scoreboard. That's a big round win, and it's because of that heroic effort to get the spike to halfway. And it was just too much distance between Immortals, Sova, and the spike to do anything about it. Now you do have an ult right off the bat. Popped by TSM. That's into the shadows coming in from Hayes as he makes his way towards long A. Drone's gonna go big, finding 2 kills. Hayes has found one across the map after using his ult to get behind enemy lines. And now we're down to 2 players, JMO being one of them, who at least guarantees control of the site for the time being. Now an Owl Drone was about to come out around the corner, but they cancel it as JMO is just a little too close. JMO's now snuck into the market. The line of sight for Hayes not going to work out so well. So hold on. We're down to a 2-on-2. This was looking very manageable for Immortals, but it's starting to fall apart. And look at the play from JC Stani. Never mind. I was saying look at the play from JMO. He was coming in on the flank, but they line them up perfectly. And that's an impressive win from Immortals, but it's disappointing for TSM. Off the way that started, that should have been an easy round victory for them.
Holy crap, give that to JMO at least, though. Really keeping TSM in the back of the spawn side, allowing all that to happen so that JC Stani could be in a great position as TSM tries to push back from the spawn. Because he had to go in the back of the site to plant, and as you waste time for JMO at the spawn side, he's able to jump back up on the sidewalk. And that's some great individual plays. That shouldn't have been a fight that was lost there for Hayes, unfortunately. He did get the first angle and the shot. But the white swing came back from JMO to win that one. And Immortals are 2 rounds away of moving into the grand finals of the UMG Close Qualifier. And as they continue to press forward, it's always this A main, A main, A main. But the only thing that's really countered back from TSM is a smoke on the ground.
Immortals, they've got target set up with a solid crossfire waiting on the other side. The spike is moving back towards Catwalk. Got one playing Cat. It's Wardell, who's currently sitting towards the arch. He's waiting around the corner, and he's got a Bucky. He's prepared to deliver with a shotgun at point-blank range. How much will he get going for him? Now the flash goes behind him, and that's what results in success. The follow-up shot is not a fatal blow. Now there's only one still standing inside A site. It's Cutler, who's immediately traded out by Gangsta. It's a 3-on-2. Immortals have control of the site. Drone's gonna go ahead and pop the ult, run it back into the site. Great shots coming out from Drone. And all of a sudden, we're in a 1-on-2. Things have quickly turned around. Drone with the 3K. Just as the ult expires, TSM prevent round number 12 for Immortals.
He did that by himself because Sabrosa was so far away. And somehow TSM still, they're not done. They're going to fight this until the end. And that's the second time that you're using a run it back to really come back into retaking the A site. But you popped it much earlier than the other times, and it paid off. It actually caught Immortals off guard. As they were expecting some sort of rotate to go for a double peek in the end, Drone just put the matters into his own hands. So TSM stays alive. It was actually a really broken buy at their end too, where they may have had a situation where it wasn't looking good for series point for Immortals in terms of economy for TSM. But now Shanks and company of Immortals are on a save, which allows the defender to bring this to an 11-10. But things have finally changed a bit in how they want to execute for Immortals. They're using the Owl Drone back towards mid, but again, that could be the tell. Get ready for that one. You hear the Owl Drone, there's probably some players right behind it. But it's making its way towards Catwalk. This is where Wardell rotated over, and now they're splitting into B instead.
See what they can try to do. Shanks trying to move in quick, but TSM is just cutting them apart. TSM has found double-digit rounds. Again, we talked about it. The first two maps in this series were blowouts. Map 1 went heavily in favor of Immortals, 13-2. Map 2, a little bit closer. TSM still takes it. We find ourselves at map 3. It's no surprise that we've got this close game before us. What's a bit shocking, though, is JC Stani being at the top of the scoreboard, and I mean no disrespect, no shade thrown. But he's just not a player we typically profile as that performer because we've been watching the likes of Shanks and JMO usually pop off for the team. Whereas on the other side, Sabrosa is struggling. Also not a player we typically see at the bottom of the scoreboard for TSM. Interesting storylines developing. Immortals still has the lead currently. And we'll see how they decide to react. It looks like it's going to be a fast flight into the A site. JMO again, the first one to go in, trying to spray through the box, but it doesn't work out. Now Wardell has picked off one with the Blade Storm. Haste was the one inside to spot out JMO initially, but he was traded out, spammed through the box. No surprise there. It's a 3-on-4. They have the site control, but they don't have the numbers in their favor. So they're going to try and find something here. Deep shock darts coming out to try to do some additional damage. They do have the opposing Sova very low on HP. Gangsta going into hell has to be careful, watching out for the spam. The curveball is going to be set up around the corner in just a moment. As you can see, Drone's already got it pulled through the X-ray. This is an incredibly important round. There's the first flash recon dart going down. They know that he's close as they start to move their way out. They get all the way across. They're trying to find the openers they need. Now the flash goes down underneath, but it's Gangsta to go big. Oh my goodness, it almost was possible there, but Wardell survives, and he will get the defuse. Yet again, it's Wardell to defuse here on the spike. We are tied up at 11 apiece as TSM comes through on the retake.
I thought for a split second that that shot was a little bit miss on that recon dart that went onto the heaven side of spawn. That Immortals definitely would have seen that the execution was coming. The retake was about to happen. They had a perfect crossfire set up too inside that site. At the generator and also just under the boxes, off angle at the bottom instead of playing towards hell. But it turns out to be a great entry, and in the end, a clutch from Wardell to be able to save the round for TSM. We do have a tactical pause now for Immortals, where I think it makes sense. Right now, you have Bont all the way down to 0. 100 for a couple of them, small shields across the board. You get a spike plant and you lose a round, at least you have a bit of economy, right? That's $2,900, 2,900 credits plus the 300 to be able to maybe salvage something into the next. But of course, you don't want that. You want to try to win this round. You want to try to break the economy back for TSM, make it low on their end. And what do you want to try to do with this? You see, from the looks of it, at least from this overhead view of that mini-map, is that they are still looking to work towards this A side, where they have found some success.
I mean, for Immortals, this feels like an all or nothing kind of round.
Correct.
You know, look at they spend everything.
Correct.
So the richest player after the purchase is JMO, sitting at 400. Not having the best game, but JC Stani has picked up the flak. See what happens here. Gangsta leading in to the A site with the Owl Drone, looking for that intel, not going to spot anything out early. It does look like they're just going to move in fast to this A site. You can see they've already got catwalk control. They want to go back to A. because they feel like they've had some success there. So they actually do get out and across, but Hayes just pick off JC Stanny. That's huge, as the top performer from Immortals is going to have to watch the rest of the round. Now, Gangsta's going into a different spot than we typically see, not planted at the generator at all. And look at Sabrosa as well, going on that full flank. That might take a long time to develop. It might take him out of the play. Now, JMO has dropped Hayes in the attempt. Gangsta is going for this ult to do damage. He's going to get flanked in just a moment from Sabrosa, but Cutler's picked off Neptune in the meantime. The flank just about to come through from Sabrosa, and there it is. So you can see the recon dart was getting ready to be pulled by Gangsta, but it now comes down to two. It's JMO and Shanks, two players that at various points have been the heroes for Immortals. Shanks from inside hell picks one off, but goes for the heal over the dismiss, and now it's all up to JMO with just 8 HP. The spike is planted for him, but he's got a peek, and he's so low on health. Does he have it? He's pulled the spray back, but I don't think he's got the spike. It's going to detonate in just a second. Immortals, they've managed to grab it by 0.20.
Match point.
Unreal.
Oh my God.
8 HP, and he comes through with this clutch. Wardell hops off the spike to go for the fight. I mean, 0.2. We had a 0.3 defuse already in this series. Now we have a 0.2 detonation. Down to the wire.
That was insane. So well done, but also because, like you called it, it was a little bit too slow on that rotation there from Sabrosa. They started 3 players towards B main to really think that the push was going to happen towards the B side, but instead, it was where it worked for Immortals, as we called before, the A side. The dark cover to the Paranoid, a holdout tree, and opening into the site, a hold. Very well done for Immortals. A broken buy for TSM, where they're low at this point, but a very slow pace, methodical for Immortals instead. And it seems as though they might converge back towards the B side, where you actually do have those 3 players from TSM that they stack towards B instead of A this time. And as you saw, Hayes trying to go for a Paranoia early in front of the tree. They didn't really want to try, towards the A main. They didn't really try to push more than that. They're keeping them guessing, and I think this is really difficult here for TSM's position, especially after that kill. Long range with a Spectre, oh my God. You hate to see it.
Yeah, that should not be a thing. Great shooting from Neptune. Here comes Cutler trying to come through. Nice shooting on the Stinger to at least equalize. Neural Theft was popped. Shock darts coming out as well from Cutler to try and do some additional damage. But they've managed to make it out onto the site yet again. The A site is the destination. There's the Hunter's Fury being popped by Cutler, looking for some pulses to land. Oh, just barely squeezes one in on the edge of JC Steiny, who's down now to 45 HP. A couple of bullets coming through the floor, connecting with Shanks. He's got to be careful. That's why he's playing off the edge of this one. Blaze Wall coming out to allow them across. I love this. They're going to clear out hell with this potentially, but no. He actually lands inside his teammate's molly, but he still gets a long-range shot. It's down to JC Stoney, 45 HP. He's going for the ult to get away, and he actually manages to escape. But does he? He's inside A main, and unfortunately not much can be done. We are going to overtime as TSM come up with a huge retake. And honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Switching sides.
Nope.
Overtime.
And back with the chat when they're looking at this game, when we looked at this series, and they saw 13-2 on the first map, they're like, oh, these guys are throwing for seeding, blah, 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 blah. But you could tell, especially for a team like TSM, they're not here to play games to throw. They're actually here to play whoever they got to play, and they just want to continue winning so they can continue to walk away with the swagger that they always carry themselves with going into these matchups. But for Immortals, we talked about that storyline, how they had so much to prove on their end. With so many new players going in and out, thinking that they finally have a final 5. But unfortunately, one of their players are sitting behind, and you know what? That could be a main reason why they're stepping up their game into this game as well, to play for a shot up. So there's different reasons right here for both of these teams to want to win, and both of these teams really want it. So back to another overtime scenario. Immortals this time versus TSM on Ascent, the 3rd and final map to see who moves on to the grand finals of the UMG close qualifiers. Immortals starting off on the defender side this time. Sabrosa is working with his team, trying to take an early mid control. Hayes is going to be the one that's going to stay behind, but an Aldrone is going to see a lot. Well, I thought it was going to be a lot. It's just going to be Omen in the middle. So they spot Hayes. Aldrone to retaliate back on Catwalk. And Drone, Hayes working right behind it.
Right here.
Slow round coming in for TSM as they switch over to the attack. 45 seconds and we see them gain control of short. It's going to be a split play though. You can see them trying to work towards this B site. Shanks has to come up big with the stop on Sabrosa. Hayes is likely going to back off and play with Sabrosa as well, depending on
30
what
seconds
happens
left.
with Drone. Now, they seem to think that Drone could be here. You can see that play currently from Sova, who's watching it. It's a free kill from Gangsta. You saw that happening. Now, because of what just took place, they're actually backing off. They didn't like what they see. They didn't like what they read. They knew that the Sova had backed up the A side. That means that the player in B is isolated and alone. Or the player in A, excuse me. So that's why TSM doubles back and goes towards A, and it's a great read and allows them to get that spike down and set up for the post plan.
What I also like was that when Sabrosa was spotted by Shanks, he didn't try to bring the fight. He went for a satchel charge, which at the same time broke the trap wire, which kind of kept Immortals planted towards that B side and allows TSM to get that 3 versus 1 inside the site. Now the attempt to come through as Hayes is able to get the first kill onto Shanks. Make that a third onto the board. JMO finally goes for the backstab as he runs through the doorway. Crossfire set up on A main. 1 more to go. 1 at Hell, 1 at A main. JMO out of bullets, pushing forward. That clock is ticking down. They are running up that clock, and Cutler gets the kill, and TSM takes the lead.
Switching sides.
Nice shooting from JMO there, but running a little bit dry on the magazine. 2 choices, reload and risk the peak, or pistol and push. And I don't think either one was really destined to work out. Even if he gets that kill with the pistol, he still has to find a kill on 1 more player at the site and defuse the spike. There just wasn't time. The round at that point was already lost. So Immortals, backs against the wall. We'll see if they've got some fight left in them as they now switch over to the defensive side, or the attacking side, excuse me. Can they make this one count? JMO sneaking out of B-Con towards mid. No mid presence currently for TSM. And again, we've talked about it. No sentinels means no tripwires. No nanoswarms, no alarm bot, nothing mid to potentially get in their way and slow them down. Some spam is all that's coming through for the side of TSM.
Ooh.
Drone with a nice flash, catches Shanks off guard. JMO wasn't able to help. There's a blaze wall that comes through as well. They're continuing this fight towards B, and they're trying to get into the site. They found the collapse on the site they need, but that's a great peek from Cutler. It's now down to 2 for Immortals. There's still a chance, but hope is certainly dwindling. 15 HP for JC Stunny, and he's stuck in a terrible position on sidewalk with the spike, no less. That shock dart terrifying as it comes around the corner. It's all up to Gangsta. Gangsta alone. There's a shot around the corner coming in from Wardazov, but it doesn't come through in time. In the end, it will be Cutler who closes things out. TSM take the series 2-1 over Immortals in an unbelievable third map that goes all the way to overtime.
We thought it was going to be a snooze fest going into the third map, witnessing the first 2, but this is one way to finish it. And rejoice for the TSM fans. You will see them in the grand finals versus FaZe for the UMG close qualifiers. Big ups to both of these teams.
I mean, come on. It was an amazing, amazing overall final map. Now, granted, after map number 1, I'm thinking to myself, like you said, snooze fest. TSM is about to get rolled over, okay? We all felt it, we all kind of knew it, but then Split comes around 13-6, and of course, going into overtime here, TSM able to take that victory, an important win that puts them into grand finals now to play, of course, for that opportunity to, play against Renegades, or of course, if they lose, they'll go against Sentinels. For the boys of Immortals, though, they will lose that, which means they will have to play 100T whenever it does come to the regional finals. So hey, take that for what it is worth, but overall, man, an important victory, like I said, for the boys on TSM. Now granted, let's walk through it. Now you ended up mentioning, Vansili, an important distinction factor that we even mentioned on Split, right? Going from Split over towards the final map on Ascent. Sentinels, where were they? Do you think it made that big of an impact? I mean, it was just a narrow victory.
And I think it does make an impact, because not having anything, any traps, any alarm box towards that mid side, usually some teams would take advantage of that. But I think most of the times that we saw from Immortals is all of these pushes that were happening towards the A side seem to just come into fruition where, you know, when you have a Cypher playing in that area, the Cyber Cages could come up towards both sides of the defaults, the trap wires and random spots that allows you to get wall bangs if you made it into the generator side. All of that missing really brings back into gunfights that has to be held for anchored players at the beginning. And on the retakes, you really have to rely on your Sova even more. And thankfully, somebody like Drone, who has run it backs and curveballs to try to get the information for the retakes. So I feel like you have to bring a lot more to the table for, or you're expecting a lot more for the players in these type of situations when you don't have the Sentinels to help out to push back these kind of pushes. But man, a win's a win. I keep saying that, but you're happy for it.
Win is definitely a win, and Bach, they got it. Break it down for me, man. You know, a lot of big moments, a lot of big impactful plays. To you, what stood out?
I mean, so many clutches, like just non-stop. I felt like it constantly came down to individual plays. Like looking at this round, down to 0.20 when it detonates. You saw it earlier in the replay package. Wardell had a 0.30 defuse on the spike. Like these rounds came down to the last few seconds so many times, and one player was put into that hot seat position. Even down to this final round, there was a chance for Gangsta, but he wanders into that smoke, tries to get out further, gets sprayed in the end. I mean, you look at those first two games, 13-2, it was really one-sided and incredibly fast. That game played out in like 25 minutes. 13-6 on split, and then 14-12 for TSM in the end. But like that last map had enough action that I feel like it overshadowed the first two maps.
Yeah, it definitely did, man. You know, it's just one of those things that's so interesting to see. It's like, you know, if we get an interview with TSM in just a bit, hopefully so, you know, we got to be asking ourselves, or at least I want to know what happened on Haven. Why was it 13-2? And the reason why I want to know that is I want to get from the player's perspective, why is Immortals so strong, it seems, when it comes to Haven? Like, is it just, you know, just a certain play style that they excel against? Is there something that they're doing differently that's kind of breaking the mold, breaking the meta, if you will? I have to find out. Overall, though, for TSM fans, it's once again a massive victory. I know Simo is jumping for joy at this point in time, right? Whenever it does come to that TSM
I'm glad you said it.
Yep. Yeah. Hey, I said it. You guys, I know we're gonna pull it out, but it is a big win overall. Now, let's sober it up a little bit. Immortals, though, right? They do take the L. They take the loss. Now, it comes on the back of a very close final third map. It wasn't a decisive, like they just got steamrolled through. But what does that say for Immortals, right? Losing to TSM like they just did. Immortals obviously had a tremendous hurdle, right? Having to add in a last-ditch effort, you know, kind of shanks that come through. Obviously replace Spotted because of the circumstances. Bach, we'll start with you. When it does come to Immortals, though, they still look strong to me.
Yeah, they do. Now, the concern is what happens now. Because we don't really know what this means for this roster. We don't know if this initiates a change. They're like, hey, Shanks is like legit. Let's get Shanks involved. Who really knows? I can't imagine they would just turn their backs on one of their own. But my point is, it's always an awkward scenario when you have a sub come in and perform really well, because then the conversation gets started, at least in the community's mind. Hey, maybe we should sign this guy. And then they start going, well, let's look at the player who is on the bottom of the scoreboard and we'll just replace them because they're one-for-one replacements, right? It doesn't really work that way, especially not in a game like this. Like, you could make that argument in games like Counter-Strike to a certain degree where, yeah, you still have roles, but they're not hard set. You can change roles from round to round. You can't really do that in Valorant because agents can't change past the initial draft period. So ultimately, you're hard locked in to what you play and likely how you're going to play it based around what the team wants to do. So I don't know. I think that's a little bit of a concern. I worry that the community is going to start calling for someone to be put on the chopping block, despite the fact that this is probably the most impressive thing that we've seen from Immortals with this new roster. I don't think that anyone can look at this and be like, well, that was disappointing. Like, how could you make that argument? Like, they just took TSM to a third and final map in a best-of-3 series to fight for grand finals here at the closed qualifier. And in the third map, it goes into overtime. Could they have potentially won it? Sure, of course they could have. And if they had, people would be praising them all day long. But this, in my mind, is a massive success story right now for Immortals, because if anything, the team's only going to improve. And when they have their static five, their core 5 players, things are only going to be a little bit better. Even if Shanks for shot up, pound for pound, is an even swap, it's only going to improve. I can't see it possibly getting worse when shot up comes back in.
That's right. I do agree with Buck 100%. I think for the community, it's going to be like, oh no. It might add some unnecessary pressure onto Shut Up, but I think in the shoes of Shut Up and also in the shoes of a debate where they might second guess the roster that they have. And you know what? Props to Shanks to be able to step in for Immortals and bring them to where they are today. That's for sure. Like if it's not going to be Shanks playing forward with Immortals, he's definitely on the radar for a lot of these teams that are looking for a player like Shanks into the roster to help them push forward to where they need to be. But for Shot Up, I mean, I remember this guy being a very good Reyna, but also a very good Raze.
Sure, yeah.
And I think it was a map on Bind that was like, oh, he's an up-and-comer that people are starting to think about Shut Up in these conversations as well. So I think that it's very good for Immortals to have that going on. And also due to the fact that they came into this tournament, in my opinion, even from the open qualifiers, with maybe not that much expectation, and to make it to the top four for this team, and also to qualify for first strike.
Oh, 100%, right? And again, they're going to have Shot Up whenever they do go, well, maybe, into regional finals. We're just going to have to see how that storyline unfolds. But hey, check it out. We have an interview now coming in for Sabrosa from TSM, coming off that nice victory in overtime. Sabrosa, you got to be feeling good. You're in grand finals now. More importantly, you don't have to play against 100 Thieves. How's everything going, man?
It's going pretty good. I'm glad we could pull through this last game. I mean, we were playing against a lineup with a stand-in, so they have no pressure. We have all the pressure, but I'm glad we could pull through an OT.
So I have a very big question for you because, and it's actually not only for you, but also just for myself, right? Because Immortals, I don't know if you watched the match yesterday when they played against LG. Okay, so it was an absolute beatdown. And in all due respect, it was a beatdown, right, whenever they played against you too, 13-2. Yeah. What's going on that map from Immortals? Are they changing the meta? Are they doing something different? Are they just that hard to play whenever it comes down to Haven?
No, I mean, this match is, I'm not going to find excuses, obviously. This match is for seeding, and TSM, us as a team, we always start slow. That's like one thing we always do in BO3s. We always at least lose a map, That's like our usual. But today, we just started really slow. Like the comms were low, the energy was low, like just everything. And they felt like they were on point, Like they were like taking a lot of fights and winning most of them. So everything just went their way,
It definitely did, yeah. Well, hey, I mean, it is early, right, for us gamers out there. I know we had to get up and kind of play whenever we're not looking to play. Bach, what about you, man? What do you want to throw at Sabrosa?
I mean, hi, Yassine. It's good to see you.
What up? How you doing?
I've been good. I've been solid, buddy. It's been a while.
Awesome.
I think one of my first questions I want to ask is, like, I got these sick jerseys on the wall.
Ooh, the OG one on the right.
And, like, I don't see a Sabrosa one. It's kind of wild. I don't know what happened. It must have got lost in the mail or something.
My people will talk to your people after this.
That's the thing. That's the thing we like to hear. Yeah, truth be told, I've been following your career for a long time, going back to when you were playing through the low levels of ESCA's league system, back when you played with like a team like a Nixia and no one even really knew who you were. And I've watched you rise to the top and then fall back down, rise to the top again. You have so much persistence as a player. What does it mean now as this TSM roster has really solidified as one of the best teams in North America to finally be on top and not really be doubted so much? Sure, there's competition now. You have teams like Sentinels who you guys can go both blow for blow with. But what does it feel like to finally get past that point of having to fight for your opportunities and to have it now in your hands?
I mean, it feels really good, especially because it's with the people I want to play with, like the people I have right now, like Wardell, I played with him in CS, James Keller, I played with them in CS as well. And to feel like the hard work that throughout all these years, like finally paid off, it just like feels amazing, Like I'm glad I didn't give up because I thought about it like 2 years ago, 3 years ago, but everything paid off at the end. So it feels amazing.
I do want to add one thing in there too, and it's just interesting before I let Vansili ask his question. It's funny that you point that out because I feel like that's a conversation I've had with so many players who have gone pro in Valorant, who switched over from CS. Like they were at that point where they were like, I'm quitting. Like I'm done. I don't want to play this anymore. And then they'd come back, they'd play a few seasons of MDL, they'd kick around, and then they'd be like, I'm just kidding, I'm quitting again. So like to see you guys finally get those opportunities is amazing. But go ahead.
Can we curse on here?
That's a
because I was about to say I just don't give a like right now that it's a stressful job, but right it's a stressful job, but right now we're at a point where like I just don't what I mean? Like, I just do my thing and I let other people talk right now.
No, you let your shooting dude to talk, bro.
Yeah, that is true.
It's fair
I have
enough.
fun with it. Valorant Twitter is the best Twitter in the game for sure.
That's for sure. That's for sure. So Broza, Yassine, félicitations first off. And
Thank you.
my big question, addressing the elephant in the room, is actually looking at your agent composition, right? What's the philosophy that you guys have for TSM not running any Sentinels at all as a roster now?
Well, to be honest, like for me individually, I used to play Omen, I used to play Brim, and my playstyle, like the aggressive playstyle, the lurky playstyle, is we thought it suited me more like as a Reyna or a Raze or a Phoenix, for example. And Taylor's really good on Phoenix, so I had to let him play that. So right now, I think it fits me more. And I think James is an amazing Omen. I think he plays it more proper than me. So it just all made sense for us to do this change.
Okay. But do you think it adds any gaps right now to the play style with not having any Sentinels for the team? How do you adapt to that right now? I don't want you to give too much of your strats,
obviously
but...
I can't really talk about it that much, but I mean it does creates gaps, but there's a way to play around those gaps, you know? Like a lot of teams will like think we have gaps and try to abuse them, but we kind of know they will. So we play this way or we play this way against them, you know?
So you have 7-8 pages deep of that.
Exactly. We're at page 12. They just opened the book.
Yeah, I love it.
So I know, you know, obviously you guys have done very, very well when it comes to close qualifiers. No one's been able to shut you down. You've had some close games, but I mean, overall, like, or close series, I should say. You're going into grand finals now. You're going to be going up against FaZe again, right? This is going to be a rematch. You ended up facing off against them in your respective pool, Group B. You beat them 2-0, right? I mean, you're able to beat them pretty well, but it seems as if today they're kind of firing on all cylinders. I don't know if you caught the first series overall, man, but it was a good series. Baby Bay was popping off and playing very, very well. Going into this grand finals, obviously it's going to be a best of 5. You got to be feeling confident. No, you're not going to say that you have, you know, definitely you don't have the upper hands, but I mean, are you going to take the same approach you had in group play coming into grand finals here versus FaZe?
I mean, we're going to fight fire with fire. We watched their matches. We know they like to take a lot of fights. We know they have amazing skill level. So I think we're just going to come and fight fire with fire. And this is for seeding, obviously, so we're going to try to have fun with it. I'm sure they will as well. So it should be a good BO5, you know? Whoever gets tired first loses.
I love it.
That is true. That is what you say it's for seeding, and you know, it is what it is. But I mean, you know, the reality is if you win, you know, you get first place, you end up playing against Renegades. If you lose, you go against Sentinels, right? Round number 1. That's going to be tough, right? I mean, you know, no shade at all towards any team, right? Whoever made it to regional finals, but you know, I guess we can all respect that Sentinels, you know, very much so a powerhouse team, you know, top 2 overall, I would have to say in the overall power ranking. So it does matter at the end of the day, and taking that victory. I mean, for you, first and foremost, I mean, who would you choose, Sentinels or Renegades? Which one?
I mean, obviously, we'd rather play Renegades, but I love the rivalry we have against Sentinels. So both of them, I wouldn't care. And to be honest, in the main event, the way we see it is we have to beat everyone. So I don't care if we get Sentinels first or in the grand finals.
That's fair.
Like, we just want to beat everyone.
Yeah, but let's be real. You know you want to beat Sentinels in the first round.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you know that would be so good. That would be so sweet for the storyline to be able to do that.
Is it double elim?
It's single elim.
Single elim. Oh, then that would be a spicy matchup. I'm all up for it. I'm all up for it.
Honestly, that has the potential of being the best match of the entire event. It could take place in the first round, which would just be ridiculous. But I do have one question for you before I pass over to Vansili. You know, you just played a bunch of young fraggers on that Immortals roster. They put up a seriously good fight. Their Haven was really impressive, but in general, they played quite well. As a player who's seen both the highs and lows of esports, you know, we talked about it not that long ago. What do you have to say to some of the guys on Immortals? Sure, they still qualified for the event, but like kind of like a keep your head up champ type moment.
Honestly, they should definitely keep it up. If not, like, they played amazing. You know, the fact they're like this young, and I expected, you know, like a lot of aggressive plays, just people swinging, taking fights everywhere. But you know, they were defaulting, they were taking map control, and I was like very surprised by them, especially when it was like 11-11, 12-11. That's usually when the moments, like, you know, those young players like start to crumble. But they didn't. You know, they played it super well, and it went overtime. We played amazing as well in overtime. But I think it's big props to them. I think they should keep going. They've been doing amazing. Especially because also I just want to add that like they sold 2 of their star player, and the fact they're up here qualifying for first strike is amazing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Shout out to them.
And definitely to add on to that, I think it's also to their leadership that they have from GC Stani as the IGL. I'm pretty sure he's still IGLing for them right now. And you mentioned it, Sabrosa, when it's getting to those closer games like 11-11 or whatnot, if it's not Shanks, you still have somebody like GC Stani or even Gangsta stepping up, right? There were some tough situations versus Gangsta on those clutch situations on Ascent. So props to Immortals for sure. I don't have any other questions actually for Sabrosa because I know you have another match coming up. I know you want to relax, go to the bathroom, drink some water. So congratulations to qualify at least. And we'll see you guys in First Strike.
Appreciate you. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, huge congratulations once again, man. Thank you for coming on. And obviously, you're going to be in grand finals going against FaZe. We are going to go to a break as we do prepare for that grand finals. For Vansili and Bach, I'm going to miss you guys. I really am. But a fantastic job throughout all this weekend covering the action with me. You guys will be replaced, of course, by Esports Doug as well as Simo. Simo's going to have a lot of fun casting over you, Sabrosa, by the way, for you TSM. Hey, up next is coming up very quickly. Again, it's going to be FaZe versus TSM. Don't go anywhere. Grand finals, it's coming quick. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. It is grand finals time, and I couldn't be excited. Why are we already laughing?
I just I look down, I see Simo with the biggest grin under one of the best mustaches ever, and he's got this bright gold bow tie. I'm sorry, I lost it.
Are you ready for grand finals? You ready for prom? Are you ready for a wedding? Are you? What's going on, Simo?
Listen, this is the last pit stop for a lot of casters. You know, for the First Strike event, I thought I'd go big. I thought I'd go hard. I was in the Mame companion stream earlier today. He said I had the best hair in the casting game. I thought I had to be the best dressed too. So, you know, I popped on a suit, made sure I looked fly for the TSM home landing, and let's catch this dub, baby. That's what it is. That's what it's all about.
I just want to know, how much hairspray does it take to keep your hair
I don't put any product.
You placed it?
I don't put any hair. No,
that's
zero.
Really
none of it. Wow. That's all natural. All natural.
That is impressive. Well, hey, your whole getup is impressive. I'm liking the tropical selection for you, Doug. Me, I guess I missed the memo already because I'm just wearing a straight blue shirt. Oh, I have my leather jacket. We might change it up in just a little bit. First and foremost, right, this grand finals is going to be amazing. It's a rematch from group play, believe it or not. TSM was able to 2-0 FaZe earlier, so we'll see if FaZe can do better with that. This morning, they started off with a banger, playing very, very well, obviously moving into grand finals. We'll see if they can replicate that success here. But FaZe and TSM will face off against each other. Now, the match is going to start at, what, 5:30 Eastern time? So we have some time to fill here. So, guys, in chat, I already know what you guys are going to be saying. Push the button, whatever. It's okay. Let's not be iron. Let's be gold. Or I'm gold, so that's not an insult. Let's be up there, okay? Let's enjoy the podcast for just a little bit. This is going to be a live version of the Valorant podcast, the Valorant show. If you guys haven't checked that out on iTunes, hey. It's going to be a good time here. Let's talk about, first and foremost, the implication of grand finals. And Doug, we'll start off with you, right? Because seeding makes a difference. We already know Immortals is going to have to play against 100 Thieves. Now, coming into grand finals, what are they playing for? Who does winner play and who does loser play against?
Yeah, the winner is gifted. Gifting, honestly, this Renegades roster has looked so good recently that it's really kind of hard to call it that. But the winner is going to go on to play Renegades in the first round. The loser... and Sub Rosa was talking about it in the interview prior to the break, and I think it does make for a freaking banger of an opening match in that first round. TSM Sentinels, it's single elimination, it's for all the marbles, so that is going to make for one hell of a story. But either way, you think about the first round, and when you kind of match that up, it's not the same thing in a lot of ways. And again, Renegades have looked so good, right? They have thoroughly impressed from where we saw them early on at their tournament to what they've been doing now. It's night and day. That Renegades roster is the real deal. But when we talk about it's a seeding match, you know, it doesn't matter. They've already qualified. I don't know that really has as much water this time around.
And Simo, what about you, man? I mean, obviously, Sentinels is a big task, right? I mean, they are the top 2 team in the world, if not arguably coming in for, you know, #1, right? I mean, playing against Sentinels, it would hurt. So obviously, no one wants to do that. But if you had to take your choice, are you with Renegades? Are you going against Renegades? You going against Sentinels?
I mean, Renegades moving into that First Strike major is the most obvious dark horse out of the teams that have qualified, right? They kind of came in as, especially when they had their own tournament and they were knocked out by time in. There's obviously a lot of factors that play into how Renegades have improved and how ultimately they were able to upset C9 in that close qualifier for Nerd Street. But I think, you know, I have this conspiracy theory that TSM are going to throw this grand final, even though I have them predicting to win. I feel like they're just going to throw just to face Sentinels, just to get that sweet first matchup, to get a juicy quarterfinal match out of the way, prove that they're better. But even with my tinfoil hat, I still have TSM. I mean, we'll get to predictions later, but I still have TSM winning.
I'm actually quite disappointed. We were talking, you know, whenever one of the series was actually going on, I hopped over in the talent chat, and you said you had like a TSM hammock or something going on. I don't see anything behind
that was
you.
Doug. That was Doug. Doug was whispering sweet nothings into. I don't have a TSM hammock. I don't even think that item's been released yet. I don't even think that.
So is that a leak? Is it coming then? A TSM hammock? Can we be expecting that?
No, I can't reveal any information. I'm under NDA. TSM NDA. Okay. I got a lot of contacts at TSM, and that's under NDA. Full wraps. Okay, locked tight.
Okay. I'm actually surprised you didn't show up in a full get up, man. I mean, you did, just not branded out to be TSM. I mean, Lord knows if TSM was playing Moon Raccoons right now, who knows what you'd be wearing at this point in time. But it is TSM versus FaZe, and an interesting one. So let's get into it, Doug. Right? We've already seen FaZe lose to TSM, right, in that group play. I wouldn't say convincingly, but decently, right? So going into this, how much of a leg up does that give TSM? Because FaZe, again, today has been performing very well. And more importantly, I think FaZe has just been performing well throughout the playoff bracket in general.
I'll say this. I think had I not watched the FaZe match earlier today, I'd be leaning far more towards TSM. But FaZe, they read T1 like a book. Marv's calls were like constant. It seemed like he was constantly in their heads. They played with such aggression. They played so confidently. They liked taking all of their gunfights. They had no problem isolating 1v1s and just relying on individual skill to give them map control. So yes, TSM has beaten FaZe just a couple of days ago, but the FaZe that we saw earlier today could be terrifying.
Very well could be. Baby Bay has been performing so well. It's funny, actually, because I know myself, Buck and Vansili were like, man, Baby Bay, he's been struggling. He's not been hitting his shots, and then he opens it up wide, right? Coming into Ascent, pulls off a no-scope onto Heaven. Before that, in the first couple of rounds with the Stinger, was just so powerful, playing so well. It's going to have a tremendous impact when it comes into this play versus TSM. So Baby Bay, Simo, right? Who is he going to be a direct counter for on this TSM roster?
Oh, I mean, he's got to go up against three powerhouse players, Sabrosa, Drone, and Wardell. There's a reason why they're running this triple duelist composition on varying maps. And you even heard Sabrosa say it best. He's more comfortable on that lurk position. And what's the best way to lurk? Well, it's either a sentinel or it's a duelist. If it's a sentinel, it's because you're gathering information along the way throughout your lurk. Or a duelist because you're looking to pick fights and you've got tools to pick fights by yourselves, whether it's a flash, whether it's some sort of heal like Phoenix that he can heal himself up after a gun battle. And Baby Bay, he's not alone, of course, in that dueling prowess. He's got Corey to help him out, who's been hitting his shots as well throughout the series today. And listen, for Baby Bay, for those of you that know Baby Bay, it's 7 a.m. somewhere. This man's going to pop off regardless, but I think it's going to be difficult to pop off against three stacked members of TSM.
It's very well possible. I mean, but this is the thing. Sabrosa simply said, we're going to fight fire with fire when we go into this FaZe matchup. And FaZe was so aggressive in their matchup just earlier. And I think they're going to be doing much the same here. Now, for TSM, though, as you just mentioned, I said, who's a direct counter to Baby Bay? You mentioned three members from TSM. TSM's teamwork is on point. There's a lot of individuality for FaZe, but they can bring it together when they need be. So that teamwork versus individuality, that fire with fire, Doug, who do you give the edge to?
When it comes to fire with fire, I think I've got to lean towards TSM here. And I think the more we watch them play throughout the weekend, the experimenting with the triple duelist and stuff like that, I honestly believe they have improved every single time we've seen them play. It's not just, I was talking about this some last night on the broadcast, it's not just brute force. They're intelligent about how they're playing. They understand, and Sabrosa actually said it on the interview. They understand where their weaknesses are. They know that the style that they're playing right now has its weak spots, but they know what they are, and they're able to account for those, and they're able to protect those flanks, so to speak. So it really is, TSM just continues to impress. I think the more of an understanding they have around where their flanks are, so to speak, the more they're going to be able to fortify that, and the better they're going to be. So firepower, I got to lean towards TSM a little bit, but then you add in that factor, you think about how they're thinking about the game specifically, and it's hard really to pick against them at this point.
I think there's just a lot of unknowns, right? I mean, anybody has the opportunity, any member of FaZe or TSM has that opportunity to really change the course of a round. And obviously those rounds can stack up. And that's what I like about this. Everybody's playing on point. You have a lot of star-studded players who just have a chance to really swing the momentum, swing the eco back into the hands of their team that they are playing for. I love it. It's going to be a lot of fun. Chat, by the way, is already talking about that hammock. So you need to give them some intel if you can. I know you're NDA'd, but go ahead and sign into your burner Twitch account and just give them the intel. Believe it or not, hey, the people who believe it, they'll obviously be winning. Check it out, guys. We're going to go to a quick little break. When we come back, though, we're going to have maps, we're going to have predictions, and of course, grand finals getting started. Welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. We have a lot to get through, so let's do it. Let's go ahead and talk about our maps that we're going to be rolling through. It is going to be a best of 5, and of course, we only have 4 maps to choose from, so we're going to be seeing one of them twice, and that's going to be Split. Without any further ado, Simo, let's start with you. You're looking at all 5 maps. Who's it looking like it's going to favor?
You know, to be fair, back in the NSG closed and open qualifier, TSM Split did not look really good. But with their adaptations to the agent composition, the fact that they're split twice, and even the matchup we saw against Immortals, they're looking a lot better on Split. So if this goes the distance, those 2 maps are going to be so crucial for TSM. And we also know the meme, the trademark meme, that TSM never loses on Ascent so far. That's true, other than losing to, of course, Envy and 100 Thieves in 2 other respective times. So I think it might really boil down to FaZe winning one of the first 2 maps to make this a close series. But then again, TSM is also back in the day, back during the Ignition Series era, have done incredibly well on Haven. Yeah, you know, it's taken them some time to warm up, but that's exactly what happened during the FaZe Clan series a couple of days ago too. They warmed up with NRG, and then they just walked straight through FaZe Clan. So I think this map pool actually does kind of favor TSM. The opportunity here for FaZe is to get the first couple of maps under their belt if they want a competitive series.
And I think the opportunity is very real for them to at least take Haven. I mean, come on, it was a beatdown on Haven just a little bit earlier versus Immortals. I don't know what was going on with TSM. I even asked Sabrosa, and well, there really wasn't an answer. Obviously, it's very early, right? At least whenever they were playing on that map, and they did say they are traditionally a team that takes a little bit of time to, you know, get warmed up, get adjusted to playing, right? So maybe that was the case. So I think FaZe, if they're going to win a map, that is going to be the one they're going to take. Split is going to be difficult for them without question. With it being there twice, it's going to be a huge adversity to overcome. Without further ado, let's get into our predictions, right? It's going to be a fun one. For me, though, check it out. I got to go with consistency. No one's been, well, I say that. I'm 7-10, 7-10, 8-10. I get it. Hey, Simo, it's cool. It's fine. But we already know who you're going to be going with, and you're probably going to choose FaZe. I'm joking. So anyways, for me, I got to go with TSM. Now, I think it's going to be a 3-1. And the reason why is because of Haven. I didn't know that before, but I think FaZe is just not going to roll over and get 3-0'd. But I think TSM has just been looking way too unstoppable. So I'm going with the boys on TSM.
Oh,
okay,
wow.
That's who I'm going with.
Oh,
now,
boy.
Doug, who are you going with?
I don't have a jersey of either of these squads, so it's going to be tough to bring some of that drip, if you will, onto the broadcast. But I am going to be going with TSM with a 3-1 record. I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to Haven, right? Like, what can FaZe do on Haven? If they get a hot start there, if they can put up a pretty convincing win, I think this could easily go the distance. So that's what I'm going to have my eyes on the most. Haven specifically. How will FaZe play? Are they going to be able to keep up that same level of aggression and confidence throughout that map? I think that's really going to be the most telling part of the entire series.
All right, Simo. I already know who you're going with, baby. So let us know.
Nah,
who you going with?
I'm going to be the prediction king after this tournament. So far, I'm in the lead right now, and if we all win, then that means I'm still in the lead. Listen, you got to be a little bit more confident in your guesses, okay? I get it, 3-1. You're a little conservative, but you got to go buck wild. 3-0 TSM, and I'm sure Coach Myth would heavily agree with me. It's going to be a quick one. Have enough time to stream, then call it a quick day, and wrap things up for all of the TSM boys. 3-0. Listen, they don't call me TSM Simo for nothing. So this has to be a quick and easy victory for TSM. Listen, you heard Sabrosa say it himself. They need time to get warmed up. But boy, did they. They got a slapping on Haven and then really started to turn things around. This is just going to be a walk in the park for the old TSM.
Walk in the park. Well, you do have a hammock. You got to go chilling, of course. You got to test it out.
Yeah, I do. The NDA hammock. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
NDA hammock. Chat, let us know. Come on, you're smarter than us. I know you are. Are you going with FaZe? Are you phasing up? Or are you going with TSM? The choice, it needs to be made. You have to go with one or the other. I know we're waiting on Wardell, then we're going to be getting in. Hopefully he is ready to go. It's going to be a big series here. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. I know Doug agrees with me. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. But for you, Simo, hey, if you're right, you're right. And you know what? You've been right more than anybody else. But come on, 7 out of 8 is it was 7 out of 10? How many series have we even done? It's like 7 out of 10. So that's not bad. That's passing. That's a better grade than I got in high school at any point in my life. So hey, I'll take it. You know, it is what it is. I think it's going to be a lot of fun though, and I cannot wait to get it started. You know, big question though. Obviously, started off on Haven, and I'll start with you, Doug. Do you think it was just a fluke that Immortals just so good on it, or do you think there's really something wrong with, like, you know, whether it be TSM or LG?
That's so tough to say. I think at the end of the day, even after that beating that they took on Haven, there are learning points from that, right? There's adjustments to be made from that, and we saw them look really good on Haven last night. So it's not like they're entirely inept on the map and they're just going to get absolutely rolled over by anyone who goes up against them on Haven. They're going to be fine. I think while that is the weak spot, I'm confident in TSM being able to kind of adjust things and identify where those gaps were to ensure that that's not a repeat.
What about you, Simo? What do you think?
Listen, I know that all these memes and predictions that, but I really do think FaZe Clan do have a strong shot at, you know, toppling the king. But you also have to understand that TSM, they've got so many great moving parts, and they play so well with the lurk and the mid-round positioning, whether it's on the attack or the defense. And we even saw that against Immortals, a team that we had all seen come in super, super strong. So, you know, memes aside, I think these are two really, really solid teams, and I expect a solid performance from both sides.
I mean, they both made it here, right? That is an accomplishment in itself. Like we talked about it, it was the literal gauntlet they had to go through. So I'm proud of both teams either which way, and whoever wants it more is going to be able to take it. We're moving into Haven. TSM versus FaZe, boys. Take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. Simo, it's game time, baby. We're finally here. Grand Finals winner is going to advance to play Renegades. The loser has to play Sentinels. We talked about Haven, we've talked about TSM's compositions, we talked about FaZe and the swagger, really, with which they've been playing all day. I cannot be more excited. Tell me this, though. I know you and I were chatting about this prior to the broadcast. Are you expecting a similar pace out of FaZe?
Oh, 100%. The way that this team plays, especially with Marv at the helm, he likes to take fights as early as possible and try to find a 1-for-1 trade or 1-for-2 if he can find a double kill of some sorts in an aggressive position, whether it's on, I mean, obviously on the defense, he even still plays super aggressively. On the attack, he's still going to be the one that's usually leading the charge, even on the Omen of all things. But I think TSM, similar to what we saw in the Moon Raccoons match, who were also relatively very aggressive, you're going to see a similar answer from TSM, trying to answer that with some sort of late round, mid round lurk, whether it's on Drone or Sabrosa, especially on Haven. That Reyna is going to be very scary for some of the FaZe Clan members that might get caught in some sort of choke point, trying to transition onto a site. So it really just does boil down to these first firefights. I think we really got to pay attention to First Bloods, who finds those opening picks, and what the round-to-round positioning looks like, because I don't think TSM or FaZe Clan are going to hit the same opening strats twice. They're going to try to mix things up. They're going to try to position players in different angles, which obviously is going to bode well for both sides to keep it unpredictable. But this is going to be an explosive best of 3. That is 100% factual.
Just a few moments away from kicking this bad boy off, folks. FaZe is going to be starting on the defending side. Again, this is a best of 5. We've got Haven, Bind up next, Split as map 3, and then, if necessary, Ascent and Split one more time. There you see the triple duelist composition out of TSM, and not as much firepower, more of a standard comp out of FaZe.
Still going to be having to pay attention to where Baby Marv and Corey do end up positioning. TSM on the attack, kick us off, of course, and already just trying to hold the line at every single entryway. Look at that. They're anticipating some sort of early aggression, especially on something as crazy as a pistol round. And TSM, to be honest, respecting it, looking at all possible angles, and then in the mid round, they're going to start their transition.
Waited for a while. Some space has been gathered up A long, and it looks like that's exactly where TSM is headed. You've got the Cypher cam from FaZe on the site to see if anybody's going to be popping their way in there. Meanwhile, there is a bit of utility that's going to be used from TSM as well, as they're going to use the drone and the smoke to get rid of Heaven and to get rid of that cut area. It's going to have really FaZe blind at this point, as TSM can mosey in. The one bit of info, or of utility, excuse me, that should be able to get them some info is that camera that's posted up in that corner. The spike has gone down. FaZe Clan have to fight for a 5v5 retake.
Nice camera finds Hazed underneath in Hell. While the rest of FaZe Clan starting their approach, and they'll push in a smoke to deny vision from the long side. Look at the flank from Wardell. He's going to get caught by a tripwire. We'll see if FaZe Clan double back. They do, but the action has already started on the site. Baby Bay with the first opening frag sees a couple down in the sewers, and he'll back away as Sabrosa will trade things out with Zachary. But FaZe Clan have already made their way onto the site. Down in the sewers is where TSM is being held up, and it's all down to Wardell, who's doubled back from the flank, but it's planted for long. Now they're starting to hop through, and Baby Bay goes vertical, but does he have enough time? They do not. TSM buy enough time to win the first pistol.
We talked about how the series was going to be a banger, and that first round delivers. Just like that, you mentioned how things go down to the wire. It was insanely close, but that spike does eventually go off. TSM is going to take an early lead. You see they're going to bring a bit more punch as far as artillery goes into this following round. FaZe with the decision around whether or not they choose to force up. So far, it looks like they want to play this second round a little bit more conservatively.
I mean, it's a best of 5. So there's no threat of losing the first 2 maps. If you want to play things safe and start slow, you're really saving your stamina. You know, for TSM, this kind of feels like a best of 8. You know, because they just came off of a best of 3. Now they have to play again. They got a 20-minute or so break, 30-minute break, and now they got to go back into the swing of things. And we're actually going to see that B site execute as FaZe Clan will start the flank down the long side. There are no tripwires from TSM, so this is going to be unknown to them as Corey will start to wrap around. Marv will go through the doors, but the action still starts and continues on the B site. Drone will find Rockets. Sabrosa will find Marv to the garage, all down to Corey now on this flank, alongside Baby Bay, who's on the site. Not really a whole lot I think they can do. They hear that flank come through. There's going to be the updraft for Wardell. Oh, he gets shot by the classic as Hayes will mow him down, and now Baby Bay trying to reposition for exits as this round, of course, is lost to FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it's just difficult. He's going to get cleaned up right at the end there. Really had no choice. A nice round for Drone and for the rest of TSM. 3K into the hands of that Phoenix, but now, as we know, is where things get a little bit more spicy. FaZe is going to be able to bring in full rifles. TSM is technically going to be on the back foot, as they're going to have Bulldogs and Spectres to work with. Cutler, the one exception, bringing in the Vandal. We saw a little bit of action over on A, and now we're seeing, and then in this last round, we saw some on B as well. TSM, at least early on, posturing towards the A site, but we've seen them be very comfortable patiently waiting out the first few moments of the round before they pull a trigger.
So you'd normally think, okay, the lack of presence from FaZe Clan towards this A site is a scary problem, but that's because I'm anticipating a lot of what we're seeing right now from FaZe Clan. Mid-aggression, mid-control to find early picks. We'll see if TSM is able to exploit some of that early on. Drone at least sells some sort of fake towards the C site. Smokes go down, and TSM are barreling down this A site, and that's what you can see here from Corey and Marv. That early mid-aggression finds Cutler trying to rotate back around. So it's a 3v5 retake in favor of FaZe Clan, and they've got members coming in from all possible sides.
He's going to get that spike down right in the corner as members of FaZe Clan start to rotate over. That Drone's going to be the tip of the spear for FaZe as Rockets looks for info. Did spot one, not able to tag him. They've invested a couple of players up towards heaven. FaZe Clan have that dart. I love that dart from Rockets to try to get some info, but nobody has been spotted. There's just so much smokes. Meanwhile, through all the smokes, through all of the cover, players are dropping. TSM is just down to Hayes. Baby Bay with a 3K on the round. That Bulldog bites, and it puts FaZe Clan up on the board.
You know, I expected a little bit more from Corey in that flank. He did find one pick, and then, of course, Wardell doing what Wardell does best, turning back around and finding that frag from range with the Spectre. But looking at how FaZe Clan played that round, it all started with that mid-aggression. And once again, guess who's there? Guess who's prepared to get some of that early ground covered? You know, I'd imagine there might be some merit to Wardell peeking window with the op here. We'll see if TSM adapt to that mid-aggression, because it doesn't seem like FaZe Clan are going to stop anytime soon. This time, they're moving Zachary off of that C side anchor to that A side anchor, anticipating more action from TSM on this A site.
Very similar, Cam, to what we saw in the first round. And again, TSM showing a bit more preference that way. We talked about the mid-aggression from FaZe, and they've actually sent a couple, a little bit more this time, as Corey's going to clear out through courtyard. That drone is going to go down. He immediately pops the Empress. Empress looks for the Leer. There's not going to be anyone challenging him. He's going to have to back off. Meanwhile, Rockets does drop across the middle of the site. Marv did a tight corner, goes in, is able to take care of Subrosa. That's a big kill for FaZe.
Now Hayes is going to be caught in the rotation, sees one barely sneak in towards the doors. At least Hayes is going to know that there are no flanks because that's what he's holding on to. Drone using the run it back to plant the spike, and now the time's ticking, but Zachary's surprising Cutler. Psych! He's going to be the one doing the surprising. The 3v4 retake. FaZe Clan are on the site.
Babybay trying to get some positioning as they're trying to hold off the offense of TSM. Babybay's going to drop at the hands of Wardell as he continues to hold things down from that sewers path. FaZe Clan has personnel on the site. Oh, but there just aren't a ton of options. Marv drops as well. Corey, the last one there, tries sticking. It really has no choice, but drops.
No!
Oh, he defused it!
He got it! Corey! Holy smokes! That is one of those things that I hate about those scenarios. You can ping the smoke as much as you want, but you gotta get in there. You have to get in there. FaZe Clan sneak away, and let's look at this back. They do spray Marv correctly, but they just don't have a great angle on Corey. Because the first couple of shots do land, but they're like, let's just spray in a larger area. You know, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Yeah, you might hit the fish, but you don't know that you have. You don't know that you did. So, like that. And now FaZe Clan, okay. Giving up that mid-aggression, this time being a little more aggressive on both extremities. Down A long, down C long, and it pays off. Corey gets traded out by Wardell. It's a 4v4 rest of the round.
Spike sitting down too long. It is going to get picked up by drone as TSM mull over whether or not they want to continue their push towards C or potentially go around. Meanwhile, Raucus applying a little bit of pressure, and they've essentially boxed TSM in. FaZe Clan continuing to do so as well, as now you see Marv pushing his way forward. Members of TSM are going to start to rotate. Marv able to get one. It is going to get traded out, however, and Cutler drops on top of that. Very well played by FaZe Clan, understanding where TSM was, understanding where their areas of strength were on the map, and really leaning into those.
This is one of those things that is very scary for TSM because, you know, Haven, a map that has kind of gone to that 50-50 line, used to be very attacker favored and logically should be with 3 maps, right? If you 5 rush a site, if you Zerg rush a site, well, how many members are there going to be to defend? And FaZe Clan have done a great job of being very aggressive on the defense and have found ways to poke holes through the defensive line or through the attack, through the offensive line from TSM. And once again, a little bit more passive play towards the C site, and this time pushing a different extremity down A long. They'll find a pick onto Drone with this double peek down long.
Yeah, you saw Drone use a curveball to try to create a little bit of room, but Babybay able to land that shot anyway, and Corey got away with his life.
I have the spike.
TSM now moving away from A as they've seen a good bit of pressure and a good bit of strength from FaZe Clan. Down A long, starting to work their way over towards C. No aggressive positioning from FaZe down too long. You see they're playing a bit more conservatively, knowing that they had invested a lot of pressure on A.
A lot of ultimates available here for TSM. We might see some of those come into use. Blade Storm, Hunter's Fury, especially for those late round diffuses. We already hear the Empress popped, and TSM very committed to standard execute Paranoia off the side, but Marv has his own Paranoia right out the entryway, but still FaZe Clan are keeping TSM at bay. Marv through 2, Babybay with a second. The spray down onto Cutler doesn't pan out, but guess who's wrapping around from behind? It's Corey. The mid-round flank wrapping all the way around behind TSM. They're able to hold the line. I like the standard execute, but the Paranoia from Marv and the Cyber Cage paired up really scares them from pushing any further. You saw Wardell, he went up, tried to find some Blade Storm frags, but he gets shot right out of the air, and FaZe Clan now lead by 2.
And poor Zachary was in such a brutal spot there. You saw the Hunter's Fury as he tried dancing around that, and then Wardell came up with the Blade Storm and was just picking him apart from up top as well. He was just kind of like, well, crap, I don't have a ton of options. But the option that FaZe Clan seemed to be exercising here, at least earlier on in this round, is again that pressure across the middle of the map. Corey has worked his way up. Marv already has a pick.
Corey's going to get in deep here while the rest of the team going to start to support the A push. They don't have a lot of information here, and that's going to be Hayes down, and TSM are like, damn, what do we do? The spike hasn't been picked up either. It's in a tough spot too. FaZe Clan don't know that it's in that tight little corner, and Drone is just trying to find as much ground as he can that TSM can feel comfortable with using. It's going to be a 4v3 retake, but will they even get the spike down is the big question.
They're still mulling things over. Man, he's going to drop. The spike is going to be there as well. You see members of TSM now getting onto the site. Drone dancing around, able to get one, not going to get the second either. The firepower from FaZe was just too much as they take a 3-round lead.
Yeah, the TSM need to find some sort of way to deal with this mid-aggression, but I also have to highlight that it's not every round that they do it. We saw a round where FaZe Clan pushed 2 down C long. We saw a round where they double peek A long, which is, to be fair, quite standard for most teams, right? You set up the op, you get the orb. If there's nobody there, you get the orb. If there's somebody there, you get the early pick. It's 5v4, right? But what teams have we seen really exploit this mid-aggression and find so much success using it? We're only, 7 rounds in. There's still a couple of more to go. But TSM seem to just really not look towards that side. And this fast rush on the eco, they're hoping for some success at least.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough trading, at least initially. You see BabyBay has already gotten a pick. The members of FaZe Clan are going to be rotating over from the middle of the map, as TSM have fully invested onto this A site. Hayes and Subrosa, are able to get one apiece as Cutler joins in as well. The spike is going to go down after all of the chaos initially. TSM has a... As I say that, Hayes drops. It's going to be a 2v2.
Zachary up above, he's going to be looking to work with Corey here. Corey just trying to clear the other angles that are necessary for him. Oh, what a great shot, but Subrosa with that even better. Now it's down to the 1v1. Cutler against Zachary. Cutler in a really interesting position. He's wrapping around the box. That's going to be the cage as well. That benefits Zachary. Now the defuse starts to come through, but the stinger, it's unstoppable. Cutler with the thrifty alongside TSM. That Zerg rush finally paid off. If you don't let FaZe Clan get into those slow-moving mid-aggression plays, well, those fast hits can be deadly because they've weakened both sides of the map.
And even you saw BabyBay with the operator able to get the opening pick in the face of that aggression. It looked like they might be able to stifle it all, but no, it was just too much. They were overwhelmed by TSM. And again, it was a thrifty round for them, which bodes well. It's certainly a vote of confidence, if nothing else. FaZe Clan here, they've invested a bit more into the garage area. You see Alir coming out and smokes as well. Starting to apply a bit of pressure across the middle of the map of their own. Again, 2 members from FaZe Clan sitting just on the other side of that wall.
I like this mid hold from TSM. They're not letting Marv and Corey really have their way with that presence. They already break down the doors. But I think FaZe Clan are just going to get confident at some point and try to clear out with this slow-moving push. Yeah, they don't even care that you were there momentarily. They'll still deal with you as best as they can. Zachary has to hold the line here. Shot's going to be good. There's the running back, and that's Subrosa down. Spike is out of commission. There's the quick camera. That's the communication, but Cutler still opens up with the pick. Raucus from range is going to find 2 with the Hunter's Fury, but he just tags them down. Corey with the flank. We always knew that he was going to be there, and now it's the 3v3 retake.
Corey drops, but not before taking Cutler. It's going to drop things down to a 2v2. Both members of TSM are certainly weaker. BabyBay opting to use the Blade Storm here. And again, the spike continues to tick down. Drone on the flank here, tags one up, and then backs away as the spike begins to start diffusing. Hayes gets a big kill through the smoke, but it's going to get traded out. Raucus down to 47 health and is running out of time. He knows where Drone is, but there's just not a ton of options. He is able to get him, but can he stick the defuse?
He's going to have time. He's going to have plenty of time. What a great round from FaZe Clan. But I like the attempt from TSM. We have to give credit where credit is due. They tried, and similar to the Moon Raccoons match, they countered the flanks with more flanks. That's what you got to do. That's the best way to take care of this and the best way to deal with this FaZe Clan oppression. And we saw against Moon Raccoons, you saw Subrosa constantly side from TSM. But at the moment, as the attack, they're just trying to hold the line. They're just trying to keep FaZe Clan at bay. Drone with the wraparound didn't quite work out, but let's pay attention to the round at hand. TSM, once again, looking to hold mid, trying to have a little bit more presence there. The buy is less than desirable, but let's see how FaZe Clan respond.
See again that early dart from FaZe Clan down A long, seeing if there's any info. TSM, again, pushing into the aggression that we've seen from FaZe time and time again as they've established themselves across the middle of the map. Marved potentially getting a little bit impatient. Oh my gosh, what a snap on a Sub Rosa.
And he's got a paranoia. Then he's gonna push on in. Corey's got the angle there. Now he can deal with these window players. Shots are coming through, and Marv is down below. There's Drone, and Wardell's like, well, what? Wait a minute. What's going on the site? What's going on in the courtyard? Neural Theft is gonna find out where those TSM members are located. This bloodbath does favor TSM. They've managed to stop this mid craziness with some mid craziness of their own, and now 2v2 is all that remains for 50 seconds.
The spike and make his way up C long. Meanwhile, FaZe, guessing at this point, have no idea, are over on the opposite side of the map. They're going to start to rotate over. It looks like they might be applying pressure from the same side. You see the spike has gone down. Oh, Baby Bay gets spotted by that dart. That's going to give away his position. It looks like they're both still pretty comfortable working their way through Garage. Meanwhile, TSM has sent Cutler down C long. And he's going to have that Hunter's Fury as well. That's such a good position to be in, because even if Wardell loses control of the site, he has that ultimate to keep the defuse at bay.
Wardell's in a little bit of trouble here. Shot's going to be good from Zachary. He at least finds one for the trade, but now here comes the Hunter's Fury. There's still there's 12 seconds left. He's got to stick to defuse. We'll see if Cutler reads that correctly. He does. Hunter's Fury frag will be the death of Zachary. There wasn't a lot of time left. There was under 15 or so. So Zachary had to stick to defuse, and he obviously could not. 6-4, 2 rounds remain. Possibility for TSM to really make this a good half for them, as we're now starting to see the catch-up dream come to reality. It's the eco for FaZe Clan, so another round likely in the pocket here for TSM. And we'll see, of course, how this round unfolds for FaZe Clan's aggression once more. Do they go more aggressive on this eco, or do they play it the same?
Corey is going to have a Guardian, so he's got a little to work with. But again, Marv, aggression through Garage. He's only got a Sheriff here, and he's going to get pushed back instantly. Has to teleport out to safety. You heard the Empress was used as well from TSM as they fight for this control. The drone is going to be used over by A to get some info, see if anyone's home on that side of the map. Meanwhile, members of FaZe Clan are starting to rotate back towards C. They've got some more presence in Garage. They've invested a little bit more in putting Rockets on this side of the map as well. Gosh, Marv, that's a big pick.
That's a huge pick. We'll see if Rockets comes up bigger. He's not Corey. Guardian, the assault rifle, 1D. He's not going to find much success with the Cutler holding down that flank. And I like how Hayes is holding down the other one. Wardell's got the angle in mid, and really TSM are just waiting for FaZe Clan to come to them. They are totally comfortable with playing this passively to allow FaZe Clan to make mistakes. And I wouldn't really call them mistakes, as it's the eco. You know, FaZe Clan are just going to try to force the issue regardless. Most teams you'd see would stack on a site and hold their eco weapons together. But now this is the round where FaZe Clan either make this a 7-5 or TSM tie us up, and then get, you know, decide that they can also start their own aggression, start their own flanks, and really cause FaZe Clan a little bit of trouble.
We'll take a look at how FaZe Clan are going to be positioning on the defensive side. Here, I believe there's a little bit of Cypher utility up in the entrance into B. There's going to be some over at A, and they're actually playing off of C. They don't have very much presence there at all. Once again, a little bit of at least an aggressive peek from Baby Bay with the operator. Oh, I like this from Marv. Oh, is he going to stick it though? Okay, he's going to back out. It got canceled out.
Cover going out.
So they have an idea that members of TSM are still back over by the spawn. That's going to give Marv a little bit more confidence. You see him peeking his way through Garage. Meanwhile, the Empress is going to be used as they wait things out. Corey and members of FaZe again aggressive here on mid.
Oh, they see Sabrosa, and they're starting to spray through. That's a great opening pick to answer back with some of that early aggression, but that spray continues to go through the side of the window there. Oh, what a shot from Corey. That just had to have been a hold down on the spray, and just shot it through such a narrow angle. Finds the pick there onto Sabrosa, who was already relatively weak. TSM hitting this late round A hit in the mid round. Spike about to be planted. FaZe Clan, they're nearby. They may not even let this go down.
Wardell is going to get the spike down. Baby Bay drops. Again, I feel like every time we watch Drone, he's pulling off a kill like that. He has a knack for these things. But for now, TSM have the numbers advantage. FaZe Clan trying to fight for this retake here. You see Corey starting to reposition as they consider how do they get in. Zachary spots one. Drone gets tagged up a bit. That's certainly going to help as Wardell and Drone both drop. TSM just down to 2 members left, but the clock continues to tick away. Corey gets a big one. It's going to drop things down to 1. It's just going to be Hayes. Hayes, known for heroics in situations like this, is not going to be able to deliver. Zachary gets the best of them. FaZe take a 7-5 lead into halftime.
You know, I think TSM, and I mean, it's always going to happen this way in the post plant. There aren't too many great positions, and the positions that were active on site were taken down. If Drone survives there and gets like a multi-kill, it's a different story for TSM. But you had Cutler and Hayes playing off site. I think Hayes was hoping that a Paranoia would land on 2 members so Cutler could swing and find a 2-piece. But unfortunately, I don't even think it paranoid anybody. So 7-5, a good half, I think, for both sides. And now TSM, they'll have their own hand at the lurks. They'll have their own hand at the same pressure that they can apply to FaZe Clan. Or we'll see something a little different. We'll see how FaZe Clan adapt to it. But early looks at this pistol, we're going to be seeing, oh, it was originally going to be an A stack, but they really just swap on over to C. Hayes is really going to have his work cut out for him.
See if this call works out. You see TSM has brought Wardell over into the fold along with Subrosa. Baby Bay goes in, gets aggressive. It's going to be traded out 1 for 1. And they consider continuing to funnel through, but it looks like they're going to back off. The problem is for FaZe, they are walking into a member of TSM who's rotating all the way around. Drone with the flash, peeks, spots 2, and backs off.
Wow. Drone is so good at this video game. The fact that he's just maneuvered his way into the position that he's in now is phenomenal. Wardell pushing aggressively with Subrosa down the long side. They know they have the space. Drone saw them all. Shots from Wardell. That's 4 on the round. It's all down to Corey. He's going to upgrade to the Ghost, but he's up against 3 members of TSM. Spike behind enemy lines. Corey has to take 3 individual 1v1s. He's going to see Cutler. The rest of TSM will now start to respond. The task force has been assembled, and they're going to make their way over to where they might think Corey will end up. Through the link side, through the connector, shock
30
dart.
seconds left.
He avoids it, but he's still overhealed. Look at that. He's at 150 HP, so he can really find himself a couple of shots, maybe a couple of 1v1s, but Wardell with the ace. A great message to send to FaZe Clan, and it'll trail TSM by 1.
Yeah, you imagine here, given how that last round went, whether or not FaZe choose to buy up. We didn't see them do that in the first half after losing the pistol. I don't imagine they're going to do so again. Some really crispy shots out of Wardell there, but you presume that this round will likely go in favor of TSM, and we're going to be knotted up at 7 apiece. On the attacking side here, we saw this look early on in the last round, and they pulled off a bit, but here it looks like they're going to want to go for it again. FaZe aggressively working their way through A.
I mean, it's the eco. You either hit the gas or you make your opponents wait, right? And right now, FaZe Clan, they're hitting the gas. TSM just have better weapons. They also read it correctly. They stacked 3 on the site early, right? Maybe there's some sort of VOD reviewing that they had noticed FaZe Clan like to, you know, on the attacking side. Maybe they don't really like that mid-aggression as much as they do stacking together and working together on those rush gunfights, right? So looking at the economy here, obviously FaZe Clan are going to buy. We'll see what this round looks like, but Wardell usually on the 3rd round buys the op, so there's no surprise there. Once again, 3 stacked to this A site. We'll see what FaZe Clan have prepared for this early peek from Wardell.
Man, he loves this spot too. Peeking through sewers. You saw the dart come out as it looked like FaZe was looking for info. There was that shot, that cheeky spot that we were mentioning, Wardell liking to hold. Shot goes just a bit wide here early on. As TSM have 3 members over by A, and aggressive posturing too. They're not playing towards the back of the site. They're not really playing more on the back foot. They're demanding that they take some of this space. Meanwhile, for FaZe Clan, the spike is working his way towards garage. Baby Bay looking like it's going to be the tip of the spear. Good smoke.
This owl drone is super important because they haven't really gathered a lot of information. And the owl drone on the opposite side, they know that Wardell and Cutler might be on this A site. they're thinking about a potential, quick flank from the B side. And now as they start to push in through the garage, it's a quick trade, a flurry of kills, but it does end up on top for FaZe Clan. Now the C site that's been kind of worked on a little bit by Marv, but for the most part, they had not a lot of information for it. So now it's going to be a tough retake, 2v4 for TSM. Drone on the angle there, gets spotted out. Now he's going to start to push in. Bulldog's going to find one, quickly transfers, but can't connect. And Wardell may be considering the op save here. It's a 1v3. Or is he going to push in?
Well, it's just such a tough spot, too, because he saw Corey get a kill on the opposite side of the map as the spike was going down on C, so he understood that there was somebody over there that could potentially be pushing in on him. That's why he was having to check those corners back and forth, and unfortunately, for TSM, for Wardell, the personnel of FaZe just proved to be too much. They're going to take a one-round lead here. The operator's still in hands of Wardell, and Baby Bay's going to have one of his own. We'll see where they position up here in this next round. Also worth noting, Baby Bay just 1 point away from having the Blade Storm. Wardell and Drone are going to have their own to work with.
Shoot.
Jeez.
Come on, Sabrosa. Why you gotta do Baby Bay like that? Why? We're even getting word from production that Baby Bay. What did he type?
Okay.
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 Okay. Yeah. I would feel that too. You try to jump peek with the op, then we see Drone getting a little presence here, while the rest of TSM working up through sewers. Spike still hasn't been picked up. Definitely the loss of Baby Bay hurts, especially with the op down. They're gonna clear out this B side where Sabrosa gets a nasty shot onto Baby Bay. They may be looking for this B hit, but they don't really have a lot of information to work off of.
Well, you see Corey's making his way over towards A, but he's going to get taken out at the hands of Cutler. There's nowhere that's safe, right? The spike is still down over by A. They're just down to 2 members left. There's no room for FaZe here. They tried with that early look out the window, and obviously, as we saw, they got punished for it. They just haven't been able to find an opening here as Marv works his way in towards B. He's got the spike. He's got some utilities. So he can maybe do something, but this round would be so difficult to pull away. Yeah, Marv is going to drop. The spike is going to go down as well. This round is over.
Listen, I don't care if you're a TSM fan or a FaZe fan. Sabrosa is probably the best rifler in an A. Maybe Kohler would be a part of that conversation as well. He's got insane rifling, but Sabrosa is one of the best. Top 3 for sure. Top 3 riflers in the game. That shot, it was crispy. It was nice. It was beautiful. But from Sabrosa, come on.
It's just so filthy.
I mean, he really just held the angle, but he does, like we've seen even in the closed qualifiers, those quick flicks, the 1-2 punches that he's got, some of those ascent clips. Yeah, Sabrosa's the real deal.
Important to note for FaZe, Raucus was able to hang on to that operator that Baby Bay dropped in that window and carry it into the next round. It looks like he's going to hang on to it, as it looks like we are in a bit of a pause. So that may change. It is a tactical pause coming out from FaZe as they look to mull things over, think through how they want to play the rest of this half. We are knotted up at 8 apiece. TSM have been able to take 3 of the last 4 rounds here. Now we're seeing a bit of a change too. It looked like they were considering FaZe was buying up. We saw Bulldog. They're still kind of thinking things over on how they want to approach this thing. And again, for FaZe, TSM's defense has just been stalwart. They haven't been able to find a way in.
Yeah, the positioning TSM has been great as well. Constantly switching it up. Wardell, Sewers, Wardell long. Hayes has been pretty consistently holding down the C site. Sabrosa mid, Sabrosa down long. Like they've constantly been switching up the pairings to anticipate where FaZe Clan are hitting. But for the most part, the most important thing to note is TSM have been heavily prepared for any sort of A side hit. Okay, they've always have at least 2 members there. The anchor, Hayes alone, is usually either alone or paired up with somebody like Sabrosa. This time it's Wardell. C-side is usually relatively a little bit more open. TSM, I guess, proving that they're comfortable with the retake and also proving that they're comfortable letting Hayes hold on to that. But this eco, it starts with some sort of stack rush towards A. They get ulted, they double back, and it's going to end up at C on this eco for FaZe Clan.
That operator still in the hands of Rockus. Baby Bay has the Blade Storm to work with. He's got light armor too, but Hayes is the only one here on the site. Wardell is certainly close as he's hanging out in garage. There's about to be an engagement go down between him and Corey, as it looks like TSM are able to stop things early on. Hayes is able to get one. Wardell is going to get traded out. Hayes still trying to hold the fort, but it's not him. It's Wardell, or it's Sub Rosa, excuse me, who takes care of Zachary. Rockus still has that operator as part of the equation. TSM have a one-person lead here.
30
Yeah,
seconds
Wardell was
left.
looking towards the entryway, trying to support Hayes. Doesn't anticipate Corey coming through. So now that's going to be a great shot from Subroza.
Again.
All down to Rockus with the op here. Does he want to save it again? I don't think so. It's a 1v3. Doable, but not very likely for Rockus. Cutler will take that one down, and TSM find a lead, 9-8. As the second half, we've seen them light up in FaZe Clan. Not really have a lot of great answers on the offense. But here comes FaZe Clan's gun round. This is where they would really pack a punch.
And we'll see what kind of looks they have. Again, at this point, you've got to be reaching pretty far into your bag of tricks to find an opening somewhere. On the defense, TSM, they've been shifting up some of their looks too. Here we see more presence, 3 over at A, Wardell over in garage. The smoke is going to come out. It looks like FaZe Clan certainly want to go over towards A. The Empress has been used. Drone in this angle. He's able to get one.
Ooh.
Dashed right back out. Some fancy footwork from Baby Bay as he gets the kill on the drone as well.
Broza in a tough 50 as well. He's got the Empress as well. Oh my goodness, he doesn't find the second. Baby Bay trades out Corey. 3
Spike
a
planted.
FaZe Clan. Op pass to Hayes. As Wardell may want those knives to come through. Here comes the paranoia, and there's gonna be Wardell dropping down. Oh, that's 2 for Wardell. One more! Give it to him! Wardell takes down TSM, and they will lead by 3. 2. Math is hard.
the aggression out of Wardell was just nuts. He just YOLO flies onto the site and gets 3. Let's take a look at that one more time. It was just that dang pretty. He flies in. The paranoia certainly set things up. As you saw, the first person he shot was blinded, but it didn't matter. He shot him in the back of the head anyway. So he could have not been paranoid, and he would have died nonetheless. TSM and Wardell, again, these are like those flashy plays like that. That's why people love TSM. It's because of things like that.
Talked a little bit about how these first couple of maps are going to be very important for FaZe Clan to win. This one, not over yet, but another eco for them. As it's been an uphill battle once we've gotten to this second half. TSM have won, well, sorry, FaZe Clan have only been able to win 1 of the past couple of rounds. TSM have been on an absolute tear. This round might be the same. Wardell still with the Blade Storm. It's going to be a slow-moving B hit for FaZe Clan. It's usually really easy to get the spike down here. We'll see if TSM fight for it. There it is. It's going to be planted now. And at least they'll get that eco money. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Wait, no, they won't. Drone with a molly takes him down. Holy smokes. Now they're going to try once more. And Drone's in a great position to try to stop it once again.
Yeah, no molly to keep things spicy this time, as he had already gotten 1, but the rifle does just as much. As Corey drops, you see some utility. Drone with the 3K on the round, looking for a little bit more. Yes, this is an eco. Drone just down to 15 health. Baby Bay holding things down with the Sheriff, as Rockus is on the opposite side of the site. A 4K for Drone. Not able to get the last. Hayes cleans it up. TSM is going to take a 3-round lead, and they're going to carry a couple of ultimates into the next round.
So, this is going to be a very important round for FaZe Clan and a very important round for TSM. I'd imagine the running back is going to be used to gather some sort of intel. We'll see Drone. He's actually constantly pushed up through sewers with it. So we'll see how that ends up being used, or if he pushes up through A-long with it. And once again, FaZe Clan, they start always on that banana side, gathering intel. Who peeks them sewers? Who peeks them banana? They try to get that information first and then react. And how are they going to plan out the rest of the round? And that's probably why TSM have been playing so passive on the C site. They're anticipating FaZe Clan with these hot and heavy A hits. We'll see if that happens again this time, as they're starting to barrel in.
Called for a hot and heavy A hit, and that's exactly what we've gotten. Hunter's Fury is going to be used by Raucus. Looks like was able to tag one, not going to be enough to deliver the kill, but Zachary and Baby Bay are able to get a kill apiece. Corey on the side, he's going to spot one. Hayes taken out. TSM just down to 2 members left. Sub Rose is going to be there. He's going to get cleaned up as well. It's just going to be on Wardell. He's got the Blade Storm and an Operator to work with. The spike has gone down. FaZe Clan have full control of the site.
Sometimes all you need is a quick Zerg rush, you know? Pretty cost-effective units. Get a couple of Zerglings going, have them sprinting down to your opponent's base. You get those StarCraft references, you're a real one. You're an OG. And that's what really worked out for FaZe Clan. You saw that paired up with the Hunter's Fury from Raucus. He was trying to clear out the sewers with the rest of FaZe Clan as they start to push in. I had really anticipated maybe Drone using that run it back or something, right? Like I thought that maybe they would have paired up some sort of that utility together. Wardell's in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna get pinched by FaZe Clan. How many frags can he find? Cannot get those knives, but still gets Raucus. Okay, you take those. You take those trades. Oh, will the op go? No, doesn't pick it up.
Yeah, that was tough. Not able to bring that into the next round, but a big round for FaZe to hopefully try to stifle some of this bleeding, to get some sort of momentum here in the second half, because as you can see on the timeline, it's been all TSM. Here, FaZe have found a couple of very small slivers of hope, if you want to go that way, but it's just been very impressive. Impressive defensive showing from TSM. Here, FaZe. Look at that. The one time that Wardell's not posted up in garage with an Operator, that's exactly where FaZe goes.
Yeah, and TSM are reading this as well. Yeah, they maybe have overstacked on the A site, and FaZe Clan has done a great job of conditioning TSM that it's going to be the A hit, but I like how Hayes pulls off. It's going to be a 5v5 retake. Wardell's going to be late to the party, but better late than never. Spike about to be planted. We'll see how they're going to deal with this. Early engagement goes to the way of Hayes. That's Corey down, a duelist out of commission. This is doable for TSM.
Yeah, it is, because at this point, they have control of garage. They have different options on how they want to apply pressure to the site. That's going to force FaZe Clan to back off into that C-long area. There is no Hunter's Fury for them to be able to stop things from a distance. Baby Bay still has to stay on the site. You see that paranoia come out. Hayes able to take care of Baby Bay as he works his way on as well. They've got smokes, they have cover, but the spike is planted for FaZe here. But my gosh, TSM, they're just able to pick them apart. Raucus is the last one. Sabrosa is going to drop. Raucus with the second. He gets a third, but it's not enough. Drone gets the best of him, and the spike is defused. TSM on match point.
I like the attempt though from FaZe Clan. Let's think about what the round to round has been. Round 14, FaZe stack A. Round 15, FaZe look A. Round 17, it starts with A, but then it goes to C. Like, it's just been A over and over and over again for FaZe, or at least they start. I mean, look at it right now. Like, the setup's got 4 players in Garden. Like, what do you, like, of course TSM would be, well, like, it's a risky play to stack 4 on the A side, but they were anticipating some of that similar action, but they're going to get that exact thing that they asked for this round. So fast moving, it's going to be quick. We'll see if Cutler and Drone can stop this heavy push.
Dart's going to give away the positioning, and Drone's going to be the first one there to hold the line. Give him 3! Holy cow, the snap was filthy. Drone eventually does drop, but the damage has been done. FaZe Clan just down to 2 members left. The spike is going to work its way onto A. That keep things interesting. But TSM are going to have to fight for the defuse here. They're going to have to fight for the retake.
It's also match point. We're forgetting that that is probably the most important part. Sabrosa going to take out Marv. It's all down to Corey. I like how he pushes into the smoke. The parent sitting in the smoke is going to buy him some time, but he needs more than just time. He needs that 6th player in the lobby to help him out. Oh, a quick flick onto Hayes. Unsuccessful. Sabrosa going to defuse, and TSM will win map number 1 against FaZe Clan. We'll see if FaZe Clan, of course, can take things back on Bind, but a great start to the best of 5 for TSM.
A great start indeed. We talked about how important that map was for FaZe, and we will continue to talk about it. To a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to break down the map. We're going to break down how things went down and what this means for the rest of the series. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. First and foremost, I'm going to get it out of the way. Wow. What a first map on Haven. So back and forth and so many big moments. It's a shame that I'm talking over these replays. I'm not going to lie. I feel like I'm doing these replays a disservice with how much just took place. First and foremost, a lot to get through. But I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Esports Doug and Simo, who did such a great job casting that first map. Bind's next, but let's break it down, boys. Haven here. You know, I'm not gonna lie. They had me in the first half, right? It looked like it was FaZe. FaZe was definitely doing very, very well, but then slowly but surely TSM started coming back. What do we owe that to? Doug, well, let's start off with you. Why was that comeback possible from TSM?
TSM's defense they were just like out of control, right? I know we talked about it a couple of times, but there was no opening for TSM, or excuse me, for FaZe, and TSM was able to shift all of their resources around a couple of different times, and then when you combine that with stuff like what we just saw, it's just so difficult to deal with.
Ooh. First, okay, this is what I wanted to see. Look at that, Simo. Come on, Wardell, like, just, and I want to point something out. Wardell does that, and the very next round right here, Drone picks up a 4K. I can't. I mean, make sense of it for me.
You know, that FaZe Clan, like you had highlighted, started off hot, and it was, I think, the attack side for them, or sorry, the defensive side for them was really interesting to see how they played that aggressively. Definitely, I think, initially took TSM through a loop, but they started to adapt and started to play a little bit more passively around the mid side, hold those angles, see if they would peak, you know, try to anticipate them. And then as we moved on to the defensive side, well, I mean, FaZe Clan hit the A side so many times where they at least prepared for an early round. TSM were able to prepare for it in advance, and then they were totally comfortable with letting Hayes be the anchor and retake the C side together, because we even saw that in the last and final round. Hayes left the site, was a 5v5 retake, and then they found an opening pick in Garage. But Bind is a really good map for FaZe Clan. This could be a redemption moment for them, you know. It could be an opportunity to try to answer back, because as we had highlighted in the pregame, Split has become really, really good for TSM, and there's 2 of those in this map pool, which is a scary thought for FaZe Clan fans.
First and foremost, I learned something here. Sometimes you just gotta say okay, right? That's the only thing that makes sense in the moment. And then attack pause right after that. And of course, I'm alluding to Sabrosa, you know, getting that pick on Baby Bay, dropping the up. Of course, Raucus was able to save it. You know, after that, we really seen TSM start heating up. Honestly, that could have been the breaking point if I'm looking at it, because like I said, after that, TSM just started winning round after round after round and took a decent sized lead. Overall, very impressive for TSM. FaZe again looked very good too, up until, you know, they started to let the round slip through their fingertips. You mentioned, Simo, they pushed A so many times. TSM was like, okay, we've seen this story, we've read it, we've watched the movie as well. Let's just go ahead and do business as usual. And that's exactly what they did. I do want to point out, by the way, and Doug, you know, TSM, they only had 8 first bloods in total. So it's not like they were getting those big picks early on. Yeah, you know, Sabrosa, again, that big pick was great, but like FaZe, for the most part, was finding those early first bloods, yet still not able to capitalize.
Well, and I think it's just a testament to how they played, right? We saw how confidently they played earlier today. TSM alluded to the fact that they were going to want to respond with fire of their own. FaZe played a very similar pace to what we saw earlier. It's not like they adjusted their plan or they're playing a bit differently because it's finals or anything like that. It really was. TSM was just able to respond in kind. And I think for FaZe, you've got to keep that pressure up, right? Like, yes, the second half was very impressive for TSM, but it's not like it was a blowout. FaZe held up fine. They dropped the map, but that aggression, that swagger with which they played earlier today and what we saw some of in the first half suggests that the series is far from over. So if you're FaZe, like, stick to the game plan, right? That first map didn't go your way, and as we all discussed here on the desk, or the proverbial desk, that's an important map for FaZe to win. They weren't able to pull it off, but stick to the game plan. That's your moneymaker.
Well, I want to sit here and talk to you boys. There's a lot to break down, but unfortunately the producer's pushing me off. So I'm going to have to dip out, but you know what? No one wants to hear me. They all want to see the map go down. So check it out. We're moving into Bind. Map number 2, TSM versus FaZe. Boys, take it away.
Map 2, Bind. As I mentioned earlier, I've grown to love this map. There are just so many different ways that you see like teams tactfully play around it. You've got the teleporters as an option as well. But Simo, knowing these two teams, knowing their histories, and knowing where we're headed, who are you leaning towards here on Bind?
It's a tough say because I think this is going to be the map that we're going to see a lot of surprises from TSM. They really haven't played it in the closed qualifier. I think they played it once in the open qualifier. So this map, in the close qualifier against C9. So we saw a little bit out of them, but like overall, this Bind map has been such a huge mystery to us with how TSM play it. They can still run triple duelist if they want, Reyna, Phoenix, Raze, whatever they want to combo it with. Everything still kind of works together and can work well. But this is a map that FaZe Clan are super, super comfortable on. They're currently undefeated in the closed qualifier on Bind, and that means that they've beaten a lot of great teams to get here. The big question is, for us, is how are TSM going to prepare for a map like this? This may be the one map that FaZe Clan can tie things up. Because like I said, Split, Ascent, great maps for TSM. This is your one shot to even up the series, tie things up, and have a little cushion, have a little padding to carry yourself and try to, outlast TSM if you can even do that.
Now, given some of the discussions we were having earlier around FaZe's play style and how they want to continue to play confidently, do you foresee that leaning in their favor? Do you foresee them continuing to play with that style, or do you think they're going to take more of a conservative approach here on map 2?
No, it's FaZe Clan's style to push up, to get aggressive, to get in your face. I mean, for Baby Bay, it's always 7 o'clock somewhere, okay? He's always going to be ready. He's always going to be, and I mean, listen, if you don't understand that meme, that's okay. It's a little bit crazy. It's a little bit advanced, and it's not PG for stream. But for FaZe Clan, it's definitely going to be their style to play aggressive, to play outside the box, to push angles, to push extremities that normally aren't pushed by teams who play a little bit more passively on the defense or a little bit slower on the attack. It is in the FaZe Clan DNA to get up in your business.
We'll see how that DNA persists. FaZe Clan is going to be on the attacking side here as they kick off Bind. Heavy presence towards A early on. TSM is going to have 3 members there, and they're going to play in a bit of a forward position. You see them playing aggressively towards U-Haul, but FaZe already sending a couple of members towards showers. That dart's going to come out to ensure that nobody is home, and they're going to get that ult orb into the pockets of Corey as well.
There is an ult orb answered back from TSM on the opposite side. Wardell's taken down, quickly traded by Hayes. Marv gets involved, and Hayes really just holding down the line. There's still 3 members remaining for both sides. Make it 2 for TSM as they'll start to funnel in through the vents. And guess who's right there on the opposite side? It's Corey. It's traded down to Cutler. Oh, unfortunately caught with the bow and arrow. You do not want to bring that to a gunfight. FaZe Clan will dominate and grab the win in the first pistol.
Yeah, and it was a great round by Raucus there. As you see, he was able to get 3 kills on the board there. That's going to allow him to buy full armor and a Phantom going into the next round. We'll see how much damage he's able to do with that gun. Meanwhile, for the rest of FaZe, see a couple of Frenzies, a couple of Spectres, and that's really it. For TSM, it looks like they're going to be bringing pistols into the fold. So the main thing I want us to focus on here is Raucus. With that Phantom, what's he going to be able to do with it? FaZe on the attacking side here, posturing over towards B. Aggressive, heavy look towards Hookah, and that's where the first kill goes. Drone drops.
Yeah, they're just looking to get this spike down early, but unfortunately it drops from behind. All the TSM members hop through the portal, and it's pandemonium. Zachary will also hop through, all down to Wardell, who's found himself a Spectre. Still has Tailwind if he wants to get up close and personal, but will not. Pretty quick round from FaZe Clan, but ultimately this is the best second round conversion for TSM, the best case scenario. They take down 2 members, they get 2 weapons out of commission, and then now Wardell picks up the op while the rest of the team will rifle up. So this is a good spot for TSM. FaZe Clan, they got the start that they wanted. Baby Bay also gonna op, so let's pay attention to where those Jets end up. They are on opposite sides. But TSM, they're poised for some more B aggression from FaZe Clan.
It looks like they might have tried to do something a little aggressive down B as well. Down B long in particular. You see that early peek with the dart and the operator there just in case. They've got some info. But that was about it. Meanwhile, for FaZe Clan, they mulled over the possibility of going over towards B, but they're going to rotate away. They haven't gotten a ton of info on that side quite yet, but at least they have picked up some real estate. You see, over in Showers, they've managed to work their way up, at least enough to understand there's nobody going to be playing aggressively on that side. The smokes are starting to come out. Corey's able to take care of Hazed early on.
They'll get a lot of control here as Corey's just going to really clear out the lamp side. They know that TSM are either backside or late to the play. Zabros is taken down. Wardell up in heaven, but he's smoked off temporarily, and Corey is already positioned up on the truck, and the shot misses from Wardell. It just barely tags Corey, and he'll survive. 3 members remain for TSM. There is a late round position for Raucus. He's wrapping around from the defender spawn. That's going to be Drone. He takes down Zachary. 3v4. The spike's still ticking, and unfortunately, Raucus does not anticipate Cutler's big brain. Shot's going to be good from Wardell. This is doable, but the time is ticking. Another one onto Corey. It's all down to Marv, but that spike is ticking. Cutler, Wardell. Shot's going to be good onto Wardell. All down to Cutler as the spike continues to tick. There's the recon bolt, and for some reason, it goes into the portal, and it's going to be a clean headshot for Marv. FaZe Clan win the gun round against TSM and start off hot in this first half.
And TSM looked so good in their ability to respond with everything that FaZe was throwing at them early on. You saw the lurk from Raucus, it got sniffed out. Wardell was able to get the best of Baby Bay with the operator, so it looked like they were able to fend things off initially, but there was just too much chaos at the end, and then Marv able to isolate and win down in that 1v2. Really just kind of set them up. Marv, as we saw earlier today, when Marv is feeling himself, when he's playing well, this FaZe Clan team is terrifying. So that's a big 1v2 win for him there.
Oh, but Wardell with the knives. It's important to identify that this ult can be a problem for FaZe Clan. Already taking down Marv. Wardell can find a little bit more value, maybe a pick, maybe 2, but there's going to be a showstopper. Comes through. Wardell knows that he's there. Spray coming out from Drone. Wow. But Zachary from the opposite side, or sorry, from Hookah. He's just right behind Corey, and now they'll start to funnel in. You'll see the tailwind come through. Drone's gonna stop him with the Frenzy. That's Spike down. 3v3. Drone in a good spot. The Frenzy finds another, and now it's a 2v2. A little bit more doable now that the Spike is still down. Raucus trying to peek through. Sabrosa will be taken down, and it's all up to Hazed. He's got a Bucky, and unfortunately, what? Hazed! How? The Bucky! It's special. It's built different. Somehow, some way, the long-range Bucky shot from like 50 miles away, he still gets taken down, but an impressive Bucky shot. 4-0 start for FaZe. This is what you like to see if you want to come back in map 2.
Yeah, it's certainly really everything they could have asked for. Raucus is having himself a day at 7-1. And I think the other thing worth noting here is that FaZe, because of how comfortable of a lead they've managed to build themselves, they're going to have plenty of weapons to work with yet again. The operator into the hands of Baby Bay. Wardell's going to be able to respond with one of his own. Continue to watch that matchup. This time, they are going to be on the same side of the map. Wardell is going to get pushed back as the Drone was there trying to get some info early on. Baby Bay still holding that tight corner.
So once again, we're seeing something similar to what we saw in Haven. FaZe, they identify one map that they want to start early presence. It was around B, around that orb, to deny defensive orb control, and then they end up at A. We've seen a lot of Showers presence from FaZe Clan. We've seen a lot of mid-round A short presence from FaZe Clan. So TSM, they're trying to read the situation correctly. And for FaZe Clan, they're a little bit spread thin. If TSM find an opening pick, then FaZe Clan will be a little bit worse for wear in terms of where they want to end up. But 50 seconds left on the clock, and that spike is poised for A, as Baby Bay is just causing a ruckus, and he's just going to portal. He doesn't need to be there.
Raucus using the Hunter Fury. See Baby Bay is taking a good bit of distance there as the noise. Raucus was raised over at B, but the play is one on to A. Corey trying to establish some presence around U-Haul is going to tag up Subrosa, and now they're going to swing. Subrosa drops. Marv able to get the kill as they continue to funnel their way over. Members of TSM have started to rotate. They've got to run it back, and there it is like clockwork. Drone using it to get in on the site, able to take care of Corey, and pushes back. They're still going to be there. There are still 2 operators in the fold here. Simo, this one could go either way.
Oh, Baby Bay is going to take down Cutler. TSM caught behind these smokes. Can't really push in quite yet, and they will start to retreat. 5-0 start for FaZe Clan. 5 rounds. And you have to give a lot of credit to FaZe Clan. I know a lot of people, especially when this roster was first announced, you know, Overwatch players, KEKW, I get it. I understand. You want your CS players to be the best, you know, want them to be the kings of the kingdom, but a lot of creativity in that play. Rock is selling the fake with Hunter's Fury. Baby Bay just continuously firing shots with the op through B long. Rockus rotates through market. Baby Bay hops through the portal while the rest of the team have just been working that A angle. And I'd imagine we're going to see something similar time and time again. Because look, setup's going to start at B. They might wrap to A. Or if they find an opening pick onto B, they'll just blast back and tailwind onto the site like they've been doing in the first couple of rounds. So FaZe Clan have a lot of options on this attack. It's just all up to how TSM read it. Can they start to get a couple of rounds back into their favor? It might start with this double peak from TSM and B short.
Oh, I love this telly play as well from Wardell as he goes through, has that operator, and that essentially negates any possibility of FaZe working their way up towards Hookah. But while they weren't that way, they're still over on that half of the map as they're all going to be funneling in through long. They're going to be able to pinch in members of TSM as you see Corey. Oh, Corey, that was such a big pick. That gives them so much room to work with. FaZe is going to be able to get onto the site. TSM has two members that have not fully rotated over, but the two that are on the site are posted up in Hookah. The thing is, because of TSM's positioning, they have to be a bit more timid about how they work their way towards the site because FaZe has elbow control. You see that smoke start to go off, ensure that nobody's going to be pushing in that way. Smokes are going to be traded in kind. Wardell's operator going to be blind for just a few moments as the paranoia comes through. Subroza has to think twice about going forward. Rock is able to get the opener, and Rockus gets a second one as well. Subroza has dropped TSM just down to 2 members left. FaZe Clan in firm control here. TSM can't get through. It looks like they're going to back off, and FaZe Clan are going to take a 6-round lead.
Yeah, TSM on the retreat here. Oh, Wardell. Oh, such a close shot onto Marv. Drone will be the last man standing. FaZe Clan not really quite sure where he is. Looking at that round, TSM were in such a tough spot on the retake. FaZe Clan, TSM smoking off the elbow to try to give them space to work with, but they got smoked off, and I believe maybe not smoked off, but paranoid entering into the site. Marv set that up, I believe, from elbow, and the rest of the team was stuck smoked off from Hookah. So Wardell and Drone, I believe, couldn't really participate in that push back onto the site. You saw Wardell, he was itching to jump through, but FaZe Clan held that site well and had good control of elbow. Have to give him a lot of credit there. But now, TSM, they were able to save some of those weapons from the round prior. This is likely... I'll have to look at the economy. I think we might be in an eco position for TSM because they saved weapons 2 rounds ago. Then they almost lost those weapons again. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of an eco position for TSM. So we'll see what they can do. It's going to be a tough one. They have Hunter's Fury. But FaZe Clan in firm control here of this first half.
I like how FaZe is playing this. They're spreading out their resources, again, looking for entrances anywhere they can find them. You heard the Blade Storm has been used. Marv is going to get paranoid and is going to have to back off a little bit as Hayes brings in a little bit more smoke. Oh, yeah, that's a big pick early on, but FaZe is just able to pick apart members of TSM. Wardell, however, with the Sheriff, keeping things spicy, gets a third. And this is far from over.
I can only imagine Myth popping off right now. Oh, Hayes, okay. Do we got one more, Corey? It's all down to him. 3 Sheriffs, and there's a rowdy cowboy in town. He's going to be making his way through lamps. Oh, no. Going around the
30
truck.
seconds left.
TSM. Drone posted up on the watchtower. Shot's going to be good. One more. Oh, Hayes playing Duck, Duck, Goose, and it'll be Wardell the Goose that takes him down. 4K on the round. Those Sheriffs, man, they sting. They hurt. You don't want to be on the wrong side of the law, and Wardell was the law there. TSM win the first round of all things in eco. Doug, let's look at this setup for TSM, how they answer back the gun round against FaZe Clan.
And again, FaZe with their 6-round lead are going to be able to continue to bring rifles in, even though they lost that last round. Drone is going to have a rifle of his own, slightly not as great of a position as it could be. He's going to be bringing in light armor. FaZe, a heavy look towards this B side. Cutler's going to get plenty of info early on. Yeah, it looks like some of the positioning was given away. Wardell gets the best of Corey. He had just used that showstopper. Wardell ripped it right out of his hands.
I like this play from TSM. Wardell peeking down long and then partnered with the Hunter's Fury. It pushes FaZe Clan back. Now, it's up to this crossfire set up by Sabrosa and Hayes. We've seen some FaZe Clan members push up through showers, but it's mostly been this hot and heavy short push. They paranoia into lamps, then they just rush lamps, but Sabrosa's going to be the first line here. A good smoke as well to stop because they have to push through, and Sabrosa is ready for it. He does get traded, and Hayes with the answer back. He covers Sabrosa's death. TSM win a second round. They answer back. Now FaZe Clan, some of the members in a tough economic position.
Yeah, you can feel the momentum starting to shift a bit as that was just so well read by TSM. They were able to respond and handle the aggression that FaZe was showing. As we saw, that showstopper was negated early on. The Hunter's Fury was invested from TSM as well to ensure that there was no possibility for shenanigans on that B side. And then ultimately the tipped smoke on a short really set TSM up well here. FaZe looking aggressively towards his hookah. Drone got flashed up and had to back off. But look, it's a heavy hit into hookah.
Yeah, they got singers galore as well. Cutler, oh, that's so unfortunate. Domed by Corey as they'll funnel onto the side. Corey just like no regard for the rest of his teammates. He blasts back in, it pushes him back. And now TSM just down to 2 members. Man, this aggressive hit from FaZe Clan. If every round felt like an eco for FaZe, they would just rush every site and just, you know, just non-stop pushing over and over and over again. At least it does get traded back. Marv goes lurking, finds himself into the arms of Sabrosa. Wardell will be waiting on the opposite side. A great position for exits if that's what they end up doing. FaZe Clan have likely already picked up some of the weapons that were dropped in hookah. Sabrosa waiting down long, which is a normal portal play. You know, they'll rush out from Octagon. They won't even go through hookah because it's unsafe. It's generally unsafe. So now as they start to come through, it's all down to how Sabrosa stops. A good paint shells, gonna dissuade them for a little bit, but now they know that somebody's there. What? Zachary! What a shot! With the Sheriff takes down Sabrosa. That was so quick. Wardell keeps the op, but a solid eco from FaZe to rush down TSM and take that map, take that site, take that round.
That's now, each team has been able to take away an eco from the opposition. And I think the other thing worth noting for FaZe at the end there is while one player went through telly, the other two pushed down long to pick up that weapon. Zachary had a Sheriff in that situation, and while that was everything that he needed in order to win that gunfight, they are going to be able to bring some of the rifles that were picked up into the next one. That's why you see them in such a favorable financial situation. FaZe Clan here with a 5-round lead, looking for something up A, but aggressive posturing from Wardell gives him an early pick. No!
Man, Wardell, he may be the one with ice in his veins. Can he find another? He can! Wardell! Through lamps, 3 on the round. It's down to 2 members. Marv will be taken down by Hayes. That's all up to Zachary. There's an op on the ground, but so is Zachary. Sabrosa with the headshot. A solid round from TSM. For the first time, FaZe decide to go A early round. They show face, and Wardell, the gatekeeper, stops them dead in their tracks.
Well, and that was the thing too. It wasn't even showing face. Like, they were setting up the play, and Raucus didn't even get a chance to jiggle peek or do something to get information. That was such a good early spot for Wardell, and then obviously getting another one through the smoke, and then knowing that FaZe had they had committed to that site at that point. They'd had to go in aggressively to try to push Wardell away, and he gets another one in lamps. So it was just a very well played round from TSM. Wardell not nearly as an aggressive of a spot, but looking at this in the same place. You see the paranoia has been used to try to keep things at bay. Hayes drops early on.
We'll have to look at that round later, because there's something interesting that happened. Wardell finds an early pick onto Baby Bay. Color holding down the vents angle. The spike's being planted, but a lot of TSM members are already here, and it's a retake that's advantageous for TSM. But as I say that, Zachary through the cyber cage is going to find Cutler. Wardell's also down. It's all up to Drone and Sabrosa. There's a player in heaven, Corey. He got up there with the blast back. He's going to be taken down. One more. It's Raucus versus Sabrosa. Sabrosa playing a little bit of cat and mouse, but the cat is mightier than the mouse. So Sabrosa will take him down. One of the things that I wanted to highlight, oh, he's even going to get the op here. One of the things that was super interesting is that there was an early smoke from Hayes towards the shower side. And there was an early camera from Zachary, and he managed to get it into showers before the smoke even went down. So it showed FaZe Clan that they had a little bit more control on the A site than they bargained for. They didn't
Last
need to
round
really
for the
worry about a
hash.
player coming out from showers and having that angle as they push in through short, because Zachary worked that angle early, and the smoke from Hayes didn't really stop FaZe Clan whatsoever. But still, man, Sabrosa.
FaZe Clan again in a position to take a good lead going into halftime. We saw this on Haven. Now they've got a chance to do so here on Bind as well. Leaning over towards A. Information gathered from TSM by B, realizing that there's nobody around Fountains, nothing aggressive in Hookah, and then all of the cues from FaZe on A let him know that that's exactly where the play is going to be.
What?
Baby Bay.
What? Hazed. What? What? Yeah, we'll get a replay of that just to see what's going on. We'll look at the retake now. FaZe Clan, they've got a little bit of the lead, but it might be torn apart here momentarily. There's the showstopper from Sabrosa. He's not even going to get to throw it as Corey will snipe him out of the air before he even goes aerial. It's all down to Drone and Color. Make it Drone, make it Drone, make it Drone. He's making it rain. Down to the 2v2. Baby Bay's going up. He's going dunking as he slam dunks onto Drone. 8-4 the scoreline of the first half.
Switching sides.
Observers, production, what happened to Hayes? What happened there? What happened here? I really want to know. I really want to know what happened here.
Hopefully we'll get some answers at one point. And it looked like it may have I don't know why he would have been pushing forward. He was flashed at first, right? But then it looked like it came off and he just walked in a straight line. It just looked very strange. Either way, what we do know is much like map 1, FaZe is able to take a big lead going into the second half. 8-4 early on. They certainly proved their mettle on the attacking side, but now it's TSM who's going to have to respond with some of the attack of their own. What tricks do they have up their sleeve? Early on, it's going to be a bit of a split. They're going to send 3 members towards Hookah, 2 up A short.
Why?
The smokes are going to come out as well to kind of lead them into thinking that that's where the play is. And man, FaZe Clan take the bait. They start to rotate everything over. Now they're thinking twice about it, but TSM's going to be able to get on to B.
Yeah, we'll see if FaZe Clan fight for this and don't let them even get into those post-plan positions. We're seeing Baby Bay poke his head through a solid round from TSM to start, and it does look like FaZe Clan are a little bit confused. First pick does go to FaZe Clan's favor, but TSM will clean up the rest of the pieces as it evens out to the 3v3. Sabrosa is on the A side, and the spike never went down. They rotate out, they pull out, and they go straight to A. What a solid shenanigan round from TSM, but it's not over yet. The spike's been planted in FaZe Clan in the 3v3 retake.
Oh, Sabrosa with another big pick on Marv. He heard the telly play come through, and Sabrosa had been on A the entire time. He was able to isolate a kill as chaos was happening over on B, and that was the cue for them to pull off and rotate back. It's going to drop things down to a 2v2 as Zachary is able to tie things up. Cutler looking for some info. Oh my gosh, he spots both. Wardell is able to get Zachary. It's just Corey. He has a ghost. He taps it, goes in aggressive. Wardell dashes across. He's not going to have a chance really here as he tries to isolate things down, not able to get any info early on. They can just really pinch him at the same time. Either way, it didn't matter. They could have done that. They were able to get the kill anyway. Wardell takes care of Corey. He drops at the end, unfortunately, but TSM won the pistol in the second half.
So TSM start that round with an Owl Drone and Sabrosa pushing up, and FaZe Clan give up some of that control. They pull back. Like you saw Marv and Zachary pull even further back, the furthest that you possibly can on the A site. And Sabrosa was able to clear so much. And you saw those FaZe Clan members rotate over. But then when they assumed it was the pump fake, you saw all of them start to run back to B. You saw also Baby Bay. He caught a glimpse of the Hookah army pushing in for TSM. So he tailwinds to safety to elbow. What a great round for TSM to swindle FaZe Clan. Looking at this round, looking ahead, a little bit more showers control from FaZe Clan, but Wardell's ready on the opposite side while the rest of TSM working this B side angle.
You're gonna have that drone as the tip of the spear and drone following right behind it. Gonna get tagged up. They got some info, but there wasn't enough. They hadn't created enough space for themselves to make a play on that. Look at how things are starting to rotate around. FaZe is starting to push their way out of Hookah as TSM works their way up long. They are gonna have the telly if they choose to pull out, but they don't have any info on what's happening over on A, so it's not a safe place to go. They are going to commit to B. FaZe pushing their way in through hookah. Baby Bay has managed to get himself a Phantom. That's huge.
I don't even know who's defending or who's attacking anymore. There's 3 FaZe Clan members coming from Fountain and Short. How is that even possible? How is this happening? TSM are down to 2. They've got members from FaZe Clan moving in from all possible angles. There's the hookah members. They've arrived. Drain and Haze at least will find a couple of frags. What? It's all down to Marv. I thought the pinch was totally going to work out for FaZe Clan, but Drone and Haze, they hold the line. They even grab some of the weapons off the floor. But that was the eco for FaZe. They really just wanted to bring the issue, and that was really close for TSM to lose that. But now we'll see the gun round for FaZe Clan, how they decide to play the defensive side. I mean, listen, Doug, we saw that on the Haven map, right? How aggressive FaZe Clan play on the defensive side. Pay attention to showers every single round. Because Marv, he's going to go poking. He's going to try to figure out if TSM are playing heavy on that side. And if they aren't, man, I'm going to walk all the way through the wishbone.
Cameras there, the dart. Zachary was able to clear it out, but I want to say his position was given away. Anyway, Cutler's going to use the drone to create a little bit more room, spot out exactly where the camera is too, to be able to negate that information for FaZe, as members of TSM have worked their way slowly, but are starting to work their way towards a short Wardell. Able to get the best of Zachary here early on, but it is traded out as Sabrosa drops.
Oh, paranoia. Marv just looking for an opportunity to reposition, but he just turns his back to Wardell, who's on the opposite side. But pay attention to the flank coming in from Corey. He's already been in a great position. TSM did not show face on the B site. Baby Bay's got the angle from showers, but it's a 3v2. Wardell, he's holding the angle from the market. He's likely going to get this frag onto Corey. That's going to be that, and it's all down to Baby Bay. Another shot. They know exactly where he's located, up in heaven. Cutler's going to take that one down. I like the gusto from FaZe Clan, but TSM really just hold the line. A solid, strange defense, even though they're on the attack. They hold A short, and the angle from shower is great stuff, as FaZe Clan trying to make it a little absurd on the rotations.
That's 3 rounds in a row for TSM. Again, a strong half from FaZe in the opening half, much like we saw on map 1. We saw the same thing here on map 2, but TSM come out of the gates swinging here, and they've been able to put up 3 rounds now. FaZe is also, or FaZe is again, excuse me, going to be on the eco. They're going to have a couple of sheriffs and the Blade Storm, but that's really it as far as what they're going to be able to bring to this fight. Meanwhile, TSM sitting very comfortably as far as artillery goes. And again, so here's the thing. When FaZe is in an eco situation, we've seen a couple times them play aggressively, and TSM was waiting for it. You just saw Wardell waiting to see if anyone was going to push through showers. Baby Bay get that's a big pick early on, though.
And his confidence, too, it's oozing. He's just standing on the tuna can. He's not even using a protective angle. Now the rest of the team is going to start to come through. Drone's going to find one with the running back. Yep, there's a Sova on the left side. He's going to take him down, as now they'll start to funnel in from B short. Haze is going to hold that one down. Marv, oh, he sees him, and so does Haze. Shot's going to be good from him. He's going to get the 3K on the round. FaZe Clan tried to wrap around, and I like the way that they're using Bind to wrap around. I got to give him a little credit, even though that was the eco. You saw Marv, he pushed up aggressively. Like you had pointed out, Wardell and Haze were holding those angles early, anticipating some sort of craziness so that they could find those picks and scoop them up. But FaZe Clan were really out. They were more patient than TSM, so they pulled off. Marv goes through market, and Zachary hops through portal, so they can really get some aggressive angles quick and make it a quick hit. But Haze, he holds them off. He fends them back. And now we're tied up 8-8 with 4 in a row for TSM.
Oh, up battle goes in favor of Wardell. They both had them. Baby Bay looked for something aggressive early on. Color me shocked. And it goes in favor of TSM. FaZe Clan already dropped 1.
Well, as they've shown towards the A side, or at least some of the information has been kind of given away, Corey feels confident to push through B short. Haze waiting there, scoops up that kill, but Raucus is also waiting on the opposite side of B short. TSM down to the 4v3. A lot of ultimates available here. That's what you're seeing from the shadows. Haze trying to figure out where might they be. Wardell in a passive angle takes down Marv. He teleports over, finds Zachary, and now it's just down to Raucus. TSM have gained so much information, and the angle that's been held by Wardell it's really just been TSM waiting for FaZe Clan to get aggressive on the defense. They've found great answers, not only on Haven, but this map as well. And I have to give a lot of credit to FaZe Clan because these are some creative looks, right? This is weird. Like, how many times do you see a player go through the wishbone in a round that's on the defensive side? The FaZe Clan have done it like 3 times now. And still TSM find great answers, and they don't ever feel like they're backed up into a corner.
This TSM roster continues to impress. That's 5 rounds in a row for them. And even like that early pick from Wardell onto Baby Bay, you saw him hold it. There was nobody close enough to try to pick up that operator that Baby Bay had dropped. Wardell was just able to hold it down. You saw Marv try to go in, not necessarily for the operator, but just to gain some room for his team, and Wardell was still there the entire time. FaZe have really just kind of been playing into TSM's hand here for the entirety of the second half.
For once, we're seeing a little bit more passive play out of FaZe Clan. And it's the eco of all things for some of the members. Thought there was going to be a Blade Storm available, but that's Wardell. Sometimes the colors, you know, they trip you up a little bit. But there is still a couple of ultimates available for FaZe Clan. Neural Theft, Hunter's Fury. Hunter's Fury likely going to be the one that is likely to be used as TSM just poking and prodding their way through the hookah side. And Wardell still holding the angle. So is Color on the opposite side. As long as they hold these angles, they know that they're safe temporarily, right? They don't have a Cypher, so they're using their bodies as wards, you know? They are just going to stand there and watch and make sure that things are okay. And that's, I guess, their answer for not having a Sentinel, you know? They will themselves be the Sentinels. So now, we're looking at a push here. Shots from Corey don't land. Let's see now as they start to funnel through. Oh, that's a face full of Showstopper. Hayes going to find one. Sabrosa with another one apart. Baby Bay will fall next as he trades out Drone. And it's a 2v4 retake for FaZe Clan with a couple of Sheriffs. Don't anticipate a lot to be done here, but this will put TSM up by 2 as Zachary, last man standing, just trying to do some damage as he gets chipped away through the cage. I have to say, I think this is like the first time we may have seen just TSM right out the rip go straight towards this B site. I wonder if FaZe Clan are going to anticipate some of that later on. I don't know how many rounds FaZe Clan can afford to bleed as now that TSM lead by 2, but I'd really want to see how they adapt to this B side of the map because TSM tend to be playing there quite often.
We'll see what adaptations are made. We mentioned prior to the series starting that was one of the impressive things about FaZe and how they can adapt on the fly in order to keep things spicy, and that's exactly what they're going to have to do here because it's been 6 rounds in a row for TSM. No operator battle early on as they're going to be on opposite sides of the map. Zachary is able to clear out that dart, so TSM has no idea how much personnel is over there. Know that there's at least one to clear things out, but it's a heavy stack towards the shower side. The drone is going to be there early on from Cutler to see where members of FaZe might be. You see the smoke coming on to ensure nothing's going to be coming in from showers. FaZe have backed up into this U-Haul area. Marv still on the site, but again, playing more of a conservative spot. Drone with the flash, kind of unfortunate flash, but Marv able to get the opener.
Oh, and he throws the paranoia back. He's going to find 2 Drone. Oh, Wardell will finally answer back, and then it's going to be another one for Drone, the 3v3. Here comes the Hunter's Fury from Raucus. He's hoping not, as it's down to the 3v3, but Corey still on the site. They're holding on. This reset, or this mental reset, is going to be up to how FaZe Clan react to it. Because they don't know what's going on. There's going to be the Blaze Wall. Drone tries to walk through a ring around the Rosie. But now Drone's going to throw the Molotov onto Corey. Unfortunately, he'll be the only one in flames. He's traded out. There comes Baby Bay. He drops down. 2v2. Smoke goes down for Baby Bay as he's trying to get an angle that works for him. Wardell's wrapping all the way around, but Sabrosa can just hop through the portal. They don't need to play these fights. Sabrosa finds one. That's going to be the portal play for Wardell, and he smokes off Sabrosa as well. So this is going to be down to the wire. 10 seconds remaining. Sabrosa, he's waiting in. This is perfect. Yep. He's going to tailwind through, and he finds him. That's planted down to Raucus. Very well played for TSM. Down to the 2v1. Can he clutch this? As this is looking real good for TSM.
Well, it's certainly possible. Sabrosa is very weak I mean, you look at him funny at this point. He dies. Rock is not able to isolate any of them. However, Wardell's operator is able to get the best of him. I believe that's 7 rounds in a row now. Yeah, 7 rounds in a row. And we're starting to see, look at how they've won every single round. Right? It's not by defusing this, or it's not by, setting off the spike. We see them patiently play with the spike. They aren't fully committing on getting the spike down and assuming post-plant positions. They're very comfortable with getting on there, creating some ruckus and getting some real estate, but then waiting out to see how FaZe plays the defensive side.
And I think FaZe Clan have adapted to that as well. So we see an aggressive look from Corey, pushes up A short, has the support from Marth as well. Other FaZe Clan members are using the Owl Drone and Baby Bay to just push up aggressively straight past the fountain. FaZe is going to feel the knives from Baby Bay. Wardell still holding the angle from Showers, but the fact that Baby Bay has gotten in so deep, he's got to turn his attention back towards this angle over here. Oh, the knives. They don't land onto Sabrosa. We also have to remember, this is the eco for FaZe Clan, and they're up a member. They can start to pinch them in and hope to find some great success on these cheeky positions for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, knowing that they didn't have... Oh, Wardell misses the op. Corey punishes him for it. Raucus is able to get one with the Sheriff as well. A thrifty round win for FaZe Clan. Again, out of all the rounds that they're going to pull off, it was that one. And here's the thing. FaZe invested heavy to get that round win, right? We saw the Blade Storm used from Baby Bay. We saw the Showstopper used from Corey in conjunction with the Paranoia to create some room. An early aggressive hit down a short. FaZe Clan fully sold out to winning that round, knowing that they didn't have the guns that they were going to want to bring into that round. So very well played from FaZe. In a moment when you wouldn't expect them to have much to work with, they bring out some of that like traditional FaZe aggression, and it catches TSM off guard.
This is actually a great round to start here for TSM, and now, yep, that's definitely a great round to start. They find an early pick in Showers as they're trying to answer back for some of those antics from FaZe Clan. They've got relative control of the A site, but the firefights are starting to be traded out back and forth. Now it's a 2v2. Corey just keeps the dream alive, and he tucks back into the vent. The 2v2, still a possibility, but there's always that portal play. Hop in they go, and now off to the B site. FaZe Clan slow moving over there. This is likely going to be a difficult spot as TSM are getting that spike down.
Yeah, and TSM can get the spike down, and then Color can play off because he's got that Hunter's Fury, but for now, he's kind of caught on the site. You see him, he's managed, to work his way back towards Octagon, towards safety, and continues to get further away, forcing FaZe into a spot where they're going to have to make a way forward. They're the ones who are going to have to create some real estate. Drone spots one through the box, not able to take him out. Good bit of damage done, but man, that shock dart hurts, and the rifle finishes things off. This FaZe has to go aggressive here. They can't just play for the defuse again because of that Hunter's Fury. Color's able to get 2, however. What a play!
27 HP for Cutler. They find the pick onto Drone. Solid play from FaZe Clan to push into Hookah to get that one player out. And then Corey, he's got to push. Raucus gets to half, and he tries to win that gunfight there too. But unfortunately, man, you're up against the Clutchler. Come on. You really think you're going to win those? Nevertheless, memes aside, very, very close for FaZe Clan, and solid stuff from TSM to hold on. It was a tough 2v2, and Cutler really showed up big. This could be the last round here. Ultimate's available for TSM still. The Hunter's Fury, which I thought was going to be used, not used last round. And this time, TSM, as opposed to posing up towards that A site, they've got Wardell looking into Showers while the rest of the team are going to work the B angle. We'll see how FaZe Clan rotate around, but so far, they're just selling a potential B hit.
Raucus with the drone, seeing nobody is around the fountain area. Again, TSM hasn't shown very much here for FaZe to work with, to deduce off of. See a couple of smokes going out over by B. I love this too. They're really, Haze is just like fully selling out. But again, FaZe is not rotating. They're not fully taking the bait. They don't think it's happening over at B. 2 of the members from FaZe are staying on this A site.
Oh, Marv. He stops the push from A short as Zachary hears some of that action going towards the A site. Cutler, he's got the spike and he's got to get it down as Corey is prepared to portal through and wrap around from behind. Spike's being planted, but Corey is waiting for a portal play. He's waiting for information from his team. Baby Bay needed that pick in order to find success. There's the portal play from Corey. Spike's planted in Tetris, but it's planted for Showers and they're playing for A short. Baby Bay hops down into sight. Wardell's on the run, and he's gonna swap over, I think, to the rifle. 3v3 retake for FaZe Clan.
They're all kind of caught in this U-Haul area. Hayes is able to take care of Corey. However, there was that flank that we were talking about. It's no longer a factor. Hayes with the 4K. Baby Bay trying to stick it, but the shock dart from Cutler stops it. TSM take a 2-0 lead.
Man, that was the map that FaZe Clan needed to win, and you saw how close it was. FaZe Clan, especially starting off the rip, but when you got to that second half, just think about how crazy TSM needed to play in order to win 7 in a row. Solid stuff out of TSM. We'll see if FaZe Clan can bounce back on Split. That's where we're headed to next. Will it be a 3-0 domination from TSM, or do FaZe Clan have anything left in the tank to take TSM down? We'll find out after this.
Welcome back to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by Esports Dog, as well as Simo. What a map it was. You know, coming into this, we asked, or at least I know just before when Vansili and Bach was on, we had a chance to interview Sabrosa, and we asked, what are you going to do whenever you play against FaZe? Like, how are you going to beat them, right? Because they've been highly aggressive, and he said, we're going to fight fire with fire. But Doug, you said a very good thing. You ended up saying,
Thanks,
you know,
man.
during one of the earlier rounds that, you know, FaZe had been hugely aggressive, but Wardell found by sitting back, he can get some easy picks. And that's exactly what he started doing. And I noticed when TSM started hanging back, FaZe was pushing straight into them. And then, of course, well, they were picking up a lot of eliminations from there. So, hey, I like it. But Doug, let's open up with you again. Fighting fire with fire wasn't the way to go about it. So at least they brought out the water hose and they started drenching that fire, it seemed.
Well, I think the interesting thing for TSM was they did a bit of both, right? Like there were times where they knew that they can play on the back foot and wait things out, and FaZe was going to go ahead and push in, and it was, you know, it was going to be fine. It was going to be easy pickings. But then there were other times where we saw TSM play intentionally, very aggressively, and they were able to catch FaZe off guard. I'm thinking specifically of Wardell when he hopped up onto that box in a short. Like, they showed both flavors, and that was one of the things that was so impressive, from FaZe earlier in the day, is that it felt like they were reading T1 like a book, right? Like they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and they had T1 on the back foot the entire time. Now it's TSM who's doing that to them.
Simo, man, it really almost seemed like a tale of two halves in a way, right? I mean, because FaZe was leading so well. I was thinking to myself when they were up, what, 6-0, something like that, like, wow, they're going to do this, and they're going to do it in a dramatic fashion. And then what an answer that would have been, especially after that 13-9 on Haven. But they ended up falling short, right? Time and time again. What do you owe that to?
I'm going to be the first to say that I've been very impressed with how FaZe Clan have been playing despite these losses to TSM. These, you know, aggressive looks are very interesting because there's a couple of them. There's not just one, let's just, you know, stack in one area and hope for the best, right? You know, fingers crossed. Like they're going about it in a very creative way. And I have to give even more props back to TSM for how they're handling it, right? You saw even without a Sentinel, they're still able to play slightly defensive on the attack to anticipate these aggressive pushes from FaZe Clan on the defensive side. And we're going to split where I'd imagine FaZe Clan are going to maybe run it back to that same strategy. I mean, it's in their DNA. It's in the way that they play the game. The problem is that TSM have just come off a hot and heavy match against Immortals on Split. They've been playing Split a lot throughout the closed qualifier. They've been playing Split a lot in general. And it's actually one of the maps that at the beginning of this whole First Strike event was one of their weaker maps. I'm glad that we got to see a look out of TSM on Bind. They definitely showed what they're capable of without that Sentinel, without that information tool. And it really just boils down to how are FaZe Clan going to adapt to this passive style in answer to FaZe Clan's aggressive style on whatever half they're on.
Yeah, super impressed with TSM, you know, not running that Sentinel, really against the grain of what we normally see, but they're making it work against multiple different teams, right? That is impressive, and they are shifting the meta. Valorant is still very new, despite it seeming like it's been here for an eternity already. It really hasn't been, so we're going to constantly see the meta be pushed in different ways, and what a way to do it, right? I mean, December, regional finals, it's coming up very quickly. Just a couple more points to kind of touch up on whenever it does come to that Bind matchup. You know, FaZe had a very real chance to turn things around, Doug, and it was during that save round win that was hugely impressive. They get away with an op as well as just to boost their eco in general. They also had a couple of Vandals and Phantoms to work with, but Doug, it wasn't enough because the very next round, Cutler answers back with that 1v2 clutch.
It was just so well played from Cutler there, really. And again, he had a tool in his back pocket that he didn't even have to use, right? That was still his safety valve, and he played it so well. He backed off into long. He knew that was his play, right? If things go sideways, that's what he's got. And FaZe, knowing that, pushed them aggressively. And then Captain Clutch just does Captain Clutch things. He stands strong. He's able to take care of things. It was just so well played from Cutler there. And TSM just look really strong right now. I think... I know it's not over, but TSM look really good on Split. It's to go the way that it has so far.
Yeah, you know, I didn't either. Well, obviously we didn't. I mean, you went 3-2. I went with 3-1. Simo's the only one, it seems, who went 3-0, right? Thinking it was going to be a dominating effect, and we're well on that way there. All jokes aside, though, Again, I'm going to resonate with what Simo said a little bit earlier. I am very, very impressed with what FaZe is doing. Now, granted, coming into this, FaZe is the underdog. Without question, TSM has just been performing so well. No one's been able to touch them. And I think it's fair to say, in this matchup, a lot of people would choose TSM, right? But FaZe has been pretty much going toe-to-toe with them. And it shows that, look, if they just clean up a couple of little things, they have a very real chance to, knocking this roster out. And that's a scary thing, right? Because FaZe still has a lot of time to prepare until regional finals. So they're going to be a dominating force. And look, it's not even over yet, right? I mean, we still have 5 maps total. So we've only been through 2 of them, 3 still to come, and Split is next. Even though FaZe is, again, the underdog going into Split, the chances of them winning it is still there because every dog has their day and they're still in the fight. But now let's start focusing more on Split. Simo, again, when it came down to this matchup before, it was a 2-0. TSM was able to beat them in over in pool play Group B. And overall scoreline was 13-7 on Split. What do you think? You think that's going to be more of the same here? Or do you think FaZe is kind of showing some light where maybe they can turn it around?
Well, I mean, even Sabrosa said it best. Like, this TSM roster needed a little bit of time to get warmed up. That 2-0 happened after they had a tough battle against Energy. And, that battle earlier today, of course, was a little bit tough against Immortals. But now that they've woken up, you can see that they're in good form. 13-9, 13-9. We're not in double digits for FaZe. Have a much larger gap than we initially give them for. So I still think it's a 3-0. I love the boys at FaZe. I got a good relationship with them over there, but TSM are just, as Doug said, they're looking real good.
All right, well, hey, fans out there, FaZe, send your energy. FaZe fans, you need to pull up right here, right now, especially in the polls, because they need it. After all, TSM leads 2-0, which means FaZe has to be flawless for the next 3 maps. But hey, this could be the final one. Split's coming up next between FaZe and TSM. Boys, take it away.
Thank you, Taylor. It is going to have to be perfect Valorant coming out of FaZe. Now, Simo, given how things have gone on map 1 and map 2, obviously TSM have shown the second half is where they thrive. Who are you looking for from FaZe Clan in particular to be that X factor? If FaZe is able to jump out to a big lead at halftime, who are you looking to stop the momentum shift?
To be fair, I think it's consistently Marved and whoever he's paired up with, whether it's Corey, whether it's Baby Bay. Baby Bay was that big driving force in the T1 victory. Something about being the first match of the day woke him up quite large and wide, and he's likely going to be another one of those players that's a huge factor. But let's pay attention to this first round. I think that we might find a little bit more value out of what we can see TSM setting up. We saw a lot, especially against the I believe the Immortals match, and even prior TSM matches against Moon Raccoons. They love mid control. They love it on the defensive side, on the offensive side. They love splitting through either heaven, whether it's through ropes or straight through mail. And we're seeing that exact same setup to start here for TSM.
And for FaZe, they have a little bit of utility on both sides, but they don't have any presence there. Drone's going to drop into ropes. There are one of the 2 pieces of utility that they had set up. And you see members of FaZe on your minimap start to rotate that way. That tripwire going down was the Q. Oh, that was so well played by Drone too. Very cheeky. He hops onto the cables to let him think that's what's coming, drops off, and drops the curveball to follow that up. But either way, TSM has funneled their way over onto B. It was all a bait. FaZe is going to show up just a bit late, but Raucus is there already.
Wait, Wardell's in a little trouble. He does get taken down by Raucus. Down to the 3v3. Spike's still not planted, and Zachary's actually on the site. He hears that spike being planted, but there's a player down in hell. It's all down to Marv. Phoenix shots are going to land onto Hayes, but it's a 1v2. Drone up above. Sabrosa off the side. Angle into the choke point. Sees where the spike's planted. Drone pulls off. Oh, shots onto Sabrosa are going to be good. It's the 1v1. Man in the mirror. Phoenix versus Phoenix. Early peek takes him a little down, and Marv will fall as TSM Drone will find the opening pick. We have to highlight that ropes play. As you had highlighted it, he made noise, threw the curveball, and the rest of the team just rushed the heaven side on the B side. Very well executed. A good old pump fake, never hurt anybody. Now we'll see how TSM on the eco.
Again, FaZe, at least early on, not going to be buying up a ton. So TSM will have the artillery advantage. On the attacking side, we've already seen a couple of mind games played, but nothing aggressive quite yet. Good bit of CC used to try to clear out a couple of different spots. As you see, Drone also trying to create some room, give him something to work with up across the middle. Baby Bay are going to be waiting just around the corner. If they go into mailroom, the spike has not moved very far at all.
Ooh. Baby Bay's in a good spot. You see Drone not even really paying attention to the potential of a player being in the mailroom. And that might be how Zachary's playing it. Like if he's playing it super passive on the Heaven side, just trying to see and back away, they may not anticipate Baby Bay playing there. And of course, you also have Cutler there providing some of that utility. It's going to be a mid-round B hit. Rocket's the only player there, as Hayes will wrap around. He was holding the line for a potential flank. Now here comes the execute for TSM.
Drone using the curveball, swinging over, checking Heaven, and the smoke is going to go down as well. But a really nice paranoia from Rockets to at least buy some time. He's going to get flashed up, however, and dropped at the hands of Drone as he lights up the kill feed with the second kill on the round. Sabrosa gets in on the action as well, as TSM are going to have the numbers advantage and the spike planted.
Last two members of FaZe Clan up in the middle. I mean, this was a round that, you know, the second round conversion tends to go to the favorite of the pistol round winner, but can FaZe Clan find another pick? That is the big question. That'll really provide a solid equilibrium moving into that third round force up. TSM, they're just backing away slowly. FaZe Clan maybe anticipated members pushing up through mid. Oh, are they gonna go for a cheeky defuse at the last second? They might. There's not a lot of time left. They've already exited the site. Quick shot there onto Sabrosa. Marv will find that one, and then he might go for it. Or, oh, you know what? Never mind. I don't even know why I thought they were going for it. The new economy rules and changes make sense for them to die because they want to buy as much as possible this upcoming round. But at least they find Sabrosa. So they find the equilibrium. We'll see TSM how they develop this. This is the hardest round to convert on, especially up against the defense. This is where FaZe Clan should really start to get rolling. Normally, TSM find themselves in like a good 8-4 finish in favor of the defense. And that is what TSM want. The fact that they've already started with 2 is a huge positive for them moving into this first half.
Wardell's going to have the operator, waiting to see if there's anything aggressive coming through garage. You see TSM has stacked up a couple of members that way. Drone going to be the tip of the spear with reinforcements behind him, but nothing showing from FaZe early on. Already a pretty considerable adaptation from what we've grown to expect from FaZe, is they're playing far more patiently here and forcing TSM to be the ones to be the aggressors.
I find this very interesting. I wonder what TSM know that we don't in their early looks towards B main. Are they anticipating some sort of like aggressive peak? Because, I mean, we saw that on Haven, we saw that on Bind, and it's just interesting to see how TSM are trying to adapt to these early rounds. So we see the run it back, it's used by Drone. He's going to be just running into the site, hoping to find a pick of some sort, but the Drone clone will dissipate, and 4 members of FaZe Clan have committed to this B side. Zachary, can you hold the line here? He's already shot a couple, but he's flashed off. Now they start to funnel in here for TSM. One gets tagged, and Zachary's going to wait for the rest of his team to come and join him. Wardell's op is down as Corey will find it, and it's a 4v5 retake in the post plant.
TSM has almost all of their presence on the site proper as they start to swing out towards screens, but Marv is able to take care of him. Meanwhile, Drone has made that slow burn rotate all the way around the map. Keep a close eye on him. As you hear, the showstopper has been used. Sabrosa was able to get one, but gets traded out. It's going to drop into a 3v2 in favor of FaZe Clan. TSM still trying to hold the defenses at bay. It's just Hayes. He's down to 2 health left, trying to stay alive. Unfortunate. There's Rockets gets the best of him. FaZe is going to get the defuse, and they're going to get on the board.
Solid retake from FaZe Clan. I think Drone maybe a little bit too late to the party, and the rest of the team couldn't find enough time to hold on to that site. So solid retake from FaZe Clan. Looking at how the positioning was there for Hayes, he tried to TP to the corner to buy himself more time, but he gets taken down. So we understand that that round is supposed to go in favor of FaZe Clan. Definitely TSM making it a little expensive, taking 2 down with him. And now we're seeing a soft buy from TSM. and still looking towards that A site.
And the spike's still in base.
Yeah, it's perfectly timed Q. The spike has not moved, but Wardell certainly has as he goes in aggressive. He's got that Bucky, can be devastating with it, and he's not going to have the opportunity this time around. Marv with the Vandal is able to get the best of him. Now the spike has been picked up, and they're moseying their way over towards B.
I think we're going to see this a lot. Early presence on the opposing site that they want to hit. We saw the early A presence where Dell gets up into ropes, but now they've been developing a slow-moving push towards this B site. Drone falling doesn't help out. Now Raucus with the op here. He's going to get flashed off. Still tries to land the shot and the paranoia to boot. He's going to look to try to get to safety. He's still somehow alive. Oh my goodness, baby bait covering for him. But it's all down to Hayes. 1v4. He's got a Vandal. Not a whole lot of teammates left. Still has the spike. Finds the pick up to Marv. That'll equal that out, but there's still 3 members remaining for FaZe Clan. He's gonna teleport in. Or not. Throw down a smoke so he has safe passage to cross, but this should be
30 seconds left.
FaZe Clan cleaning this one up.
Cover going out.
Should be, and the thing is, yeah, Hayes doesn't have a From the Shadows to flip the map or anything like that. He's using what he's got, what's been given to him, but it's just not very much. Trying to create some room, but he's been entirely surrounded, dancing around in the smokes. He's able to get Corey, but Raucus is going to take care of him with the operator. FaZe tied up at 2 apiece.
He at least was able to take down one with him. That's definitely going to be worth it. Taking down Marv as well, but this is the eco for TSM. Now listen, we have to anticipate this is going to be a good half for FaZe, a tough half for TSM. Question is every time TSM finds themselves in like an 8-4 scenario, they're sitting pretty in the next half, and we're going to see something similar to Bind and something similar to Haven, where they just slaughtered the half, right? So for FaZe Clan, they need, to be fair, some closer wins. They need a couple of closer wins, The fact that it goes down to 2, sometimes the 1, they need to balloon their economy to a point where TSM have to face gun round after gun round after gun round, and they're not rebuying new. Because right now the FaZe Clan economy is not perfect, it's decent, but it could be better if they have more members surviving as the rounds continue.
Raucus not able to land the opening shot with the op. TSM gonna take that as a cue to mosey their way up that way. You see Wardell dash across, but Raucus patiently waiting to see if anyone else is going to show. They have all of the real estate up across the middle of the map as the wall goes up 2, entirely blind as to what's happening back behind it. See, the curveball's there. There was a good bit of CC used as well. Man, that was such a good stack. The CC from Breach, the curveball from Drone, and they are able to pick off a member of FaZe.
You normally see that with the Omen. They'll paranoia from the Scuttle Shack. And now that just gives them so much space to funnel up through Heaven. There is going to be Corey there as the first responder alongside Zachary. This eco so far working out, but it boils down to this A hit. They're starting to funnel in. Corey with 1, but he does get traded all down to Zachary. He gets taken down by Hayes. And this eco is slipping away from FaZe Clan. TSM up by 3. Or rather, have 3 members up against the 2.
Spike planted.
Spike's planted. Retake for FaZe Clan. Do they save these weapons or do they fight into now the upgraded weapons for TSM?
That's just a difficult spot to be in. I believe Raucus still has that operator. Yes, he does. He's going to get a chance on the Drone. He's going to get the best of him. This slowly, but certainly starts tipping things to more of an even playing field. Marv going in aggressively. He's going to get a chance at a player. TSM just on the other side of the smoke, and freaking A, they did it. They were able to take out the defenses of TSM, and it looks like they're going to get the defuse off as well. FaZe take the lead.
A good retake as well. I think it's not in the FaZe DNA to save there, It's just not in the DNA, not in the chromosomes. I think if Drone just plays passive with his team, it's a different story. And I for sure thought that there were some upgrades, like there was a Vandal, like there had to have been something somewhere, right? I'm surprised that they were all still with pistols, or maybe like at the last second, listen, I don't know, but maybe with the players, Corey and Zachary on site, swapped to pistols last second. It's kind of like a cheeky, I don't know. Listen, I'm just trying to pull straws here, just confused why TSM wasn't able to find weapons on the ground. But let's look at the rounded head. FaZe Clan with 5 ultimates, poised for mid, as is TSM. We'll see how this plays off, with the smoke starting off blocking the lamps, or sorry, the ropes.
Good flash from TSM. No follow-up quite yet, which is a drastic difference from what we saw in that last round. See a couple of smokes coming out over towards A. TSM very comfortable to play this out patiently. They don't have any garage presence. It's primarily mid that they're looking to hit. The smoke is going to come up. You hear the Empress has been used as drone creeps his way into mail.
That's a tough Empress to call as well. We see with Caster Vision, we know that they're barreling up towards this B site. Might swap over to A, but this Empress is ticking, right? You need to find some value from it. There's going to be the run it back. They're trying to find out where they're located. Now the push comes through for Drone, but he gets taken down. The rest of TSM, 4 members strong. Sorry, 3 members strong, pushing in towards the B site, but there's a showstopper. Sabrosa gets stopped by Zachary. Hayes was on the opposite side. Neural Theft is really secure where those TSM members are, and they could not catch a break, as the 3 of them are now stuck around this ramen side. FaZe Clan defend well, and it's likely another round in their pocket.
I love that showstopper. It just buys them time, right? Like they have to, TSM has to wait it out or risk dying, and FaZe is just able to continue to shave off what's left of the clock in the round. It's just very well played by FaZe. As you said, they're going to take another round. They're going to be up 2 here. TSM is going to have some ultimates to work with going into the next round. But as we saw on map 1 and as we saw on map 2, they find themselves in a deficit in the first half.
I mean, this is the defender-sided map, right? TSM get the second half. That's where we'll likely start to see them rolling. And really, this whole map, to a certain degree, feels like a battle of attrition, right? However many rounds you can find in the first half, and how many can you kind of push through. Like if we see a 10-2, can FaZe Clan push those last 3 rounds, right? In the second half on the difficult defender-sided map. So early looks feels really good for FaZe Clan. They need to continue this momentum to find success and take us to that 4th map. TSM once again poised around the middle. A little bit more passive play from FaZe Clan around the middle. We've seen kind of like this off and on 3 stack in mid, and then, you know, players playing off site or playing on site. So FaZe Clan this time opting in for a little bit more passive play, but for the first time they peek into B main and they have a little bit more control there. So maybe we might see a flank from Marv, who's in there right now.
Yeah, they get antsy, and there it was. You called it. Marv able to get the best of Sub Rosa. A little bit of early aggression. A bit different from what we've seen so far. Drone goes back into ropes. He clears out that tripwire. And that actually forces, it doesn't force, but Marv takes it as a cue to take back a little bit more of that real estate that he had previously had. TSM just on the other side of Garage are starting to rotate their resources that way. Meanwhile, they have mid control as well. Drones in mail.
Here's some of those footsteps. There's the red carpet. Drone's going to get in there, trying to pair the CC together at FaZe. This is going to start to fall apart. That's 2 down. Baby Bay answers back. That's going to be the Molotov that's thrown down, and he's going to go back to the mailroom, and he's going to hopefully hold this angle. Marv will fall. 3v2 for TSM. Rockets on site. Baby Bay answers back now to 2v2 with Wardell alongside Drone. They'll back away. Spike in hand. 16 seconds left. They have to force the issue. Drone needs to help Wardell out here. Shot's going to be close for Baby Bay as Drone tries to find him from range. But all they need to do is time things out. I like the execution from TSM, but FaZe Clan hold on.
Yeah, that was a really good hold. And again, there was plenty of CC. There was a couple of ultimates that were used to try to create some room, but FaZe just were stalwart in their defense there. They were able to fend off everything that TSM threw at them. A very good start to this first half. 5 rounds in a row. They've got money to work with for days. Baby Bay is sitting on 6,900 credits. Raucus is not far behind either, and he's going to have the operator. It's interesting to see that when there's no jet in play, the operator goes into the hands of Raucus with the Omen and not something like Baby Bay, given what we had seen in the past. Here, TSM on the attacking side, we haven't seen much presence over towards A, and that looks like that's exactly where they want to go. Wardell goes up, spots one, but not able to deliver the blow.
Seems like they're giving the op to the anchor. Raucus playing on the the B main contact point, and now for the past couple of rounds on the A side contact point. Baby Bay with the Raze just wants to play close, and TSM working their way up through the middle. There's a couple of players there. Utility's gonna find Marved. Some of the members from TSM soft bot, so it's not exactly sheriffs across the board. First pick gonna come onto Marved, and TSM is just poking the bear in the middle here. And to be fair, you know, Hayes has been playing on the contact point for A lobby every single round, while TSM work the mid, work the B main, and eventually FaZe Clan, knowing their aggressive style, are just going to push A lobby and see if anyone's there, right? It's not going to be this round. We'll pay attention to Zachary here. He's going to be smoked off twice. Tries to spray through, backs away, and now it's going to be the B side. Relatively open season, but Baby Bay's in the back of sight, flash on, but TSM are still coming in.
Oh, Baby Bay, that was big. He was able to get one, got traded out, however, but that bought some time for FaZe to rotate over. They weren't able to get onto the site. However, as we see Raucus from up in heaven with the operator, he's got a chance at something here. FaZe, this is certainly doable. TSM has the showstopper to work with as well. Now we're starting to see them slowly creep their way forward as they get more and more real estate. There's that showstopper we were just talking about. The operator shot goes just a bit wide as Sabrosa with the 4K is able to keep FaZe Clan at bay. It's just Raucus who's alive now, and he's not around for long. Wardell finishes him off. TSM take their third round.
It was a great hold from TSM. You have Wardell, who's looking towards the, like as we're seeing right now, the right side of the tower, and the other team, the rest of TSM, were holding this left side, this box side, and they had a flashpoint ready for Sabrosa to swing. It was incredibly held well. They had a showstopper to pair it up, and then Raucus was just trying to get a little bit of out of a tougher spot, but it was just a great hold from TSM. We saw the early round fights. It goes back and forth. The retake, unfortunately, not enough for FaZe Clan, but now let's look at this round ahead.
Yeah, TSM again. They've got Hayes over by A lobby, but that's it. FaZe does have a bit more presence that way, as you see Corey is hanging out over there. But Sabrosa and the rest of TSM have established more of an aggressive position towards Garage. There is going to be Baby Bay with the operator, a change from what we had seen before. It was Raucus early on, and we didn't see him have very much success with the operator. It goes back into the hands of Baby Bay.
TSM spread so far, but they'll meet up in the middle. I told you eventually they're going to push Hayes, and they finally do. They find 2 picks, and now that side of the map is gone. TSM can't regain that control. They're going to smoke off mid, but you see how FaZe Clan are starting to give a little bit more ground to TSM because they're going to play the extremities. You've got the B main push. Sabrosa's going to feel it. There's the swing in. Marv's going to find him. Cutler was there trying to find a little bit more success in the angle, and now Zachary's going to meet them in heaven.
TSM just down to 3 members left. Drone is going to drop, make that 2. Zachary swings. A player just on the other side of cage. Wardell somehow was able to get that in the cage, but Zachary goes up top and takes care of him from over the top. Cutler gets in on one as well as Zachary drops. TSM's just down to 1 member left. FaZe Clan, they've got the numbers advantage here, and they've pinched in Cutler. He's surrounded.
Corey's going to be the first contact point here.
10 seconds left.
Now, of course, that was heard. Raucus running over Corey will find the frag. Eventually, you saw that it was going to break. Hayes just throws up a smoke and hope that FaZe Clan don't peek in. And the double peek, they don't even trade. Hayes just falls. So I imagine FaZe Clan might adapt to that and try to exploit it this round. Look at how many members are prepared over towards that A site. They're maybe anticipating more passive play from TSM on the A lobby hold. And still leave Hayes on that A lobby side. I thought they were going to maybe push as a group or try to gather early information. Wardell actually will stick around. And that's going to help out Hayes a lot.
Yeah, look at the aggression. They're already sending a couple that way. Flashes come out and then they back off. At least FaZe does over on the A side. Meanwhile, TSM, again, taking all of this real estate. FaZe Clan has given up mid control really the entire half. And they're just able to do that. They're just able to walk in through it. They get the kills that they need in ropes. And they take the personnel advantage.
Paranoia onto the site. Marv will be holding down there. Wardell will now start to carry the bomb in. The spike, rather. Zachary's going to find one. He's going to try to anchor this site as best as he can. The smokes go down, and here's going to be Sabrosa peeking his way through, but does not walk through the cyber cage. The 3v4 retake. Raucus is wrapping all the way around, and now he starts the slow-moving lurk. He's going to throw a smoke down. They might anticipate now him coming from behind, but it all boils down to how FaZe Clan push in through heaven. Wardell's going to take out Baby Bay, and now this round is slipping away from the boys in red.
Oh, Raucus, that's a big pick.
Blinding. No charges.
On to Wardell. You see the paranoia come through.
Player remaining.
Oh, but Zachary gets sucker punched. Subrosa was up there, was able to take care of him. Cutler, knowing where Raucus is coming from, it doesn't matter. As he gets the best of him, TSM still has the personnel advantage. Raucus trying to blindly fire through the smoke. Doesn't have a ton of options. The spike is going to go off. TSM, very well played.
Very well done. TSM 6-4, the scoreline. 2 rounds remain in the half. And FaZe Clan, a little worse for wear on the economy. If TSM can close this one out, they might actually put FaZe Clan in a tough spot the round to follow. So this is a great round to break straw on the camel's back. We got the Rolling Thunder ready for TSM. Wardell's 1 away from the Bladestorm, so they might fight for this orb in B main here, at least to start. As Hayes, once again, he's got the spike on the A side. They're going to be looking for a late round A hit. They show face, make some noise on the B main side, make some noise in the middle, and they're going to hit A in the mid round.
Well, and I like this adaptation from FaZe as they're showing more presence across the middle of the map. Unfortunately, may have come just a bit too late, right? They have heavy presence that way. They have 3 members playing all around that side. Nobody over on A. There's the Rolling Thunder. That's going to, again, be a decoy. And you see members start to pull over from FaZe Types B, but nobody's home on A, except for Zachary with the stinger. Rips Subrosa down from the skies. He is going to use the neural theft as well. Everything is exposed.
How does he get that shot, that running shot? So well done. Now the spike's being planted. Here comes the showstopper, though. They flashed him out. It could be a double or triple for Baby Bay. It's just going to be the one. 2 members for TSM remain back sight. And it's Cutler, of course, will also fall. A solid retake for FaZe Clan. I liked how that developed for TSM. You even saw Marv. He used to run it back after he saw the Rolling Thunder in towards heaven. They tried to clear it as 3 in mid. But it boiled down to the retake. Solid stuff from FaZe Clan.
Yeah, Zachary with that big pick onto there, and it's just like the execution was there, right? They dropped the bait out over towards B. They had everything that they wanted. Zachary getting that opening pick there was big. It bought time for FaZe to bring some of those resources over, but then really at that point it was Baby Bay with the showstopper who didn't really connect with that, but it bought some room, right? It created some room. TSM was kind of bunched in back behind the screens, and they fall apart this time. An aggressive look towards B. Oh, Raucus on the other side of smoke. He's able to get one, but he doesn't realize there's everybody on the other side as well.
Oh man, this eco is really working out for TSM. Drone with the Vandal as they push in. Wardell gets a lot of space. There's a paranoia from B main that catches Marv off guard. Now it's a 4v2 retake. Guess what? On the opposite side, Zachary, you got a Bucky. Oh, it's a shot missed from Wardell. Zachary will find it 3v2 as the spike continues to tick.
The Empress was used as well. No other ultimate is going to be in the fold here. I like the positioning from TSM. FaZe is going to have to make something special happen here. They're all pushing it from the same side. The curveball comes out. Zachary gets taken out. Corey is able to trade it, repositions, gets things down to a 1v2. It just doesn't have a ton of options. He's guessing to make sure nobody's going to be pinching it from behind him. But he's got to go. He's going to have to bust the move. He's going to have to do it here soon. Spots one, is able to take care of Drone, however, as he snaps on him. He's going for the defuse, but he had to pull off. Subrosa goes around. He takes care of him. TSM take that round into halftime.
Switching sides.
Listen, there's only one thing to say, okay? There's only one thing. Rush B. Sometimes it works, you know? And in that case, it definitely did. 7-5 the scoreline for the first half. Pretty good half for TSM, and now this is where things become very difficult for FaZe Clan. They need to win this first pistol to find a little bit of steam, pick up a little bit of momentum. Early looks, they're stacking towards that A side. with a little bit of presence from Marv on the B side. He's probably going to be fighting for that orb in B main, or at least cause a little bit of noise to sell some sort of B hit. How Drone and Cutler act around this A hit is going to be very interesting. They both have flash. It looks like Drone is positioned behind the flower pot. Who opt in to go straight through that choke point, or if they go through heaven, we're gonna find out.
It's interesting to see FaZe not really interested in playing for mid control early on, as they're just gonna go for the site. Once smoke comes out in screens, that's all that's going to be there. You mentioned the discipline check, and yes, they have the discipline to ensure there's nobody there. Drone and Cutler have dropped a nice 2K early on for Zachary. He drops into his own cage. Nice use out of that camera there to ensure that he's able to get information when he wouldn't be able to otherwise. Sabrosa's been tagged up. With the cans, the spike has been planted. FaZe have control.
DSM are watching flanks. You've got Wardell looking down ropes towards defender's spawn. And they're slowly just trying to find information before they push in. Sabrosa's going to fall. So is Wardell. Hayes next up on the docket before he takes out Baby Bay. It was a fast and clean hit. I think Drone, if he doesn't fall there behind the flower pot, it's a little bit of a different round. But Zachary and company, they don't just blindly push onto the site. They check all possible nooks and crannies, find success, and they needed that pistol. Now they've got a Vandal onto Zachary. Got some weapons moving into this one. Baby Bay maybe. Okay, he's going to buy up with a pistol and armor. TSM are on the eco.
I want to say that was the first pistol round that FaZe wins in the entire series. Right? Like, they needed that, especially knowing what's going to be waiting for them through the rest of that half. Holy smokes. Baby Bay tries to go in, tries to go in aggressively, knowing TSM should not have much to work with, but the classics are plenty as they take them out.
And you see the aggression from TSM and through B main. They push some of those FaZe clan members back. So a lot of ground has been covered here by FaZe. Zachary has managed to make his way up into heaven. You've got a sight line by Raucus as he shoots through the smoke. But still, TSM, they're just holding on. They don't really have any upgrades. They managed to find a pick early, but that's not a weapon that ends up in their hands. FaZe clan are going to end up at this A side once again. It's Drone and Hazed. Sorry, Cutler. How will they survive?
Well, they got some info, enough to know that some of the resources of TSM have arrived. But Raucus in a good position here from up in heaven. He's got the Spectre. And it looks like FaZe is just very comfortable with slowly playing this out. No way. No way. Hey, I think Hazed has an idea that Cage goes up to ensure that nobody's going to be rotating over, but FaZe have made their way in. They're going to be coming in from the attacking side. From the defending side, excuse me.
Yes, from the defending side. Well, they're starting to run through. There's a player down there in the corner, back there in the corner. It's Wardell. He's not able to find a single pick as the spike goes down. A solid round here for FaZe. They wrap around. A strange round, if I'm going to be honest, as they funnel all the way around through the defender spawn. Listen, that's what we expect from FaZe, right?
Yeah, but that's like, I love that. You see something like that on Ascent a lot, right? You seldom see that on something like Split, because for you to be able to have that much room to work with, you have to have established so much control on either of the sites that gives you that flexibility. There's no easy mid access to make that play happen. So I love what we saw out of FaZe there.
This is now the gun round for TSM. Wardell with the op poised up in the middle there, while the rest of TSM are going to play a little bit aggressively. This is Paranoia that actually pulls Drone back. And BBB gets a lot of space on the opposite side of the map, while we see Wardell forced off as well from some of that early aggression. So FaZe clan moving in hot as they'll split from mid through ropes. And once again, it is Drone and Cutler that have to hold the line here from FaZe.
Fires out.
They work up mid. They work their way onto A. And they have taken control of the site. The spike is surely going to make its way on. I like that paranoia from Hayes, but he's going to get blinded up. Gets it through the blind anyway. Looking for the second. He's going to push off Zachary. But the spike goes down.
Wardell is still posted up in B heaven. Sabrosa wrapping around. Camera here from Zachary. Trying to see if he can spot anything out. In towards screens where Hayes is currently playing. But Wardell hasn't moved a muscle. which means they're not going to be fighting for this retake.
Shadows.
And I think they have to be thinking about how they want to play the defensive side. It's a couple of rounds now that FaZe Clan have found great openings on the A side. Yeah, even though last round on the eco, they found an early pick, it still wasn't enough, right? Wardell's going to find likely somebody here.
Oh.
Or not. Or not.
All right, the operator not a factor any longer as he wasn't able to carry that into the next round. For FaZe, they've got full armor and full rifles and plenty of money to work with. That's now 3 rounds in a row. It's going to be a mixed bag for TSM. You see a Stinger in the hands of Cutler, a Sheriff in the hands of Drone, which we've seen a couple of times throughout the series from both squads, really. The Sheriffs can be just as devastating as anything else they bring to the gunfight. But FaZe here have found success on the attacking side. It's been primarily over through A. Sometimes they fight for this mid control, other times they don't. But either way, it's been paying off. This time, Corey drops early on.
Oh, Wardell with the shorty. The rest of the TSM members find success up in mid. Well, now they start to funnel in pretty clear, but the spike's back towards the rope. Sabrosa pushing in through the sewers is going to get taken down by Raucus. And the rest of TSM have actually made their way over towards Heaven. You see Marv all alone on the B site, and it causes FaZe Clan to rotate back over. We also have to identify that Baby is in a really good spot. See him posted up on the site. They've got so much control here from FaZe, despite a couple of early picks here going both ways.
Oh, that's going to give away a good bit of info as Baby Bay drops. Zachary still has that spike. They haven't found a ton of room really to work with, but they are going to make their way over towards B. Drone on the lurk. Oh man, Marved. Oh, Marved. Marved able to get 2 clean shots there as FaZe Clan continue to balloon this lead. TSM has to be careful here. This is getting out of hand.
11-5. 4 rounds in a row. This is where we expected TSM to really get rolling, but FaZe Clan have been in control from the jump. This is the gun round. This would be the turning point for TSM, and look at how they're answering some of that early A aggression. They've got Wardell, they've got Drone and Cutler, and a little bit more passive towards that B site. It's an answer nonetheless. Let's see if they can hold it down, as FaZe Clan are determined to break through onto this A site.
Saw the paranoia early on from Raucus to give Baby Bay a bit more room to work with. Zachary's going to follow as well, as they slowly but surely have been investing utility in order to creep their way further up this A site. Drone once again posted up behind that flower box. A couple more smokes coming out from Raucus. It certainly seems like this is where they want to go, Simo. And again, they've had so much success on A. Why change?
Now there are a couple of members here. They really just push TSM back one after another. The run it back respect, the Molotov respect, the raise utility respect, but Drone's still on the site. Meanwhile, Corey's been working B main, Hazed is holding the angle, and Sabrosa is waiting for Marv in mailroom. So TSM are in a pretty decent spot despite FaZe Clan pushing them back. Another smoke goes down to stop Wardell and Cutler from peeking through screens. Now the flash comes through. We still need to wait for our first pick. 30 seconds or so is what remains on the clock, as FaZe Clan are slow moving onto this A side. Drone is going to fall.
30 seconds
Cutler and Wardell are likely going to wait for the rest of the team to answer back, but Corey and Marv have been waiting and working the lurk. Hayes is down. Now Marv comes back from screens, and he's going to find Wardell. This is falling apart for TSM in every worst possible way. FaZe almost on the flawless as they dissect TSM and will sit at map point.
And it was just so much patience that we saw from both of these squads, really, right? Like all of the noise that FaZe raised around A, TSM sat patiently. They waited over on B. FaZe had a couple of players over there as well. It was just like it was like playing chicken to see who was gonna bite first, who was gonna over-rotate first. And for FaZe, they were just able to get the best of TSM. Match point here. They find themselves one round away from extending the series. This was the map that we expected, and honestly, this was the half that we expected to go TSM's favor, but FaZe Clan have proven to be a formidable foe.
I think one of the reasons why, and we can talk about it with reflections when we come back to the desk, is really how FaZe Clan have been playing the map incredibly well, using the information that they gather and the confidence to say, you know, this side more heavily stacked than the other. They use ropes incredibly well. They use the mailroom in heaven incredibly well. They try to split TSM, no pun intended, and cause them to be in a little bit of a tough spot. FaZe Clan for the first time are going to be hitting this B site, and Sabrosa and Hayes are here to stop the line.
Yeah, you saw that paranoia come through, but wasn't able to get a ton of room for TSM to go in aggressively. Now the smokes are going to drop. Baby Bay is going to get that showstopper, and there it is. He doesn't have any satchel charges to boost his way across, though, but that is just going to buy time. TSM's just down to 2 members left. The neural theft is there as well. FaZe Clan surely just looking to put this round away and put the map away as well. TSM, they're going to have to pull out some deep heroics to keep this thing going.
They do have the run it back, and that's exactly what's going to be used. Now they start to come through. That's one for Drone, but he does get traded. Or the clone is rather going to get traded. Cutler with another. Okay, now it's a 2v2. Things a little bit more doable. And there's injured members from FaZe Clan. They have to work as a team. One player down below. It's all down to Corey. 1v2, playing down below. Drone gonna drop. Shot's not gonna be good. And Drone with the 3K. TSM will stay alive.
Oh man, that looked so good for FaZe, but TSM was just able to snatch that away. And here's the thing too, we almost said something early on, that Rolling Thunder was there, right? They had that as a safety valve if they needed to use it, or if they wanted to use it to ensure the round, but they were able to take care of that without using that resource, which means they're going to be able to carry it into this next round. TSM have 3 ultimates to work with. It's going to be another gun round for FaZe because of how well they've played this half. And it's not going to be nearly as fortunate for TSM, but they've shown us that when their backs are against the ropes, they can still come out swinging.
Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Once again, FaZe poised around this A site. Paranoia comes through to push Hayes back. But they're paranoid themselves, and there's a lot of cyber cages to give Baby Bay space. There are FaZe Clan members working up mid. So far, this is just the ground that they've covered. They'll pull back from mid. Drone is going to be the one that holds the front line from B main, where you've got Marv and Corey working their way over. All the noise that's been made, FaZe Clan pull back, and they're going to leave Baby Bay on the lurk. And I like the flexibility from the FaZe Clan roster to do so.
Yeah, but the rotation is taking so long. I'm surprised TSM hasn't pulled more off at this point. They've got Drone, and they have Sabrosa there. Meanwhile, FaZe is stacked up 4 in Garage. Here they go. Drone gets tagged up early on. There's that curveball. Waiting for the wall to go up. Very slow-moving death ball from FaZe Clan. Sabrosa goes in with the showstopper, able to get one. Marv rips him out of the sky. As FaZe Clan are in a 3v3, they're going to drop, however, as Corey's taken out. TSM, again, they still have the Rolling Thunder. They have the from the shadows as well. They're in a position of power.
Zachary has to survive, as Marv was thinking about lurking up through the stairs. Now, as that's a player that is unfortunately stunned up by the Rolling Thunder. It's the aftershock with Wardell helping him out. Now they know where Marv is located. Back in the alleyway. Running back comes through and likely going to be taken down by the judge. No, it's not. Oh my goodness, that was close. As now Marv can work and push forward. Flash comes through, but Hayes is sticking it. Shot's gonna be good. Sees the shoulder, and FaZe Clan will stay alive in the series, taking down Split.
Ooh. Okay, there's a ton to talk about from that map. I want to quickly get into the break and then get out of the break so we can break things down with Taylor. Folks, don't go anywhere. We've got map 4 just around the corner.
And welcome back, everybody, to the Valorant First Strike UMG Close Qualifiers. As Doug said, we have a lot to get through. First and foremost, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Esports Doug and Simo. And what a round that was. Okay, look, coming into this, TSM was up 2-0. FaZe needs to win this to stay alive. Now, the beautiful thing about Split in its best of 5 is we are going to see it in game number 5, and we're heading into Ascent, where FaZe played so well just earlier in the semifinals with Baby Bay popping off as much as it did. Now, first and foremost, when you think about Split, okay, it is a very defensive heavy map, right? So if you go into offense and you have a minor lead, right? The other side is better off. It turns out they have.
Yeah, it was just interesting to see how it played out. And we talked a bit about Split and how defensive-sided it can be. It's actually fascinating. In Europe, it's heavily the opposite way. And I think FaZe showed that they can win on both sides, right? They were able to dominate on the defensive side. They were able to do so on the attacking side as well. So FaZe was just very impressive here. And the thing is, they had to be, right? Like, that they were down 0-2. The map kind of leaned toward TSM. Everything, all of the data suggested that it might end out being a 3-0 sweep, but FaZe answer the call when it's needed most. Folks, remember, the winner of this series goes on to play Renegades in the first round of First Strike. The loser, Sentinels. That's not where you want to be.
Not at all. Not at all. And look, again, man. So, Simo, let's break this down, because if you're a new viewer, right, and you're watching Split and you don't really understand how Split works, you could, at one point or another, look at FaZe and FaZe and maybe be confused that is FaZe on offense or is FaZe on defense, because they were constantly in TSM's spawn on defense. Like, it was insane. I have never seen a team so confidently push through heaven over on A and then rotate over to B. Literally, TSM did not even have control of their own sites.
Well, listen, then you probably haven't been watching a lot of Brazilian Valorant. Shout out to Sideshow, the messiah of Brazilian Valorant. He likes to see that type of style, and that's exactly what FaZe Clan were doing. They were pushing the extreme, going through alleyways, connectors, through heaven, the staircases that lead into back to the wards that the defender spawn. And they allowed all of that to come to fruition based on how they played the executes, right? It caused a lot of ruckus. And the thing is, TSM tried to leave a member on the opposite side of the map to try to catch the flank, but often it was a star player that was there to answer a supportive player in TSM. So Hayes often had to fight players like Marv flank in the rotation. And even when they swapped the drone over, they just couldn't find a solid answer on Ascent. But Ascent is a good map for both of these teams, and that's where we're headed to next.
It absolutely is. One just quick stat, by the way, Marv, Zachary combined 40 and 22. They absolutely dominated, and I do believe everyone on TSM ended up going negative. And by that scoreline, it's really not that surprising. Again, Split will be map number 5, which means the possibilities, if you're a FaZe fan, hey, they might be able to go the distance here, especially on, or if they win Ascent, which that's going to be a huge task. Baby Bay once again popped off here with the op. The opportunity is absolutely there for him to do the same, but we're already rolling into map number 4, so I'm going to go ahead and hop off. We're going into Ascent, TSM versus FaZe. Let's see if FaZe can answer back and force a game number 5.
Goodbye, Reflections. Thank you, Simo. Ascent. You mentioned a couple of times prior to the series starting of just how insane TSM can be on Ascent, right? Like, they are really freaking good at it. Break down a bit of that for me, especially given how well FaZe played this map earlier.
I think it's difficult to say because I think TSM are going to play a little bit of a different style into how FaZe Clan are going to play Ascent. You know, we obviously know based on literally Bind, Haven, and Ascent that there's lurk plays on the attack and there's lurk plays on the defense. And often it's more than one person doing the lurking. Now, this map is very defender-sided because you can, you don't really need to hold mid. Sometimes teams don't hold mid, sometimes teams do. And it will ultimately boil down to what mid control are we looking at for both sides. TSM will start off on the defense, and they'll be looking at a 2-3 split on the B site and the A site, respectively.
Triple duelist once again coming out for TSM. Bit of a from FaZe, as we've seen before. Looks like they're going to try to work their way in through tree room. Man, I really like that from Baby Bay. He's just holding W, right? He got paranoid, dashes over the door to ensure that nobody catches him, and manages to get into the belly of the beast. Marv is able to take care of Hayes early on as well. Now TSM is starting to show up. Sabrosa from up in heaven. Wardell gets in on the action as well. The pancake goes just a bit wide as Baby Bay takes care of Sabrosa.
Paranoia as well to stop the tree room push, and now it is down to 3 members of TSM here. Baby Bay just being a nuisance. Jumping up, classic. Jumping up, classic. That's how you deal with the heaven push as the attack on the first pistol. Now they're going to start to come through. Marv playing from distance through the archways, but TSM are really going to struggle to push in. Cutler finds one, but they need to find a couple of more as time is ticking. Cutler, last man standing, can't get the job done, and FaZe Clan clean up the pistol.
If that was an indicator of how FaZe is going to want to play the rest of this half, it's going to be spicy. Again, they just were so aggressive, right? Like, they fully invested everything. There was no cheeky baits. There was no hesitate, wait to see what utility is used. They just went. They went aggressively. They went fast, and it worked. TSM on the defending side here, not choosing to force up, as has been the case really for the entire series. I don't think either team has done that at all, but much like the last round, this time it's not with the spike in tow, but FaZe is going in aggressively here.
Yeah, and they're causing a lot of ruckus as well, hoping that TSM members rotate off towards that A side, but so far Cutler actually holds the line, and so they can hold the rest of this year as well. Marv with the flank. Oh, the shots give him away, and so TSM back out. Mid control is in the favor of FaZe, but TSM have the man advantage.
Yeah, but Raucus still has the spike back by A, right? There's no real easy way to make this work. FaZe is just kind of waiting to see if they can take care of the last 2 members of TSM before committing to the site. But no, Sabrosa. Wow. Talk about holding the line. First it was Cutler, now it's Sabrosa. Zachary's able to trade it out, but Sabrosa gets another one as well. It's just down to Raucus. And again, he was sitting with the spike back towards A the entire time, didn't know where he wanted to go. Now he's left alone.
Bros is going to find an upgrade as well. If this is where Raucus ends up, Bros is ready. 74 HP. Raucus going to
30 seconds left.
Once again find himself flanking around, trying to find whatever ground he thinks hasn't been covered by TSM. He's going to be working through the garden. Here's the reload from Wardell. Wardell spots him though, and he misses the shot. Now guess who's coming in from the opposite side? It's Cutler. He's going to have eyes onto Wardell. Oh, he's in hell. This is perfect. Now that the spike is starting to be planted, here's one coming through. Cutler, and it's a thrifty round for TSM. They hold the line in the initial A push with Cutler's heroics, and then Drone and Sabrosa will stop the B hit as well. So FaZe spreading themselves a little too thin, and FaZe and TSM rather find some favorable fights across the map.
It was just really patient. Is the word that keeps coming to mind from FaZe there, and maybe a bit too patient, right? Like, they had 2 members on site over on B, and ultimately they dropped, but you kind of question, had Raucus been there, had there been a 3rd gun at the fold, what could have happened? But TSM hold fast, they're able to take care of business and knot us up at 1 apiece here in the 3rd round. Not hot and heavy from FaZe, not blind aggression into a site, far more calculated. They've got 3 over on A, and they've worked their way up mid. They have some control there.
Sprays through the smokes. You also have to understand that this is the eco. If Baby Bay gets into a smoke, Wardell's going to get up close and personal, takes him down with the Bulldog, repositions, closes the door. And once again, the push from FaZe Clan does not work out. We've got Marv coming in all the way up through the defender spawn. He's going to meet and lock eyes with Drone, who will back away as well. The rest of the team up in the middle here for FaZe.
Clean.
There's Cutler wrapping around to help Drone with that angle. Now the rest of FaZe will work up through the middle. I mean, this is not a round that we tend to expect FaZe Clan to come out on top, specifically since TSM won that eco. But being down 2 and TSM at 5 definitely decreases those odds.
30
of
seconds
survival
left.
here.
Yeah, considerably, really. FaZe don't have a ton of options. They work their way through tree, find out the door's closed as well. They're just kind of guessing at this point. And the problem is, it's not like they have a ton of time to work with either. If there are heroics that are going to happen, it's going to be on the ace side. But Wardell's Bulldog continues to bite. Cutler gets in on it as well. As Zachary falls, TSM is going to take a 1-round lead. And you mentioned earlier, you know, you didn't really expect this to go FaZe's way, but TSM's defense was really impressive that round.
This will be the true test. They've managed to balloon a huge economy. And every time they're in this position, Wardell always buys an op. Every single time without fail. Of course, this kind of third round gun round is a little bit pushed further back considering TSM answered the eco. But he always buys the op on the third round. And he's poised towards that A main side. So this is going to be a little bit tough for FaZe. We'll see if they identify it. Baby Bay also has the op there as well, but they'll pull back as the recon bolt. Cutler spots them out, or spots at least a couple of members out, and FaZe Clan will turn their attention towards this tree room.
Yeah, it kind of forces him to think twice about it. Raucus with the drone gets some info of where a couple of members of TSM are. They're going to smoke out that tree room door that we saw earlier, but they're not going that way. In fact, it's just a bit of noise that's being caused as you see them work their way towards B. There's some mid presence around Catwalk, but FaZe have also invested members over towards that east side. Subrosa with the Sheriff. My gosh, Subrosa with the Sheriff. Holy Toledo.
Subrosa. Holy smokes. Crispy shot. Subrosa. You've got a Sheriff. I mean, you've got a Spectre, and you're using the Sheriff. These 1-deeks are crispy clean. As it's down to 2 members of FaZe on the gun round. Marv alongside Corey will be pushing in through the market and B main respectively.
30 seconds
Drone
left.
will be backside. Cutler's about to find Marv as he's up on the ledge there. Now he's going to be looking for safety. Wardell's going to be coming in from the heaven side, but Marv just barely, narrowly misses that.
Goes in, drops the paranoia as Marv just looking for what he can find. Yeah, that's certainly going to hurt Drone. You'll feel that in the morning. You see the smokes coming out as Corey's going to plant right in that. But the 103 from Cutler. The spike does go down. And he's not going to get a kill. FaZe have a shot at this here, Simo.
V2. Marv not working backside. You think he's going to be patiently waiting, but guess who's got the angle? It's Wardell. Down to Corey. Shock dart. Not going to tag him out. He's got to mow them all down, but when Wardell's staring you down through the amplified scope, you're going to feel the pain. TSM now up by 3. Looking to who to give that ult point to. But man, it was really just Subrosa. Like, that is, in one word or less, that whole round was just Subrosa.
It was just so crispy. And then he was able to get the third as well. Just really not giving FaZe very many options. Not a ton of room to work with. But FaZe, again here, I mean, I guess one of the things to consider is now they're going to have sheriffs of their own. They're going to have an opportunity to do something just as spicy. But the truth is, conventional wisdom suggests that they're in a difficult spot. Marv is 1 point away, as is Zachary,
Get out of my way.
from the ults. And you hear the Bladestorm has been used. TSM, once again, comfortable giving up some of this mid control, seeing what FaZe want to do with it. They haven't really worked their way up mid through market or back into spawns or anything like that. It's been primarily A. And, I mean, it hasn't worked out a ton.
FaZe have been controlling that orb on the A main side almost every single round, and that's really how Baby Bay has been getting this ultimate. But look at this. I see this a lot from Cloud9. They push up through the defender spawn, and they're going to wrap around to the side that they want. They smoke off that angle because they know that there's something going on. They'll paranoia Drone, who has no idea they're coming in from behind. But Drone, he stops it. There's the Owl Drone that comes through. There's still more. Oh, my goodness. He takes them all. There's 2 more members from FaZe remaining. With the spikes in a tough spot, Raucus with the Sheriff will find and trade Drone out. The craziness from FaZe almost works out in their favor. Now Cutler's in a little bit of a tougher spot. It's all down to Raucus and Zachary, and TSM will take them down. What a crazy creative round from FaZe, but still TSM with Drone, they hold on.
Yikes. Man, that almost hurts worse to look at the second time. You even see Baby Bay in the chat. That did not feel good. And the thing is, as you said, it was a very creative look, and they had all the pieces that they wanted. They managed to get all the way through the middle of the map back into the defending spawn. And then there was that paranoia in conjunction with Baby Bay flying across towards that area of the map. He had the blade storm, he had a chance, just wasn't able to deliver. Wardell with the operator. Baby Bay continuing to struggle. Wardell gets the best of him there. TSM have the personnel advantage.
It's a good early start as well, knowing that that orb is a little bit easier for the attack to control, but they're going to find one on the opposite side as TSM have pulled off this B side. They want to fight for this mid control, and they find Marv. We've seen some creative plays from TSM to look for this mid control, and this is the first round we've seen it come to fruition as 3 members of FaZe Clan are potentially looking for this B side hit with Drone looking on the opposite side.
There's just a ton of market presence. And there's presence back in spawn too. They don't, I mean, they have some cages to work with and a leer, but it's not like they have smokes to keep things at bay. They just have to play this very quietly, very slowly, and very carefully. They have 3 ultimates to work with, so they can add a little wrinkle to the fold. Oh man.
Oh,
Raucous.
wow.
Yeah, but how long is he going to wait? He's got to be careful, because if Drone swings, it's a problem. 1, 2, tee him up, line him up, and knock him down. Raucous gets 2 big picks there.
30 seconds
What a
left.
crazy play. A beautiful play from Raucous. He crab walks underneath the ledge.
Joke's over. You're dead.
And of course, the camera is Zachary's. That's the running back. Guess who's posted up there? It's Corey. Op shot's going to take down the cloner now. It's a 3v3 retake. This is going to be a little tough. And of course, the Empress has been popped. Jonas tag. Wardell's coming in from the opposite side, and he has the Blade Storm, so he wants to move in fast and move in heavy. But the shot on the dome will seal his fate. Now Drone pushes in. Shotgunner will stop him. That's another player down. It's a 2v2. Make it a 2v1 as it's all down to Hayes. There's a player backside and one behind the double box. Shot's going to be good onto one. One more player. He knows where he is. Ring around the rosies. What's going to be the name of the game? But he sees those toes. He sees those heads. He sees those shots. Hayes will clutch things out for TSM, and they will lead by 4.
1.72 seconds on the clock. Hazed again. I feel like there have been so many times, Simo, that we've called Hayes doing stuff like that, but it really was, for them to find themselves in that situation, it was all on the back of Raucous. He had 4 on the round, had a chance for the ace, and it all opened up with those 2 picks early on, just outside of the B site. But at the end, it was Hayes, ice in his veins, able to pull that off. That was absolutely filthy. FaZe had a chance there to make something happen, weren't able to execute. Now they're back onto the pistols here on the attacking side. It's been tough sledding for them.
Yeah, they want to push Wardell off this angle. Oh, but is he going to anticipate it being close? He's got to back away. Oh, yep, there's a player. Sabrosa will stop the B main play while the rest of FaZe will start to funnel in as it's an A rush onto the site. They've gotten a lot of control. Wardell and Color just trying to survive and hold on for as long as they can. So far, only Hayes has fallen as Raucous finds a pick on Sabrosa trying to lurk play of his own. It's a 3v3 on the eco for FaZe, and already it's starting to pay off.
Yeah, man, that's brutal for FaZe. Or for FaZe as Marved, excuse me, is taken out. Now the spike is going to start to show up its way over towards A. But they've lost so much at this point. It's not like it's going to be an easy task. There's not going to be any real easy way in, regardless of how you want to slice up and dice up the site. Corey drops as well. It's just Raucous with 30 health left. Make that 4. He is able to take care of Wardell, but Cutler gets a 3K with the classic. There at the end, TSM continue to balloon the lead.
I still liked what was happening on the opposite side of the map. Sabrosa finds a player looking for an orb. A little too confident. You know, it's the eco. Might as well try. See what happens. Then Raucous shows up as well and takes out Sabrosa. So still, the damage has been done by FaZe. Look at the economy. Cutler's at 8,300. Has there really been damage done? Yeah, Drone's feeling the pain, but a lot of players can buy for him. And Wardell at 7,700 still has the op. But let's look at this round. FaZe Clan looking towards the B site. No mid presence this time around. See what Sabrosa and Drone have cooked up with this orb control from FaZe Clan on the B site.
Oh, I like this out of Baby Bay. They managed to work their way around through the cages, through the smokes. Now the drone is going to be there, the tip of the spear, as they try to work their way on. But who else but Drone waiting on the other side. He's got the curveball. Oh man, Baby Bay's going to get pushed back. I like that smoke, but the Roomba's there too. He just has no choice. There's just a utility everywhere. Baby Bay drops. Zachary does as well. FaZe just down to 3.
And Hayes teleports back site, trying to help them, trying to support them, and of course they respect the showstopper as well. But Sabrosa's looking to get active, and he goes, but unfortunately it's going to run dry. We already see Corey working up the middle while FaZe Clan are still here. The lobby area, that's going to be the first peek from Marv. That spike down, TSM can play around this.
Yeah, this just got so much harder for FaZe, having dropped that spike there. Corey able to get one. Oh, Rockus gets in on it as well. Drop things down through 3v2, still in favor of TSM. Corey looking for more, checking those corner spots. One realizes there's a second one there, so they have some info on where members of TSM are. It's going to give them a little bit more room to work with. Corey repositioning, not able to get the best of Drone. Clean shots onto him. Rockus left alone with 13 seconds left.
And with that spike being planted, you see Wardell, he tries to go up through the window. Those bars aren't going to hold him. The recon bolt will tag Rockus. Now TSM will lead by 6. A heavy start here for FaZe Clan, likely down to potentially another eco. But honestly, it was just a solid B-side hold, and Sabrosa using a lot of that utility, drone swinging out from the smoke behind the boathouse, really gave a lot of great opportunities to deny this heavy push. And then Sabrosa's just sitting in B main as well to stop the spike from moving forward.
And again, Baby Bay had a good look, right? Like, they were working their way in. They had the intel. They had the Owl drone to kind of lead the way. But the early utility from Sabrosa in the paint cans kind of forced him to reposition. And then as he comes around that first corner, there's Roomba as well. He didn't have very much room to work with. FaZe have 3 ultimates to work with here. But my gosh, there's so much aggression from TSM. They can smell blood in the water.
Wardell's going to trade one out on this A-side aggression. Baby Bay goes in. He almost loses that fight to Hayes. Down to 89. He's going to find another, but Cutler is going to find so much value. It's down to the 2v2. They're using the run it back to find even more as Sabrosa takes down Rockus. It's all down to Baby Bay. 80 HP with 10 armor. Has a lot of utility. Smokes out the wazoo. Updraft, Tailwind, Bladestorm. He's got the whole toolkit. And he fixed this round.
And he has time. I think it's probably the most valuable resource here because he can choose to play things out so many different ways. He can wait, see if TSM rotates off. He can go ahead and rotate off. He just has plenty to work with. Also, as you mentioned, has that Bladestorm in his back pocket. But so far, Baby Bay opting to wait this one out. TSM have not rotated off. And it's not like they have a ton of info. What TSM is doing is they understand they have the personnel advantage. So even if Baby Bay does bolt over and plant now, they're comfortable playing for the retake. Baby Bay stuck around. Drone was able to get the best of them. TSM have a 7-round lead.
3 rounds remain. And finally, we see that some of that economy continue to break. FaZe Clan and managed to get 2 gun rounds in a row. So now this is the eco. On the eco have been very deadly to TSM. Knocking down some of that economy ever so slightly, but it's really just that first pistol rush that was the one that was the most successful. So FaZe Clan, screw B main, screw A main, let's look for mid control on this eco. Let's see if we can run a defender spawn split once again, see what we can find with it.
Yeah, good smokes early on. Baby Bay goes in with the Bladestorm. He's not going to find any room to work with. Torch Tree goes up around the middle. Once again, doesn't spot anyone. TSM have backed off just a bit. They've given a bit of room for FaZe to work with. But again, FaZe here on the eco, they don't have a ton at their disposal.
You hear that, Owl drone? Sabrosa, pay attention to the flank around the B main side. He's gotten a lot of ground. Paranoia stops the tree room push temporarily, but they're actually going to push up through garden. Oh, now that that's broken, now that the smoke is down, Baby Bay just trying to get active. He's going to go up close and personal, but they still manage to stop the bleeding. It's 1 player left. Rockus down on the site. Wardell stopped the push from the tree room. The spike's up right by the window. Rockus flash, jump peek there from Wardell. Headshot. Be the fate there onto Rockus. 8 rounds in a row for TSM, and 2 rounds remain of the half. Likely 2 gun rounds left for FaZe. 1, 2, somewhere around there. Not a whole lot of time left to work with.
No, not a ton at all, really. And yeah, it's just been very difficult trading. Raucus has had himself a decent map at 10-9, but by and large, the rest of the members of FaZe have struggled to light up the kill feed here. You saw them look mid. They weren't able to get much going there. They're going to have guns to work with this time around, but Wardell with the operator gets the best of Baby Bay yet again.
And this is an aggressive look of the B main hold, and he manages to get out alive with the support of Drone and Sabrosa. Whatever utility was thrown their way, they still managed to survive. In the meantime, Marv has made his way up through the middle. There's Wine Cellar and A main control. Now the Owl Drone is going to be used to scout things out here for Cutler. Doesn't see anyone in the Wine Cellar. Doesn't see anyone in A main. TSM still holding on to this B site. Marv has gotten quite deep though. Can he find some lurking frags?
Yeah, Marv has the opportunity really to be devastating here with his positioning, but he's going to get spotted. But FaZe continue to get possibilities, right? Like they continue to get set up in a position where they may make something happen, but TSM just reads it and they stop it before it becomes a problem.
They hear that? I wonder. Zachary just trying to be as quiet as possible. FaZe kind of gotten their way onto the A side. It was after that Owl Drone that Cutler felt safe to pull back a little bit. Zachary is just trying to be a problem on the B side. Spike planted. And Corey is now going to hold the line from the Heaven side. I don't think they're going to anticipate this. It's a 4v3 retake. Hayes is in a unique position as well. And now LC1 jump through. It's Corey, Drone in a good spot to hold the line here as well. Now look who's Hayes. He's coming from behind. Raucus as well. And who's late to the party? It's Zachary. He needs to get here quick. As TSM are going to funnel onto the site.
No, he's got the operator, but he's going to get smoked off, and he's going to get burned at the crisp, just down to 45 health, has no choice but to go in, and he's met with the warm, welcoming arms of Hayes and his Vandal. And again, like, so FaZe have shown when they get onto the A site, they place high priority in establishing Heaven control, if possible. We've seen them get there a number of different times, but TSM have managed to retake it time and time again, either directly through Heaven, right? Like they'll just push right into it, or like we saw in this last round, Hayes on the flank was able to take care of business. It's just been a very difficult half for FaZe. The game plan is there. They know what they want to do. They just haven't been able to convert. And for TSM, they've almost made it look easy.
Well, once again, we're looking at an aggressive look for TSM, and I think they may be just having a little bit of fun. They tailwind in, they take apart FaZe Clan, 1 member remains. Cutler supporting with the Hunter's Fury, 11-1. If TSM, if they close out this pistol, they can be at match point, they can be at series point. And if there's ever been a more important pistol, it's going to be this one for FaZe Clan.
And here's the thing, too, about TSM is we were talking earlier, and that's been the narrative the entire time, right? FaZe, they like to play aggressive. How does TSM respond with triple duelists, blah, 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 force against force? TSM have shown us that they're comfortable playing back and letting FaZe play aggressively into them. And they've shown comfort in playing aggressively into FaZe themselves. As we saw in that last round, it's kept FaZe in a position where they don't really know what to do because nothing is working. Now TSM on the attacking side seem to be split early on. FaZe, heavy presence towards B.
Yeah, there's 5 people there. And now off the backboard, the paint shells go. See how quickly TSM react. They see 4 there. They see a lot. Drone's going to try to hold them off for as long as he can, but now they have to go pick up the spike because it's in a tough spot for TSM. In the meantime, Wardell and company will get control of this A site. FaZe Clan have no idea if there has been any action towards this attacker spawn. So now, 3v4, the FaZe Clan are not letting this spike get planted.
No, I love off of that early push through garage. They fully established control there. They fully established control through mid, and now they get onto the A site, and they manage to pick TSM apart. You mentioned how important the gun round was. For obvious reasons, FaZe Clan able to pull it off.
Yeah, that 5 man push through B main on the pistol. Definitely threw TSM off. And they also responded from FaZe Clan a little bit quicker to the jump than TSM. I saw some of the members arrive at A site faster than TSM members who were in the A lobby. And I understand they were just a little unsure. Once Drone saw like 4 players there, that should have been a dead giveaway. Okay, this A site's free. Let's try to get real estate early. It's just unfortunate for TSM that the spike was in a little bit of a tougher spot. Otherwise, that spike would have been down earlier. Now TSM on the eco, FaZe Clan on the force up. And a little bit more passive play, no 5-stack shenanigans. We'll see how TSM played this one out.
FaZe on the defensive side. It's a big pick. We understand that TSM's not going to have much artillery to work with, but Zachary with the Vandal able to take care of things early on. FaZe slowly gaining more of the map as well. You see him pushing through mid. They're going to be boxing in members of TSM. Rockets with the 3K, the last Paranoia coming in, but it doesn't matter. A flawless round there to check off another box. It's a long road, folks, to flip this map, but FaZe slowly are doing what they can every single round to ensure that they get to that point.
Without fail, Wardell with the op. The rest of the team will rifle up. And we'll see how this round goes for TSM. Looking at a 5-stack to start, maybe orb control for someone like Wardell. Get that Blade Storm for those eco rounds. The rest of TSM actually going to be looking towards the middle. FaZe Clan have an angle towards B lobby and don't see much action. And they've got a camera in B main as well, so they can see a lot. They can gather a lot of information off this. Not to mention a tripwire in the middle to signify some sort of mid presence, which hasn't happened quite yet. So good smoke, stop any potential insight or information towards this A site. TSM are kind of blind at the moment.
Yeah, FaZe used a drone early on to get some info down Cat, but my gosh, Drone is able to stop it anyway. They took care of the drone and they pushed into Cat anyway. And they were able to take care of members of FaZe. They're just down to 2 members left. Things falling apart for FaZe very quickly here.
Yeah, it's a tough round, especially with how it was played out. Despite going in blind, Drone able to quickly transition to that second kill. And now it's up to FaZe Clan. Spectres in tow. Hardware less than ideal. 1 player in the tree room, 1 up in heaven. Oh, there's the paint shells. They know where Marv is. He actually escapes even with the heavy armor. Now can reposition Zachary. Oh, Molotov will stop him for now. Zachary will join him. Above. Are they looking for exits? Are they looking for diffuses? Marv with 1. Now it's a 2v3. A little bit more doable, but Wardell's posted up and knows what is cooking. He does get smoked off. And that's where Cutler is playing. Another shot's good, but the spike continues to tick. And Marv will die with those picks and with the spike. And TSM sit at match point. They sit at series point. FaZe Clan have managed to make that gun round expensive.
They just ran out of time. I think there was so much utility used from TSM there with the hot hands from Drone, the paint shells from Sabrosa to really negate FaZe's ability to work their way in through heaven to get onto the site and try to make something happen. TSM also had the operator down long, which was to be very clear, Marv knew that, right? You saw him smoke off the entrance onto that site, but they just weren't able to get enough going. FaZe here. Again, it's been a brutal map so far, but this is it. They've got to make something happen here. TSM looking to play aggressively as they try to put the finishing touches on this, and oh my goodness, the run it back is devastating. So Bros is able to get 1 as well. FaZe Clan just down to 3. Things falling apart here for FaZe.
Raucus, Baby Bay, and Corey. 2 players from Spawn, 1 player from Market. Sabrosa's got the angle on 1, but the shot's going to be good. Now it's a 4v3, a little bit more doable as they inch their way closer onto the site. Wardell backside, 2 players B main, but it's traded with Hayes, who's playing behind the boathouse. 1 player remains, it's Baby Bay. 1v2. Owl Drone spots him out. Wardell knows the shot's not going to connect. Now the classic. Time is ticking for Baby Bay. There goes Wardell. The shots are going to be good. Baby Bay takes him down. It's all up to Cutler. Knives go through. Spike is ticking. We hear the Jet voice line. Cutler finds 1 to jump up and down, but Cutler is buying time. There's the tailwind. Cutler! Oh my goodness, but there's no time left. TSM are not able to be taken down on Ascent. They defeat FaZe 13-3 and win the best of 5 at the UMG Close Qualifier.
For a moment there, I was watching that unfold and I started getting flashbacks of what Baby Bay had been doing earlier in the day, and it was so well played. But the truth is, Cutler's patience there was the difference maker. He knew that FaZe was in a position where they had to make a move. They had to be the ones to initiate something, and they just ran out of time. Let's get Reflections back in here to break down the series. Reflections, what'd you think, man? What were your thoughts?
You know what? It's like this, right? FaZe, so many times were in the perfect moment to win a round or to turn things around, and then they would miss a Blade Storm, right? I mean, for example, you know, that first one that was missed, right? Whenever they were trying to push over onto B was just heartbreaking because it was almost like you were trying not to hit that player in front with the Blade Storm, and it just sucks. It does, because I think FaZe genuinely had so many chances to keep that close, but it was just constantly missing opportunities, you know. And look, hats off to them. I mean, I think they played that very well. It's just they fell a little bit behind. And even at the end, right? Even at the end, for Baby Bay to be so close to clutching that round and keeping the series alive, albeit still a lot of work to be done. It just was heartbreaking. Sabrosa here in this round was just, it was just nasty, right? It was all him. Again, some more plays coming out. But then, you know, again, right after this, Baby Bay, this play here, it was gut-wrenching because it was so close. He picks that kill up, FaZe most likely breaks onto site, okay? Because that player doesn't get his teammate just after that. I think that was just kind of the tell of the tale. I like this play from Raucus, though, as you said, Simo. Crab walking down below the ledge and picking up that two-piece. Again, so many good moments from FaZe, but it's just those key moments where they fell a bit short. Here, Hayes picking up a two-piece. The list goes on and on.
It really does. And the thing is, TSM, they played really well too, right? There's really no other way to put it. For FaZe to be in situations like they were time and time again, where they had the opportunity to do something, to keep it spicy, to keep the map close, and TSM just stifle it. Some of it was errors, right? But think about like the matchup between Wardell and Baby Bay. How often did you see it go the way of FaZe? Unfortunately, it wasn't very often at all.
Yeah. I mean, it wasn't, but again, it's just those little plays. What Baby Bay one round, you know, gets onto A site, gets a three-piece, but the rest of his team dies behind him, right? It's like, what was that for? He tries to clutch up in that 1v2, but of course he can't even get the trade onto one. It really is heartbreaking. If FaZe wins here on Ascent, they go into split and there's a real chance they take the series, right? Without question. And look, FaZe played Ascent very well earlier in the day in semifinals, so they had a real chance to take this. But Simo, it just doesn't come to fruition. Overall, TSM will take it 3-1. But I'm not going to lie, FaZe, other than Ascent, they look great on Haven. They look great on Bind and Split, and so much potential. And look, I know we're down, but it is what it is. Like, FaZe still got second place out of the gauntlet of teams that were competing in the close qualifiers.
Absolutely. You know, for me, what this matchup was, and I was talking a little bit to Infamous last night, the manager for the FaZe Clan team. I know what this team is capable of, and we saw it. This is how they were trying to deal with the Sentinel-lessness comp from TSM. They didn't not having a Sentinel, and how FaZe Clan were going to answer that, right? You don't have any Sentinels on any of the maps that TSM were running, and FaZe Clan found creative ways to exploit that information, right? If you're constantly splitting, there's no tripwires, there's no alarm bots, there's nothing to trigger information to say, hey, there are people located at this map. TSM have to use bodies in places that they may not normally want to have players there. They may want to have some Sentinel information there.
Sure.
So they have proved that their playstyle works. And I think FaZe Clan is to a certain degree the counter to TSM's playstyle. But TSM just felt more prepared. We're winning a lot of the gunfights like you guys had identified. And ultimately, today, just we're the better team.
Doug, let's talk about it. We're breaking it down, right? The implications and, you know, the risk of losing this series. And Doug, well, since FaZe loses, now they have to play the Sentinels. How hard is that route going to be now?
It's brutal. Really? I mean, we talk about the landscape of North American Valorant, and I don't want to get into a conversation of top 3 or who's better than who, but I think by and large, the general consensus is Sentinels one of the best 2 teams in North America? Yes, a resounding yes, right? And the thing is, Sub Rosa said it really well in the interview. At this point, what does it matter? You've got to beat everybody.
Yeah. Well, check it out. There was a lot more than just this grand finals. Let's pull up our champs bracket, see how it went down, because look, it was a weekend full of just nonstop action. Of course, quarterfinals yesterday, a lot of hearts were broken, a lot of hearts were made. When it comes to that first matchup though, Immortals versus LG, Immortals played that so well. In fact, I am so happy that they ended up making it through, and that's nothing against LG, but we all know Immortals, they had some more just to get through other than just playing the map. Obviously, they had to play with the sub coming in for Shot Up. For TSM and Moon Raccoons, hey, look, Simo, I know we wanted Moon Raccoons to come through with that one, but TSM obviously very well played. Doug, I want you to take Genji and FaZe, and Simo, you take T1 and Cloud9 Blue. So we'll start off with you, Doug. Genji and FaZe.
Yeah, I think this one was tough, and obviously as the bracket goes on, you see just how good FaZe really are, and this has kind of been something that we've talked around a lot for the last couple of months. Like, what are they capable of? On paper, this roster is nuts, but they've just kind of lacked a little bit. That FaZe has really come to power, right? They're surgeons into how they've developed as a team, in conjunction with the fact that Genji had unfortunately struggled for a little while. All right, the initial addition of Sean to the roster looked very exciting. I'll be the first to admit it. I was very excited, and I was very vocal about that for that Genji roster, but they just continued to struggle, and they didn't have enough. FaZe was able to get the best of them. And here's the thing too, right? Like, this bracket is just kind of brutal in the sense that I think if you were to take a step back and ask yourselves what 8 teams would be at First Strike in North America, by and large, you've got Genji on that list. You've got FaZe on that list. And that's one of the things that's so, as a spectator, awesome, but so devastating for these players is one of them wasn't going to make it.
Yeah, it's true. And Simo, one of those teams was Cloud9 Blue, another one that people took for granted to make it through there with one of the most powerful players in the scene, which is TenZ. But obviously T1 got the best of them, Simo.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tough loss for Cloud9, especially when we moved on to Bind for that second map and the composition that they had put forward. There's a lot of question marks. I was watching the companion stream for Slicky when he was watching that match, and he's like, I have no idea what's going on. And I don't know if Cloud9 felt super comfortable, if they felt super prepared for that match. But I know that it hurts. I know that that loss hurts for them. As you know, Doug had identified, there's a world where Cloud9 does make it through and T1 doesn't. But there's 2 teams we have to pick between. Which one do we pick? And T1, of course, managed to find the victory. It's a good 2-0 for them. Cloud9 took a lot of lessons from that, and we'll see them adapt in 2021.
100%. I mean, either way, right now, regional finals for North America is going to be insane. It's going to be intense. It truly is. And more upsets are still to come. Of course, though, being top 8 teams has to feel good, right? Because there was so much energy, so much effort that was put into qualifying for that very tournament. After all, UMG alone, right? We ran 2 open qualifiers as well as the closed qualifiers. So many opportunities to make a name for yourself. Although we don't get any like big surprises like Moon Raccoons, still, we do get the, the top of the top that is going to be there. And it's good to see that at least consistently, right, these top orgs who have invested so much, not only just in money, but also throughout their fan base who support some of these top players, they're being made good, right, because of the fact that they have, in fact, made it through. It has been a really exciting weekend. And, again, I'm going to give a special shout out to all the community streamers that helped out to provide that content for the stream. There's so many to list. But man, they did seriously, they did such a good job. And I'm so very proud of that team for doing as good as they did. They represented professionalism. They came through and just brought the intensity and gave the coverage that the scene so much desires, right? So good on them.
Yeah,
I
shout
could
out
not be more than-
to TSM
Yeah.
Tanner. You know, TSM Tanner.
Hey.
Shout out to him. You
Oh,
know,
now we got another TSM. Hey, Tanner Metro was like out there coaching, man, and it was hilarious. It wasn't PG, but it was hilarious. I'm not gonna lie. So that's what I'm saying. Myth and Tanner, they got to battle it out, right? Who's going to be the coach? You know, Tanner's got the intensity to kind of match
It's
that
Myth.
of Myth.
it's Myth.
Okay,
It's 9
it has
times
to
out
be
of 10.
Myth.
It's Myth.
I'm
It
trying
has
to build
be
a
Myth.
storyline, Simo. I'm trying to help my boy out. Okay. At the end of the day, Doug, hey, Simo, you guys killed it as well for the cast. We have obviously Vansili and Bach earlier. I'm just happy with the whole team. I can go on and on. I'm a very sentimental guy, okay? I don't want to start getting emotional and crying because it's all coming to an end, but there's a very real chance that might happen. So let me go ahead and switch topics. Hey, Doug, overall, if you had to put everything in one basket, what was your biggest surprise of the entire tournament, the whole qualifier process?
I think two things, and I'm going to answer your question, then I'm going to take actually a step back and talk about something a bit bigger. Two things. Number one, marquee names, some of these like prolific organizations that we've been looking at since Valorant came out are not going to like they didn't make it. That blows my mind. And I think the other thing I just very quickly wanted to talk about, I feel like this has been severely underappreciated, and it's like well warranted. They deserve plenty of credit. The Immortals staff are insane. Think about the fact that they got rid of more than half of their roster, rebuild, and they make their way into the top 8. I mean, if they don't have a nose for talent, I don't know who does.
It's true. It's very true. You know what? I tell you what, TSM, they got a nose for talent. Obviously with Cutler, who we're bringing on for this interview, an amazing battle, well fought throughout grand finals, well fought in general throughout all of the qualifying process. Cutler, we're so impressed. It's good to have you. First and foremost, I got to ask you, how are you feeling? Because that victory over FaZe 3-1 was great. You guys got scuffed up a little bit on split, but you made good on Ascent to close out the series. Cutler, what's going on, man? How's everything?
I think we're feeling great. I mean, a little tired. It's a lot of games for today, but
you guys go through the gauntlet, like all Valorant pros. Like I'm not gonna lie, I've got so much respect because you guys have to play like just 9 hours straight. Like it's brutal enough being on the talent team, like as casters, as the Cap makes an appearance. What's going on? It's so brutal for us, but hey, man, for you guys, truly talented to be able to make it through. I've got a question. I'm just gonna throw it out there. Bind is my biggest one. We know that FaZe earlier in semifinals was popping off on Bind, playing so well, very aggressive. We had Sabrosa earlier, and I asked him, how are you going to be able to fend off against that aggressiveness? He said, let's fight fire with fire, right? And you guys tried to do that, but it just wasn't working in the first half. So it seems like you guys, took a step back right out the water hose and started distinguishing the fire one round after another. And that was really because Wardell was picking up those picks. Was that like a cognitive kind of, step back, or was it just something that just kind of happened?
I think Matt called it. You're just confident that, if they do go A, that he's going to opt them and stuff like that. I mean, Bind's like definitely a map we don't really play that much, at least in like tournaments. We're confident in it, but it's probably not our best map, so.
Fair enough. Well, you made it a map that was obviously pretty good. You took it after all, 13-9. Doug, let's start off with you. What's your question? What do you got to ask Cutler? Pick his brain a little bit.
Yeah, Cutler, I wanted to talk early on about Ascent. I think we know that TSM is historically very good on the map, but you guys were unstoppable here, and FaZe was in a position to make plays happen time and time again, but it really came down to individual plays from the roster. What was it that made the difference on Ascent specifically for you guys?
Honestly, it was just when we're playing Immortals, we talked about like what they were doing, and once we played FaZe on Ascent, we just kind of just did the same thing we're doing Immortals that was successful. And then we just know our holes because obviously we're not playing a Sentinel. So we just know where a lot of teams are going to try to work on us is like mid, like doing alert mid, because obviously like a lot of Sentinels will put like a trip there or alarm bot. We don't have that. So it's just like understanding like our holes as not playing a Sentinel comp and then calming well.
Seema, I know you want to take that over because you've been talking about it all night long about the Sentinelless, as you say it. I can't even say it. Kind of composition.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's a very tough word. I was never good at geology, so English just isn't my forte. Simo, what's your question for Cutler?
Kind of follows up on that Sentinel-less composition. I would argue that FaZe Clan, the strategy and the execution that they went in thinking on how to take you guys down was the perfect playstyle to take down a composition without a Sentinel. So was it really just the confidence, as you had highlighted, that was the key to the success of keeping them at bay and stopping those lurks? Because it's probably a lot easier if you just have a Cypher in the mix or a Killjoy and just throw those down. Was it really just the confidence of TSM players that stopped FaZe Clan?
I mean, definitely confidence. When you're hitting your shots, like anything's gonna work. But I mean, one of the reasons why we lost split was they were like splitting A on us a lot, like doing like a lurking style. Like one person was hide ropes, they were taking A ramp control, and they were doing these things that were like, you know, better if we had a Sentinel, it feels like. But understanding that's how they're gonna play and that's how they won, we just kind of understood that's how they were gonna play a set. And you can see like multiple times they try to look through mid. I mean, they almost caught us off guard one time. Drone, I guess Baby Bay whipped knives on Drone on the back, and Drone was like yelling. It was funny, but like just understanding that like they're just gonna do that. That's all.
Yeah, my second question does kind of go back in time a little bit. I'm really curious what you and your team personally learned and took away from that loss to 100 Thieves. Probably a lot can be gathered by you, your team, and your coach. What did you guys personally learn that you took into this close qualifier from that loss?
It's kind of hard to say considering, you know, our comp has definitely changed. But, you know, just getting info more like with my drone and stuff like that. And then just playing off just like the communication of like the comms obviously was like people, like if they're pressuring this, then we need to do something in return. We can't just give up everything and let them execute. So if they're like 3A, then we should probably push that, like take that space.
I would very quickly, Taylor, I want to ask one question real quick. Cutler, I had the privilege of casting this team, your team, before it was TSM, back when it was in like the mouse spaz days, way early on. To think about that roster and how you guys played, fast forward through all of the months and you find yourself qualified for First Strike, the best 8 teams in North America. This is a larger question, but I'd love your thoughts on how you've seen that team develop. How have you seen the roster develop and grow over that time to make yourselves one of the best teams that North America has to offer?
Yeah, I mean, it's just being like, I guess one of the teams to beat is like you always have to come up with new stuff, and I think that's kind of like one of our strengths right now. Obviously, I think we're like the only team that doesn't play Sentinel, so it's just different style, and it's just making like just it's just like a great feeling, and the team is great. We do put a lot of work in, talk about a lot of different scenarios, and awesome to see it pay off.
Well, Cutler, look, you made it. I'm so happy for you guys. You played flawlessly. You did so well. I'm very impressed. I know Simo is happy, Doug, as well as everybody out there if you're a TSM fan. But Cutler, once again, thank you so much for joining us, and I cannot wait to see your performance in December when it comes to regional finals. Cutler, thank you for joining us, man.
Thank you, guys.
Look, man, it's been an exciting week, and without question, of course, all good things must come to an end. But before we do head out, we have to give an honor, if you will, to the 8 teams that in fact did and make it, right? And I kind of want to have a little bit of a discussion there because we were talking about seeding, right? When it comes to these great teams that ended up going through, Sentinels obviously being a big talking point. But before we hop off, Doug, let's start with you. And then of course, Simo, you follow up. Doug, who are you most looking out for?
Oh, 100 Thieves, man. 100 Thieves, right? Like you think about that roster at the beginning, the changes that they had to make, and then the injection of Nitro and Steel. And you sprinkle in like the raw power of the Young Bucks and Asuna and Dicey on top. That looked good on paper, and early on they were like, well, is it working? Like, how long is it going to take for this team to develop? And they've just gotten better every single time we've seen them. I don't think we've seen the best of 100 Thieves yet.
And Simo, of course, for you, who are you looking out for? 100 Thieves, or you got somebody else on your mind?
I know the my friends at the 100 Talk podcast, the Fan 100 Thieves podcast, would be sad if I don't say 100 Thieves, but I'm not going to. Renegades, I think, big dark horse, but that's not the team that I'm going to be paying attention to. I think Renegades is just going to be however many rounds in a row they can upset is probably the bigger question, because the fact that they even made it in, I think, surprised a lot of people. But I think the big team that I'm looking at is Envy. They're the scariest team moving into this top 8. They've got great mechanical skill across the variety of players that they have to offer. They're very flexible in their agent pool. You'll see players like Mame swap over from the Jet to the Omen. He'll constantly mix things up, and they're really flexible in their agent composition. So they've got solid mechanics, good team play. They're very scary. And, I would not want to be going up against them if, I'm the 4th seed.
Hey, proud of their run. Together we are terrific. Then going into Envy, of course, they are going to have a tough road ahead of them, but they did win first place at Nerd Street Gamers close qualifier. The opportunity's there. And again, this is up for grabs. The first ever regional, at least solidified tournament here is coming through. And these teams who went through the gauntlet, whoever ends up on top is without question going to be the best NA team until the next tournament ends up taking place. Boys, it's been a fantastic time. I know we can all agree on that. Before we do head out, I'm just going to give you guys one last chance to say your final words. Doug, let's start off with you. What's up?
The very last thing I want to point out, thank you to everyone who came together to make this thing work. Thank you for having me on the broadcast. This was such a humbling privilege to be able to be a part of. And the last final thing is I just think it's worth noting that Simo, got the prediction wrong. He said it was a 3-0. He was wrong.
God.
It was a 3-1.
Listen, the prediction doesn't lie. The prediction doesn't lie. I'm on top. I'm on top. Doesn't matter about the score line. I predict TSM to win. TSM did win. So I guess with my final closing thoughts, I know that there's a lot of fans out there. There are a lot of haters equally as much as the fans for somebody like TSM Simo. I just want to thank the community for just giving support and love to Valorant in general. I don't care if I'm hated. I don't care if I'm loved. I just think that the community is so big. It's got such a big heart. And there's so much love for all these different teams, all these different players. It's just so beautiful to see this community, this game grow out of nothing. Just grassroots, event after event after event. It's beautiful. I don't care if I'm the fall guy. I just love that everyone loves Valorant as much as I do.
Beautifully said. Knight, you know what? I got to echo that. Valorant scene is beautiful, and you guys make it beautiful. Make sure you hit that follow button wherever you are watching. Support those co-streamers, whether it be Myth and whoever else is watching. Of course, hit that follow button if you're on UMG Gaming, any of the Valorant profiles. You guys make the scene happen, and we appreciated you being here all weekend long. Shout out to the community streamers that ended up helping us throughout the process and giving them a storyline and a voice to those teams that wouldn't necessarily have a voice to be able to echo throughout the Valorant scene. But of course, for myself, Taylor Reflections Noble, Bach Van Silly, Esports Doug Simo, our production crew, and you guys out there, be on the lookout for December because the regional finals will be going down and it's going to be a great thing. This storyline doesn't just end here. I love all of you guys. Take care and be safe.